transported to a world of universal job changes. Yet I chose not to select the strong warrior class. Instead, I picked the weakest F class. The all-system mage principal couldn't help but grin awkwardly. He immediately sold my reserved spot for a high price to a rich heir. However, I couldn't care less. Next, a 9th grade interview spell blew up the vice principal. The atmosphere inside was tense. The principal's reserved spot was a reward for Ching Zhao's excellent performance over 3 years. You can't strip him of his eligibility just because he switched to an F-class job. Class teacher Lin Wanqing was furious. Teacher Dao Lin, I know you're thinking of the students, but giving this spot to Wang Qinghu is problematic. Her father would donate a whole building to us. Can't you tell what's important and what's not? The principal leisurely took a sip of tea. His chubby face was plastered with a fake smile. Inside, he was calculating how much he could gain. What a clear sense of priorities. He really treats education like a business. Lin Wanqing's face turned red with anger. The reserved spot is the result of Qing Zhao's hard work. Unless she volunteers, no one can take it away otherwise. The principal shot him an annoyed glare. This is how it goes. Your benefits won't be reduced either. I'll promote you to director next semester. Sounds fair, right? Lin Wanqing scoffed. If this happens, I'm quitting immediately. I won't be this ridiculous teacher anymore. The principal, upon hearing this, felt his anger rising, but considering the upcoming exams, he could only patiently advise teacher Lin. Why go through all this? With Qing Zhao's talent, it would be a waste of resources to reserve a spot. Look at him, he's been down since his job change. Lin Wanqing turned to me. Her eyes were filled with concern. Qing Zhao, it's not your fault for switching to an S-class job. Be strong. Speak your mind. At that moment, I was captivated, staring at the panel before me. Ding! Host successfully changed jobs. The all-system mage interview spell system is activated. From now on, the host will earn 1 skill point every second. This system is quite powerful. All-system mages can only learn lower-tier skills from other classes. That's indeed disappointing. But with the system, it's completely different. That's 86,400 skill points every day. Even the worst skills can be enhanced to be unbeatable. With the interview spell system, who needs a reserved spot? What's the point? I suppressed my excitement. My heart raced with excitement. I smiled slightly. Teacher Lin, sorry about that. I was just lost in thought. I don't care about that reserved spot. Whoever wants it can take it. The principal was taken aback. Then he burst out laughing. I didn't expect Qin Xiao to be so perceptive. I'll let Wang Qinghu's father know. I'll arrange a security job for you. That'll save you 20 years of detours. Lin Wanqing was anxious. Qin Xiao, why do you want to give up? Don't be afraid. Speak your mind. Hey, Teacher Lin, you can't interfere with the students' thoughts. That's settled then. Take Qin Xiao to the novice dungeon. The principal of Urjeon was afraid Qin Xiao would change his mind. He hurriedly halted the conversation. I frowned. Principal, your hometown is Dunhuang, right? The principal looked puzzled. What's wrong with my abilities? I shrugged. I turned and walked out. You have a lot of murals. The principal glanced at the calligraphy on the wall. He chuckled. You've got a good eye, kid. I do have quite a few murals. Lin Wanqing hurried after me. She said with a guilty face. Qin Xiao, I'm sorry. It's the teacher's fault. I stopped and reassured you, saying I couldn't protect you well. It's okay. I truly don't care about that reserved spot, teacher. Even if I go to college, I want to attend the best university. This homeroom teacher is fighting for her own reserved spot. She even dares to confront the principal. She's even willing to threaten resignation. I'm truly touched. Lin Wanqing nodded earnestly. The teacher believes in you. Others might not be capable, but you definitely can. By the way, you haven't prepared your skills yet, have you? Take this blade skill book for your use. Strive to achieve good results in the novice dungeon. As Lin Wanqing spoke, she took out a wind-typed skill book. Other students immediately bought skill books after their job changes. Their parents would buy the corresponding skill books right away. Qin Xiao is an orphan. He doesn't have those conditions. Skill books are rare items. Lin Wanqing offered it without hesitation. It touched me once again. Thank you, teacher. When I become successful, I will definitely repay you. I took the skill book. I squeezed it in my hand. It instantly transformed into light and entered my body. The skill system for blade appeared on my panel. How many skill points are needed to enhance cooking? I eagerly asked in my heart. Enhancing a first-tier skill requires 10 skill points. May I ask if the host wants to enhance with just 10 points? After the previous effort, I had already accumulated hundreds of skill points. I unhesitatingly activated the enhancement. 10 skill points used for enhancement. First-tier wind blade triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. First-tier wind blade has been enhanced to the 9th tier storm fury. Did something strange just happen? I tilted my head. I opened the attribute panel in a daze. Name, Jin Xiao. Occupation, all element mage. Level, body stone, spirit stone, power, and speed. Skill 10, Storm's Fury, a 9th tier skill. Summons a giant tornado that shreds everything. Annihilate all things. Damn, that's definitely a 9th tier skill. I couldn't help but curse out loud. I was planning to level up step by step, but the system told me my vision was too narrow. Teacher, hurry up. I grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand and ran toward the school square. I couldn't wait to test the power of Storm's Fury. The square of number 2 middle school was bustling with voices. Students who successfully changed jobs had already entered the school's novice dungeon to level up. Nearby, parents were chatting in anticipation. They were guessing which student could defeat the boss. The novice dungeon in number 2 middle school is a man-made dungeon. It's called the Slime Forest. Levels range from 1 to 10. Just entered the dungeon. I saw my classmates fiercely battling slimes. Fire slime, you're so hot, I will chop you down. Archer, shoot the wind slime in the sky, aim better. Why does the slime explode? I'm all wet. The various skills were dazzling. I couldn't help but feel excited. But the power of a 9th tier spell might be a bit too much. I should head deeper into the forest. I took long strides and ran deeper inside. That guy must be Qin Xiao. Why is he running deeper into the forest? Is he crazy? The deeper you go, the higher the monster levels. He thinks he's the best in the school. Who cares? Anyway, it's a man-made dungeon, so he won't die. I saw Qin Xiao running into the depths of the slime forest. All the classmates along the way were laughing. I couldn't be bothered with these kids. I kept running forward. A lot of slimes were drawn to me. I bounced along behind them. Green grass slime, red fire slime, purple thunder slime, all colors. There were at least 1,011 of them. They were shooting flames at me. These slimes look ferocious when they attack. I secretly cursed. Suddenly, my view opened up. A slime boss appeared on the grass, 10 times bigger than regular slimes. Boss level 20, 10, 13, 15 to 25 degrees. I ran straight into the angry den. I felt a chill. There was a slime boss in front of me, and a horde of slimes behind me. There was no turning back. I didn't know if a 9th tier spell could handle so many, but I had to gamble. I swung my hand and shouted, 9th tier secret spell, Storm's Fury. A flash of blue light flickered in the air, and in an instant, everything changed. A whirlwind swept in from all directions, forming a massive tornado that reached the sky. The entire slime forest was uprooted and sucked into the hurricane, bursting like colorful fireworks. Why did it suddenly get dark? What the hell? Run! Help! The classmates fighting slime saw the massive tornado stretching across the sky and rushed desperately toward the dungeon exit. But how could they outrun a 9th tier spell? In an instant, all the classmates were swept away by the wind. My pants got pulled down, and some lucky classmates were thrown out. Damn, this is the power of a 9th tier spell. The entire slime forest was obliterated, and the ground sank several meters. Stunned, I watched the scene as my rewards panel went crazy. Kill the large wind slime to earn the wind staff. Kill the fire slime to receive countless rewards. Over 1,000 notifications flooded in. With one skill, all the rewards belong to me. This is too amazing. I couldn't help but laugh. But it wasn't over. Brilliant lights burst from me one after another as I gained 50 experience for killing the large wind slime and leveled up to 30, meeting the requirements for a second job change. Ah, I'm already level 30? Is this for real? I opened the attribute panel in disbelief. Name, Qin Xiao. Occupation, all element mage. Level, 31. Body, 112. Spirit, 134. Strength, 100. Speed, 121. Skill, Storm's Fury, 9th tier. Wow, I really am level 30. I completed in seconds what took others a month. Damn, this world is crazy. I suddenly remembered my classmates were still spinning in the air. I looked up. Classmates were spinning while glowing white. That was the dungeon's protection mechanism activating. They were forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Good thing there's a dungeon protection mechanism. Otherwise, this sincere teammate killer. I felt a pang of fear. At that moment, the entire dungeon shattered like a broken mirror. Countless dark spatial rifts appeared. Damn! Spatial rifts. The slime forest is collapsing. What kind of crappy dungeon is this? One 9th tier spell blew up this shoddy construction. I had just finished cursing. Countless spatial rifts collided together. The sky was torn apart. The ground collapsed. The dungeon exploded. Everyone transformed into white light and teleported away. Boss Wang, everything's taken care of. The reserved spot has been given to Wang Chenghu. On the podium, the principal was chatting with a plump middle-aged man. Thank you for your hard work, principal. Construction on the teaching building will start this afternoon. Boss Wang shook the principal's hand. He discreetly slipped him a bank card. Boss Wang was polite. It's mainly because your son is outstanding. He has become a storm mage. Your son is sure to be the champion of this novice trial. The principal of number 2 middle school accepted the bank card. He began to flatter with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chenghu was thrown out, completely naked. Whose child is this? How old is he, running around naked to fight monsters in the dungeon? This kid isn't out walking birds, is he? The audience erupted in laughter. The sound of cameras clicking was non-stop. Wang Chenghu covered himself with his hands. He felt like he wanted to die. He had already reached the core area of the slime forest. Killing the boss was just a matter of time. Who would have thought a level 10 tornado would suddenly whip up in the dungeon? He was the closest and was the first to suffer. Before he could react, he was dead and out of the dungeon. Wang Chenghu was feeling frustrated. He was slapped hard. I told you to go grind. You should go fight in the wild. I never acted like this when I was your age. I've already humiliated you enough. The boss kept slapping him, slapping Wang Chenghu's face. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Wang Chenghu scrambled for explanations, but the boss didn't listen at all. He even drew out a 7-wolves knife from his waist. He lunged at Wang Chenghu, furious. He passed out immediately. Boss Wang, the kid is young and impulsive. It's normal to have needs. Stop hitting him. The principal hurried to intervene. This useless brat. I'll take this troublemaker to the hospital first. I won't be around anymore. Boss Wang angrily put on his belt and quickly left number 2 middle school with Wang Chenghu. Sigh. This is a major blow to our image at number 2 middle school. I'll have to give Boss Wang a good beating later. But for now, I hope this batch of students performs well. So many parents are watching. The principal looked at the dungeon entrance. He prayed in his heart. It seemed his prayer was answered. The entire dungeon entrance quickly turned black. It seems that some kind of terrifying energy is brewing. With a bang, the entire copy exploded with a bang. Lying on the ground, vomiting blood continuously. Wow, what situation? The principal raised his head with difficulty, then saw all the classmates appearing in the square in disheveled clothing. And the copy door has disappeared. Damn it. Where is my copy? That is several tens of millions of artificial copies. Who the hell blew up my copy? The principal rushed to the position of the dungeon entrance like a madman. However, this place is empty. Nothing but students. The principal grabbed a student, heart-wrenchingly asking, what happened in the copy? How come you all are out? Why is the copy gone? The student caught by the principal has dazed eyes, then accidentally vomited all over the principal. The tornado in the principal's copy is not just this student. Almost all the classmates are all supporting the ground with a mouthful of green. The principal almost died from the smell, but through the intermittent answers of the classmates, he finally knows what happened. Then he was even more confused. What a joke! Why is there a tornado in the copy? How did the wind slime evolve to its ultimate form? The principal was completely dumbfounded. How could a perfectly fine copy suddenly be hit by a disaster like tornado? It can't be that someone is so idle as to cast a 9th level spell in the novice dungeon. Wait a minute, could it be that there is a problem with the copy itself? The maintenance fees allocated by the higher-ups in recent years have all gone into the principal's pocket. There is no maintenance at all. Thinking about my own embezzlement over the past few years, the principal's back was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Fuck, it stinks. Classmate, spit that way, there are more people over there. On the other side, Shuchen pinched his nose and quickly left the crowd. Various undigested foods mixed together, and the smell was nothing short of hellish. Shuchen, are you okay? Seeing the sudden situation in the instance, all the teachers gathered around. Lin Wanqing spotted Shuchen at first glance and asked anxiously, Shuchen's heart sank. The instance had exploded, everyone was reporting the dishes, and his clean and neat demeanor was too abnormal. Ugh. 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 I can't throw up. Shuchen retched a few times but couldn't bring anything up. He could only clutch his chest, pretending to be extremely uncomfortable. Teacher, I have internal injuries. Lin Wanqing quickly supported Shuchen and asked, what happened in the instance? And what's that in your hand? Shuchen imitated the other students and explained, Teacher, it got windy in the instance. A level 10 tornado. As for what's in my hand? Shuchen glanced at the black lace bra in his hand and said without blushing or skipping a beat. Teacher, this is a gift I prepared for you. Lin Wanqing looked at the bra in Shuchen's hand, then glanced down at her own size, and said dejectedly, thank you for your kindness, but it's too big for me. Shuchen looked at Lin Wanqing's chest and comforted her, Teacher, don't be sad, small ones are also very cute. Just then, a boy weighing over 200 pounds huffed and puffed his way to Shuchen, pointing at the lace bra in his hand, and said, Classmate, that bra is mine. Thank you for helping me find it. Shuchen looked at the boy's 200-pound frame and the 2 lumps on his chest, the sizes matched. Silently, he handed over the bra. Here, silence speaks louder than words. Silence was the theme of tonight's Cambridge. Turning his head, Shuchen vomited 1,000 miles. No need to pretend anymore. He really had internal injuries. The kind that dealt 10,000 points of critical damage. Although the instance explosion did not cause any casualties, it left the principal of the second high school in a mess. He proposed organizing the students to go to other novice dungeons for leveling. But no one paid him any mind. The parents were even more furious, cursing the principal. What a broken school. The novice trial directly blew up the instance. How? Are you even a principal? The principal of the second high school was left speechless, being scolded like a grandson, watching all the students disperse and go home to take a shower. Chu Chen also blended into the crowd and left the school. He felt no psychological burden about the instant's explosion. The principal of the second high school snatched his guaranteed admission spot, so he blew up the novice instance of the second high school. It was quite fair, right? Walking down the road, Chu Chen began to think about what to do next. Mastering more skills and continuously leveling up to become stronger was his only goal. But just after changing jobs, going for a second job change would be too conspicuous. He decided to wait a while. Although I have a level 9 great spell at my disposal, I can't be careless. High-level job changers are also very formidable. First, I'll sell the equipment and stay at home safely for a while. Having made up his mind, Chu Chen quickly ran towards the trading market. On the way, he took out the only skill book that had dropped in the instance. There was only one skill book among thousands of spoils. No wonder skill books are so expensive. They are indeed hard to come by. Conceal Breath, Level 1, Applicable Profession, Assassin Effect. Conceals breath, hides information panel, making it impossible for enemies to probe your information. A very ordinary concealment skill. A simple evaluation would be useless. Any higher level probing skill could easily see through a level 1 concealment. However, Chu Chen had a system and could completely enhance Conceal Breath into a higher level concealment skill. Without hesitation, he crushed the skill book. System, enhance Conceal Breath for me. Consuming 10 skill points, starting enhancement of level 1 Conceal Breath. Triggered 10,000 times critical hit, level 1 Conceal Breath has been enhanced to level 9. Starlight Canopy. What? Another 10,000 times critical hit? Chu Chen was stunned, his face filled with disbelief as he examined his new skill. Starlight Canopy, 9th rank passive, draws power from the stars, weaves a chaotic light curtain, concealing true information. Damn! Another 9th rank spell. What are the chances of triggering a 10,000 times critical hit twice? Asking online, urgent. Could it be that I am the child of destiny? Chu Chen was overjoyed. The 9th rank spell he obtained this time was a passive skill that could obscure his information panel. This way, he felt much safer while moving around outside, no longer worrying about high-level job changers discovering that he possessed a 9th rank spell. A hidden 9th rank skill ordinary people should not be able to see through it, right? By the way, system, if I enhance the 9th rank spell, it becomes a 10th rank forbidden spell, right? How many skill points are needed to enhance it to a 10th rank forbidden spell? Ding, enhancing a 9th rank skill to a 10th rank forbidden spell requires 5 million skill points. Hiss. 5 million, that's a lot. Chu Chen gasped, shocked by this astonishing number. But then he thought, with 86,000 a day, 5 million is just a matter of 2 months. Getting a forbidden spell in 2 months, what's the difference from getting it for free? Humming a little tune, Chu Chen soon arrived at the trading market in Dongxing City. This was a market the size of a square, bustling with people coming and going. Surrounding the square were many shops buying and selling equipment, skill books, and items. Chu Chen had a lot of equipment, but it was hard to explain where it came from. For safety's sake, he decided to sell it at some small shops, even if it meant lowering the price a bit. After browsing, Chu Chen walked into an inconspicuous shop by the roadside. The shop sign had only 4 words, equipment purchase. A hastily made sign. It was clear at a glance that this was not a proper shop. But that was exactly what Chu Chen wanted. He strode in, his gaze landing on the owner, and his eyes widened in surprise. The owner was actually a voluptuous young woman. An improper shop. With an improper shopkeeper? Oh no, it seems I might become improper too. The shopkeeper looked to be about 25, with fair skin and fiery red lips. She wore a low-cut white t-shirt, lazily leaning back in her chair, exuding a seductive aura. That t-shirt was not just any ordinary white, but a dazzling milky white. Although it was only one color, the waves of its fabric gave a visual sense of depth and fluctuation, creating a strong visual impact. Chu Chen, still young, had never seen such a generous white t-shirt. F grade. A true F grade warrior. His gaze was momentarily captivated. The psychological trauma caused by the bra man seemed to be slowly healed in this pure white. Hey, handsome, do you like it? The shopkeeper's sultry voice came through. It's nice, so white. Oh no, I mean, sister, bye, I'm here to sell equipment. Chu Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, his cheek slightly flushed as he averted his gaze. How did you know? My name is Bai Jia? The shopkeeper smiled charmingly. At a glance, it was clear that Chu Chen was the kind of fledgling just out of school. He blushed easily. And was quite cute. I could tell, my eyes are like a ruler. Chu Chen joked, unaware that the shopkeeper's name was indeed Bai Jia, just a lucky guess. Sister. Bai, do you accept low-level equipment here? Sure, but the price is very low, show me your equipment. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Bai Jia immediately lost interest. Another newbie who had just changed jobs and came to sell a few pieces of equipment. If it weren't for the fact that it was bad for business to turn away customers, she wouldn't bother with such trivial transactions. Here? Should we change places? I have quite a lot of equipment. Chu Chen glanced at the cramped shop, feeling that it might not even fit 1,000 pieces of equipment. Heh, quite the boast. Just go ahead and pull it out, no matter how much you have, I can definitely handle it. Bai Jia scoffed. A newbie who just changed jobs, how much equipment could he possibly have? Still worried that the shop wouldn't be able to hold everything, she couldn't help but laugh. Alright. Seeing Bai Jia so determined, Chu Chen didn't insist any longer and began to pull out equipment from his backpack space. In this world, everyone had their own backpack space equivalent to carrying a storage ring, which was very convenient. Clatter. A large amount of beginner equipment was pulled out by Chu Chen, piling up like a mountain. In no time, the entire shop was filled. Bai Jia's expression changed from casual to astonished, and finally, her mouth dropped open in shock. My god. That's way too much, there must be over 1,000 pieces. With so much beginner equipment. This guy couldn't have cleared a beginner dungeon, could he? Bai Jia initially thought Chu Chen was just a casual player, but she never expected him to be a wholesaler. Seeing Chu Chen continuously pulling out equipment, Bai Jia quickly stood up and stopped him, saying, That's enough. Handsome, don't pull out anymore. There's no more space. I've almost taken everything out. There are about 1,000 pieces of black iron equipment and around 100 pieces of bronze equipment. Bai Jia, you give me a price. Seeing Bai Jia stop him, Chu Chen paused his actions. Handsome, our little shop has high operating costs. It's not easy to sell so much equipment at once. How about 70,000? Bai Jia said, her eyes sparkling, pretending to look aggrieved as she quoted a very low price. Alright, 70,000 it is. Chu Chen knew this price was below market value, but his goal was just to sell quickly, so a lower price didn't matter. If he ran out of money, he could just clear another dungeon. Really agreed? Not even haggling? He really is a rookie. During the job change season, I could easily make double if I resell it. Ha ha. Bai Jia was overjoyed. She had already thought about how to negotiate, but she didn't expect Chu Chen to be such a naive kid. Enchanted by her beauty, he even forgot to haggle. This deal was going to be a huge profit. Handsome, you're really straightforward. I really like your personality. I'll put the equipment away and then settle the bill with you. Bai Jia complimented Chu Chen and stood up to put all the beginner equipment into her backpack space. Meanwhile, her gaze quietly observed Chu Chen as she secretly activated her detection skill. Chu Chen's big spending made Bai Jia very curious about him. To get so much equipment, this kid is definitely not simple. Little brother, let sister see what secrets you're hiding. The detection skill activated. The expected attribute panel did not appear. Bai Jia only saw a galaxy filled with stars. The starry river was dazzling, shimmering with light. At a glance, she felt as if she were a speck in the universe, incredibly small. Ha! Concealment skill? Even my third-tier detection skill can't break through. This kid really is something. Looks like he's from a wealthy family. But, sister's methods are not just these. A hint of pink light gradually rippled in Bai Jia's beautiful eyes, as she planned to use a stronger detection skill. Just then, a star in the galaxy flickered slightly and quickly flew towards her. Puff! Before Bai Jia could react to what happened, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and stumbled back, collapsing onto the chair, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Big sister. Auntie. What are you doing? It's just 70,000, we wouldn't scam you, would we? Chu Chen was startled. Bai Jia had just put the equipment into her backpack and immediately spat blood and fell to the ground. Wasn't this pure extortion? He regretted coming to such an untrustworthy shop. This was definitely a black shop. Chu Chen was panicking, but he didn't know Bai Jia was even more panicked. Ugh. My chest hurts so much, I just almost died? I just used the detection skill to take a look at this kid, and I almost got backfired to death? Damn. The detection skill can actually backfire. I've never heard of that in my life. What the hell? Who is this kid, or rather, this big shot? Bai Jia was drenched in cold sweat, trembling all over at just a glance, and I was severely injured, almost losing my life. If Chu Chen had just extended a finger, wouldn't I have been scared to death? I thought Chu Chen was just a little sheep, but it turns out I was the fish on the chopping board. Oh my. Why does such a big shot have to disguise himself as a high school student to sell equipment? Although I don't Understand, for the sake of my life, I must cooperate with the big shot and serve him well. Bajie forced a smile. Handsome, don't be scared, I'm not trying to extort you. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen relaxed a little, looking at Bajie with a strange expression. Really not trying to extort me? Then why did you suddenly spit blood? You scared me. How could I suddenly spit blood? Don't you know? Bajie felt a tightness in her chest, almost spitting blood again. Don't be angry, the big shot is just a bit mischievous. But how do you expect me to answer why I suddenly spat blood? Bajie's mind raced and suddenly she blurted out, I got my period. A row of question marks appeared above Chu Chen's head. Isn't your period supposed to be blood flowing from below? What? Are you spraying from above? Although Chu Chen didn't understand a woman's heart, he had some knowledge of women's bodies. Bajie's answer conflicted with his understanding. Sometimes, the above and below are the same. Bajie racked her brain, trying to concoct an explanation to cooperate with the big shot's performance. Chu Chen was greatly shocked. Although he was confused, he felt there was some truth to it. Then drink more hot water and also settle the bill for me. Okay, handsome, I'll drink it later. I drink 3 pots of 105-degree hot water every day. This is the money for the equipment, please take it. Bajie nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling she had finally escaped a calamity. She quickly pulled out 150,000 cash from her backpack space and respectfully handed it to Chu Chen. Ha? Didn't you say it was 70,000? Why is it 150,000 now? Chu Chen counted the cash and found it was a full 80,000 more. Handsome, I forgot. Just now, it's the job transfer season and equipment prices have skyrocketed. 70,000 is too low, 150,000 is the right price. Bajie put on a smiling face and explained repeatedly. Are you kidding? The mysterious big shot in front of me could injure me with just a glance. Even if I had the courage of a bear and the guts of a leopard, I wouldn't dare to squeeze a dime from the big shot. Sister Bai, you're quite nice. Chu Chen smiled apologetically, feeling guilty. Just now, he actually thought this was a black shop. How could a beautiful and charming shop owner run a black shop? 1,000 pieces of beginner equipment directly for 150,000, that's even higher than the market price. Indeed, the broader the woman's heart, the kinder she is. Is this the big shot praising me? Oh my. The big shot praised me, I'm so happy. I will serve the big shot even more actively. Bajie was overjoyed. The big shot didn't hold her earlier offense against her. And she was grateful. She never expected the big shot would even praise her. This was simply a blessing she earned from her past life. The equipment was sold. And the price was quite good. Chu Chen was in a great mood. Just as he was about to leave the shop, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Sister Bai, do we have any skill books here? Chu Chen possessed a 9th tier spell, but one was passive and the other was a large area skill. He felt he needed to master a few more skills to deal with different situations. Since Bajie was also in the business, he casually asked. Originally, Bajie only did acquisitions. But since the big shot asked, she had to do her best to satisfy him. Handsome, these are all the skill books I have here, see if there's anything you like? Bajie took out all the skill books from her backpack space and laid them out on the counter, more than a dozen in total. There really are? Great, let me take a look. Chu Chen eagerly scanned through these skill books. However, all these skill books were second tier, which he couldn't master at all. Is there anything else? Chu Chen withdrew his gaze, asking with some disappointment. Bajie saw the disappointment in Chu Chen's eyes, and her heart sank, as if she had fallen into an abyss. The big shot is disappointed in me. He won't erase me, will he? Woo-woo, I don't want to die yet. It seems I can only bring that out. Bajie steeled her heart, reached into her chest and pulled out a treasured skill book. Handsome, it's not that I'm hiding things, it's just that this skill book isn't suitable for boys, so I didn't take it out before. Wow. Everyone else has tricks up their sleeves, but I didn't expect Bajie to have tricks in her chest. With great capacity comes great potential, indeed. Chu Chen took the skill book, which still carried a hint of warmth. 3rd tier skill, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Chu Chen just glanced at it and handed it back to Bajie, disappointment resurfacing in his eyes. He couldn't even learn a 2nd tier skill, let alone a 3rd tier one. Really, there's nothing else? Bajie bit her red lips, nearly crying. She was just an ordinary shop owner running a regular black market, how could she possibly have a skill book that a big shot would want? Handsome, there's nothing left, really nothing. If you don't believe me, look. Bajie pulled the collar of her white t-shirt outward, unreservedly showing it to Chu Chen. Chu Chen's eyes widened, his blood surged, and he suddenly found it hard to contain his nosebleed. Wow. So big. So deep. So white. F. Okay, that's enough, I can't take it anymore. Chu Chen covered his nose and forcibly averted his gaze. If he didn't look away, he was worried he might bleed to death. Is there another skill book over there? Chu Chen pointed to the chair, and Bai Jie turned to see a skill book she used to sit on. Handsome, this skill book is too trashy, you definitely won't want it. Bai Jie handed the skill book to Chu Chen. As soon as Chu Chen looked at it, his eyes lit up. First tier, applicable profession, warrior effect, use a weapon to slash forward, causing a small amount of damage. Haha. Great. Finally found a suitable skill. I'll take this one. How much? Chu Chen asked, in a good mood. Bai Jie was dumbfounded. He didn't want a third tier skill, nor a second tier skill, but instead chose the most trashy first tier skill? Is this the mindset of a big shot? Truly unfathomable. No need for money, handsome, you can just take it. Asking a big shot for money is like seeking death, right? Even if it were the third tier Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, if the big shot wanted it, Bai Jie would respectfully offer it. Hey, it can't be like this, you guys have costs in your business too. Here, this is 20,000, that should be enough. Right? Chu Chen dropped 20,000 and waved goodbye to Bai Jie as he left the shop. Watching Chu Chen's retreating figure, Bai Jie let out a long sigh of relief and slumped into the chair. Spending those few minutes with a big shot was even more exhausting than fighting monsters in a dungeon for a day. Putting the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra back into her chest, Bai Jie suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is for enhancing the chest, while slash is for enhancing the butt. The big shot didn't want the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but instead took the slash. Could it be that the big shot is interested in butts? Thinking of this, Bai Jie's face instantly turned crimson. The big shot is so handsome and strong, it seems, it wouldn't be impossible. Chu Chen, of course, had no idea about Bai Jie's wild thoughts. Although the transaction process was somewhat ambiguous, Chu Chen really just wanted to sell his beginner equipment and buy a first-tier skill book. After shopping for enough food and some gamer drinks, Chu Chen returned to his rented room. Lying on the sofa, Chu Chen took out the slash skill book and crushed it to use. The skill book transformed into specks of light and entered Chu Chen's body, adding the slash skill to his attribute. Panel. System, enhance the slash skill for me. Chu Chen communicated with the system in his mind. Consuming 10 skill points, starting to enhance first tier slash. Trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit, the first tier cleave has been enhanced. To the 9th tier, Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade. Wait. Another 10,000-fold critical hit? Chu Chen was dumbfounded, keenly sensing something was off. Even if he had the best luck, hitting 3 10,000-fold critical hits in a row was too exaggerated. System, something's not right. Very not right. You can't possibly have no other options besides the 10,000-fold critical hit, right? Ding, this system is the world-destroying ultimate skill system, and only a 9th tier great spell can barely be called a world-destroying ultimate skill, so the first enhancement of a first-tier skill will definitely crit to a 9th tier great spell. Subsequent enhancements will return to normal, please do not dream of 10,000-fold critical hits every time. Goodness. There really is something fishy. Hearing the system's explanation, Chu Chen finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't his incredible luck, the system's starting line was already at the 9th tier. A 9th tier great spell could barely be called a world-destroying ultimate skill, which was an absurd claim. But for Chu Chen, this was a tremendous boon. With 10 skill points, he could reliably crit a 9th tier great spell. If he could manage dozens of 9th tier great spells, could he also have a shot at the 9 transformation great master? As he thought about it, Chu Chen couldn't help but shiver. Stop. Just after changing jobs, I'm already thinking about passionately exchanging blows. With the 9 transformation great master, what's the difference from courting death? With the system in hand, I need to develop steadily, stay grounded, and not be reckless. After a serious reflection, Chu Chen turned his attention to the newly acquired skill. Dragon Extreme Heavenly Blade, 9th tier, release a dragon-shaped blade light, where the blade light points. Nothing can escape its cut. Wow. Dragon-shaped blade light, that's a bit domineering. It seems this skill isn't a large area. AoE like Storm's Fury, but rather a concentrated burst skill. However, its power is definitely at the world-destroying level. Another 9th tier great spell, this world is really fun. Chu Chen contentedly closed the panel and took out his otaku drink, gulping down a couple of swigs. First, set a small goal, stay at home for a week. Thus, Chu Chen began his comfortable and leisurely home life. However, he ultimately failed to achieve his small goal. On the 6th day, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Who is it? Chu Chen wondered, getting up from bed, his hair a mess as he walked to the door. Chu Chen, it's me, Lin Wanqing. I've come to see you. Ever since Chu Chen's guaranteed admission spot was taken away, Lin Wanqing had been filled with guilt. She felt she hadn't protected Chu Chen well. For the past few days, she had been inquiring about Chu Chen's news through other classmates. The result was that they hadn't seen Chu Chen for days. This news made her even more worried. Could it be that Chu Chen hadn't leveled up at all in these days? Ultimately, she decided to come to Chu Chen's house in person to check on him. Ha! Teacher Lin, what brings you here? Chu Chen opened the door, looking puzzled. Seeing Chu Chen's disheveled appearance, Lin Wanqing's heart ached. Her eyes reddened as she asked, somewhat choked up, Chu Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, how about you, teacher? Chu Chen replied with a strange expression. Why did Lin Wanqing look like she was about to cry? Did she break up with her boyfriend? Was she here to vent to her male student? And, wasn't this plot a bit too explosive? No. You're not okay. If you were really fine, you wouldn't look so dejected. If you were really fine, you wouldn't have not gone to the dungeon to level up for 6 days. Don't hide it anymore, I already know. Lin Wanqing grabbed Chu Chen's hand, shouting sadly. Seeing Chu Chen's dejected state, she was certain Chu Chen's strength was just a facade. He didn't want her to worry. This big boy, his heart had actually collapsed. Chu Chen was speechless. In a homebody life, how could one not be dejected? Dejection equals happiness, you know? As for not leveling up, it was just to avoid drawing too much attention. Of course, he couldn't say any of this to Lin Wanqing. Teacher, I actually plan to go to the dungeon to level up tomorrow. Chu Chen scratched his head and explained. Really? That's great. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. She had thought she would need to use her compassion to guide Chu Chen to gradually release his sadness and find his way out of confusion. She didn't expect that he had already managed to pull himself out with his own strength. Since you've already cheered up, why wait? Until tomorrow? Here, this is the ticket for the Goblin Mountain dungeon. It's a weekly dungeon, opened once a week, with more experience. Go find someone to help you level up and catch up. The college entrance examination is approaching. No matter the outcome, you must give it your all and not let yourself regret it. Do you have any money left? If not, I'll transfer some to you. Lin Wanqing stuffed a dungeon ticket into Chu Chen's hand while taking out her phone to prepare to transfer money to him. Chu Chen finally understood. It turned out that Lin Wanqing came to see him out of concern for himself. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a worthless F-grade all-system mage. Caring for him and investing in him brought no returns at all. Yet Lin Wanqing not only cared for him but was also willing to spend money on him. Chu Chen was deeply moved. Teacher, you're right. Tomorrow and tomorrow, there are so many tomorrows, I'll go to the dungeon today. You don't need to give me money, I have money. Chu Chen stopped Lin Wanqing from transferring money to him, smiling as he spoke. Whether he stayed home for 6 days or 7 days didn't matter to him. But since Lin Wanqing was so good to him, he couldn't let her feel sad. He would go complete the second job transfer quest today. After washing up and tidying his appearance, Chu Chen transformed back into a handsome young man. After bidding farewell to Lin Wanqing, he made his way to the job transfer hall. In the job transfer hall, job seekers could accept job transfer quests and upgrade their job levels. Hello, I want to accept a job transfer quest, Chu Chen said to the receptionist at the counter. Accept a job transfer quest? The receptionist, with long black hair and dressed in a white shirt, looked quite dignified. Seeing that Chu Chen wanted to do a second job transfer, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. What a young handsome guy, he must have just transferred jobs. Coming for a second transfer. In less than a week, his leveling speed was impressive. Hello, handsome, I'm Fong Ting, the receptionist of the job transfer hall. The job transfer requires a fee of 5,000, and then I will take you to the job transfer crystal to receive your quest. Chu Chen readily paid the fee. 5,000 was nothing to him now. Fong Ting completed the paperwork and enthusiastically led Chu Chen to the location of the job transfer crystal. Coming for a job transfer so quickly, this handsome guy must either be exceptionally talented or incredibly wealthy. She had to provide excellent service. Handsome, this should be your first time accepting a job transfer quest, right? Let me explain the process of the job transfer quest to you. The job transfer quests are divided into 5 levels: simple, normal, difficult, desperate, and hell. The job transfer crystal will issue different levels of quests based on the strength of the job seeker. Simple level quests are the easiest to complete, usually just collecting some materials. Normal and difficult level quests are significantly harder, generally requiring combat and teamwork to complete. Desperate level quests have exponentially increased difficulty, often requiring a large organization of people and taking months or even years to complete. Of course, the harder the job transfer quest, the more terrifying the attribute boosts you receive upon completion. This was Chu Chen's first time accepting a job transfer quest, so he listened very carefully. Miss, did you forget about the hell level? Fong Ting smiled sweetly. Hee handsome, it's not that I forgot, it's because you can't possibly accept a hell level quest. The difficulty of a desperate level quest is already outrageous, while the difficulty of a hell level quest is several times that, making it nearly impossible. This is not meant for ordinary job changers. Even SSS level job changers can only find a few exceptional individuals who can take on tasks of this level. You should know, no one in Dongxing City has ever taken on a hell level task. Confronting reassured Chu Chun, then curiously asked, handsome, what level is your profession? Me? F level, the worst profession. Chu Chun said candidly. Ah. Then your job change task shouldn't be too difficult, so you can relax. Confronting was a bit surprised, not expecting Chu Chen's profession to be so poor. But the fact that an F-level profession could still advance to the second job change so quickly suggested that the young handsome guy must come from a wealthy family. If the young handsome guy took a liking to her, wouldn't she instantly become a rich lady? The F-level domineering husband can't help but fall in love with me, the receptionist. Confronting flirtatiously batted her eyelashes and secretly unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of her shirt. Handsome, I'm so hot, are you hot? Early in the morning, hot wool? Chu Chen looked at the young lady strangely, his eyes widening. Purple lace? Snow white skin. His sister said purple has a charm, and it was indeed true. I'm not hot, I'm thirsty. The two arrived in front of the job change crystal. Confronting gently instructed, handsome, just place your hand on the job change crystal. Chu Chen nodded and pressed his hand on the job change crystal, beginning to accept the job change task. I wonder what level of task I can take on. With 3 9th tier great spells, I have a feeling things won't be that simple. As if to confirm Chu Chen's thoughts, the next moment, the job change crystal trembled violently, bursting forth with a blood-red light. The entire room was illuminated as if it were hell, a chilling sense of oppression spreading through every breath of air. Confronting was contemplating how to seduce the F-level Chu Chen when she suddenly saw the job change crystal erupt with an anomaly, her legs going weak as she knelt down. This is hell level. Oh my god. I've actually seen a hell level job change task in my lifetime. Woo woo. Handsome, this can't be real. You've already accepted a hell level task, and you say you're F level? Damn. It really is hell level. Chu Chen bitterly retracted his hand. I knew it would be like this. If I don't even qualify for a hell level task, I can't imagine what kind of monsters are capable of taking on hell level tasks. I hope my second job change task isn't too outrageous. Chu Chun anxiously opened the task panel. Second job change task, please kill the Goblin Tyrant in single player mode and obtain the task item Tyrant's Heart. The task was very brief, just 1 sentence. But the content made his scalp tingle. If I remember correctly, the Goblin Tyrant is the final boss of Goblin Mountain. Although this guy is called a tyrant, once it encounters battle, it will only hide among the goblin army, continuously summoning goblins to fight for it. The most terrifying part is that the Goblin Tyrant's summoning skill has no upper limit. If it isn't killed in time, it can create a goblin disaster. Chu Chen's mind raced as he quickly recalled information about the Goblin Tyrant. To take down the Goblin Tyrant, you must form a 100-person team, and this hell task actually wants me to solo it? Damn! Truly worthy of a hell-level task. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going to hell. Chu Chun couldn't help but complain in his heart. If it weren't for his 9th tier great spells, he really wouldn't know how to complete this damn task. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence that Goblin Mountain opens today, and Teacher Lin even gave me a ticket, so I might as well go complete the job change task today. Turning around, Chu Chen saw Confronting slumped on the ground, her eyes filled with shock. Are you okay? I just accepted a job change task, how did I scare you to the ground? Miss, you're not very professional. Chu Chen reached out his hand to Confronting. From a higher vantage point, he could see more clearly. Confronting's throat was dry. Shocked to the point where she couldn't even speak her originally, she regarded Chu Chen as an F-level golden son-in-law, but unexpectedly, he received a hell-level job transfer task. Damn it! This is definitely a seed of a war god. Given time, this person will surely become one of the top figures in Xia country. Such a big shot, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to seduce him. Confronting quickly covered her chest, stood up, and said with great trepidation, I'm sorry, big shot. I lost my composure. Ha? What are you doing? I just accepted a hell-level task, how did I lose the right to appreciate beauty? Chu Chen frowned, feeling a bit displeased. Seeing the displeasure on Chu Chen's face, Confronting became even more anxious. Oh no! The big shot is unhappy. Will I lose my job? Can I still survive in Dongxing City? Can I still make it in Xia country? Woo woo! Big shot, I was wrong. I can help you contact the major guilds in Dongxing City to help you complete the hell level task as soon as possible. Please don't be angry with me. Confronting was almost in tears, trying every way to make amends. I don't need anyone's help, but there's one thing I need to clarify. The fact that I received a hell-level task won't be known to everyone the next day, right? Chu Chen waved his hand, decisively rejecting Fong Ting's goodwill. His job transfer task needed to be completed solo. No one else, no matter how strong, could help him. No. Absolutely not. Rest assured, big shot. We all signed the demon oath when we joined. If we leak a customer's secret, we will explode and die. Fong Ting shook her little head like a rattledrum, repeatedly explaining. Hearing this, Chu Chen finally felt relieved. Just knowing that he received a hell-level task had scared Fong Ting half to death. If this got out, it would probably shock the entire Xia country. Chu Chen held a big secret. He didn't want to be targeted by various big shots. Then it's fine, I'm leaving. After dropping this line, Chu Chen left the job transfer hall without hesitation and rushed towards the Goblin Mountain dungeon. The Goblin Mountain only had one goblin tyrant. He had to get there quickly and not let others steal the boss. I survived. Watching Chu Chen leave with such ease, Fong Ting let out a long sigh of relief. But her little heart couldn't stop racing. A hell-level task. Our Dongxing city has produced a true dragon. But I clearly remember that the highest-level job transferer in Dongxing City this year was only S-level? Could this be a hidden big shot? At the Goblin Mountain Dungeon Square. At this moment, the square was crowded with countless job transferers coming to challenge. Although this was just a level 40 dungeon, the weekly experience was greater, and the loot was more abundant. Especially since the Goblin Tyrant had a certain probability of dropping its incredible summoning skill. So every time the weekly dungeon opened, it attracted countless job transferers flocking to it. Not to mention first and second job transferers, even several third job transferers were present. They led groups of over 100, with only one goal, to kill the Goblin Tyrant and obtain its summoning skill. Today, we really benefited from young Master Wang, otherwise, we wouldn't dare to come to such a high-level dungeon. No kidding. The small monsters in Goblin Mountain have the strength of elite monsters outside. If it weren't for young Master Wang, wouldn't we be looking for death? Ha ha. Who told our young Master Wang to be so strong? A level Thunder Mage, in just 6 days, he has already reached level 20. As expected of young Master Wang. If he practices for a day at the weekly dungeon's outskirts, he might even reach level 25. Unbelievable. Ha ha. Following young Master Wang, I might also have a chance to reach level 20 today. Thank you, young Master Wang. That's right. Young Master Wang's great kindness, we will always be young Master Wang's lackeys. On the outskirts of the square, several young men surrounded Wang Qinghu, showering him with sweet words and flattery. Wang Qinghu was flattered, feeling on top of the world, his mouth unable to suppress a proud smile. Don't worry, with my thunder strike, even the small monsters in the weekly dungeon will be blown to bits. With me having a bite to eat, I guarantee you all will have soup to drink, haha. Although he was thoroughly embarrassed during the novice trial, the wealthy never lack 4 lackeys. The younger brothers flattered him in various ways, and Wang Qinghu had completely forgotten the embarrassing incident from 6 days ago. Running around naked? Not a chance. He is the noble Thunder Mage. Ha! Is that Chu Chen? Suddenly, Wang Qinghu spotted a familiar figure. He couldn't help but think of how he had easily snatched away the guaranteed admission spot that Chu Chen had worked hard for over 3 years, with just 1 million. What nonsense about being the top of the second high school. In the face of wealth, it crumbles. This is the privilege of the rich, haha. Thinking of this, Wang Qinghu felt immensely pleased. Brothers, isn't that our second high school's top student, Chu Chen? It's rare to see him in such a high-level dungeon. Let's go say hello. The lackeys followed Wang Qinghu's pointing finger and indeed saw the familiar figure, unable to suppress their laughter. What second high school top student? Our Wang Xiao is the true top student. That's right, an F-grade all-system mage dares to come to Goblin Mountain? He won't even know how he died. Ha ha. Chu Chen must be looking for someone to help him level up, unlike our Wang Xiao, who can take on goblin monsters with his own strength. The dungeon hasn't opened yet. This is great. Chu Chen ran breathlessly to the dungeon square, seeing everyone standing at the entrance waiting, and he let out a long sigh of relief. But there are too many people, right? There must be several thousand. To enter the dungeon, you must find the boss immediately. If the boss gets snatched, I'll have to wait another week. Chu Chen silently made up his mind. Just then, a piercing voice suddenly rang out from behind. Oh, isn't this our second high school's top student, Chu Chen? An F-grade all-system mage dares to come to Goblin Mountain? Are you looking for death? Ha ha. Chu Chen turned around and saw the extremely familiar face of Wang Qinghu. He couldn't control himself. Damn. Bird walking. Big shot. Ugh. Chu Chen didn't perform or exaggerate, he genuinely felt nauseous just seeing Wang Qinghu's face. No other reason, but these past few days, Chu Chen had been at home scrolling through his phone, often coming across Wang Qinghu's photos. From 6 days ago. Of course, the naked body couldn't pass the review. So, the powerful internet users turned his naked body into various meme images, going viral online. As a result, Wang Qinghu gained quite a few nicknames such as Birdwalking Big Shot, Eye Burning Boy, Light Dinging Youth. So that now when Chu Chen saw Wang Qinghu, he felt physically and psychologically sick. Shut up. Who allowed you to call me that? You lost your guaranteed admission qualification to me, how dare you say that? Wang Qinghu's proud face instantly darkened, and he shouted through gritted teeth. That dark history he had merely chosen to forget selectively, but it wasn't really erased. Hearing Chu Chen call him by his nickname made him furious. Chu Chen, you dare. That day was just an accident. Wang Xiao was also a victim. That's right. Even if Wang Xiao was birdwalking, he was walking a thunderbird. The kind that lights up when electrified. A piece of trash at F grade dares to speak ill of our Wang Xiao? Big guts. Do you know? Our Wang Xiao is already a level 20 thunder mage. Chu Chen, you can't even compare to a hair on Wang Xiao's body. The lackeys also crazily cheered for Wang Qinghu, bombarding Chu Chen with ridicule. What? I completely looked down on that guaranteed admission spot. Why do you still treat it as a treasure? Chu Chen looked utterly speechless. Old Wang, you've misunderstood. I was just reminding you to pay attention to the male job changers around you after entering the dungeon. A sly glint suddenly flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he spoke earnestly. Ha? Chu Chen, what do you mean? Wang Qinghu looked puzzled. Chu Chen wasn't letting him pay attention to the goblin monsters but instead to the job changers, especially the male ones. The more he listened, the more it felt off. Old Wang, you're a rich man. You have no idea how oppressive it is for the low-level job changers to kill monsters every day. You don't know what their hearts have twisted into. Most importantly, have you forgotten that you have a nickname called Chrysanthemum Immortal? Look at the way the people around you are looking at you. Savor it, really savor it. Chu Chen explained with a serious expression. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Wang Qinghu was suddenly startled. He instinctively looked around. Just as Chu Chen said, the way people looked at him was completely different from how they looked at others. Moreover, the more he looked, the more he felt they had ill intentions, the more he felt they had ulterior motives towards him. Wang Qinghu felt a chill down his back, his chrysanthemum tightened, and he stammered, What should I do? Boys, help me. The lackeys quickly surrounded Wang Qinghu firmly, saying, Young Master Wang, don't worry. We will protect your chrysanthemum. Seeing Wang Qinghu's pale face from fear, Chu Chen secretly laughed. Idiot, your meme is all over the place, of course, everyone looks at you differently. Just then, the tightly closed dungeon door suddenly opened. The door is open. Brothers, charge! Someone shouted, and the crowd in the square rushed towards the dungeon door like madmen. However, the first to rush into the dungeon was a striking figure in white. Ha! That figure looks a bit familiar? A thought flashed through Chu Chen's mind. Without time to think, he gritted his teeth and shouted, desperately squeezing towards the dungeon door. Brothers in front, squeeze a bit. Brothers in the back, what are you squeezing for? The terrain of the Goblin Mountain dungeon was a forest surrounding a high mountain. Numerous goblin camps were built in the forest, while a goblin palace was constructed on the mountain. The goblin tyrant resided in the palace. Swish! A white figure entered the dungeon and quickly flew towards the mountain. This person was none other than the boss lady, Bai Jie. After 6 days of hard work, Bai Jie finally sold over 1,000 pieces of novice equipment. After checking the accounts, good heavens! She didn't earn a dime, 6 days of hard work for nothing. If medical expenses were included, she was even worse off than losing her underwear. Every time she thought of this, she felt so depressed she wanted to spit blood. How did she end up encountering such a big shot wandering the world? Just today, the Goblin Mountain dungeon opened, and Bai Ji organized a 100-person team in the guild, planning to snatch the Goblin Tyrant's skill book. Although she was the first to rush into the dungeon, it didn't guarantee she would get it. After all, she wasn't the only third-tier job changer coming to snatch the boss. While she was pondering, several third-tier experts appeared behind Bai Jia, their auras completely formidable. Damn. I finally got in. I almost got squeezed into a QR code. 5 minutes later, after countless difficulties, Chu Chen finally entered the Goblin Mountain dungeon. Before he could catch his breath, the scene in the distance made him scream. What the hell? I just stood at the starting line, and you guys have run 2 miles already? This is insane. It's like a herd of cattle. I have to catch up quickly. Goblin Tyrant, hold on, don't die. Wait for me to kill you. Without saying another word, Chu Chen ran wildly towards the mountain. However, the more he ran, the more desperate he became. The speed of third-tier players was something a first-tier could never catch up to. At first, he could still see a shadow, but after a few minutes, he couldn't even see the shadow anymore. Some second-tier guys also chased up from behind, quickly surpassing Chu Chen. Little guy, your speed isn't good, you need to practice. What are you running into the dungeon for, kid? Just kill some small monsters on the outskirts. Don't run in there. If you die, no one will collect your body. As these people surpassed Chu Chen, they didn't forget to mock him, making him even more anxious. Oh whoa! Even the surrounding goblins gathered around. Blocking Chu Chen's path and hindering his progress, Goblin Henchman, Minor Monster, Level, LV 30 Constitution, 111 Spirit, 99 Strength, 130 Speed, 128 Damn it. I just want to go up the mountain and kill that Goblin Tyrant? I have such a small wish. Why do you all have to stop me? Damn! I can't take it anymore. You're all going to die for affecting my second job quest. Looking at the dense crowd of goblins surrounding him, Chu Chen was completely enraged. He pulled out a novice long sword from his backpack and slashed at the goblins. 9th tier secret technique, Dragon Extreme Heaven Blade. With a single strike, the rolling blade energy transformed into a massive golden dragon, carrying terrifying destructive power, charging towards the high mountain. The earth cracked, the forest toppled, and a bottomless abyss was plowed into the ground. The towering Goblin Mountain was easily shattered by the golden dragon, as if it had never existed, and countless goblins exploded and died under the roar of the dragon. Ha! What's behind me? What the hell? Damn it! Whose dragon is running out? Bai Jia and the other third job experts chased after the Goblin Mountain. Whoever attracted the Goblin Tyrant's hatred first would gain the advantage. Suddenly, a shocking dragon roar echoed throughout the dungeon, overwhelming the surroundings with pressure. Because they were closest, all the third job experts spat blood and fell to the ground. Then they saw a colossal golden dragon flash before their eyes. With a sharp golden claw, the Goblin Mountain crumbled like a small mound of dirt, instantly collapsing. Woo woo! Another big shot, another golden dragon, what kind of sin have I committed? Bai Jia lay on the ground, looking at the empty Goblin Mountain, her eyes filled with despair. After living for over 20 years, it was the first time she felt how dangerous this world was. What the hell? Dragon, 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 dragon. Wang Chenghu was so scared he stuttered, covering his butt and running madly towards the dungeon exit. He just came to level up. How did he end up encountering a golden dragon battling goblins? This apocalyptic scene was too brutal. Run! Run faster! If I slow down, I won't just lose my flower, my life will be at stake. Not only Bai Jia and Wang Chenghu, but the job changers who were fiercely battling the goblins suddenly saw the golden dragon appear and were all dumbfounded. What the hell? What did I just see? A dragon! A golden dragon has appeared. Damn! It's really a dragon. So cool. So big. My eyes are about to go blind. Oh my god. I've made it. I've actually seen a real dragon. Where did the Goblin Mountain go? How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Is this magic? An earthquake. Run. The goblins are being punished by heaven. The golden dragon is angry. Ah. I don't want to die. Golden dragon, spare me. Dragons and snakes rise, the heavens unleash killing intent. Even from a distance, the job changers could still feel the terrifying power of the golden dragon through the violently trembling earth. Everyone was scared out of their wits, wishing they could kneel and worship. But the instinct to survive drove them madly towards the dungeon exit. To hell with experience. To hell with equipment, to hell with goblins. The true dragon ancestor has appeared, run for your lives. East Rising City Lord's Mansion. Lord Wan Changtian sat in his office, feeling uneasy. Is my left eye twitching for fortune or disaster? Today? His left eyelid had been twitching all day, and he felt something big was about to happen. Lord, it's bad. There's a violent energy fluctuation coming from the Goblin Mountain dungeon, suspected to be a major event. The report from his subordinate made Wan Changtian's mouth twitch violently. No need to guess now. Damn it, both of his eyes are twitching. The next moment, he flew into the air, rushing towards the Goblin Mountain dungeon. What the hell? That slash was so damn cool. Did I just cut out a void blade narrow space? Dragon Extreme Heaven Blade, stop pretending, don't you have another name called Void One Blade? Chu Chen swallowed hard. A bottomless chasm extended infinitely from beneath his feet, almost penetrating the entire dungeon. From a distance, the entire instance seemed to be split in half, an astonishing sight. The information panel was frantically refreshing at that moment. Kill the Goblin Tyrant, obtain the Tyrant's Heart. Quest, kill the Goblin Tyrant, obtain Goblin Summoning. Second stage, kill the Goblin Tyrant, obtain the Tyrant's Staff. Bronze, kill the Goblin Shaman, obtain the Shaman Mask. Black Iron, kill the Goblin Thug, obtain Wooden Leggings. Black Iron, kill. Countless reward notifications. Dazzled Chu Chen and his empty backpack space was instantly filled to the brim again. At this moment, Chu Chen had no time to check his equipment. After confirming he had obtained the quest item, he hurriedly left the scene. The entire Great Rift began beneath his feet, and staying here was too suspicious. The novice long sword in his hand, which had already shattered into a hilt, was casually discarded. This commotion is a bit too loud. I need to leave the instance quickly and turn in my job. Change quest. Then I'll go home and lay low for a week, waiting for the storm to pass before coming out. After running for a short while, Shuchen suddenly spotted a familiar figure, stumbling forward while covering his backside. Wang Chenghu? Shu Chen's face was filled with curiosity. Where were those little brothers who claimed they would follow him forever? Why did they all run away when trouble struck? As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. Since we've crossed paths, then watch my Foshan shadowless kick. With a wicked smile, Shu Chen delivered a flying kick that knocked Wang Chenghu down. His level was 30, a full 10 levels higher than Wang Chenghu, so taking him down was a piece of cake. Trying to steal my guaranteed admission spot? Acting tough in front of me? Then I'll dance on you. Stamp! 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 Shu Chen began to dance the ghost step on Wang Chenghu's back. Ah! Big brother! Let's talk it out, don't poke my backside. Wang Chenghu lay on the ground, howling, completely unaware of what was happening to his back. He could only feel 2 feet stomping on him wildly, causing him to scream in pain. Shu Chen said nothing and kept jumping. As the saying goes, do good deeds without leaving a name, and doing bad deeds should leave even less of a name. After finishing a set of ghost steps, Shu Chen didn't even look at what state Wang Chenghu was in and took off running. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. This is the outcome of acting tough in front of me. In the Goblin Mountain instance square, a middle-aged man with a square face and battle armor landed heavily. What happened? 1. Chang Tian looked at the panicked crowd in the square and asked in a deep voice. Lord City Master, it's the City Master. Great. The City Master has arrived. We're saved. City Master, there's a dragon in the instance. A huge one, you can't see its end, it's a golden dragon. It must be that the goblins disturbed the golden dragon's slumber, and it wiped out all the goblins in one go. The job changers reported in a flurry, leaving Wan Changtian completely bewildered. What is going on? A level 40 instance has a golden dragon? It beat up the goblins badly? The entire instance almost exploded? What nonsense are they talking about? Each one of them seemed to be overwhelmed by the frequent rewards, their heads spinning. Wan Changtian didn't believe it at all and strode into the instance entrance, planning to check it out himself. Ha! What's going on here? I entered the Goblin Mountain instance. Right? Where's the mountain? As soon as he entered the instance, Wan Changtian was completely confused. The towering Goblin Mountain he remembered was gone? What the hell? Could it be that what those people said was true? Wan Changtian soared into the air, quickly flying towards the Goblin Mountain. However, he hadn't flown far when he froze in place, petrified. A vast, infinitely extending chasm appeared before Wan Changtian's eyes. The chasm was over 10 miles wide, cutting through the entire instance, far more shocking than the previous Goblin Mountain. Holy crap! What a deep canyon! Could it be that there's really a golden dragon sleeping underground? But why didn't it come out earlier or later, but right now? Wan Changtian's heart was racing uncontrollably, but he soon noticed something unusual. Not good. This terrifying magical fluctuation. It's not a divine beast appearing, someone has unleashed a high-level spell in the instance. Wan Changtian quickly descended to the ground, starting to search for traces. Before long, he found a hilt. Feeling the astonishing magical power emanating from the hilt, Wan Changtian's heart raced even more violently. I wasn't wrong. It really is a high-level spell. And it's using the most ordinary beginner's long sword. A beginner's long sword can create such a terrifying chasm? Is this something a person can do? Damn! It must at least be an 8th tier spell. My goodness! When did such a top-tier big shot arrive in Dongxing City? How come I didn't know at all? Wan Changtian felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in sweat, and mustered his courage to shout, I am Wan Changtian, the city lord of Dongxing City. I did not know of your esteemed presence. Please forgive me. I dare to ask, please reveal yourself for a discussion. As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell silent, with no response, a terrifying stillness. As expected, how could such a top-tier big shot pay attention to a small city lord like me? Perhaps the big shot was just passing by. Anyway, the instance will return to normal after it closes. I should check the casualties. Wan Changtian let out a bitter laugh and turned to fly towards the instance gate. Just then, a line of information suddenly popped up on the panel, startling him so much that he nearly fell from the sky. Due to the goblin tyrant provoking an unknown terrifying existence, the world ending divine punishment has arrived. The instance has suffered irreversible damage. From now on, the Goblin Mountain instance will be changed to the Goblin Canyon instance. As everyone knows, monsters respawn after death, and instances can be restored after being damaged. But just now, this rule, which was as true as a law, actually failed. One strike changed the name of the instance. Damn! It seems I underestimated that big shot. Wan Changtian hovered in the air, staring at the information in shock, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Not only City Lord Wan Changtian received this information. Anyone who entered the instance today also received this information at the same time. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. Heavens! No wonder it's the true dragon of Huaxia, this power is too great. So awesome. I can brag about this for a lifetime. I was too busy escaping. If I had known, I should have taken a picture with the golden dragon. From now on, goblins can't live on the mountain anymore, they have to live underground. They won't turn into troglodytes, will they? In the instance square, Chu Chen had just come out of the instance and also received this information. What? The Goblin Mountain has turned into the Goblin Canyon? Goodness! I was just about to say this week's instance is indeed sturdier than the artificial ones. But you didn't break, you just got transformed. It doesn't seem to have improved much. Seeing the surrounding job changers passionately discussing this matter, Chu Chen quickly left the instance square and ran towards the job change hall. Job change hall. Since Chu Chen left, Fong Ting had been somewhat distracted. Women are drawn to strength. Chu Chen was not only handsome but also received the legendary hell level task, making it hard for Fong Ting not to think about him. She wondered if he could complete the hell level task. She speculated how long it would take him to finish. Even despair level tasks take months or even years to complete, let alone hell level ones. By the time the big shot completes the hell level task, who knows when that will be, I might not even be working here anymore. Stop thinking about it, just focus on your work. Fong Ting muttered to herself. Just as she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she hurriedly left the counter to greet him. Handsome, how did you come back so quickly? Chu Chen glanced at Fong Ting and said, take me to the job change crystal. Upon hearing this, Fong Ting immediately guessed Chu Chen's purpose. It must be because the hell level task was too difficult, and Chu Chen decided to give up. Handsome, if you really can't complete the job transfer task, it's okay. Everyone has 3 chances to take the job transfer task again. If you take the job transfer task again, the difficulty will automatically decrease by 1 level. If you receive a job transfer task that you can't complete, it's best to give up quickly and choose a lower difficulty job transfer task. That's actually a good choice. There was once a genius who received a despair level task during his second job transfer. He spent a full 10 years to complete it, but by then, his friends had already broken through to the 5th job transfer. It was really not worth it. Fong Ting walked while softly comforting him. Although it was a pity not to complete the hell level task and not receive the highest level of attribute increase, it was quite normal since the difficulty of hell level tasks was as hard as climbing to the sky. Yes, what you said makes sense. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly, thinking that Fong Ting was continuing to educate him about the job transfer tasks. The two arrived in front of the job transfer crystal. Handsome. Go ahead. It's normal for a man to have no experience the first time, it's okay to fail, just try again. Fong Ting patted Chu Chen's shoulder and said, Ha! Miss, you understand so well. Chu Chen looked at Fong Ting with a strange expression and walked straight to the job transfer crystal. He took out the tyrant's heart, which was covered in sticky black blood, from his backpack and placed it in front of the crystal. The job transfer crystal shone brightly, and the tyrant's heart disappeared without a trace. Second job transfer task completed, you can continue to gain experience points. A prompt for task completion appeared. Immediately after, the job transfer crystal suddenly emitted dazzling golden light like divine grace, showering down on Chu Chen. Wrapped in golden light, Chu Chen felt an unprecedented comfort throughout his body. Opening the attribute panel, he saw that his 4-dimensional attributes had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Chu Chen's profession, all-system mage level, LV30, second job transfer. Constitution, 1222 spirit, 1321 strength, 1198 speed, 1247 skills, Storm's Fury, 9th rank, Starry Sky Canopy, 9th rank, Dragon's Extreme Skyblade, 9th rank. Is this my attribute panel? Holy crap! All 4-dimensional attributes have increased tenfold. Is this the reward for a hell level task? It's too generous. Hell level tasks are so fun. Don't stop me, I want to go to hell. Chu Chen was overjoyed. Although he had somewhat expected it, the enormous increase in attributes still shocked him greatly. Chu Chen was shocked, but Fong Ting behind him was even more shocked. Will giving up the task also shine with golden light? No. This is clearly a sign of completing the task. My god. Handsome, he completed the hell level task? Fong Ting's mouth dropped open in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. How long has it been since the handsome guy took the job transfer task? It's not even lunchtime yet, and the job transfer task is completed? Even simple level tasks don't get done this quickly. Big shot. Absolutely a big shot. A monstrous big shot. Fong Ting's heart raced, her pretty face flushed with excitement. She gathered her courage, walked to Chu Chen's side, and said respectfully, "Big shot, please give me a friend slot." Fong Ting now realized. The handsome guy in front of her was far from just a seat of a war god. Completing a hell-level task was even easier than a simple level task. This is definitely the biggest, thickest, and hardest existence even among big shots. This person's future achievements will definitely be more than just a war god of Huaxia. He might create a new history for Huaxia. If she could catch a ride on Chu Chen's coattails, she could absolutely change her ordinary fate. Ha? Friend slot? Miss, are you looking to chat with me? I think it's better to forget it, my life is quite boring, besides playing games. At home, I just blow up dungeons. Chu Chen shrugged, not intending to agree. No good deed goes unpunished, there must be a hidden agenda of Fong Ting, having just completed a hellish task, immediately sent a friend request, looking as if she had ulterior motives. Boss, it seems you don't want to attract attention. So, I want to be your exclusive receptionist. This way, only I will know your secrets, and you can feel more at ease. Of course, I have my own little thoughts, which is to gain a bit of your support through meticulous service. Fong Ting did not give up and candidly expressed her thoughts. After speaking, she lowered her head, closed her eyes tightly, and anxiously awaited Chu Chen's response. She was just a small receptionist, and this was all she could offer the boss. If he still refused, there was nothing she could do. She absolutely dared not cling on. After a brief silence, Chu Chen's voice finally rang in her ears. Be a little flirty. Be a little flirty? How? Fong Ting did not expect the boss's request to be this. However, since the boss appreciated her looks, she had to do her best to satisfy him. It was just a bit embarrassing, they were all adults, what was the big deal? What kind do you like? I'll try my best to be flirty. Do I need to teach you how to be flirty? Let me add you as a friend, you can't expect me to add you first. Right? Chu Chen held up the QR code, looking somewhat speechless at Fong Ting. What she said was indeed somewhat useful to him, and since the girl was relatively honest, Chu Chen changed his mind. But, why did he feel that this girl was a bit dim-witted now? Scan the QR code. I thought. Please wait, I'll add you as a friend right away. Fong Ting hurriedly took out her phone and flusteredly added Chu Chen's contact information. Her pretty face had unknowingly turned so red it seemed like it could drip water. After finally completing it, she repeatedly bowed to Chu Chen in thanks, overjoyed. Thank you, boss. From now on, I will put all my effort into serving you. Just one call from you, even if I'm sleeping, even if I'm showering, even if I'm on the toilet, I will come to you immediately to serve you. Chu Chen's forehead twitched with a line of black. I really like your attitude, but let's skip the toilet part. After doing all this, Chu Chen left the job transfer hall and headed towards the trading market. With a 9th level spell, he had accumulated a backpack full of equipment. It was useless to keep so much equipment with him, he needed to convert it into money quickly. That last shop was pretty good, the shopkeeper was nice, I'll go there again this time. Sigh, I've really been having a rough time lately. Encountering hidden bosses while doing business, facing a golden dragon while grinding dungeons. No luck in sight, but I've been spitting blood to the point of anemia. What if that flow comes and I have no stock? Laughed. Jia dragged her weak body, opened the shop door, and plopped down in the chair behind the counter. She had been out handling equipment and grinding dungeons these past few days, actually to avoid that hidden boss. Acting in concert with the boss on edge, walking on thin ice, it was exhausting. But after 6 days of monitoring, Jia found that the boss had not appeared again. Looks like I was overthinking it. The boss is wandering the world, comprehending the great way of heaven and earth, how could he possibly entangle with an ordinary job changer like me? The outside world is too dangerous, I should just focus on being my black shopkeeper self. Thinking of today's encounter, Jia felt frustrated and spat blood. How great it would have been if the golden dragon had appeared after she defeated the goblin tyrant. Now the Goblin Highlands had turned into the Goblin Grand Canyon. There might not even be a goblin tyrant boss anymore. The summoning skill she had been longing for, she probably wouldn't get in this lifetime. Tap. Tap. At that moment, a sound of footsteps came and someone walked into the shop. Welcome. How can I help you? Jia habitually put on a smile to greet the first customer of the day. As she looked up, she saw that familiar, handsome man, the one she could never forget. Hello, Jia. Chu Chen greeted her with a smile. Seeing the kind boss lady and her loving nature, Chu Chen felt all the fatigue of the day dissipate. The next moment, put. Jia couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. No way? Big shot, why are you here again? Jia, is your period still not over? Are you having hormonal imbalances? You should see a doctor. Having learned from the last experience, Chuchen wasn't scared and even showed concern for Baijia. It's fine, the sooner I die, the sooner I can be reborn. Handsome, what? Do you need today? Baijia waved her hand in despair, carefully wiping the blood off the counter. I'm here to sell equipment, about 1,000 pieces, but around level 30. Baijia, just give me a price, I trust your character. Chuchen casually said, skillfully starting to pull out the equipment. Big shot, you trust me, I'm so touched. But don't just fleece me for one sheep. If you keep this up, I'll be working for free for the next half month. Baijia wanted to cry but didn't dare refuse Chuchen. She could only accept all of Chuchen's equipment and then quoted a price that made her heart ache to the point of breathlessness. 300,000. Handsome, what do you think? Baijia, isn't that a bit high? Hearing the price, Chuchen was somewhat surprised. His expected price was 200,000, but he didn't expect Baijia to quote a full 100,000 more. What a noble boss lady. Not high at all. It's the job transfer season now, so I'll just consider it stocking up. Lower it a bit. My conscience won't allow it. Baijia clutched her chest, speaking decisively. The two big white rabbits under her pressure were deformed. But her true thoughts were, my little money, gone, all gone. I've become so hypocritical that I'm giving money to others. I'm a black merchant. Boo-hoo. Seeing Baijia so resolute, Chuchen nodded in agreement. Since you say so, Baijia, I'll fulfill your wish. Handsome, I really thank you. Baijia's eyes were moist as she counted out 30,000, trembling as she handed it to Chuchen. Sigh, just consider it a life-saving money. Handsome, please confirm. No need to confirm, Baijia, I trust you. Chuchen smiled casually, pointing at the skill book on the chair, asking, Baijia, what skill book is that? Can you show it to me? This time, although Chuchen also got a skill book, unfortunately, it was a second-tier skill book that he couldn't use. Baijia turned to look at the skill book on the chair. After Chuchen took the skill book last time, Baijia couldn't bear to use a second-tier skill book as a cushion, so she found another first-tier skill book. She didn't expect it to catch the big shot's eye again. Strange, the first time we met, the big shot was clearly fascinated by my large slime? Unable to understand, Baijia obediently handed the skill book to Chuchen. Weakness curse, first tier, using profession, warlock effect, applies a weakness curse to the enemy, slightly reducing their attributes. Sure enough, it's another first-tier skill book. And it's a very rare curse skill. Chuchen was overjoyed. He could add another 9th-tier great spell. Baijia, I want this skill book. I'll trade you a 2nd-tier skill book for it. The Goblin summon skill book was useless to Chuchen, so he might as well give it to Baijia. He knew this skill book was definitely worth more than weakness curse. But for such a kind boss lady, Chuchen didn't mind letting her take a little advantage. Don't mention the skill book, even if she takes advantage of her own body, what does it matter? Handsome, it's just a first-tier skill book, you can take it. Baijia waved her hand in refusal. She had already spent 300,000, and in the end, taking a little advantage from Chuchen felt a bit anticlimactic. Moreover, she was a 3rd transformation expert. She really didn't care for ordinary 2nd transformation skill books. In the next moment, Chuchen placed the skill book on the counter. Goblin summon, 2nd tier, applicable profession, universal effect, summons a level 30 goblin to fight for you, with no limit on the number. Oh my god. Goblin summon? A universal summoning skill book. As long as there's enough magic power, you can continuously summon goblin armies. Wow. I can't believe I actually saw this skill book here. Handsome, this skill book is too precious, it's worth more than 500,000, Are you really going to give it to me? Baijia widened her eyes in excitement, rushing out from behind the counter and shaking Chuchen's hand repeatedly. Her movements caused her white t-shirt to rise and fall, creating a breathtaking scene. Oh my god. The rabbit is about to jump out. Oh no. Stop shaking. I'm going to faint. It's just 500,000, here, take it all. If that's not enough, I can give you a bit more. Chuchen covered his nose, trying hard to control the nosebleed from bursting out. I'm sorry, handsome, I'm just too excited. I worked really hard to get this skill book, but I failed. I never expected to get it from you, thank you so much. Baijia blushed slightly and let go of his hand. Although this was a 2nd-tier skill, its powerful effect would greatly benefit her strength. It's fine, don't get too excited. When you get excited, I get excited too. Chuchen waved his hands repeatedly, quickly saying goodbye to Baijia and leaving the shop. Baijia, the shop owner, was too amazing. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. Handsome, take care, come back to play again next time. Baijia waved goodbye to Chuchen with immense joy, then happily examined the skill book repeatedly. Today's experience is truly a turning point. Indeed, there are opportunities around great people. I can't treat the Great One as a plague anymore. The Goblin Highlands has turned into the Goblin Great Rift. I wonder where the Great One got this skill book. While laughing, Jia suddenly realized something was off. Wait. A large batch of level 30 equipment, plus the Goblin Summons skill book. Oh no. That golden dragon must be the Great One's divine pet? So it turns out the one who exhausted me and turned the dungeon upside down is you, Great One. Jia couldn't help but spitting out another mouthful of blood. When Chu Chen returned to his rental apartment, he was surprised to find Lin Wanqing still at the door. Ah. Teacher, you haven't left? Lin Wanqing shook her head, anxiously saying, no, I heard that the Goblin Highlands dungeon has a divine beast appearing, causing quite a stir. Wang Chenghu was seriously injured, and I was worried about you, so I came back. Chu Chen, are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing Chu Chen return, Lin Wanqing let out a long sigh of relief. But still not at ease, she began to check his body from top to bottom. Chu Chen felt touched and smiled to reassure her. Teacher, don't worry, I'm fine. Hey. You can't touch there, teacher. Lin Wanqing withdrew her hand from Chu Chen's body, scolding, a teacher cares for their students, what's wrong with me checking your body? What is this hard thing on you? Chu Chen chuckled awkwardly and took out the skill book from his pocket. Just got this skill book, haven't had the chance to learn it yet. Lin Wanqing glanced at it. It was the weakness curse skill book, and her heart sank again. This low-level curse skill is something most warlock professions don't care to learn, taking up valuable skill slots. Yet Chu Chen treats it like a treasure. He works so hard, and this world is so unfair to him. Chu Chen, I'm sorry. The teacher didn't expect such terrifying things to happen in Goblin Mountain either. Chu Chen awkwardly scratched his head. The golden dragon was his doing, so why was Lin Wanqing apologizing to him? Just as he was pondering how to comfort Lin Wanqing, she continued, but don't worry, I've resigned. From now on, I'll personally help you level up until the college entrance examination. Although the teacher couldn't secure your guaranteed admission, I will definitely work hard to help you get into a university. Lin Wanqing looked at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes, her gaze resolute. Chu Chen didn't expect Lin Wanqing to go to such lengths for an ordinary student like him. Should he say Lin Wanqing was foolish or naive? But no. Matter what, from now on, Lin Wanqing would forever be the best teacher in his heart, without exception. However, because of this, Chu Chen couldn't agree to Lin Wanqing. Such a good teacher should be repaid by him. How could he let her work hard to help him level up? Teacher, thank you for your kindness. But your time is precious too, I can't waste your time. Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely get into university and not let you down. Chu Chen said firmly. Yet Lin Wanqing's eyes dimmed. An F-grade all-system mage with no family background had wasted 6 precious days. Even if Chu Chen worked hard, without external help, the chances of getting into university were almost zero. But Lin Wanqing also knew that Chu Chen was strong-willed, and forcing help could backfire. After much thought, she proposed a compromise. Chu Chen, I've joined the Storm Guild, which is ranked 3rd in Dongxing City. The guild has benefits for newcomers, and veterans help newcomers level up. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the second turn dungeon to level up. Although the experience will be a bit less, this way we won't waste each other's time. How about it? Wow, Teacher Lin is too good to me. Chu Chen began to suspect that Lin Wanqing might be his long-lost sister. He initially wanted to stay home for a while, but refusing again would be too suspicious. Forget it, since someone is helping me level up, I don't need to do anything. It's actually no different from staying at home. After a quick consideration, Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing that Chu Chen finally agreed, Lin Wanqing's face broke into a smile. Great. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow, we won't miss each other. With that, Lin Wanqing skipped away like a little girl. Chu Chen returned home and plopped down on the sofa. He took out the weakness curse skill book and crushed it to learn. System enhanced the weakness curse for me. Chu Chen communicated with the system with anticipation. Consuming 10 skill points, starting to enhance the first level weakness curse. Triggering 10,000-fold. Critical hit, the first level weakness curse has been enhanced to the 9th level evil sun eye. The system's voice rang out, and the 10,000-fold critical hit arrived. As expected. Haha. The 4th 9th level great spell, let me see what effect you have. Evil Sun Eye, 9th level summons the Evil Sun Eye, applying the Evil Sun curse to a certain type of creature in the area, absorbing life essence until death. Hiss. 9th level Great Curse. Evil Sun Eye. It seems I can choose an enemy and then curse all enemies of the same race from a distance. Oh my. Isn't this just a collective punishment for 9 clans? A great plundering technique. However, this skill doesn't seem as destructive as Storm's Fury and Dragon's Extreme Blade. It should be usable in densely populated areas too. Chu Chen felt a surge of emotion. Sob, it's not easy. As a new job changer, I finally have a world-destroying move that isn't too destructive. Closing the panel, Chu Chen took out his phone to scroll through short videos. Starting his decadent yet happy home life. Damn! I saw a real dragon. How exciting! I've lived my life to the fullest. Brothers, you have no idea, that dragon is huge. One dragon whisker is longer than the street, and one dragon scale is worth a house. Can any knowledgeable brother explain why a dragon popped up in the dungeon? It completely blew up the dungeon. Now I don't even dare to level up. At this moment, the internet in Dongxing City was almost entirely discussing the appearance of the golden dragon and the dungeon collapse. Some expressed regret for not seeing the golden dragon in person. Others were terrified, wondering how to level up with the golden dragon appearing and disappearing unpredictably. More people were crazily riding the wave of the golden dragon's popularity to gain traffic. Family, I actually saw the Huaxia golden dragon. Give me a thumbs up, and I'll share my good fortune with you. Knowledge blogger analyzing online why this dragon is male and not female. No more pretending. I had a close encounter with the divine dragon, and it helped me comprehend a powerful skill. Today I'm giving away benefits. Send me 50, and I'll teach you. Friends, my profession is dragon tamer, and I've decided to capture the divine dragon. If you think I can do it, send me a sports car. If you think I can't, send me a carnival. I heard the golden dragon twists and turns, causing chaos, and when I twist, it's also a storm. Oh, brothers who want to see, please show your sincerity. When it comes to stirring things up, it's the vast online community. The culprit, Chu Chen, watched the netizens go wild with amusement. Everyone was trying to stir the waters, so no one paid attention to him. The next day, Lin Wanqing arrived early at Chu Chen's house, forcibly waking him up. Then she took him to the level 40 dungeon, Thorny Desert. Teacher, is it really necessary to wake me up this early just to level up? It's only 5 o'clock. I don't even wake up this early for school. Chu Chen yawned sleepily, complaining. When others take us to level up, we have to arrive first, we can't make them wait. Here, I bought you breakfast, eat while we walk. Lin Wanqing shoved a bag of soup dumplings in a cup of soy milk into Chu Chen's hands and began to introduce the Thorny Desert dungeon. The dungeon we're going to today, Thorny Desert, is a vast desert. The monsters in the dungeon are venomous tail scorpions. They are highly toxic and often hide in the sand to ambush job changers. When we enter the dungeon, you must stick close to me. Upon arriving at the Thorny Desert dungeon square, Chu Chen and Lin Wanqing waited for a full hour before seeing two members of the Storm Guild. They were two young men, one fat and one thin, both around 30 years old, with somewhat similar facial features. These two are brothers. The thinner one is named Zheng Tai, the older brother, and the fatter one is named Zheng Shi, the younger brother. Both of them are senior members of the Storm Guild. Chu Chen, let's go greet them, we must be polite. Lin Wanqing reminded Chu Chen, pulling him towards the two. Hello, seniors, I'm Lin Wanqing, thank you for your help today. Zheng Tai nodded at Lin Wanqing, his voice steady. No problem, it's our guild's policy to bring in newcomers, and it's a benefit for you joining the guild. Zhang Shi, however, shot a disdainful glance at Chu Chen and complained. Is this kid the one you mentioned yesterday? Just joined the guild and already wants us to take an outsider to level up. Little girl, your request is a bit excessive. Although Lin Wanqing had informed them about Chu Chen yesterday, seeing him today still made Zhang Shi unhappy. Hearing Zhang Shi's words, Lin Wanqing's expression immediately darkened. But in order to let Chu Chen level up as well, she sincerely explained, this is my student, Chu Chen. Unfortunately, he has become an F-level all-system mage. He's very well behaved and definitely won't affect you too. I hope you can be accommodating. Zhang Shi snorted coldly, disdainfully curling his lips. An F-level profession should be working in a factory tightening screws. Going into a dungeon will only harm others and himself. Hearing that Chu Chen was just an F-level nobody made Zhang Shi even more displeased. If it's a high-level profession, then it's just selling favors. What does an F-level profession count for? Let him work for free? Lin Wanqing bit her red lips tightly, and after a long while, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Chu Chen, he's different. Zhang Shi scoffed, what's so different about him? Aren't F-level professions all useless? Ha ha. Seeing that the two sides were about to argue, Zheng Tai waved his hand to interrupt, saying, enough, training is a benefit for newcomers. How to arrange it is their business. I've built the team, you can join in. Seeing Zhang Shi's constant insults, Chu Chen was already quite dissatisfied. If it weren't for Lin Wanqing pulling him back, he would have really given that fat guy a piece of his mind. But then he realized another problem, he didn't know how to form a team. Team formation was a function that only became available after changing jobs. Chu Chen had never teamed up with anyone before, he didn't know how to do it. Excuse me, how do I apply to form a team? Chu Chen asked. Ha ha. Can't even form a team, no wonder you're an F-level profession. Zhang Shi laughed heartily. Lin Wanqing silently sent a team invitation. To Chu Chen. Lin Wanqing invites you to join the team, do you agree? Chu Chen clicked agree, and immediately a team panel popped up in front of him. The panel displayed brief information about the team members. Zhang Tai, level 70, 3rd transfer, profession, telekinetic master. Zhang Shi, level 68, 3rd transfer, profession, heavy hammer. Warrior. Lin Wanqing, level 45, 2nd transfer, profession, wind mage. But in Chu Chen's column, all the information was question marks under the cover of Starry Sky. TSK, an F-level all-element mage, not learning attack skills first but learning a concealment skill? What? Worried others will find out your profession and embarrass you? Seeing the row of question marks on the team panel, Zhang Shi mocked again. Zhang Shi, shut up. We're entering the dungeon now to start farming monsters. Zhang Tai shot Zhang Shi a glare. His brother was strong, but he had a big mouth. Zhang Tai was really worried that one day he would offend someone he couldn't afford to mess with and bring trouble upon himself. The four walked towards the dungeon entrance. At this moment, the square had gathered quite a few job changers. Everyone was in groups of 3 or 5, almost all discussing the same question. When we go into the dungeon, we won't encounter a golden dragon, right? The true dragon of Huaxia was indeed formidable, but when its claws came out, mountains would crumble and the earth would shake. It was too terrifying. I hope we don't encounter a golden dragon and can level up safely today. Even Lin Wanqing showed a worried expression, anxiously praying. Don't worry, teacher, the golden dragon definitely won't appear, Chu Chen chuckled, trying to comfort her. As long as he didn't use the Dragon Extreme Skyblade, the golden dragon would naturally not show up. Just as Chu Chen finished speaking, Zhang Shi's annoying voice came. Again, oh, you an F-level profession and you're speculating about the movements of the golden dragon? That's a divine beast, the true dragon of Huaxia. What does a mere all-element mage like you understand? If I were there yesterday, I would definitely have run towards the golden dragon. Who knows, I might have gotten some huge opportunity. Zhang Shi said, dreaming aloud, his mouth unable to help but curl up. Idiot. That golden dragon is made of blade energy. Opportunities? By then, you wouldn't even know how you died. Chu Chen scoffed inwardly, genuinely feeling that Zhang Shi was incredibly foolish. The four entered the dungeon door and arrived at the thorny desert. The blazing sun hung high, and all that met the eye was endless yellow sand. You two watch closely, let's see how strong a 3rd transfer heavy hammer warrior really is. Zhang Shi pulled out a heavy hammer, leaped up, and slammed the hammer down onto the ground. Boom! A shockwave spread across the sandy ground, and 5 poisonous-tailed scorpions were directly shaken out from below. Freeze! Zhang Tai used telekinetic binding to hold the poisonous-tailed scorpions in place. With one hammer strike from Zhang Shi, the poisonous-tailed scorpions were instantly crushed, turning into experience light that merged into the 4 of them. Ha ha! How about that? This is the power of an A-class heavy hammer warrior. Zhang Shi laughed loudly, looking proudly at Chu Chen and Lin Wanqing. Such strong skills. Look at this attack range, it must be a 3rd-tier skill. Lin Wanqing covered her mouth, unable to hold back her astonishment. Although Zhang Shi's personality wasn't great, his strength was indeed impressive. In just a few breaths, he had wiped out 5 venomous tail scorpions. His monster-killing efficiency was truly high. Yeah, I really want a 3rd-tier skill too. Chu Chen nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with envy. A skill that could only attack within a 5-meter range was just too convenient. Unlike him, whose skills were world-destroying moves, it was so troublesome. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. So, how was today's experience? Quite rich, right? With my brother and me, 2 3rd transformation experts, leveling you up, you really hit the jackpot. After the battle, Zhang Shi looked at Chu Chen and Lin Wanqing, speaking arrogantly. Thank you both. Lin Wanqing nodded, expressing her gratitude. Although she didn't particularly like Zhang Shi's personality, the speed at which she gained experience today was indeed much faster than grinding monsters alone. If this pace continued, in another week, she might just reach level 46. Chu Chen, however, looked at his half-filled experience bar, falling into deep silence. After a whole day of grinding monsters, he had only gained half the experience? This was way too slow. Having gotten used to leveling up 30 levels in a second, he felt extremely uncomfortable facing the normal leveling speed. Ha ha! What's wrong, Chu Chen? Are you so shocked by this incredible leveling speed that you can't speak? This is the speed of an A-class job changer training you. Just enjoy it for these 2 days, because you won't get to enjoy it later. Seeing Chu Chen silent, Zhang Shi assumed he was too shocked to speak and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chu Chen raised his head, looking at Zhang Shi's foolish face, and said lightly, I need to take a piss. After saying that, he ran directly behind the sand dune. If he had never seen the light, he could have endured the darkness. having experienced leveling up 30 levels in A. Second, returning to the pace of leveling up one level every few days was simply torture for him. So Chu Chen decided, instead of suffering through it, he would just use a skill to reach the second transformation's max level. This time, I'll use the newly mastered 9th tier spell Evil Sun's Eye. The curse shouldn't turn the dungeon upside down, right? Damn. Just as he arrived behind the sand dune, while he was contemplating which skill to use, suddenly, a dozen venomous tail scorpions rushed out from the sand. Their chilling poisonous stingers danced as they quickly surrounded him. Venomous tail scorpion, minor monster, level, LV 40 constitution, 233 spirit, 201 strength, 255 speed, 259. Chu Chen was taken aback. Damn. Why is the area behind the sand dune a den of venomous tail scorpions? Get away. I have a phobia of crowded places. Damn. I told you not to come over and you're still running forward, can't you understand human language? 9th tier secret technique Evil Sun's Eye. What a lazy donkey taking a long time to shit. Be careful. Don't let the venomous tail scorpions pinch your little chicken. Zhang Shi looked at Chu Chen's back, cursing in annoyance. An F-class. All-system mage actually didn't kneel and lick the boots of an A-class heavy hammer warrior, it was really frustrating. As soon as he finished speaking, the clear sky suddenly darkened. A gigantic eye that blocked out the sun opened in the heavens. The giant eye was blood red, with a pitch-black pupil rolling back and forth, scanning all life in the thorny desert with the utmost malice. Damn! What is that in the sky? So big. Such a terrifying eye. Oh my god. The evil god. The evil god is descending. Zhang Shi looked at the giant eye in the sky in terror, his face turning pale as he screamed in horror. Boom! A burst of bloodlight. The suffocating evil sun's curse descended upon the world. Put. No matter where they were in the desert, all the venomous tail scorpions instantly withered and died, turning into countless blood droplets that floated towards the sky. A blood rain fell between heaven and earth, as if it were an evil sacrificial ceremony. Oh my god. The evil god is looking over here. Ah. Blood. So much blood. The evil god is here to take lives. Help. I don't want to die. Zhang Shi was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, his heart trembling. This aura, this power, was too terrifying. While others encountered true dragons, why did they have to meet an evil god? Lin Wanqing, you, hurry and bring Chu Chen back. Let's escape for our lives. Zhang Tai was also trembling all over, terrified to the extreme. He stammered to Lin Wanqing, as if he would mentally collapse at any moment. Okay. Lin Wanqing was so scared she was almost crying. They didn't meet a divine dragon, but instead encountered an evil god even more terrifying than a divine dragon. Their luck was too bad. Forgetting about any gender differences, Lin Wanqing quickly ran towards the sand dunes. Chu Chen, I am your teacher, just take a look at what happened to your little thing. However, just a few steps out, Lin Wanqing seemed to be frozen in place, directly stiffening. Because her body suddenly began to burst forth with a fierce white light. It's over. It's over. I'm going to die. The evil god has set its sights on me. Woo. I'm sorry, Chu Chen, it's the teacher who harmed you. In the next life, I'll be reborn as your wife, serving you for a lifetime. Lin Wanqing said with tearful eyes, in utter despair. But soon she realized something was wrong. Why does this light feel so comfortable? Is this what it feels like to be sacrificed to an evil god? No way. This is leveling up? Lin Wanqing hurriedly opened the team panel and the constantly jumping information left her dumbfounded. Teammate? Killed iron-armored poison scorpion, gained 800 experience points. Teammate? Killed mutated poison tail scorpion. Gained 400 experience points. Teammate? Killed poison tail scorpion, gained 100 experience points. Experience reached the limit, level increased to 46. Experience reached the limit, level increased to 56. Experience reached the limit, level increased to 60. Already met the requirements for third transfer, please proceed with the 3 transfers quickly. I reached max level for the second transfer? What the hell? Who is this teammate? Could it be? A thought of disbelief rose in Lin Wanqing's mind. There were 4 people in the team, Zhang Tai, Zhang Shi, and herself. That fourth person could only be Chu Chen. Moreover, when they just formed the team, his information seemed to be all question marks too. Lin Wanqing stiffly turned around and saw that Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi were also glowing with white light from leveling up. And their expressions were just like hers. Stunned. Confused. Hard to believe. Could it be, the evil god is actually Chu Chen? Chu Chen looked at the blood-red giant eye. In the sky, the dense blood vessels writhing like big fleshworms, causing his sanity to plummet. What the hell? This bloody scene is too hellish. Although the destructive Power isn't that strong. This big eyeball can scare people to death. Sure enough, there's no good in a 9th tier spell. But a scare is better than a landslide, right? After a moment of reflection, Chuchen opened his information panel. Killed iron armored poison scorpion, gained poisoning, tier 2. Killed mutated poison tail scorpion. Gained sharp stabbing sword, bronze. Killed poison tail scorpion, gained iron skin armor, black iron. Killed iron armored poison scorpion, gained 800 experience points. Killed mutated poison tail scorpion, gained 400 experience points. Killed poison tail scorpion, gained 100 experience points. Experience reached the limit, level increased to 36. Experience reached the limit, level increased to 50. Experience reached the limit, level increased to 60. Already met the requirements for third transfer. Please proceed with the 3 transfers quickly. Why does a level 40 monster only give this little experience? Could it be because the dungeon difficulty is too low? Chuchen looked at the pitiful experience points, his face full of confusion. It wasn't until he saw that he had successfully leveled up to level 60 that he let out a long sigh of relief. I've already reached max level after the second job change? Then it's all good. Finally, I don't have to level up slowly anymore. Awesome. 2. Chin class, all system mage level, LV 60, second job change, constitution, 1512 spirit, 1621 strength, 1488 speed, 1517 skills, storm fury, 9th tier, starry sky, 9th tier, dragon's ultimate blade, 9th tier, evil sun's eye, 9th tier. Chuchen closed the panel, reining in his smile, and began to brew his emotions. This commotion is a bit too loud, and most importantly, it's quite sinister. Could it be that some righteous person is coming to hunt me down? For safety's sake, it's time to bring out my Oscar-level acting skills. Having learned from the previous 2 times he blew up a dungeon, Chuchen had figured out some experience. Only by disguising himself as a panicked crowd member would he not attract attention. And a passerby who doesn't attract attention can live the longest. After preparing his emotions, Chuchen screamed in terror as he ran out from behind the sand dune, waving his hands frantically. Whose eyeball just popped out? You scared me to death. Teacher Lin, help! I'm scared. Boo-hoo! Seeing Chuchen exaggeratedly run out from behind the sand dune, Zhang Tai and the others all twitched at the corners of their mouths, their heads filled with black lines. This guy can't possibly not know about the team information panel, right? He can't even form a party, so he might really not know. Chuchen, what were you doing just now? Zhang Tai asked hoarsely, suppressing the fear in his heart. Just a moment ago, in the span of a second, he had jumped directly from level 70 to max level 90 after the 3rd job change. Years of progress reached in a second. It was too shocking. Too unbelievable. Even more unbelievable was that the instigator of it all seemed to be this inconspicuous Chuchen who had joined midway. I went to take a leak, didn't I just tell you? Chuchen said, puzzled. How could they have forgotten that? Zhang Tai. Zhang Sure. Lin Wanqing. A single trip to the bathroom leveled us all up to max? Do they really think we're idiots? If Chuchen had honestly admitted that he accidentally found the dungeon explosion device while taking a leak and pressed it lightly, causing all the monsters to die, maybe Zhang Tai and the others would have believed him. But Chuchen said he did nothing. Even the evil god wouldn't play it like this. But although they were shocked to death inside, the 3 of them dared not show any expression on their faces. It was obvious that the evil god wanted to keep a low profile. If they said anything and accidentally angered the evil god, wouldn't that be seeking death? Chuchen. What should we do next? Zhang Tai swallowed hard, nervously asking. Although he was the captain, Chuchen was the evil god. How many lives did he have to dare give orders to the evil god? The thorny desert had turned into a hell on earth, and he was still asking me what to do? After all, he was a 3rd job expert, how could he be so scared? Chuchen gave Zhang Tai a strange look, grabbed Lin Wanqing's small hand, and ran back. What else can we do? Hurry up and leave the dungeon. Although I'm just a small F-level all-system mage, I don't want to die young. If you're just a small F-level, then we don't even count as farts. Looking at Chuchen's back, Zhang Tai smiled bitterly. Was the evil god being too low-key? So Chuchen is this powerful. He didn't lie to me, I've been misunderstanding him all along. Lin Wanqing followed behind Chuchen, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Previously, she was terrified when she saw the evil sun's eye, but after learning the truth, she was no longer afraid. The evil god was her student, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, her mind was racing at 4,000 words per second, wildly imagining all sorts of strange scenarios. During the day, students and teachers, at night, evil gods and beautiful women. Madam, the evil god can no longer hide. The evil god is too crazy, my beautiful wife can't take it anymore. Lin Wanqing thought more and more about it, the more she thought the More shy she became, and in the end, her pretty face turned as red as the blood beads around her. Ha! What's wrong with Teacher Lin? Did she get cursed too? I didn't use any skills on her? Chu Chen turned around and saw Lin Wanqing's face, bright red and dripping, and a row of question marks immediately appeared in his mind. Unlike Lin Wanqing's wild imagination, Zhang Shi, who was at the back, was shaking and peeing as he ran. It was simply because his bladder was so scared. It was cramping. Oh my! The evil god is actually Chu Chen? Did I mock the evil god a few times today? 1, 2, 3. I can't even count, it's impossible to count. It's over. It's over. Am I going to die here today? My filthy mouth. So filthy. You deserve to die. But I don't want to die. Thinking about what he had done to Chu Chen today, Zhang Shi was so scared he lost his mind. This was a terrifying evil god who could clear a map in a second. Killing him would be a piece of cake. Thinking that every second from now on could mean instant death, Zhang Shi was so frightened he started to pee blood. After a short while of running, Chu Chen and the others saw the job changers gathering from all directions, forming a group of refugees. Oh my! I saw a divine dragon yesterday, and today I see an evil god. What kind of bad luck is this? I said the divine dragon wouldn't just kill a few goblins, it turns out the evil god is its opponent. Heavens! The entire dungeon is filled with blood, it's too terrifying. Divine dragon bless me, I don't want to die yet. The job changers shouted in panic, crazily rushing towards the dungeon entrance. They didn't dare to stay even a second longer in this hellish scene. Chu Chen naturally blended into the fleeing crowd, and to perform better, he shouted even louder, damn evil god. I was just about to pee, you almost scared me into incontinence. As soon as he said this, it resonated with those around him and they began to echo, bro, I'm worse off than you. I was about to make a baby with my girlfriend, and the evil god suddenly showed up, scared me so much I couldn't get it up. What are you talking about? Our captain almost died. Ha! This damn evil god has finally started targeting humans? Not really, our captain was just curious and touched a blood bead, and he still hasn't woken up. Oh my! This evil god is too terrifying. What a sin! Listening to everyone's discussion, Zhang Tai and the others were drenched in sweat, their hair standing on end. The evil god was self-deprecating, and yet you all kept chatting excitedly? Oh my! Please don't talk recklessly. If you anger the evil god, our lives will be forfeit. Just then, a figure in battle armor suddenly cut through the sky, flying against the flow of people towards the depths of the thorny desert. Flying in the air. A fourth transition powerhouse. Great! It's the City Lord. The City Lord is here, we are saved. Seeing the City Lord arrive, the job changers cheered with joy. Chu Chen instinctively shrank his head, damn. The City Lord is here, I need to be even more low-key from now on. Although the fourth transition City Lord might not be able to withstand his 9th tier spell, the City Lord was appointed by the state, and he had connections. What a suffocating aura. This, could it be a high-level curse? Hiss. A curse that envelopes the entire sky, this is too outrageous. Wan Changtian looked at the giant eye in the sky, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Yesterday, he faced a top-tier warrior who could slay the golden dragon with a single strike. Today, another top-tier sorcerer who could summon a cursed giant. I appeared. Damn. Why are all the big shots gathering in my little Dongxing city? Wan Changtian even had the thought of resigning. But as the city lord, he had to be responsible for Dongxing city. The giant eye in the sky hadn't dissipated yet, and the big shots might still be in the dungeon. Wan Changtian gathered his courage and shouted, I am Wan Changtian, the lord of Dongxing city. May I ask which esteemed senior has graced us with their presence? I would be honored to converse. As his voice fell, the giant eye in the sky vanished without a trace, and the blinding sun once again shone over the thorny desert. Wan Changtian. Big shot, are you messing with me? Chu Chen and the other 3 emerged from the instance, and it was already 5 in the afternoon. Teacher, Chu Chen looked at Lin Wanqing, about to speak. Suddenly, a slender jade finger pressed against his lips, silencing him completely. Chu Chen, no need to say anything. For the remaining time, I won't force you to level up with me. The teacher understands, overly involving yourself in your life may not be a good thing. Perhaps, giving you some space will allow you to achieve even greater accomplishments. Lin Wanqing gazed at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes and said gently. With such an outstanding student, tying him to herself would only hinder him, right? Hey, how did Teacher Lin know what I was going to say? Isn't that a bit too perceptive? I don't even need to make excuses. Indeed, a good teacher can see through clothes and into the hearts of their students. Chu Chen felt incredibly moved and promised, Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lin Wanqing chuckled softly. Lord Evil. God, you may not know, but your secret has already been exposed. Don't say I let you down, you might be the most outstanding student I've ever taught. Lin. Wanqing thought mischievously while maintaining a calm demeanor as she continued to play along with Chu Chen. Shall we go home together later? Going home together was such an enticing proposal. But Chu Chen had to accept the third transfer quest, so he could only regretfully shake his head and say, Teacher, I have something to do and can't go with you. It's fine, you do your thing, and be careful on the way. Lin Wanqing smiled and waved goodbye to Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned close to Lin Wanqing's ear and whispered, Teacher, I feel that the atmosphere of this Gale Guild isn't very good. You'd better not join this guild. The warm breath brushed against Lin Wanqing's earlobe, causing her cheeks to flush instantly as she shyly replied, Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing Lin Wanqing agree to withdraw from the Gale Guild, Chu Chen finally felt relieved and waved goodbye as he ran towards the job transfer hall. Watching Chu Chen's departing figure, Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi, the two brothers, immediately knelt before Lin Wanqing. Sister Lin, we were wrong. Can you talk to the big shot for us? Sister Lin, it was my big mouth, I deserve to die. I'm not a good person. But I don't want to die. Although Chu Chen's voice was not loud, Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi were both at the third transfer, so they heard it clearly. They had completely offended the Lord Evil God. But since the Lord Evil God did not want to reveal his identity, they could not directly apologize to him and could only seek help from Lin Wanqing. I'm sorry, I'm just his teacher, I can't make decisions for him. The current outcome is what you deserve. You should find a way to resolve it yourselves. Zhang Shi had been mocking Chu Chen all along, and Lin Wanqing was even angrier than Chu Chen. How could she help them now? Without hesitation, she withdrew from the Gale Guild and turned to leave. Watching Lin Wanqing's figure, Zhang Tai felt a mix of emotions. It wasn't surprising that she refused, he could only blame himself for not properly educating his younger brother. Zhang Shi, in the past, I was too soft-hearted. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Tai directly summoned a telekinetic whip and lashed it towards Zhang Shi. I was wrong. Brother. I was wrong. In the past, the arrogant Zhang Shi would have fought back against Zhang Tai. But at this moment, he had no courage to retaliate. After all, he had provoked the Lord Evil God. Maybe the Evil God is already plotting how to destroy those two brothers, or even the entire Furious Wind Guild. After half an hour of beating, Zhang Tai finally stopped with a look of hatred, leaving Zhang Shi covered in wounds. This matter is no longer something we can solve, let's seek help from the president. At the club, the burly Li Guangfeng was enjoying a massage. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, his phone rang. Li Guangfeng glanced at it. It was a call from the guild's old member, Zhang Tai. Hey, old Tai, come to the club and have some fun, the new technician number 88 is really top-notch. Li Guangfeng answered the call with a smile. However, the content that came from the phone made his expression change drastically. What? You offended a big shot? Your life is at stake? You didn't tell him we're from the Furious Wind Guild? What? The Furious Wind Guild is nothing in front of that person? Are you kidding? There's no one in Dongxing City that our Furious Wind Guild can't afford to offend. The Thorny Desert Dungeon Square, right? Wait. For me, I'm coming right now. Fuming, Li Guangfeng jumped out of bed and leaped out of the window, flying towards the Thorny Desert Dungeon. Upon arriving at the dungeon square, Li Guangfeng immediately saw the battered Zhang Shi and was instantly furious. How did Shi get hurt like this? Who did this? Which bastard hit him? The Furious Wind Guild was the third-ranked guild in Dongxing City. How could a guild member be beaten to a pulp in broad daylight? It was simply a disregard for him. Li Guangfeng. President, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. The injuries on Zhang Shi were caused by me. Zhang Tai pressed Li Guangfeng's shoulder, explaining repeatedly. Ha? Your dad died? Are you two fighting over inheritance? Li Guangfeng looked puzzled. Wasn't it said that they offended someone? How did the two brothers start fighting first? That's not it, it's because Zhang Shi offended that terrifying big shot, and I couldn't help but teach him a lesson. Zhang Tai explained awkwardly. Old Tai, that's your fault. How can you harm your own brother because of an outsider? Tell me in detail, who did you offend? Lu Yunxian from the Yunxian Guild, Hong Meigui from the Rose Guild, or the City Lord Wanchangtian? Speak boldly. I'll settle it for you. Li Guangfeng puffed out his chest, exuding a heroic demeanor as if he would take charge. There were only 4 fourth-turn powerhouses in Dongxing City, and Li Guangfeng had old ties with them. What Zhang Tai thought was unoffendable was just a matter of a few words in his eyes. President, just settling it is fine, just don't lie flat. This person is named Chu Chen, a newly promoted student. His profession is an F-level all-system mage, Zhang Tai said with a serious expression. This was the information Chu Chen openly displayed, so he dared to tell Li Guangfeng directly. But he would never dare to Reveal the secret that Chu Chen was the evil god. Li Guangfeng looked constipated. Old Tai, are you kidding me? An F-level all-system mage scared you like this? How did our furious wind guild produce such a coward like you? If Shang Tai had said they offended someone from the other two guilds, or even the city lord Wan Tian, he wouldn't have been surprised. But offending an F-level waste, what kind of hellish joke was that? President, it's not that we're cowards, it's that this person is really too terrifying. We can't say more, you need to think about how to apologize quickly. If we wait any longer, our furious Wind Guild won't be able to survive. Zhang Shi spoke with a face full of bitterness. They called Li Guangfeng not to support them but to find a way to appease Chu Chen. What the hell? Are you two serious? You want me, Li Guangfeng, to apologize? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I, Li Guangfeng, would rather die than apologize, even if I have to jump into the sea. You guys don't dare to say it, right? Let's go. Take me directly to that kid. I want to see just how capable this person is to scare you all like this. Li Guangfeng cursed angrily, directly ordering Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi to take him to find Chu Chen. Zhang Tai was 100% unwilling in his heart. But looking at Li Guangfeng's eyes, if he disagreed, he would definitely be beaten like Zhang Shi. Helpless, Zhang Tai could only nod in agreement. If I remember correctly, Chu Chen should have gone to the job change hall. President, let's observe from a distance later, you must not act impulsively. At the entrance of the job change hall, Chu Chen looked at the tightly closed door, black lines appearing on his forehead. Ha! It's only 5:30, how can they be closed already? Helpless, Chu Chen could only call Fong Ting. Hello, big boss. I'm here. What can I do for you? This little girl is always at your service. The phone was almost answered in seconds, and Fong Ting's urgent and respectful voice came through. I want to use the job change crystal, but you guys are closed. Chu Chen explained his problem. No problem. Big boss, please wait a moment, 5 minutes. Oh no, 3 minutes and I'll be there. Fong Ting replied decisively. Immediately after, Chu Chen heard the sound of a toilet flushing. Chu Chen was speechless, what a big toilet summoning technique. Just come over within 10 minutes. After hanging up, just 3 minutes later, Fong Ting rushed to the entrance of the job change hall. At this moment, she was wearing flip-flops, dressed in cartoon pajamas, and had a wet towel wrapped around her head. She looked completely disheveled. Huff. Big boss, I'm here. I didn't exceed the time, did I? Fong Ting said, out of breath, holding her knees. No. Chu Chen shook his head in a daze, shocked by Fong Ting's dedication. That's good, hee hee. Hearing this, Fong Ting grinned, unlocking the door while asking, Big boss, didn't you just complete your job change yesterday? Why do you need to use the job change crystal again today? Because I reached level 60, and since I was passing by, I came to take the job change quest, otherwise I would have to make another trip. Chu Chen said matter-of-factly. Clatter. The key in Fong Ting's hand fell heavily to the ground. Just yesterday he had his second job change, and today he was already at max level for the second job change? What kind of insane leveling speed is this? Didn't they say that the higher the level, the harder it is to level up? How come with the big boss, it's the opposite? The shock in Fong Ting's heart was beyond words. She hurriedly picked up the key, bowing repeatedly to apologize. I'm sorry, big boss, I lost my composure again. Your leveling speed is too fast, I'm too surprised. Chu Chen waved his hand, unconcerned. It's fine, just open the door. I still need to go home for dinner after taking the quest. Fong Ting nodded like a chick pecking at rice, quickly opening the door and leading Chu Chen inside. Neither of them noticed that not far away, in the greenbelt, 3 figures were secretly watching them. President, that's the handsome guy. You must not act impulsively. We've already offended him. If you act impulsively again, the Quanfeng Guild will be completely finished. Zhang Tai pointed at Chu Chen in the distance, nervously reminding Li Guangfeng. Shut up. Do you think I'm as cowardly as you two? I am the president of the Quanfeng Guild, a 4th job change powerhouse, the toughest guy in Dongxing City, and there's no one within 50 miles that I fear. Li Guangfeng scolded Zhang Tai angrily, his gaze fixed on Chu Chen. I want to see what kind of tricks this kid has used to scare you two like this. Detection technique, activate. A magnificent star map appeared before Li Guangfeng's eyes. The galaxy sparkled, and the stars were vast. Li Guangfeng felt that the countless starry skies he had seen since childhood were nothing compared to the shock of this moment. Concealment. Skill? So extravagant? This kid actually has some tricks up his sleeve. But in front of a 4th-tier powerhouse, it's of no use at all. Li Guangfeng sneered, planning to violently break through Chu Chen's concealment skill. Suddenly, a star flickered slightly, continuously enlarging in his pupils. Puff! Li Guangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to the ground. What the hell? President, why are you Spitting blood? Are you okay, President? President, don't die. Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi were shocked, frantically pouring recovery potions into Li Guangfeng's mouth from their backpack space. Li Guangfeng's pale face gradually regained some color. But his gaze remained vacant, as if he had not yet come to his senses from what had just happened. After a long while, he finally murmured in disbelief, "What's going on? Did I get hit by a meteor in broad daylight? No. That was the backlash effect of the concealment skill. I took a glance at that kid, and then the concealment skill backfired, almost killing me?" Li Guangfeng finally understood what had happened, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. "Just by looking, I almost died. What kind of heaven-defying big shot is this? Damn it. I was reckless. I can't afford to mess with this." At this moment, Li Guangfeng finally understood why Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi were so terrified. Forget about them being scared, he was scared to death too. Oh my. When I was probing just now, did the big shot already notice? The big shot won't finish his business and come to eliminate me, right? Apologize. I must apologize. A real man must take responsibility for his mistakes. Whoever doesn't admit it is a grandson. However, before that, he needed to understand how Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi had offended the big shot Chu Chen. "You two, tell me what happened before." "Of course, just tell me what you can say, don't tell me what you can't." Zhang Tai and Zhang Shi nodded and recounted the training upgrade incident to Li Guangfeng. Although they didn't know what had just happened, one thing was certain. The president's proud little back had been broken. After listening to the story, Li Guangfeng thoughtfully summarized, "Zhang Shi, so you not only mocked the big shot but also pretended to be impressive in front of him?" Zhang Shi nodded. "Feeling wronged, President, I didn't know Chu Chen was that terrifying. If I had known he was this powerful, I definitely wouldn't have said those things." Li Guangfeng remained noncommittal, turning his gaze to Zhang Tai and asked in a deep voice, "Old Tai, do you mind if I hit your brother a couple of times?" Zhang Tai completely understood Li Guangfeng's feelings and nodded repeatedly, "President, feel free to hit him." The next moment, a furious roar echoed through the entire street. "Zhang Shi, I'm going to take your life. 4th tier skill, Thunderclap Wind-Breaking Claw." Miss, did you hear the sound of wailing? In the job transfer hall, Chu Chen stopped, looking outside with a strange expression. "Big shot, don't mind it." Outside the job transfer hall, there are often people who fail their transfer tasks wailing like ghosts. You might not understand, but even a difficult level transfer task is an unbearable burden for most transfer seekers. Fong Ting had long been accustomed to the various farces outside the job transfer hall, treating this incident as just another usual occurrence. Chu Chen nodded in realization, retracting his gaze, and corrected seriously, "Hey, miss, don't make it sound like I'm not of this world. I'm just a little F-level all-element mage." Fong Ting looked at Chu Chen's sincere eyes, feeling deeply touched inside. This big shot is really too low-key. Arriving in front of the transfer crystal, Chu Chen confidently placed his palm on it. "I wonder what the third transfer task will be." Chu Chen was filled with anticipation. The next moment, the transfer crystal trembled violently, and a blood-red light even more intense then before erupted. The entire room was instantly shrouded in a layer of blood-red shadow, and even the air seemed to become thick. Hell level. Another hell level. Although Fong Ting had anticipated it, her heart couldn't help but race. Such a shocking scene is something some people might never witness in their lifetime. Yet she had witnessed it twice in just 2 days. This was simply unprecedented. In her shock, Fong Ting's beautiful eyes widened, and her chest heaved violently. So much so that the zipper of her pajamas slowly slid down, and she didn't notice at all. Ha ha. It really is another hell-level task. Seeing the anomaly, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. After his last job change, he had fallen in love with the feeling of hell. Mainly, the feeling of his attributes skyrocketing was truly exhilarating. It made him feel like he was on top of the world. Hee, let me see which dungeon is going to suffer this time. With a mischievous smile, Chu Chen opened his task panel. However, upon seeing the task details, his smile instantly froze. Because there were 2 tasks for the third job change, and neither was simple. Task 1, please win the championship in a competition with 1,000 participants. Dongqing City is just a small town, where am I supposed to find a competition with 1,000 participants? I'm older than elementary school students and younger than old men and women, does that count? Task 2, please kill a mutated deep-sea turtle in single-player mode and obtain the task item, strange-colored deep-sea crystal. I remember several sea area dungeons have deep-sea turtle bosses, but a mutated deep-sea turtle, that's just ridiculous. Even mutated elite monsters are hard to encounter, let alone mutated bosses. This isn't a matter of strength, it's a matter of luck. Chu Chen sighed deeply, smiling helplessly. It seemed he had underestimated the hell-level tasks. Even brute strength couldn't solve all problems. However, his mindset was still good. Although both tasks were quite difficult, they weren't impossible to complete, just a bit troublesome. I'll relax at home for a few days first, then think about how to complete the tasks. Turning around, Chu Chen was about to say goodbye to Fong Ting when his pupils suddenly constricted. What the hell? What is that? Two white blobs, so blinding. Ah. Miss, are you comforting me? That's too polite. Could you change your angle? I think a 30-degree downward view feels better. Although he hadn't completed the hell-level task, the scene before him instantly made Chu Chen feel invigorated. Because, under the cartoon pajamas, there was nothing worn. Chu Chen's exclamation brought Fong Ting back to her senses. Looking down, she realized the zipper of her pajamas had somehow slid down to her navel. Ah! The zipper, how did it open? I just came over after taking a shower and inside it's... Ah! How embarrassing. How long has this been going on? Fong Ting exclaimed, quickly zipping up, her pretty face already flushed bright red. It's fine, you had a moment, I was just idling, so it's like nothing happened. The beautiful scenery vanished, and Chu Chen took off his glasses, speaking in a low voice to comfort her. In his heart, he also reached a conclusion, bigger than Lin Wanqing, smaller than Bai Jie. Just the right size to grasp with one hand. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Fong Ting's cheeks turned even redder, as if they were about to drip with water. To avoid further awkwardness, she hurriedly changed the subject. Big shot, I saw you sighing just now. Is this task too difficult? It's not that it's difficult, mainly it's a bit troublesome. Chu Chen shook his head and spoke. Big shot, if it's convenient for you, could you tell me about it? The computer in the job change hall is connected to Dongxing City's database, it might help you. Fong Ting bit her red lip, speaking cautiously. Investigating someone else's job change task is quite an offensive thing. But she truly had no ill intentions, she just wanted to hold onto Chu Chen's leg a bit tighter. That's fine. Then help me check if there are any large-scale competitions recently. Since Fong Ting was so honest with him, Chu Chen didn't mind revealing a bit of information to her. Ah. Okay. Big shot, please follow me. Hearing that Chu Chen not only did not blame her but actually shared the task information, Fong Ting was overjoyed. She jogged ahead, leading Chu Chen to the counter, quickly operating on the computer. In no time, she found dozens of competition details. One day later, strategy for the Misty Swamp Dungeon competition, number of participants, 100. 3 days later, sea fishing competition, Fisherman's Happy Time, number of participants, 1,000. 5 days later, parent-child sports meeting, number of participants, 1,200. The various competition information dazzled Chu Chen, opening his eyes wide. However, those suitable for him often did not have enough participants. And for the competitions with enough participants, he couldn't join. If there really isn't a suitable one, I might as well join the parent-child sports meeting. Who isn't a baby born in June 2016? I could also meet young mothers, it's simply killing two birds with one stone. Just as Chu Chen was about to sacrifice himself, a piece of information suddenly appeared before him. 10 days later, National College Entrance Examination, Dongxing City, number of participants, 2,000. Chu Chen slapped his forehead, as if waking from a dream. Right, the college entrance examination counts as a competition. Anyway, I'm a fresh graduate, no need to do anything special. I can just participate directly. Moreover, I promised teacher Lin to perform well in the college entrance examination and achieve a remarkable score. Chu Chen grinned, not expecting that the first job transfer task would be so easily resolved. Big shot, this information is useful to you, right? That's great. Seeing the smile on Chu Chen's face, Fong Ting also smiled happily. Yes, it really helped me. This skill book is for you, consider it a token of gratitude. Chu Chen nodded with a smile, took out the second-tier skill book Toxic Infusion that dropped today, and gave it to Fong Ting. Toxic Infusion, second tier, applicable profession, assassin effect, adds poison effect to weapons, increases attack damage by 30%, and causes enemies to enter poison state upon hit, continuously reducing vitality. This is the top-tier skill book Toxic Infusion for assassins? Fong Ting covered her mouth, looking at the skill book on the counter in disbelief. Her profession happened to be assassin, so she was naturally very familiar with the Toxic Infusion skill book. This was a top-tier skill book that could only be dropped by the boss Iron-Armored Poison Scorpion King. Not only could it significantly increase damage, but it could also apply the poison state upon hitting. It was a skill that all assassins dreamed of. On the market, it would cost at least 200,000. In fact, even 200,000 might not be enough to buy it. And she had only helped the big shot check a bit of information and he directly gifted her one? Truly a big shot, simply extravagant. Big shot, this skill book is too precious, how about I? Gripping the skill book tightly, Fong Ting was almost at a loss for words. With the Toxic Infusion skill, her combat power could almost double. The big shot's action could be said to have directly changed her fate. It's just a skill book, no need to take it too seriously. Chu Chun waved his hand with a smile and left the job transfer hall. Watching Chu Chen's carefree figure, Fong Ting then slightly disappointedly finished her sentence. How about I perform another gap for you? After leaving the job transfer hall, Chu Chen suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if he had missed two significant opportunities. After thinking left and right and not understanding, Chu Chen simply decided to ignore it. I'll stop by the trading market and sell the equipment to Sister Bai. These equipment are of higher level, I estimate I can sell them for 4 to 500,000. First set a small goal, save up to 1 million. With this thought, Chu Chen quickly ran towards the trading market. Just as Chu Chen left, two heads sneaked out from the greenery. The big shot didn't directly wipe us out, he's giving us a chance. Old Iron, what do you think we should do to apologize to the big shot? Looking at Chu Chen's back, Li Quanfeng felt a surge of fear. Who would have thought that the small city of Dongqing actually harbored a terrifying powerhouse capable of defeating a fourth-tier expert in an instant? President, it's obvious that the great Chu Chen is traveling the world, experiencing the myriad aspects of life. If we directly apologize, it will surely disrupt the Great One's cultivation insights, which would be a mistake on top of a mistake. Therefore, we must express our apologies to the Great One in a tactful manner. Zhang Tai rested his chin on his hand deep in thought. That makes sense. So what exactly should we do? Li Quanfeng nodded in agreement, looking expectantly at Zhang Tai, waiting for his next words. How about we host a luxurious banquet and invite all the brothers and sisters from the guild to attend? At the banquet, we can honor the great Chu Chen as the guest of honor, treating him with the highest respect. This way, we won't expose the Great One's identity, and we can also demonstrate the sincerity of our Quanfeng guild. Zhang Tai laid out his plan. Old Tai, you're amazing. You actually came up with such a great idea. Li Quanfeng smiled, patting Zhang Tai on the shoulder in approval. But soon, he realized a new problem. But how do we invite the Great One to the banquet? Just looking at the Great One's back makes my legs tremble. You can't possibly expect me to invite him. How about you go and talk to the Great One? Zhang Tai shrank his neck in fear at the suggestion. President, come on. I'm scared too. Or we could send the Great One a text message. Li Quanfeng and Zhang Tai were engaged in a heated discussion. Behind them, Zhang Shi lay on the ground, pale-faced, weakly raising his arm, shouting in his heart, President, my dear brother, can you two take me to the hospital first before you chat? I'm really about to die. Chu Chen spent more than 10 minutes arriving at Bai Jie's shop. However, the shop was not only closed but also had a shop for rent sign hanging on the door. How did it go out of business? Is business really that bad right now? What a pity for a conscientious shop owner. Chu Chen sighed, losing the mood to sell equipment, and regretfully headed home. Back at home, he ordered takeout and lay on the sofa looking at his phone. Unsurprisingly, the internet was once again flooded with posts about the evil god. The evil god is truly terrifying. His eyes are as big as the moon. It's enough to scare someone to death. Damn! The scariest part is that whoever he stares at dies. A poisonous scorpion in a dungeon, just one look turned everyone into mummies. Can any expert explain why all the poisonous scorpions died but we, the job changers, are fine? Isn't it obvious? Scorpions are delicious. Fried scorpions. Just like the evil god. Jumping off price of 500 a box. Folks, check out the talismans for warding off evil and bringing good fortune, blessed personally by the Buddha. Even the evil god would tremble upon seeing them. There were complaints, lively discussions, and even some trying to ride the wave of popularity, all reminiscent of the Golden Dragon's emergence. Chu Chen had gotten used to it, enjoying the spectacle, occasionally liking the witty replies from netizens. Besides the usual posts, there were also some rather bizarre comments this time. Ha ha! The evil god has finally descended. I am the evil god's dog. Twilight of the gods, the evil god endures. We are willing to follow the evil god forever. Foolish mortals. This time, the evil god merely gave you a warning. If you do not awaken, the next destruction will be humanity. TSK, what a cringeworthy statement. Chu Chen felt goosebumps rising. The abstract level of this batch of netizens is really high, making it seem like a cult. Top-notch. Simply top-notch. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The takeout had arrived. Chu Chen retrieved the takeout, eating while continuing to scroll through his phone. The decadent yet joyful homebody life had once again unfolded. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. No one disturbed him. He slept until he naturally woke up every day, doing whatever he wanted. This kind of life was truly delightful. Chu Chen was basically satisfied with this week of staying at home. There was only one thing that made him feel quite unhappy. That was the fact that for the past 7 days, someone had been sending him scam messages. Ding ding. The phone rang. Chu Chen glanced at it and couldn't help but curse. Again? Is this never going to end? Dear Mr. Chu Chen, I am the manager of the Cloud Top Hotel and I sincerely invite you to attend the luxurious dinner hosted by the Cloud Top Hotel. We will reserve a VIP exclusive seat for you, hoping you will grace us with your presence as a distinguished guest. You hotel manager? I'm Xin Shi Huang. In a world where everyone can change jobs, how are there still so many scammers? Thanks to my professional anti-fraud education in my previous life, you think you can trick me? No way. Chu Chen snorted coldly and directly blocked the sender. So annoying, I need to eat something good to calm down. Opening the takeout he had just picked up, Chu Chen planned to soothe his irritated mood with food. Thud. A lottery ticket suddenly fell out of the packaging. Ha! Ordering takeout can also enter a lottery? Why didn't I hear about this a few days ago? Chu Chen picked up the lottery ticket and instinctively scratched off the gray coating on it. Then, he saw 3 clear big words appear before his eyes. Grand prize. TCH, just scratch and it's the grand prize. It's obviously fake. Chu Chen curled his lips, instantly losing all trust in the lottery ticket. However, he still habitually flipped the ticket over to see what the grand prize actually was. Grand prize, 1 winner 1 VIP entry ticket to the beach party. With the VIP entry ticket, you can enjoy a seafood buffet, unlimited cocktails, beach volleyball, and there will be bikini beauties waiting for you. Seeing the reward for the grand prize, Chu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha! This is Bikini Seafood Buffet. Bikini Unlimited Cocktails. Bikini Volleyball. Chu Chen suddenly felt that the lottery ticket in his hand seemed to have gained 3 points of credibility. Ah, I've been cooped up at home for so long, it's time to go out. Coincidentally, the second task of the third job change is to kill the mutated deep-sea tortoise. Let's go for a stroll by the sea. Maybe I'll run into a mutated deep-sea tortoise wearing a bikini at the beach, he. In just a second, Chu Chen convinced himself. He directly dialed the contact number on the lottery ticket. Of course, Chu Chen remained cautious about the lottery event. Talking about feelings is fine, but talking about money is out of the question. The moment they mentioned money, he would hang up immediately. On the other side, at the Gale Guild building, Li Guangfeng and Zhang Tai sat in the conference room, looking haggard. Old Tai, is that takeout lottery of yours reliable? 7 days. They had tried every possible reason to invite the big shot Chu Chen to the dinner. As a result, not only did the big shot not respond, but he also blocked them all. This made Li Guangfeng's heart race. He couldn't even sleep well, fearing that if he closed his eyes, he would be directly annihilated by the big shot. President, I think the previous invitation was too abrupt, which is why the big shot didn't agree. After all, the big shot is currently playing the role of a newly transitioned poor student living in a rental and eating cheap takeout. Inviting the big shot through a lottery is both reasonable and natural. He should come, right? The more Zhang Tai spoke, the less confident he became. The big shot's thoughts were inscrutable, and as a mere third job changer, how could he dare to claim to understand the big shot's ways? Sigh. A sigh echoed in the conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive. It felt despairing. Ding ding. Just then, Li Guangfeng's phone suddenly rang. Seeing that familiar phone number, Li Guangfeng's eyes widened. The burly man was almost moved to tears. The big shot, he called. Me. Woo woo. Zhang Tai was equally excited and quickly reminded Li Guangfeng, President, don't cry, get it together. This is the only chance. If you don't seize it, our Gale Guild is finished. Hearing this, Li Guangfeng nodded vigorously. Right. No crying. You can't cry in front of the big boss. Li Guangfeng quickly composed himself and answered the phone seriously. Hello, how can I help you? Oh, you won the grand prize? You're really lucky. I'll send someone to deliver the VIP entrance ticket for the beach party right away. The party starts at 4 in the afternoon, at Moonlight White Beach. Alright. Sir, I hope you have a great time at the party. After hanging up, Li Guangfeng and Zhang Tai looked at each other and burst into tears. Boo-hoo! It wasn't easy. The big boss finally agreed. The Guangfeng Guild was saved. Li Guangfeng quickly found a courier to deliver the ticket to Chu Chen. He then spoke in the guild channel. Everyone gather at Moonlight White Beach at 4 this afternoon. Absentees will be kicked out of the guild. As soon as he said this, the entire Guangfeng Guild erupted. Wow! All members are mobilizing? The president must be planning something big. Ha ha! The last time we all mobilized was for a hidden dungeon raid. What could this be? So excited. I just joined the guild a month ago, and I get to participate in such a big event. Awesome. Seeing the messages in the guild channel, Li Guangfeng's mouth twitched violently. Although this matter concerned the survival of the Guangfeng Guild, he couldn't act recklessly like before. He had to make sure the big boss was comfortable. It's not a raid event, just a Beach party. If anyone causes trouble at the party, I'll be furious. Li Quanfeng hurriedly explained in the guild channel and warned this group of reckless members. What? A beach party? Are you kidding? Our Quanfeng guild is going to the beach to play in the water? Are you stupid? Such a large-scale event must be kept under wraps. We can't let the Yunshan guild and Rose guild know. I get it, this is a feigned public display while secretly doing something else. The president is really clever. Li Quanfeng's explanation not only failed to have the desired effect but instead fueled the members' imaginations even more. Li Quanfeng was so angry he almost spat out blood. Damn! You guys have such rich imaginations. Forget it, I don't have time to argue with these guys. As long as nothing goes wrong this afternoon, it's fine. All the arrangements for the beach party needed to be personally handled by Li Quanfeng. After all, he was hosting the big boss Chu Chen, and he didn't trust anyone else to handle it. Thus, a beach party was quickly planned. Meanwhile, Chu Chen soon received the VIP entrance ticket for the beach party. Wow! Not only did they not mention money, but the ticket was delivered so quickly? Am I really hitting the jackpot? Chu Chen looked at the exquisite ticket in his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had only called for fun, not really expecting much. He never imagined that the lottery was real, the ticket was real, and the beach party was real. Well, to be honest, it was still too early to say for sure. But given the current situation, it seemed about 70 to 80% credible. Let's go check it out in the afternoon. If it's real, I'll have a great time, and if it's fake, I'll give them a world-ending move. Moonlight White Beach is the premier seaside bathing area in Dongqing City. The water is clear, and the beach is covered in fine white sand, looking as if bathed in moonlight, soft and pleasant. Most importantly, there are basically no wild monsters in the nearby waters, so one can play without worry. Therefore, it has become the top vacation spot for job changers in Dongqing City. Today, the entire Moonlight White Beach was booked by the Quanfeng Guild. Wow! The president actually booked the entire Moonlight White Beach. That must cost 7 to 8 million. Not even. At least 10 million at the very least. Just the venue alone costs that much. I can't imagine what big plans the president has today. It's a pity that our guild is full of tough girls. We won't see any bikini ladies. At 3:30 in the afternoon, members of the Quanfeng Guild began to arrive at Moonlight White Beach one after another. They were dressed in battle armor, chatting in groups of 3 or 5, curiously speculating about the president's big operation today. Each one was anxious and excited. But what they didn't know was that President Li Quanfeng was even more anxious than they were. Old Iron, it's already 3:30, why hasn't Lord Chu Chen arrived yet? Is the Lord playing me? Do I have to visit him 3 times? Li Quanfeng paced back and forth on the beach, burning with impatience. For the beach party this afternoon, he had invested over 15 million. Several large tables were prepared with all kinds of delicacies, and entertainment facilities were fully equipped. All of this was to provide Lord Chu Chen with the most satisfying experience. If Lord Chu Chen didn't come, all his efforts today would be wasted. Money was one thing, but the main issue was that he would have to sleep with one eye open from now on. President, Lord Chu Chen is a terrifying existence that we can only look up to. Such a lord values promises the most. Saying a promise is worth 1,000 gold is not an exaggeration. Don't worry, the lord will definitely come. Zhang Tai comforted, but his heart was equally anxious and restless. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he saw a young man in beach shorts and flip-flops getting out of a taxi. The person stood tall and was strikingly handsome. Most importantly, he exuded a low-key yet luxurious aura. Wasn't that Lord Chu Chen? He's here, he's here. He has arrived. President. Lord Chu Chen is here. Zhang Tai shouted excitedly, more thrilled than if he had seen his own father. Li Quanfeng naturally saw Chu Chen as well, and a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. The Lord has come. That's great. I actually doubted the Lord's promise. What a sin. I'm going to personally welcome him right now. Li Quanfeng slapped himself hard, excitedly running towards the entrance. Just 2 steps out, he suddenly realized he had been too abrupt, almost breaking Lord Chu Chen's low-key demeanor. No. The Lord is currently pretending to be an ordinary student. I don't know him at all. It would be too strange to go over personally. Old Iron, you know the Lord, you quickly go welcome him, don't let anything go wrong. Zhang Tai nodded and quickly ran towards the beach entrance. Wow, there really is a beach party. 2. Chen looked at the setup on the beach from a distance, his mouth agape in surprise. Several 10-meter-long tables were filled with seafood, fruits, and drinks. The entire beach was adorned with colorful little lights, creating a vibrant atmosphere. It looked beautiful even in broad daylight. He couldn't imagine how enchanting it would be when lit up at night. No poke. No poke. Chu Chen was in a great mood, walking briskly towards the entrance. At the entrance, a young man in overalls was acting as security, checking the identities of those entering. Upon seeing Chu Chen, he couldn't help but become alert. Although he was dressed in ordinary beach shorts, he was even 3 points more handsome than his overalls. Most importantly, he had never seen this young man in the Confronting guild. "Kid, what are you here for?" the young man in overalls asked in a deep voice. Today, the entire Confronting guild was mobilized, and the president had even booked the Moonlight White Beach. It was definitely a super big operation. He absolutely wouldn't let any outsiders in to interfere with the guild's important matters. "I'm here to attend the beach party, here's my entry ticket." Chu Chen handed the VIP entry ticket to the young man in overalls. "What is this? An entry ticket? This is an internal guild event, just showing your face is enough, what do you need an entry ticket for?" The young man in overalls took the entry ticket with a strange expression, glanced at it, and was immediately shocked. VIP entry ticket for beach party location, Moonlight White Beach time, 4 p.m. Good heavens. This entry ticket is not only exquisitely made, the time and location match perfectly. What does this mean? Their Confronting guild operation has been leaked. Is this business warfare? So dirty. Fortunately, the opponent still doesn't know they can enter without a ticket. "Can I go in now?" Chu Chen looked at the young man in suspenders, who had been silent for a long time, and asked in confusion, "Go in. Dream on. I've seen through you. Kid, honestly tell me, where did you get this entrance ticket?" The young man in suspenders snapped back to reality, glaring at Chu Chen as he questioned him. "I ordered takeout, what's it to you?" Chu Chen's heart sank. The young man's tone gave him a bad feeling. "Put. Ha ha. Our boss spent over 10 million to book this place, and you think you can just waltz in with a takeout order?" The young man in suspenders couldn't help but burst into laughter. This spy seemed to be a bit slow on the uptake, trying to sneak into their guild without a reasonable excuse. "So you're saying the beach party is real, but my entrance ticket is fake?" Chu Chen frowned and asked unhappily. "Of course. If this ticket were real, I'd fly up to the sky right here." The young man in suspenders stopped laughing, snorted coldly, and mocked. The next second, he really did fly up into the sky. Third tier skill, telekinetic ascension punch. Zhang Tai rushed up to the two of them in a hurry. He directly used his strongest skill, fulfilling the young man's wish. "Chu Chen, don't listen to that kid's nonsense, he's just an intern. This entrance ticket is real. Absolutely real. I never expected the one who hit the jackpot would be you. Ha ha. What a coincidence. Truly a coincidence. Ha ha." Zhang Tai caught the entrance ticket that floated down from the sky and respectfully handed it to Chu Chen, his face beaming with a smile. "Damn. The ticket clearly had the stamp of the Gale Guild on it, didn't the young man in suspenders see that? Luckily, he arrived just in time. If their hard-earned Chu Chen was turned away by a mere security guard, he and the president would be furious." Thud. The young man in suspenders fell from the sky, looking at Zhang Tai with a face full of resentment. "Old Tai, what are you doing? Ouch, I've been in the guild for 2.5 years, why am I still an intern?" As soon as he finished speaking, a line of prompts appeared in front of the young man in suspenders. "You have been kicked out of the Gale Guild by the president." "Zhang Tai? Is this beach party hosted by the Gale Guild? Your brother Zhang sure isn't here too, is he?" Chu Chen didn't expect to see Zhang Tai here. Remembering the training experience from a week ago, he couldn't help but frown, suddenly losing interest in attending this beach party. Seeing Chu Chen frown, Zhang Tai was instantly scared half to death. Sure enough, the big shot was quite dissatisfied with the Gale Guild. The only reason he hadn't wiped them out was definitely out of mercy. I must say something to change the big shot's negative impression of the guild. "Chu Chen, don't worry, you definitely won't see Zhang Shi today. Zhang Shi accidentally fell and is currently in ICU treatment. Aside from Zhang Shi, everyone in our Gale Guild is a good person. Fell and ended up in ICU? Is the threshold for ICU that low now?" Chu Chen didn't understand but was greatly shocked. As for Zhang Tai saying that everyone in the Gale Guild is a good person, he remained skeptical. Everyone in the Gale Guild is a good person? Then what about him? Chu Chen pointed at the young man in suspenders. This person had been quite harsh towards him earlier, practically interrogating him like a spy, which made him quite unhappy. Seeing Chu Chen hold the young man in suspenders accountable, Zhang Tai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Chu Chen, you misunderstood. He's not a member of our guild. He's just playing basketball in our guild." A second ago, Zhang Tai wouldn't have dared to say this, that would have been lying to the big shot. But now it was fine because the young man in suspenders had already been kicked out of the guild. "Oh, so he's just a temp." Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Although he knew this was mostly an excuse, his feelings of dissatisfaction had indeed lessened a lot. "So what privileges do I get with this VIP entrance ticket?" Seeing that Chu Chen finally didn't plan to leave, Zhang Tai was so moved he almost cried. "Everything. As the only VIP Chu Chen, you can enjoy everything at the party. And it's all top-notch treatment. Zhang Tai said earnestly. This wave of the Gale Guild was a full mobilization, and the president was not sparing any expense. He believed he could definitely satisfy the big boss. Chu Chen. Oh my? This is so awesome? Then you get busy, I'm going to experience it right now. Hearing that he could enjoy the highest level of treatment, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Chen's face. After waving goodbye to Zhang Tai, he strode into the moonlit white beach. What? Is this Boziding shrimp? Is this Donghu hairy crab? Top-notch seafood, and it's set up as a buffet here? Chu Chen walked to the seafood buffet, stunned by the dazzling array of top-quality seafood. He tore off a shrimp leg to taste it. The shrimp meat was springy, juicy, and sweet, simply exquisite. Chu Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Just for this food, this trip is worth it. While Chu Chen was savoring the delicacies, some members of the Gale Guild also cast their gazes over. Who is that kid, to make Zhang Tai go all out for him? Intern. Member? Doesn't look like it, the president hasn't even sat down yet, and he's already eating. This outfit is too casual, could he really be here for the party? What's going on? Does no one know this kid? Then why can he participate in our guild activities? Chu Chen's unique style piqued everyone's interest. But strangely, no one recognized this young man. After some discussion, a round-faced youth was pushed forward by the crowd. This person was named by Shirton, good at socializing, able to chat with anyone. The crowd planned to let him probe into Chu Chen's background. Bai Shirtong made a gesture to the crowd, confidently walking towards Chu Chen. Hello, handsome, how's the taste of this buffet? Bai Shirtong smiled as he approached Chu Chen, trying to get close. The taste is quite good, your Gale Guild is really wealthy. Although Chu Chen didn't know the person in front of him, it didn't stop him from chatting. A party is about having fun together, and as they chatted, they would become familiar. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Bai Shirtong's eyes flickered, gathering two pieces of information. First, this kid in front of him was not a member of the Gale Guild. Second, this kid didn't have much experience. If it's good, eat more. But I heard this party is an internal event of the guild, how did you get in, little brother? Bai Shirtong smiled nonchalantly and continued to ask. You might not believe it if I tell you. I got a lottery ticket when I ordered takeout, and when I scratched it lightly, I hit the grand prize. The reward was this VIP entry ticket for the beach party. How about that, isn't that luck amazing? Chu Chen said proudly. Takeout? Grand prize? Entry ticket? VIP level? What is all this about? Bai Shirtong's smiling face suddenly stiffened, his CPU almost smoking. The Gale Guild was the third largest guild in Dongxing City. When did they start doing takeout? Also, why would a large guild event use a lottery to invite unrelated people? Bai Shirtong was puzzled. But he believed that there must be a reason for the leather pants over cotton pants. Either the leather pants were too thin, or the cotton pants had no fur. The reason he couldn't figure it out must be that he hadn't grasped the essence. So, little brother, you are purely a lucky charm. And actually have nothing to do with the Gale Guild? Bai Shirtong continued to inquire, gathering information. You could say that. Chu Chen nodded. Hearing Chu Chen's affirmative answer, Bai Shirtong was even more speechless. However, at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait, I think I understand. Letting unrelated people participate not only provides cover for our event but also allows us to promote the Gale Guild through others. This is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Turns out the president is in the atmosphere this time. So high. Really high. The know-it-all felt enlightened, as if he had seen through everything. Little brother, your luck is just too good. What do you do for a living? You must have some luck bonus, right? Knowing that Chu Chen was just an ordinary passerby, the know-it-all completely let go, chatting with Chu Chen while eating. What are you talking about? I'm just an F-level all-system mage. Chu Chen waved his hand, looking helpless. See, that makes sense. You're using a lifetime of luck to exchange for a special prize. TSK, little brother, you really are unfortunate. Life must be tough for you, right? The know-it-all looked at Chu Chen with sympathy. In the Gale Guild, sea-level transmuters were already the lowest existence. It was hard to imagine how miserable life would be for someone with an F-level profession. It really isn't easy, I have to be careful even when using skills. Chu Chen nodded, all his skills were world-destroying level, and the dungeons were too fragile, which was quite annoying. Little brother, don't just eat, let me give you a tip. Take advantage of this event, lower your stance, and try to curry favor with a few big shots. Who knows, maybe one of them will soften and take you under their wing. If that happens, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. The know-it-all suggested. In his view, an F-level profession shouldn't care about dignity. It was the right path to kneel and take out the gold beneath a man's knees. Forget it, I'm just here to attend the beach party. Today, I don't want to do anything else. By the way, when can I see some bikini girls? Chu Chen declined, steering the conversation back to the beach party. He was already half full and hadn't seen a single bikini girl. This felt a bit like false advertising. Ha ha. Little brother, what a dream you're having. In our Gale Guild, with over 200 people, there are only 20 female transmuters. And all 20 of those women have tough personalities. They're incredibly fierce. Not to mention you, I've been in the guild for years and have never seen them wear bikinis. The know-it-all laughed heartily. Today's young people really have their heads in the clouds. Luck drew a ticket, but surely they wouldn't think of themselves as VIPs? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a guild message popped up in front of him. Li Guangfeng, all female members of the guild immediately change into bikinis. Although Li Guangfeng didn't meet Chu Chen directly, he was nearby. Pretending to sunbathe, he was actually keeping a close eye on Chu Chen's situation. Hearing that the big shot wanted to see bikini girls, he immediately at all members in the guild channel. Li Guangfeng, all female members of the guild immediately change into bikinis. As soon as this was said, the entire guild exploded. President, are you crazy? We're Valkyries, how can we wear that kind of clothing? I absolutely refuse to wear such girly things. I look just as good in battle armor. No. It's not that we won't wear it. We simply don't have that kind of clothing. Exactly. If you want to see, go look online. Big men can't even find a website? Although there were only 20 female transmuters in the guild, their voices were not small. In just a few seconds, the entire guild channel was flooded with messages. All were expressions of dissatisfaction from the female transmuters. Li Guangfeng naturally understood the personalities of the female transmuters in the guild very well. He calmly continued to speak in the guild channel. Li Guangfeng, those who change into bikinis can receive a piece of silver level equipment from the guild warehouse. As soon as this was said, the flood of messages suddenly stopped. When new content appeared again, the tone had changed. President, what do you mean? Are you using silver equipment to provoke us, sisters? Humph. It's just a bikini, right? Sisters, it's time to show off our hot bodies. Change outfits. President, can the brothers wear bikinis too? Don't get me wrong, it's not for the silver equipment, I just want to experience the cool feeling. Li Guangfeng, get lost. Oh. Got it. Got it. Bro, your guild may have few women, but the quality is pretty high. That healthy wheat color, that fiery figure, simply beautiful and cool. Chu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sudden appearance of 20 bikini beauties. Beishitan glanced at the guild channel, then at Chu Chen, and the crab leg in his hand fell in surprise onto the table. No way? No way? The president had the guild beauties wear bikinis. Could it be to satisfy this young man's wish? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Beishitan immediately shook his head in denial. How could that be? If this kid really had that much power, the president would have come personally to entertain him. It must be a coincidence. Little brother. You really have good fortune. The beauties of our Storm Guild spend their days fighting, their figures are absolutely top-notch. Beishitan laughed heartily, casting aside his earlier doubts, and began to appreciate the fiery figures of the guild beauties. Not only Beishitan, but the men of the Storm Guild also forgot about discussing the president's big move. Over 100 people lined up, staring intently at the bikini ladies. However, they blocked Chu Chen's view completely. I can't see anything with you blocking me. I'm not saying, but you guys from the Storm Guild have too many men. You should recruit more female members to balance things out. Chu Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling disappointed. Hearing Chu Chen's complaints, Li Guangfeng, who was secretly observing, twitched his mouth fiercely. Their Storm Guild style was all about being bold and domineering. Besides tough women, what other girls would be willing to join? Even if he went to recruit now, there wouldn't be enough time. But the big shots' wish to see bikini ladies must be fulfilled. If not, their Storm Guild might just disappear from the world. What to do? What to do? Li Guangfeng was sweating profusely, panicking. It seemed the only option was to have the guild beauties serve the big shot exclusively. Li Guangfeng, all female job changers go to table 1 to serve. Table 1's Chu Chen is our VIP. As long as he is happy, each person can receive a piece of golden equipment. As soon as these words were spoken, the guild channel fell silent for a moment. No one replied, as everyone was stunned. How precious is golden equipment? Everyone knew it well. Each piece costs over 1 million. 20 people, 1 piece each, that's 20 million. 20 million just to make Chu Chen smile. Who on earth is this Chu Chen? Alright. President, we're going. President, who exactly is this Chu Chen? Can you tell me? I can. Do without the golden equipment. Ha ha. I see him, he's actually a handsome guy. Ah. I want the spot next to him, you guys can't fight me for it. What are you talking about? Whoever gets it first gets it. Seeing the president directly promise golden equipment, the beauties went crazy. 20 people showed their skills and rushed towards Chuchen. Bei Shitong, who originally wanted to tease Chuchen with, UF level can be satisfied just by taking a glance, and you still complain about the big shot blocking your view, was completely dumbfounded after seeing the content in the guild channel. His throat was dry and his whole body trembled. Looking at Chuchen, he couldn't say a word. It really is him. The president's previous arrangements were all for him? With both silver and golden equipment, they went to such lengths to please him. Oh my! Could it be that this afternoon's event was also held for him? What happened to the promised F-level all-system mage? How did you blink and turn into a big shot? Just as Beishiton was in shock, more than 20 beauties had already arrived at the long table. Wow! Why are all the beauties coming over? The sudden appearance of over 20 beauties startled Chuchen, almost making him unleash a world-ending move. Handsome, I'm really sorry for neglecting you before. The president said you are our VIP, so we all came to serve you beside Chuchen, a beautiful woman in a leopard print bikini. Explained softly. She had a hot figure, with curves that rose and fell, and her tan skin exuded a wild aura. But her voice was soft enough to evoke pity, filled with a contradictory allure. As she spoke, she curiously sized up Chuchen. Anyone who can make the president spend tens of millions to please them must be extraordinary. Could it be that this handsome young man is a 5-turn powerhouse even stronger than the president? If that's the case, I must serve him. Well, even if he looks down on me, I must leave a deep impression. Not only did the leopard print girl think this way, but all 20 beauties shared the same thought. Although they had bold personalities and strong auras, it was precisely because of this that they admired strength even more. Now that they saw a handsome guy whom even the president wanted to please, their curiosity alone was enough to make them fall for him. Oh, your president is really too polite. Chuchen smiled widely. He never expected that a VIP ticket would actually come with VIP treatment. Surrounded by 20 bikini-clad beauties, he truly felt what it meant to be in the midst of a storm, as if he were in heaven. You're welcome, it's our duty to serve you. Yes, handsome, you're so handsome that even if the president didn't say anything, we would still come over. Handsome, your figure is amazing. How did you train? You're so muscular. How old are you, handsome? Are you 18? I love boys who are 18. The beauties spoke with laughter. Their voices were as melodious as larks. The bystander felt goosebumps all over. These women usually spoke in a rough manner, like dinosaurs. He never expected them to be so charming. However, it seemed he was also basking in Chuchen's glory, able to admire the fiery figures of the guild beauties up close. Just as the bystander was secretly thinking this, he suddenly felt his collar tighten. A woman in a shell bikini directly lifted him up and threw him out of the crowd. Then, the shell beauty naturally took his place. The shell beauty had a graceful figure and fair skin, as if she had bathed in milk, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. As if nothing had happened, she sweetly said to Chuchen, handsome, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Chuchen glanced at the dining table and said, abalone, I guess. Upon hearing this, the shell beauty's fair face immediately flushed. Oh, you're naughty, handsome. There are so many people watching. It's not convenient. Chuchen looked puzzled. Isn't the abalone right next to you? What's inconvenient about it? Ah. So it's this abalone. The shell beauty realized, her cheeks turning even redder. She quickly picked up an abalone and brought it to Chuchen's mouth. Come on, handsome, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Chuchen opened his mouth and swallowed the abalone in one bite, feeling as if he were about to fly with happiness. Damn! This is simply a life like that of King Zhou. So refreshing. So damn refreshing. Seeing Chuchen take the abalone into his mouth, the shell beauty laughed happily. Meanwhile, the leopard print beauty across from her was filled with burning anger. This woman usually acted carefree, but unexpectedly, she was so skilled at this. No way, I can't fall behind. The leopard print beauty picked up a grape and asked, handsome, do you want to eat grapes? Chuchen shook his head. Grapes are too small. I want to eat papaya. It has to be big and yellow, soft and sweet. Upon hearing this, the leopard print beauty's cheeks flushed as she pouted. How rude. Although my skin is tanned, my papaya isn't that yellow. Just as the beauties were happily chatting with Chuchen, the men in the guild were already seething with anger. There were already too many wolves and too few sheep in the guild. Now, the president actually let all the beauties serve an outsider. What kind of nonsense is this? However, despite the anger, no one had the courage to question the president's decision. They knew best how volatile Li Guangfeng's personality was. He was the kind of person who could send someone to the ICU over a disagreement. But fear wouldn't extinguish the anger, it would only make it burn more fiercely. After a moment, the vice president finally couldn't hold back and directly questioned in the guild channel, Li Guangfeng, do you even know what you're doing? Using the guild's money and the guild's women to please an outsider, are you out of your mind? Seeing the vice president's remarks, the members of the Guangfeng guild felt both relieved and scared. They were relieved because the vice president voiced what they were all thinking. They were scared because they worried about the president's wrath and possible crazy actions. However, to everyone's surprise, the usually irritable Li Guangfeng did not explode this time. Li Guangfeng, I know what I'm doing. I can only say that everything I'm doing now is to protect the Guangfeng guild and even the entire Dongxing city. After sending the above content to the guild channel, Li Guangfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Who could understand the pain in his heart? Ever since he met the big boss Chu Chen, his attitude had softened and he spoke more politely. He even wanted to help old ladies cross the street, fearing they might be another hidden big boss. The notorious Li Guangfeng of Dongxing could now even be renamed Li Chunfeng. President. Saying it's for the Guangfeng guild is somewhat believable, but saying it's for the entire Dongxing city is ridiculous, right? That kid looks like he's only 18 or 19, what kind of strength could he possibly have? Is his background too strong? President, if there's something, just say it. The guild brothers will bear it together. With over 200 of us in the Guangfeng guild united, what can't we solve? Li Guangfeng's explanation was too absurd, and the members completely didn't believe it. As the third largest guild in Dongxing City, they were used to being arrogant and didn't believe there was anything they couldn't handle. Hey, if you knew how terrifying the big boss was, you wouldn't say that. In the face of overwhelming power, no matter how many people there are, they are just cannon fodder. Li Guangfeng shook his head helplessly, staring blankly at the blue sea. He used to be as arrogant as these people until he caught a glimpse of the big boss. Thinking of this, he quickly reminded everyone in the guild channel. Li Guangfeng, I can't say more. Believe it or not. But you must not use the probing technique on Chu Chen. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. To emphasize, Li Guangfeng repeated it 3 times. However, as soon as he finished speaking, puff, puff, puff. Over 200 men on the beach all spat blood and fell to the ground. The bright red blood stained the beach. Li Guangfeng. Damn. I told you not to probe, but you wouldn't listen. What now? Can I harm you as your president? Now you know. The big boss Chu Chen doesn't even need to do anything, just relying on the backlash effect of his concealment skill can wipe out our Guangfeng guild. Damn it. If it weren't for the big boss currently practicing Loki, just your disrespectful behavior would have caused the entire Dongxing city to pay for your actions. Li Guangfeng cursed in the guild channel. If only 1 or 2 people had spat blood, he could have tolerated it. But as a result, all the guild members except the women spat blood and fell. He had raised a bunch of stubborn mules in his guild. After cursing, the guild channel fell silent. Now you know you're wrong? Now you know to be silent? Really, people can't be taught, but things can be learned in one go. Li Guangfeng thought the guild members were all feeling ashamed and reflecting. Until a message appeared in the guild channel, President, I'm dying, help. As soon as this was said, a large number of replies followed. +1 +1 +1. Li Guangfeng's forehead was covered with black lines. Good grief, it turned out he wasn't reflecting, he just didn't have the strength to respond. Silence aside, as the president, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Just as he was about to call Zhang Tai to help save the person, he discovered Zhang Tai lying dead not far away. What? Old Iron, why are you lying down too? Zhang Tai replied. President, I was just a bit too curious. Li Guangfeng exclaimed, you're really a little cutie. Fortunately, Li Guangfeng was a 4th-tier powerhouse. And with all his might, his speed was terrifying. Bottles of healing potions were poured into the mouths of the guild members. Even after administering the healing potions, he still had time to slap someone. This is what you get for not listening to me, you animals. I'll slap you. Will you listen next time? After a wave of treatment, he felt quite satisfied with the slaps. What's going on over there? Why are they all spitting blood and collapsing? The sight of over 200 people spitting blood and falling down was too shocking. Even Chu Chen, who was happily chatting with the Bikini girls, noticed. Upon hearing Chu Chen's question, the Bikini girls fell silent. So realistic. Too realistic. That bewildered look, that doubtful tone, it was seamless. If they didn't know the truth, they might have really been fooled by the big shot, Chu Chen. With just a concealment skill, he almost wiped out the entire guild. This is outrageous. Terrifying. I thought the big shot was a 5th-tier powerhouse, but now it seems I was too shallow. Oh my god. To see such an incredible big shot in this lifetime, how lucky. Wow. If I could get close to such a big shot, wouldn't I just take off right away? The bikini girls shared the same shock in their eyes. At that moment, they finally understood how terrifying the seemingly charming guy in front of them truly was. They can't be angry with me, right? Seeing the bikini girls silent, Chu Chen asked again. As soon as he said this, the beauty snapped back to reality, breaking out in a cold sweat. With just a non-offensive concealment skill, he had severely injured everyone in the guild. If the big shot moved a finger, wouldn't the Confronting guild be instantly destroyed? Therefore, to survive, they absolutely couldn't let the big shot know that the guild members disrespected him. No. No. Handsome, you misunderstood, they are just fishing. Yes. What my sister said is right. Spitting blood while fishing. Our Confronting guild's unique fishing method. Handsome, we don't need to worry about those fishermen, let's continue playing music and dancing. The bikini girls racked their brains to change the subject, serving Chu Chen even more attentively. I see, so that's how it is. With 20 hot beauties throwing themselves at him, which man could resist? Under the shower of cleansing milk, Chu Chen quickly forgot about the blood-spitting incident. Li Confronting, ladies, well done. Remember, never break the big shot's low-key cultivation. Although Li Confronting was fully focused on treating the injured, he was also keeping an eye on the situation. With Chu Chen, he had initially worried that the female members would lose their composure, but he never expected them to handle it so well. Looking at the group of fallen members, he regretted not being able to help and only adding to his troubles. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slapped each of them again. A bunch of animals, can't even compare to a woman. The members of the Confronting guild obediently took the beating, not daring to retort. They had never heard of such a method of severely injuring enemies with a concealment skill. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg of what the big shot, Chu Chen, could do. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the true power of the big shot would be when he actually unleashed his skills. And just now, with so many people probing Chu Chen, the fact that he didn't wipe them out was already a mercy. Forget about letting the guild's beauties serve the big shot, the members only regretted not having more limbs, or they would have gone to serve him too. More than 200 people gradually crawled up from the ground, sitting on the beach, gazing at the azure sea, and with a sense of enlightenment exclaimed, "Ah! It's great to be alive." Li Confronting looked at the guild members who had finally calmed down and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Now that this group of rascals has settled down, there should be no more trouble. It seems that our Confronting guild can get through this ordeal. Just as he was about to sit down and rest for a moment, Li Confronting's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked towards the entrance of the beach, uncertainly saying, "These two auras, it's them. Damn it. Why are they here?" Li Confronting dashed to the entrance of the beach. Sure enough, he saw a familiar man and woman. The man was in his 40s or 50s but dressed like a pretty boy, looking extremely flashy. He was none other than the president of the first guild in Dongqing City, the Yunxian Guild, Lu Yunxian. The woman was in a red robe, curvaceous, with a top-notch figure, exuding a sultry mature woman vibe. She was the president of the second guild in Dongqing City, the Rose Guild, Red Rose. Behind them were dozens of members from their respective guilds. It was clear they were not here for a friendly visit. Lu Yunxian, Red Rose. What are you doing at Moonlight White Beach? Li Confronting asked with a gloomy expression. Just when his own guild's rascals had calmed down, the two other guilds came looking for trouble. Damn it. He just wanted to sincerely apologize to the big boss Chu Chen. Why was it so difficult? President Confronting. You know very well why we are here, don't you? You didn't even invite us to the good stuff. You're really bad. Red Rose smiled charmingly, her voice sweet and enticing. The entire Confronting guild mobilized, which was no small matter. They must have discovered a hidden dungeon, a tremendous opportunity. If it weren't for Li Confronting's reckless personality and lack of discretion, they might have missed out on this fortune. President Li, didn't we agree among the three of us? Whichever guild discovers the hidden dungeon, the three of us will tackle it together. Yet you didn't even give us a heads up. That's really not fair. Lu Yunxian chimed in. The monsters in the hidden dungeon could drop top-tier equipment and skills. It would greatly enhance the guild's combat power. As the president of the first guild in Dongqing City, he would never allow the Confronting guild to monopolize it. What the hell? Hidden dungeon? Where's the hidden dungeon? I'm throwing a beach party here. Li Confronting cursed, nearly spitting blood from anger. It was one thing for his guild's rascals to misunderstand. How could these two presidents have such vivid imaginations? President Confronting, your attempts to deny it are really adorable, but how do you explain all that blood on the beach? Red Rose asked with a smile. With everyone mobilized and blood everywhere, just seeing this scene, she could already imagine what kind of brutal battle the Confronting guild had gone through. Damn! This is impossible to explain. Li Guangfeng's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. The scene of blood spilling on the sandy beach made it feel like they had experienced a great battle. But there really was no hidden dungeon. It was purely the result of his guild's stupidity. Presently, from the looks of it, the hidden dungeon is not something your Guangfeng guild can handle alone. If that's the case, why torment your guild members? Wouldn't cooperation be better? To be honest, Lu recently contracted a mutated deep-sea Xian turtle whose defense is astonishing. With its participation, we can guarantee a flawless victory in the hidden dungeon, Lu Yunxian said proudly. His profession was beast tamer, and the mutated deep-sea Xian turtle was a top-tier divine pet he had managed to tame with great effort. Revealing this at this moment would not only reassure Li Guangfeng but also serve as a deterrent, killing two birds with one stone. Believe it or not, there is no hidden dungeon. You all go wherever you feel comfortable. Don't disturb us from having a party, Li Guangfeng said irritably, directly starting to drive people away. There was no way to explain. Whether it was Lu Yunxian or Hong Meigui, at most they made him a bit wary. But Chu Chen, that was a terrifying existence. Who could easily control his life and death? Weighing the importance, Li Guangfeng could figure it out with just a thought. Seeing that Li Guangfeng couldn't explain and began to rudely drive people away, Hong Meigui and Lu Yunxian became even more certain of the existence of the hidden dungeon. But leaving was not an option. If the Guangfeng guild got all the benefits of the hidden dungeon and became the #1 guild in Dongqing City, who knew how they would suppress them in the future? Since President Guangfeng says there isn't one, then let's just assume there isn't. But, for a party, the more people, the merrier. Why not let our Rose Guild sisters join in? Sisters, put on your battle gear. With a light call from Hong Meigui, over 50 members of the Rose Guild all changed into bikinis. The Rose Guild was composed entirely of female job changers, a stark contrast to the all-male style of the Guangfeng Guild. Moreover, every member was a beauty, with sweet lowless, delicate ladies, and mature goddesses. The different styles of beauties were simply dazzling. Hong Meigui herself also changed into a fiery red bikini. With her already ample attributes, the bikini added even more visual impact. Any man who caught a glimpse would feel a rush of blood and couldn't help but exclaim, there are actually such enchanting beauties in the world. And Hong Meigui's thought was simple, since you, Li Guangfeng, wanna put on a show, then we'll play along with you. If you have the ability, just keep hiding and never conquer the hidden dungeon. Seeing this, Lu Yunxian also wore a knowing smile and echoed, yeah, the guild members are busy fighting monsters every day, they should have a good rest. Everyone, let's take a day off today and have some fun. Hearing Lu Yunxian's words, the members of the Yunxian guild immediately cheered. Seeing that the two guilds had no intention of leaving, Li Guangfeng felt a headache coming on. It seemed that he couldn't drive them away by force. Fortunately, he had the foresight to book the entire Moonlight White Beach in advance. Want to join the beach party? That had to be with his permission. Sorry. Today the Moonlight White Beach is booked by me, Li Guangfeng. Of course, don't say I don't give you face, each guild 2 million, and I'll let you in. Li Guangfeng sneered proudly, his eyes full of mockery. He spent a total of 15 million on the booking and setup. Now, he was asking for 2 million from each guild. Both guild leaders were quite shrewd and would definitely not be willing to be the fools. However, in Lu Yunxian and Hong Meigui's eyes, this calculation was not so simple. The materials needed to open the hidden dungeon are expensive, at least 10 million. Plus, the people from the Guangfeng guild have suffered quite a bit, they definitely can't compete with the two of us. 2 million is a bit pricey, but still within a reasonable range. After calculating in their hearts, Hong Meigui and Lu Yunxian directly agreed. Alright, 2 million it is. The money has been transferred, so we can go in now. Looking at the sudden 40 million that arrived on his phone, Li Guangfeng was dumbfounded. No way? 2 million, this is 2 million. Just to attend a beach party? What were you two thinking? Am I making a fortune or losing out here? While Li Guangfeng was in a daze, about 100 people from the two guilds had already entered the Moonlight White Beach. Although they claimed to be attending a beach party, they were naturally not really there to have fun. As soon as they stepped into the Moonlight White Beach, Hong Meigui and Lu Yunxian began to carefully observe, searching for clues about the hidden dungeon. The male members of the Stormwind Guild were all sitting by the sea, their bodies soaked in crimson blood, looking as if they were injured and recuperating. Meanwhile, the few female members were surrounding a handsome young man, eating and drinking, chatting merrily. What the hell is going on here? A handsome guy monopolizing all the beauties of the guild? What the hell? What a thrilling plot! Even though Lu Yunxian and Red Rose were well-versed and experienced, they were at a loss at this moment. They quickly inquired in the guild channel, who is that guy? Does anyone know him? Although they didn't know what was happening, their instincts told them that this was no simple matter. That guy is really handsome, but I've never seen him before. How could those brutes from the Stormwind Guild allow this to happen? It's unbelievable. I don't know him, but I'm so envious of him. The members of the Yunxian Guild were discussing animatedly, but no one recognized Chu Chun. Seeing this, Lu Yunxian immediately sent a few clever guys to investigate. On the other hand, the Rose Guild received a different result. Oh my god. How could it be him? Bai Jie's beautiful eyes widened in shock, never expecting to see Chu Chun here. Bai Jie was also a member of the Rose Guild. Hearing that the people from the Stormwind Guild were secretly tackling a hidden dungeon, she followed the president to the Moonlight White Beach, intending to earn back the money she had lost recently to a certain big shot. But the moment she saw Chu Chen, she was dumbfounded. Woo woo. I can't even open my black shop anymore, why won't the big shot let me go? Wait. The big shot is participating in the Stormwind Guild's event. I came later. So, I just walked into the line of fire. Wait a minute. Could it be that the Stormwind Guild's big operation today is all for the big shot Chu Chen? Looking at the crimson blood, Bai Jie suddenly recalled her first encounter with the big shot Chu Chen. Just because she had looked at him a little longer in the crowd, she had bled so much that her period was delayed. Yes. It must be like that. There was no hidden dungeon. There was no death battle. The blood everywhere was the result of probing into the backlash from the big shot Chu Chen. Only when encountering such a profound existence as the big shot Chu Chen could the brutes of the Stormwind Guild behave like obedient grandsons. The president had made a huge blunder. In just a few breaths, Bai Jie figured out the truth. Cold sweat broke out on her back, and she quickly reminded the president in the guild channel, "President, I know that handsome guy, his name is Chu Chen. Everything the Stormwind Guild has done today is likely for him. This person is extremely dangerous, the farther we stay away from him, the better. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely do not approach him." To emphasize Chu Chen's danger, Bai Jie repeated it 3 times. However, Red Rose's reply made her heart sink. Oh? A dangerous man? That's perfect. I like to turn danger into safety, to turn misfortune into fortune. Sisters, remember. Men conquer the world, women conquer men. Wearing bikini battle gear, we are invincible. Since this Chu Chen is a key figure in the Stormwind Guild, I will personally step in and capture him today. Red Rose cheerfully instructed her sisters, twisting her snake-like waist as she walked towards Chu Chen. The members of the Rose Guild were excited to see their president take action herself. Wow! The president is personally stepping in, that handsome guy is probably going to become the president's underling right away. 5 minutes. I bet in 5 minutes, Chu Chen will be completely captivated by the president. Why would it take that long? Our president is charming, just one glance and Chu Chen will be lost. President, don't be too quick, take your time to attract him so we can learn from you. A group of beauties focused intently on Red Rose, eager to see what method she would use to win over Chu Chen. The Red Rose smiled even more brightly upon hearing the news from her sisters. This Chu Chen was still young, clearly a fledgling. For someone like her, a veteran in the game of love, handling him was a piece of cake. Approaching the long table, she subtly exuded a powerful aura of the 4th transition. The beauties of the Storm Guild had already guessed that the Red Rose was coming to compete with them for men, and naturally felt quite displeased. However, facing a 4th transition powerhouse, none dared to act recklessly. Under the pressure of the 4th transition aura, the beauties reluctantly made way, allowing the Red Rose to walk up to Chu Chen. Oh? Another new beauty is coming? Chu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing the Red Rose. With her big waves of hair and that fiery red bikini, her sexiness was off the charts. Especially those towering waves, Chu Chen felt he could swim in them. Indeed, she was a fledgling, she couldn't possibly still be untouched, right? How interesting. The Red Rose noticed Chu Chen's reaction and flashed a charming smile, playfully winking at him. Hello there, handsome. At the same time, the Red Rose instinctively activated her probing skill, using behavioral charm to lower her opponent's guard. Then, taking the opportunity to use the probing skill to gather information was a habit she had developed over a long time. Even when encountering high-level job changers, this trick was always effective. Little brother, let me see what little secrets you're hiding. The next moment, the galaxy sparkled and a meteor struck. The Red Rose felt a sweetness in her throat and blood was about to spurt out. Fortunately, she quickly closed her mouth, preventing the blood from spilling. However, even though she didn't spit blood, her body was still severely injured. The Red Rose felt weak all over, and as her body swayed, she fell towards Chu Chen. Hello, big sister. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you still crashing into people? The Red Rose suddenly Fainted, startling Chu Chen, who quickly reached out to catch her. Wow, so heavy, one hand couldn't manage it. The red rose was cradled at an angle by Chu Chen, her eyes filled with unmistakable terror. What was that scene just now? Why did I get so severely injured just from a glance? Even the city Lord Wan Tian couldn't inflict such serious injuries on me in such a short time. Shock. Fear. The red rose's heart raced uncontrollably. She had thought the danger by Jia mentioned referred to Chu Chen's terrifying background. She never expected that it was the kind of danger that could lead to death from just a glance. This is way too dangerous. Wow. Look, look. The president is already hugging Chu Chen. So romantic. What tactic is the president using? Feigning. Injury, beauty trap, throwing oneself into someone's arms, that's all I can figure out. The deeper meaning can only be answered by the president herself. As expected of the president, this progress is simply astonishing. Could it be that they'll be having babies soon? So touching. Is this really the president? Her skills in flirting with men are simply superb, reaching a realm of perfection. The members of the Rose Guild saw Chu Chen and the president in a romantic, ambiguous embrace, and they were practically swooning, flooding the guild channel with messages. Looking at the comments in the guild channel, the red rose was almost in tears. What are you all so excited about? Your president almost died. Still touched? I can't even move right now. Big sister, are you okay? Chu Chen looked at the red rose in his arms, asking with some concern. She suddenly fainted while talking. Why was this big sister so weak? Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in the red rose's beautiful eyes. The big shot almost killed me just now and then asked if I was okay. Should I say I'm fine or not? Oh my. This question is so hard, I can't answer it. The red rose was drenched in cold sweat, unable to fathom Chu Chen's intentions. She could only silently look at Chu Chen, pleading with her eyes for mercy from the big shot. President, don't panic. At this moment, Chu Chen is playing the role of an ordinary student who has just changed jobs. As long as it doesn't affect the boss's low-key cultivation, the boss might just scam a bit of money but won't harm you. Just then, Bai Jie's message suddenly appeared in the guild channel. Red Rose seemed to have grabbed a lifeline and quickly replied, handsome. I'm fine, I just fainted from heatstroke. It's the middle of summer and at the seaside, fainting from heatstroke seems reasonable, right? Ha? Heatstroke? It's almost evening and the weather isn't hot at all, how could it be heatstroke? Sister, could it be that your heart is burning with desire? Chu Chen looked up at the sky, unable to understand. But seeing Red Rose drenched in sweat, looking quite like she had heatstroke, he turned to the beautiful women of the Gale Guild around him and asked, ladies, is there a priest among you? Please heal this sister. In this world where everyone can change jobs, some minor ailments can be treated with a priest's healing spells. Of course, serious illnesses or severe injuries still require a hospital, healing potions, or high-level healing skills. The beautiful women of the Gale Guild probably guessed that Red Rose fainting was not due to heatstroke, but rather a backlash from probing Chu Chen. This woman not only wanted to compete with them for men but also suppressed them with her fourth transition aura. Now that she was in trouble, they were secretly delighted and had no intention of helping Red Rose heal. Thus, the 20 women shook their heads in unison, indicating that none of them were priests. No priests? That's a bit troublesome. Let me think, what should I do about heatstroke in my past life? Chu Chen began to recall some methods for dealing with heatstroke from his previous life. Although not as miraculous as healing spells, it was still sufficient to alleviate discomfort. The first step was to take the person suffering from heatstroke to a cool place to lie down. The seafood buffet here has umbrellas, so we don't even need to move. The second step was to unbutton the clothing to allow the person to breathe easily. Sister, you only have a piece of red cloth left on. If you unbutton it, you'll be completely exposed. The third step was to drink a herbal medicine for heatstroke. Here, besides alcohol, there are only drinks. Where's the herbal medicine for heatstroke? Don't say there isn't any here, I don't even know if it exists in this world. Chu Chen went through the process and realized, to his dismay, that it seemed he didn't need to do anything. Forget it, I'll just rub her chest a bit. In his past life, when he had headaches or fevers, his mother would patiently rub the uncomfortable areas. Before long, he would feel much better. Chu Chen placed his palm over Red Rose's chest and began to rub in circles. Sister, how is it? Feeling better? Boss, this is too direct, right? Feeling the warmth of Chu Chen's palm, Red Rose's cheeks flushed. She didn't expect the boss to like this. Indeed, a touch can turn misfortune into fortune. Handsome, you don't need to worry about me, as long as you're comfortable. Red Rose spoke in a soft, sweet tone, seemingly quite enjoying it. I do feel quite comfortable, cough cough. Sister, you're not being proper. Aren't you suffering from heatstroke? I'm helping you relieve your chest discomfort, what do you take me for? Chu Chen corrected her with righteous indignation. Oh. Right, I have heat stroke. Red Rose's beautiful eyes widened and her cheeks turned even redder. Being massaged by a boss of this level. She probably would only experience it once in her life. She had just been enjoying it and forgot that she was suffering from heat stroke. I feel much better. Handsome, you really have a miraculous touch, thank you. Red Rose nodded like a chick pecking at rice, fully affirming Chu Chen's skills. Ha? Does it really work? Did I grow a pair of miraculous hands for gynecology? Chu Chen was a bit surprised, but no matter what, recovering was good. Sister, I see your symptoms are quite serious, you're soaked all over. Let me take you to a place with a bed to rest a bit. Chu Chen suggested the beautiful woman. Before him, though stunning and voluptuous, even exuded a unique mature charm. Lying on his lap, he felt an inexplicable sensation as if he were possessed by a rogue. But he was there to attend a beach party, not to care for a patient. No. Handsome, you don't need to trouble yourself, I can go by myself. The Red Rose quickly stood up from Chu Chen's lap, waving her hands repeatedly. The boss did not pursue her unauthorized probing, and she was already very content. How could she dare to trouble the boss again? Moreover, with the boss beside her, her heart was racing. Forget about resting, even sitting felt like a thorn in her back. After saying that, the Red Rose fled towards the members of the Rose Guild. The beauties of the Storm Guild laughed upon seeing the Red Rose's hasty retreat. So what if she was a fourth-turn powerhouse? So what if she was the top woman in Dongqing City? In front of our boss Chu Chen, didn't she still have to obediently play the role of a little woman? Hearing the laughter behind her, the Red Rose felt extremely embarrassed and angry. But at that moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of Chu Chen, leaving her no time to argue with this group of tough women. President, why are you back? Did you manage to win over Chu Chen? Ha? Why isn't that guy Chu Chen following you? Oh my. President, why is your face so red? Why are you so wet? What did that guy do to you? The beauties of the Rose Guild were all puzzled to see the Red Rose return so quickly. Especially when they noticed her flushed cheeks and drenched body, it was as if she had just been through a storm with Chu Chen. The women's expressions turned even more astonished. At that moment, the Red Rose had no mind to consider what the guild members were thinking. She hurriedly approached Bai Jia and impatiently asked, Bai Jia, tell me everything you know about Boss Chu Chen. Hearing the Red Rose refer to Chu Chen in that way, all the women were shocked. Boss Chu Chen? The president actually called that handsome guy boss? Did the president really fail? And had she become Chu Chen's captive? Only Bai Jia, instead of being shocked, wore a bitter smile. She had long guessed that this would be the outcome. How terrifying Boss Chu Chen was, she knew best. The unpredictable concealment skills, the earth-shattering true dragon pet. Even the recent uproar about the evil god's descent was likely related to Boss Chu Chen. But knowing was one thing, she absolutely dared not speak it out. Boss Chu Chen was clearly undergoing refining the heart in the mortal world, and if she were to expose it, she would definitely have no place to die. President, I know a little about Boss Chu Chen, but I really can't reveal anything. Upon hearing Bai Jia's words, the Red Rose suddenly came to her senses. Oh my! What was she doing? She was actually trying to dig into Boss Chu Chen's secrets. Was she looking to die faster? Cold sweat broke out on her. Back as the Red Rose awkwardly explained, Bai Jia, I was just testing you, you did well. No one can reveal Boss Chu Chen's secrets. The women. Although they said nothing, it felt as if they had said everything. Anyone not foolish could guess this guy named Chu Chen was probably someone even the president had to look up to. Could he be a fifth-turn powerhouse? Or even higher? The beauties of the Rose Guild all secretly swallowed hard, their hearts shaken to the core. Bai Jia let out a long sigh of relief. If the president insisted on her revealing information about Boss Chu Chen, she would have to leave the Rose Guild. President, should we go back now? Upon hearing this, the Red Rose's face showed a conflicted expression. Just one glance had nearly killed her. Faced with such a terrifying presence, her instinct was to flee. But she had spent 20 million just to be a bystander. Even if her Rose Guild was wealthy, they couldn't afford such a loss. More importantly, everything arranged by Li Guangfeng today was clearly for Boss Chu Chen. If his intentions are not clarified, the Red Rose cannot find peace in her heart. Since Lord Chu Chen has come here, it surely can't just be for the beach party. I suspect there must be a great opportunity arriving. The Gale Guild has already taken the lead. If we leave now, wouldn't we be handing the opportunity to others for free? Therefore, for the future of our Rose Guild, we must stay. After much contemplation, Red Rose bit her silver teeth and decided to remain. But could this be too dangerous? Bai Jia reminded her. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lord Chuchen currently seems like a harmless little lecher. He might suddenly pull out a divine dragon and wreak havoc on everyone. After all, why did the goblins provoke Lord Chuchen? That remains a mystery. Hearing the word danger, Red Rose's delicate body instinctively trembled. She had developed a psychological shadow regarding those two words. However, she still forced herself to calm down and reassured, I was careless before, but now it's different. With the Gale Guild in front of us taking the hits even if there is danger, it will be them who suffer first. We can just sit here and watch the changes, the safety index is 99.9%. Seeing the president so confident, Bai Jia didn't say anything more. But the inexplicable anxiety in her heart could not be quelled. The first time she encountered Lord Chuchen, she lost tens of thousands. The second time, she almost got killed by a golden dragon. The third time, she lost over 100,000 again. Although she obtained the Goblin summoning skill book, Bai Jia still felt gloomy. She had a nagging feeling that something bad would happen this time when encountering Lord Chuchen as well. On the other side, Yunxian Guild. President, I've already investigated that kid's information. His name is Chu Chen, a student who just changed jobs, and his profession is the worst F-level all-system mage. The reason he can attend this beach party is that he won the grand prize in a takeout lottery, a VIP entry ticket. The beauties of the Gale Guild are all surrounding him, providing him with VIP-level service. The member who gathered the information was reporting to Lu Yunxian. Old Zhao, is this information reliable? Listening to the report from member Old Zhao, Lu Yunxuan's head was filled with question marks. He had thought Chu Chen was a prodigy, or a scion of a wealthy family. He never expected him to be a poor student who had just changed to an F-level profession and could only order takeout. How could a poor student become the guest of honor at the Gale Guild? President, rest assured, the information is absolutely reliable. I sent this kid's photo to the guild recruitment group and a guy named Wang Qing who recognized him. I followed this lead and specifically asked the principal of number 2 high school, confirming that this kid is indeed Chu Chen and his profession is confirmed to be an F-level all-system mage. Old Zhao said with conviction. To increase credibility, he recounted the investigation process. Lu Yunxian never expected that this seemingly false information was actually true. Winning the grand prize so he enjoys VIP treatment? All the beauties of the guild are serving an F-level loser? He wouldn't even dare to dream of 20 people together. Is this a VIP entry ticket? This is more like a dream come true ticket. Wait. What if this isn't an entry ticket, but something else? For example, an important item for clearing a hidden dungeon? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Yunxuan's mind and he thought of another possibility. If Chu Chen happened to possess an important item for clearing a hidden dungeon, then everything could be explained. Li Guangfeng used beauty tricks to try to obtain the item from Chu Chen. The male members in the guild, who knew the inside story, also let it be. To avoid drawing attention, they deliberately referred to the item as a VIP entry ticket. What a profound scheme. I never expected that the burly Li Guangfeng would also be such a sly fox. If it weren't for my superior skills, I might have really been fooled. Lu Yunxuan's eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he could see through everything. Immediately, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he issued a new command to Old Zhao. Old Zhao, you did well. Next, I have a new task for you. Monitor Chu Chen and find the right opportunity to snatch the VIP entrance ticket from him. Such an important item must be in the hands of their Yunxian Guild. Great, nothing went wrong. Li Guangfeng breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that the people from the Yunxian Guild and the Rose Guild did not show any obvious movements. After the two guilds entered, he actually regretted it. What did it matter if he made 40 million in the blink of an eye? Compared to the happiness of the big shot Chu Chen, it wasn't worth a hair. If he angered the big shot Chu Chen, he would truly be in a position to earn money but not spend it. Fortunately, the two guilds were relatively sensible and did not act recklessly. Although the woman from the Red Rose wanted to seduce the big shot Chu Chen, in the end, she failed and was left with nothing, now behaving quite obediently. The situation was still under Li Guangfeng's control. But what Li Guangfeng didn't know was that, under the attentive service of 20 beautiful women, Chu Chen was almost at his limit. Handsome, have an oyster. It's very nourishing. Handsome, don't eat hers, eat mine, it's super nourishing. The shell beauty and the leopard print beauty simultaneously brought oysters to Chu Chen's mouth, their gazes clashing fiercely in the air. Burp. Chu Chen rubbed his swollen belly and let out a satisfied burp, having eaten neither of their oysters. He couldn't eat anymore, he really couldn't eat anymore. With 20 beautiful women taking turns feeding him, his stomach was about to burst. Mealtime is over, let's do some exercise together next. Chu Chen raised his hand to stop the feeding from the beauties, preparing to exercise a bit to digest. Exercise with all 20 of us? Handsome, you should eat the oysters, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. The shell beauty's cheeks flushed slightly as she offered the oyster to Chu Chen again. Miss, do you look down on me? With my skills, I can easily take on all 20 of you. Chu Chen pushed away the oyster offered by the shell beauty, saying discontentedly. Handsome, are you really that strong? The leopard print beauty instinctively glanced down at Chu Chen, unable to help but swallow hard. Of course. I used to practice volleyball specifically. I'm a professional. Chu Chen stood up, confidently patting his chest. In his previous life at school, he was on the volleyball team and was the main attacker, with absolutely solid skills. Although beach volleyball and regular volleyball have some differences, they are not that far apart. Handsome, the exercise you're talking about refers to beach volleyball? The shell beauty and the leopard print beauty were both taken aback, their faces full of astonishment. Yes, what did you think? Chu Chen nodded as if it were obvious. The main event promoted on the entrance ticket was beach volleyball. Would they play in the sand instead? I thought. The shell beauty's cheeks turned red, stammering. They say that when one is well fed, they think of lust. Who would have thought that after eating, the big shot Chu Chen would want to play ball, and not with them, but with a volleyball? The leopard print beauty also blushed, but she couldn't be bothered to explain, directly hugging Chu Chen's arm and saying, Handsome, I want to be on your team. My skills are pretty good too, let's beat them to pieces together. Seeing this, the shell beauty decided not to make excuses anymore. She hugged Chu Chen's other arm and sweetly pleaded, Handsome, I've never played volleyball before, can you be on my team, please? The other beauties were not to be outdone, pouting and acting cute, all trying to be on Chu Chen's team. Handsome, you didn't eat my watermelon earlier, if you don't team up with me now, I'll be sad. Handsome, I'm so cute, how can you bear to be my opponent? Li Guangfeng, who was secretly observing, felt goosebumps all over at this scene. He was the clearest about how arrogant and domineering the female members of the guild usually were. Once they entered a dungeon, they all turned into female killing machines. Not to mention that other guild members dared not provoke them, even the male members of the guild had to wear a smiling face. And at this moment, this group of female bandits had all transformed into delicate beauties, even more flirtatious and charming than the women of the Rose Guild. Li Guangfeng felt as if his worldview had shattered. However, in the hearts of these beauties, they only felt that they were not cute enough, not charming enough, not hot enough. It should be known that the great Chu Chen could severely injure a fourth transformation. Red rose with just a glance. Such strength was at least that of a sixth transformation expert. This might be the only opportunity in their lives to get up close and personal with such a terrifying powerhouse. Of course, they had to do everything they could to make Chu Chen develop a good impression of them. Even if there was no good impression, a one-night stand would still be worth it. Surrounded by 20 bikini-clad beauties, Chu Chen felt as if he had played dozens of volleyball matches in just a few minutes. Hey, that lady. Your ball hit me. That lady, your ball is out of bounds, right? At this moment, he truly felt what it meant to compete for favor in a harem. It was too intense. Chu Chen also knew that such matters could not be reconciled. No matter which few beauties he chose to team up with, the others would feel slighted. Since that was the case, why play volleyball? It would be better to play a sport that didn't require competition. Ladies, stop arguing. I suddenly don't want to play volleyball anymore, let's go surfing instead. Upon hearing Chu Chen's suggestion, the beauties immediately quieted down, their expressions somewhat dejected. Beach volleyball could showcase their hot bodies, allow for cooperation, and even create some physical friction to heat up relationships. Surfing certainly couldn't compare to beach volleyball in that regard. But they dared not go against Chu Chen's words, it was just that. Handsome, there are no waves. Today, we can't surf. The leopard print beauty glanced at the calm sea and spoke. The other beauties nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they didn't want to have fun, the conditions simply didn't allow it. Don't worry, waves will come soon. You all go prepare the surfboards, and we'll head into the sea together later. Chu Chen said with a mysterious smile, very confidently. As the saying goes, there are no waves without wind, and he just happened to master a 9th tier wind spell, Wrath of the Storm, using a world-destroying move. To stir up a little sea wave should be no problem, right? Upon hearing this, the beauty's eyes lit up. If they didn't know Chu Chen's identity, they would think he was just talking about the weather. But those in the know understood very well that Chu Chen was going to use a skill to create waves. The sea was vast and boundless, their skills would only stir up a little splash at most. They couldn't even imagine what tier of skill Chu Chen would use to create waves. 5th tier? 6th tier? Or even higher? The eyes of the beauties were filled with longing, their hearts uncontrollably pounding. Okay, handsome, we'll go buy surfboards, see you later. Of course, the beauties also knew they couldn't break the great man's low-key training. On the surface, they said they were going to the store to buy surfboards, but in reality, they were secretly keeping an eye on Chu Chen. How could they miss the opportunity to witness a high-tier skill in person? What do you think? What skill will Chu Chen use to create waves? It must be a water-type skill, at least a 5th tier. Water skill is needed to create waves, right? Is it possible it's a wind-type skill? Wind-sweeping waves, just thinking about it is beautiful. Come on. A wind-type skill to create waves would need to be at least 6th tier. We're just going surfing, how could the great man use such a high-tier skill? Chu Chen looked at the backs of the 20 bikini beauties and couldn't help but exclaim. TSK TSK. Great backs. Great butts. After admiring for a moment, he hurriedly ran towards the beach. Upon reaching the beach, he found a huge rock to hide his figure. Looking at the azure sea, Chu Chen began to contemplate where to unleash his skills. A 9th tier spell is too powerful. It definitely can't be released by the seaside, or the entire Dongxing city might be destroyed. I must release it as far into the deep sea as possible. There are wild monsters in the deep sea, and while creating waves, I can also farm some equipment. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If I can luck out and kill a mutated deep-sea turtle, I can complete a job transfer quest directly. Just as Chu Chen was seriously considering the skill's landing point, a shadow silently approached him in the water. Chu Chen. Oh Chu Chen, surrounded by the Gale Guild, I can't make a move. I didn't expect you to actively separate from them and even run to such a secluded corner. Ha ha. You're not deliberately creating an opportunity for me, are you? Old Zhao, hidden in the water, watched Chu Chen, who remained oblivious, and chuckled to himself. He thought the guest of the Gale Guild would be some formidable character. He didn't expect it to be a kid with no sense of danger at all. Today, he would give this kid a good lesson. A glint of malice flashed in old Zhao's eyes as he was about to leap out of the water to capture Chu Chen. Suddenly, he saw Chu Chen's lips moving, seemingly casting a skill. From the shape of his mouth, the name of the skill was 9th tier secret art, Wrath of the Storm. 9th tier secret art, Wrath of the Storm. As Chu Chen's voice fell, the clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The wind howled, and the waves rolled. A water vortex, thousands of meters high, rose from the deep sea, resembling a world-destroying black dragon soaring into the clouds. The terrifying wind pressure enveloped the surroundings, and the entire sea was violently stirred. Countless deep-sea wild monsters were swept out of the water, fleeing in panic, but in an instant, they were reduced to nothing but bones by the thousands of wind blades. Blood stained the sea red, transforming into towering, raging waves that roared toward the shore. What the hell? What did this kid Chu Chen do? Why has my water control ability failed? Is this a trap? Old Zhao's body uncontrollably rolled in the sea. His profession was deep water assassin, capable of manipulating water elements like a mage. But at this moment, no matter how he cast his spells, the water elements no longer obeyed him. No, to be precise, the moment he tried to control the water elements, a more powerful force would directly seize control away from him. In the face of this overwhelming power, he felt as small as an ant, completely at its mercy. On the shore, the beauties of the Gale Guild rushed joyfully toward the beach with their surfboards. However, upon seeing the waves raised by Chu Chen, everyone was dumbfounded, their faces turning pale with fear. In the deep sea, a massive wave, over 100 meters high, was approaching the shore at a terrifying speed. Accompanied by the howling wind, the wave continued to rise, as if it were going to swallow the entire sky. Oh my god! Is this the wave created by the great Chu Chen? This is a wave? This is a tsunami. Damn it! Heavens! With such might, what tier of skill is this? Help! Run! I don't want to die. The surfboards fell to the ground with a thud, and the beauties trembled like leaves in the wind, frantically rushing toward the city. Li Guangfeng! What the hell did you do? Why did the great Chu Chen unleash such a terrifying skill? Red Rose, shedding her previous seductive demeanor, grabbed Li Guangfeng by the collar and questioned him sternly. She had been keeping an eye on Chu Chen and naturally knew that this terrifying skill was unleashed by him. But what she couldn't understand was how, just moments ago, he was enjoying seafood and singing, and in the blink of an eye, he was ready to annihilate them. She had only come to join the fun, she didn't want to die here. Do you believe me if I say the great Chu Chen just wanted to catch a wave? Li Guangfeng was so frustrated he felt like he might vomit blood. Who would have thought that a casual skill from the great Chu Chen would be world-ending level? If I had known, even if I had to let the boss charge at me, I wouldn't have let him surf. Li Guangfeng, are you kidding me? You call 100-meter tsunami surfing? You're way too reckless. Tell me, What ulterior motives do you have for inviting the great Chu Chin here today? Hong Meigui's tone was even angrier. Completely unconvinced. With such a high tsunami, even a fourth-turn master would probably struggle. How could one charge into that? Risking their life? It's not me surfing, it's the great Chu Chin surfing. What we see as a disastrous tsunami might just be a small wave in the eyes of the great Chu Chin. There's no time to explain, hurry and let the guild members escape. If we wait any longer, our relatives will be having a feast together. Li Guangfeng really had no words for his suffering. He just wanted to apologize to the great Chu Chin. Why was it so difficult? The 100-meter tsunami was approaching, and he had no time to argue with Hong Meigui. If he got hit, it would really be a disaster. Breaking free from Hong Meigui's grip, Li Guangfeng shouted to the guild members, "Everyone, hurry and run. What are you standing around for?" The members of the Guangfeng Guild were stunned by the sudden tsunami. It wasn't until they heard Li Guangfeng shout that they snapped back to reality and frantically fled into the city. Oh my god. What the hell is this tsunami? The weather forecast didn't say it would be this bad. This isn't weather, it's clearly a skill. I can feel the magical fluctuations. What the hell? A skill that can stir the entire ocean. What level of skill is this? Could it be that the great Chu Chen has made a move? What did those women do to anger him so much? I knew those women were useless. I should have been the one to serve the great Chu Chen. You gay bastard. Get out of the way. If you keep talking, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. While the members of the Guangfeng Guild were fleeing for their lives, the Rose Guild also entered escape mode. Bai Jia was the first to run ahead, crying as she went. Woo woo. I knew it. I knew it. Meeting the great Chu Chen is definitely not a good thing. This is simply a moving natural disaster. Help. I don't want to die. The members of the two guilds were running for their lives, their feet almost smoking. But the Yunxian Guild remained on the beach, unmoving as a mountain. Ha ha. The hidden dungeon can finally no longer be concealed? So the entrance to the dungeon is at sea. No wonder I couldn't find any clues after searching everywhere. Just the might of this dungeon's opening is so shocking. It seems this hidden dungeon must be a treasure. Lu Yunxian stood on the beach, watching the towering waves roll in, his heart surging. President, this wave doesn't seem right. Should we avoid it first? How could the calm sea suddenly have a tornado? It's too strange. Yeah, the people from the Guangfeng Guild and Rose Guild have all run away. The members of the Yunxian Guild looked at the empty beach, anxiously asking. Hearing this, Lu Yunxian disdainfully curled his lip. Of course, this is the phenomenon of the hidden dungeon opening. It's bound to be different. Don't think those two guilds ran fast. Once the dungeon entrance appears, they'll definitely come running back. As long as we block this wave, we can seize the initiative. It's just a small wave, watch me easily block it. As he spoke, Lu Yunxian directly summoned 3 defensive pets, the mutated deep-sea black turtle, the rock earthworm, and the iron-armored giant bear. The 3 pets simultaneously released their skills, forming 3 layers of shields made of earth, gold, and water in front of Lu Yunxian. The 3 layers of shields shone brightly, giving an indestructible feeling. The sense of security was off the charts. 3 layers of shields, how could we lose? You think you can take me out in one hit? Lu Yunxian crossed his arms, his gaze disdainfully fixed on the towering tsunami before him. In the next moment, he got his answer. Boom! The massive tsunami, carrying an immense weight, crashed down. The cruise ship at the port was instantly crushed into scrap metal, and the coastal rocks shattered into pieces, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Bang! Bang! The outermost layers of earth and gold shields couldn't hold for even a second before shattering into fragments. Only the innermost water shield, relying on its affinity with water, barely held on. But the shield was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, clearly unable to last much longer. Pet rockworm has died. Pet ironclad bear has died. Watching the 2 lines of bright red alerts pop up on the information panel, Lu Yunxuan's eyes nearly bulged. Out. What the hell? My 2 top-tier pets. Did they really just get taken out in an instant? With no time to think too much, seeing the last layer of shield teetering on the brink, Lu Yunxian frantically pulled out defensive gear from his backpack. Earth Shield, Frost Barrier, Beast Tamer's Golden Armor. Streams of golden light erupted before Lu Yunxian, reconstituting a defense as solid as a fortress. Crack! The last layer of shield shattered, and seawater surged in. Like the heavy fist of a sea god, it struck Lu Yunxuan's gear with full force. Crack crack crack. The collision of seawater and equipment caused countless cracks to appear on the gear in just a few breaths. Earth Shield, Golden Level, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Frost Barrier, Golden Level, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Beast Tamer's Golden Armor, Golden Level, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Damn it! My golden level gear. 40 million, 80 million, 100 million. Oh my god. Don't break. Please. My heart can't. Take it. Watching his treasured golden level gear shatter one by one before him, Lu Yunxian felt a pain so intense he could hardly breathe. However, thanks to the protection of his pets and gear, Lu Yunxian and the others managed to withstand the most terrifying first wave of the tsunami. In Dongxing City, feeling the violent tremors of the ground, the citizens all turned their gazes toward the sea. They saw a massive tsunami hundreds of meters high crashing down, as if it were going to swallow the entire Dongxing City. Oh my god! An earthquake! A tsunami! The world is ending! My dear mother! What the hell is this huge tsunami? What the hell? Could it be that some terrifying big shot is casting spells by the sea again? Run! Help! The sea god is angry! The citizens were terrified, running around in panic. Fortunately, just as the tsunami surged directly into the city, a milky white light shield quickly appeared, enveloping the entire Dongxing City. The tsunami crashed against the light shield, causing it to tremble violently. But this tsunami was merely a remnant of a world-ending move, its power limited. The shield shook violently for a few minutes but ultimately managed to hold on. Kill deep-sea giant shark, obtain shark tooth hammer. Silver, dot. Kill ghost jellyfish, obtain green silk skirt, gold, dot. Kill shadow octopus, obtain ink bowl, bronze, dot. The information panel was going crazy with notifications, but Chuchen stood dazed by the sea. Having no time to look. No way? I threw Storm's Fury so far away, how could it still cause such a commotion? Oh my god. I really underestimated the power of the world-ending move. Just the tsunami caused by this residual wave probably has the power of a level 5 or 6 spell, right? Sister, I really didn't mean to. Surrounded by the protective force of wind, Chuchen was unharmed by the tsunami. Once the seawater receded, he hurried to the beach to check the situation. The entire beach was in disarray, littered with rubble, wooden planks, bikinis, and other debris. More alarmingly, there were creatures from the deep sea that had been swept ashore. They hadn't perished in Storm's fury and had been washed up along with the tsunami. Under the impact of the tsunami, they were mostly gasping for breath, lying half dead on the beach. Chuchen ignored these monsters and quickly scanned the beach for signs of human presence. The familiar faces were all absent, it seemed they had escaped early. The dozens of people who hadn't fled were lying wet on the sand, continuously spitting out seawater. Although they looked miserable, it was clear they were still alive. Phew, at least no one is dead, Chuchen sighed in relief, feeling a bit less guilty. He took out all the thousands of pieces of equipment he had from his backpack space and piled them on the beach. He was not someone who would pull a gun and deny responsibility. If he broke someone's things, he naturally had to take responsibility. This is all my belongings, consider it compensation for this tsunami. Chuchen shouted a couple of words to the beach operator from a distance, then quietly ran towards the edge of the beach. The commotion had been a bit loud, and to prevent anyone from investigating, it was better for him to leave the scene quickly. After all, he had eaten well today and had a great time playing with the bikini girls, he was quite satisfied. The only regret was not finding the mutated deep-sea black turtle. Just as Chuchen was thinking this, he suddenly saw a gray-brown sea turtle lying on its back at the entrance of the beach. Chuchen stopped in his tracks, a strange look gradually appearing in his eyes. Huh? Turtle, why do you look a bit familiar? Lu Yunxian lay ragged on the beach, staring blankly at the now clear sky, his heart like dead ashes. It's shattered. All shattered. Damn. 200 million. Just like that. A wave crashed in, and Lu Yunxian was directly swept away, losing everything. Even now, the sound of crack still echoed in his ears. Listening closely, that was the sound of his heart breaking. Fortunately, his most prized pet, the mutated deep-sea black turtle, had not died in the tsunami. As long as this mutated divine pet was around, Lu Yunxian believed he still had the strength to fight in hidden dungeons. Anything that can't kill me will only make me stronger. As long as the mutated deep-sea black turtle is still here, I can definitely make a comeback. Lu Yunxian comforted himself in his heart, the ambition of the first president slowly recovering. Pet mutated deep-sea black turtle has died. Suddenly, a line of blood-red prompts appeared before him. Lu Yunchuan's eyes widened in shock, his recently restored heart sinking again. What the hell? What's going on? The tsunami has passed, how did my turtle die? Lu Yunxian suddenly jumped up from the ground, his blood-red eyes scanning the beach, and immediately locked onto Chuchen, who was grinning widely. Beneath his feet lay the already deceased mutated deep-sea black turtle. Killed mutated deep-sea black turtle, obtained. I thought this task would at least take a year and a half. I didn't expect that just by attending a beach party, I would complete it so easily. What kind of luck is this, huh? This beach party was really worth it. Chuchen looked at the prompts on the information panel, unable to stop smiling. Who would have thought that with a single Storm's Fury, he would actually catch a mutated deep-sea black turtle in the wild? Moreover, this mutated boss had been left on the brink of death by the tsunami just moments ago. With no effort, a simple attack from him took it down, and he obtained the job transfer quest item. Just as Chu Chin was happily planning to leave the moonlight white beach, suddenly a ragged, disheveled middle-aged man blocked his path. You bastard, what have you done? Do you know what kind of sea turtle you just killed? Lu Yunxian shouted at Chu Chun in a frenzy, as if struck by lightning. The mutated deep-sea black turtle was a rare and exceptional pet. Damn! It had been killed by a newly promoted rookie. Not to mention the deep-sea black turtle, even he felt aggrieved. What the hell? Who are you? Why are you so worked up about me? Killing a mutated deep-sea black turtle? Chu Chen was startled by Lu Yunxian and, coming back to his senses, angrily retorted, you know it's a mutated deep-sea black turtle, and you still killed it? This turtle is mine. My turtle. Lu Yunxian glared at Chu Chun with blood-red eyes, almost spitting blood from his anger. He hadn't even made a comeback yet, and now his chance was gone. What you said is ridiculous. Whoever kills it first gets to keep it, Chu Chen scoffed, continuing to walk towards the beach. He realized that this uncle was just a monster thief. His hand speed wasn't as fast as Chu Chen's, and after losing the boss to him, he broke down right there. Sigh, why are middle-aged people so psychologically fragile these days? Kid, where do you think you're going? Did I allow you to leave? Seeing Chu Chen nonchalantly trying to leave, Lu Yunxian was utterly furious. He grabbed Chu Chen's wrist and shouted, Kid, take out 500 million as compensation right now. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Lu Yunxian was asking for a fortune, 500 million right off the bat. He had no idea what secret Chu Chen was hiding. But since he was treated as a guest of honor by the Crazy Wind Guild, he must have some wealth. He intended to recover all his losses from Chu Chen today. 500 million? Old man, are you daydreaming? You want my life? I'll take yours first. Hearing Lu Yunxuan's blatant threat, Chu Chen was thoroughly enraged. He spread his palm, and magical energy surged. 9th tier secret technique, Storm. Feeling the terrifying magical power emanating from Chu Chen, the once arrogant Lu Yunxian was left dumbfounded. What? A powerful magical pressure. Damn! Wasn't this Chu Chen just a rookie who had just changed jobs? What the hell was this suffocating magical pressure? Thud! Lu Yunxuan's heart trembled, and he knelt before Chu Chen. I'm sorry, handsome, I was wrong. I admit I was showing off just now, please spare me. Lu Yunxian bowed his head and begged for mercy repeatedly. How could he possibly confront such a terrifying existence? That made it hard for him to breathe just from the magical pressure? At this moment, he finally understood why Li Guangfeng treated Chu Chen as a guest of honor. It wasn't some hidden identity or a ticket to entry. It was simply because Chu Chen was a genuine living deity. I haven't even used my skill, and you've knelt down? Goodness. You were so impressive just now, turns out you're just a paper tiger. Seeing Lu Yunxian back down instantly, Chu Chen cancelled the release of Storm's fury but still felt a bit displeased. This old man not only tried to show off in front of him but also wanted to extort him. Letting him go like this was too lenient. Just as Chu Chen was contemplating how to teach Lu Yunxian a lesson, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. Chu Chen! I finally found you. You dared to ambush me. At Goblin Mountain, today, I'm going to teach you a harsh lesson. Chu Chen looked up to see Wang Qinghu and a group of his lackeys jumping out of a taxi, approaching him with unfriendly expressions. What the hell? Wang Qinghu? How did you know it was me who ambushed you? I didn't say a word when I knocked you down. Upon seeing Wang Qinghu, Chu Chen's heart sank. When he had beaten Wang Qinghu before, he had ambushed him from behind and knocked him down in one move without saying a word. How did this guy find out it was him? Damn! You didn't say anything, but you laughed so loudly. I even dream about your devilish laughter now. Today, if I don't beat you to a pulp, I won't be called Wang Qinghu. Wang Qinghu stood opposite Chu Chen, gripping his staff, glaring at him angrily. After being ambushed by Chu Chen, he had spent a whole week in the hospital. Today, unexpectedly seeing Chu Chen on the moonlight white beach surrounded by so many bikini beauties in the Yunxian Guild recruitment crowd made him so furious that he ran out of the hospital, gathered a group of lackeys, and vowed to avenge his humiliation. Chu Chen, how dare you lay a hand on our young master Wang? Are you tired of living? Can you really step on Wang Xiao's A-class golden body? What a big! You can't escape today, you'll definitely experience the terrifying power of our Wang Xiao. The little brothers were also crazily cheering for Wang Qinghu, extremely arrogant. Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry, I was too happy at the time and couldn't hold back. Chu Chen scratched his head, feeling a hint of nostalgia at the thought of how he had previously trampled on Wang Qinghu. A smile of reminiscence appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wow! Now you know to be sorry? Where were you when you stepped on me before? Cut the crap, die, Chu-chin. Thunder strike. Wang Chenghu roared through gritted teeth. He waved his staff, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking down towards Chu-chen's head. Crack! Just as the lightning was about to hit Chu-chen, a large hand suddenly appeared. With a casual slap, it shattered the lightning. The person who made the move was none other than Lu Yunxian. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you dare to openly bully the weak with numbers? I, Lu, cannot stand injustice in the world. You all quickly apologize to this handsome guy, and I can forgive you. Lu Yunxian stood up, blocking in front of Chu Chen, and sternly shouted at Wang Chenghu. He hadn't known Chu Chen's identity earlier and had offended a big shot, not knowing how to make amends. Unexpectedly, a few little trash appeared immediately, even more arrogant than he was before. From that bolt of lightning, he had already judged that these people were truly little trash, not pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. So he immediately seized the opportunity to show off in front of the big shot, Chu Chun. What the hell? Who's this old beggar, daring to meddle in our business? I advise you to get lost immediately, or I'll beat you up too. Wang Chenghu looked at the ragged Lu Yunxian, not recognizing him as the president of the Yunxian Guild, and rudely started cursing at him. What? Calling me an old beggar? Damn! I'm 41 and still in my prime, known as the jade-faced little white dragon, and you little brat dare to call me an old beggar? I never hit kids, but today I'll make an exception. Hearing Wang Chenghu's words, Lu Yunxian instantly flew into a rage. He stepped forward and charged at Wang Chenghu and his group. Old beggar, you think I gave you face, huh? Brothers, let's take him down together. Wang Chenghu shouted, and the little brothers around him crazily unleashed their skills at Lu Yunxian. In an instant, sparks and lightning exploded continuously, looking quite impressive. However, Lu Yunxian was a fourth-turn powerhouse. Even if he wasn't good at close combat, the attribute bonuses from his high level easily crushed the newly promoted Wang Chenghu. Clap, clap, clap. His large hands waved continuously, and the sparks and lightning were easily shattered like cucumbers. What the hell? Something's not right. Why? Is this old beggar so strong? Oh my god. Could he be a hidden master? Bullshit hidden master, how could a hidden master end up as a beggar? Brothers, keep attacking. A wave of attacks achieved nothing. And Wang Chenghu's group was taken aback. Just as they were about to launch a second wave of bombardment, Lu Yunxian had already rushed in front of Wang Chenghu. Calling me an old beggar? Bullying the handsome guy next to me? Today, I'll teach you a lesson for your father. Clap, clap, clap. I'm hitting you. Lu Yunxian grabbed Wang Chenghu by the collar and started to rain down punches. Ah! Old bastard, my dad is Boss Wang. You dare hit me? I'm an A-class thunder mage. If you break me, you can't afford to pay. Oh my god. It hurts so much. I know people from the Yunxian Guild, you better stop. At first, Wang Chenghu was still very arrogant, but as Lu Yunxuan's fists landed on him with bang, 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 he couldn't hold on any longer. The punches from a fourth turn were really hard. He quickly brought out all the support he could think of. This is not a good thing to say. As soon as Lu Yunxian heard Wang Chenghu actually using the Yunxian Guild to make a point, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and fought even harder. Nonsense. Take back what you just said. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. Wang Chenghu screamed in pain, frantically calling for help from his little brothers. Brothers, save me. Hurry. A few brave little brothers rushed towards Lu Yunxian, trying to rescue Wang Chenghu. Dare to hit our brother Wang, you old beggar. Ouch. It hurts. As a result, Lu Yunxian directly captured them all and started beating them together. The surrounding little brothers, seeing how terrifying Lu Yunxian was, all trembled in fear and dared not approach any further. For a moment, the entrance to the beach was filled only with the miserable cries of Wang Chenghu and his few companions. Chu Chen did not expect Lu Yunxian to be so perceptive, directly blocking Wang Chenghu for him. This made Chu Chen's dissatisfaction with Lu Yunxian vanish without a trace. After watching the show for a while, Chu Chen did not linger any longer and quickly ran towards the city. The big shot is leaving. Does this mean he forgives me? Oh my. How can there be such a big shot in Dongsheng City? Could it be that the emergence of the divine dragon and the arrival of the evil god a few days ago are related to this big shot? As Chu Chen walked away, Lu Yunxian let out a long sigh of relief. He stopped what he was doing and threw Wang Chenghu and the others aside. The surrounding little brothers quickly helped the disheveled Wang Chenghu escape in disgrace. Lu Yunxian paid no attention to the few little guys swiftly dodging and rushing into the bushes by the roadside, where he found Li Quanfeng and Hong Meigui hiding nearby. Old Lu, I never thought much of you before, but today you really impressed me. Daring to go head-to-head with the big shot Chu Chen, you are really something. Seeing Lu Yunxian, Li Quanfeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising him. Although they had escaped early, they hadn't gone far. They had witnessed everything that had just happened. Hong Meigui had changed back into a long red dress and nodded in agreement. That's right, President Liu was really impressive today. From now on, I am willing to call President Liu the second strongest man in Dongqing City. Of course, the first strongest man is definitely the big shot Chu Chen. President Liu has no objections, right? Hearing their teasing, Lu Yunchuan's forehead bulged with veins, gritting his teeth and saying, "You too, since you know the identity of the big shot Chu Chen, why didn't you tell me? My pet, my equipment, do. You know how much I lost this time?" At this moment, even Lu Yunxian realized the truth. There was no hidden dungeon. That tornado, that tsunami, were all the work of the big shot Chu Chen. If it were just ordinary waves, how could he have been made to look so miserable? Hearing Lu Yunchuan's question, Li Guangfeng and Hong Meigui both showed a strange expression. Is there a need to tell you? Just investigate the big shot Chu Chen, and that would be enough. Looking at their nonchalant expressions, Lu Yunxian became even angrier. Who has the time to investigate a high school student? Besides, even if you investigate, what can you find out about the big shot Chu Chen's identity? That said, Lu Yunxian still turned to look at Chu Chen's back and activated his investigation technique. A brilliant and vast galaxy appeared before his eyes. A shooting star streaked across, crossing the boundary between reality and illusion, directly hitting Lu Yunchuan's heart. Puff! Lu Yunxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Damn, old Lu, you really investigated him? Li Guangfeng and Hong Meigui's eyes widened in shock, once again impressed by Lu Yunchuan's courage. Previously, when they investigated the big shot Chu Chen, they had no idea about his background. Yet Lu Yunxian, fully aware of how terrifying the big shot Chu Chen was, still dared to use the investigation technique on him. It must be said, Lu Yunxian, you are really brave. Damn. I was careless. You two old schemers. Why didn't you tell me that the big shot Chu Chen has such a terrifying concealment skill? Lu Yunxian looked pale as he stared at Li Guangfeng and Hong Meigui, cursing their ancestors in his heart. Hee, we didn't expect you to really dare to investigate Lord Chu Chen. Come on, drink this healing potion. Then let's discuss how to divide Lord Chu Chen's gifts. Li Guangfeng didn't mind Lu Yunchuan's bad attitude and took out the healing potion from his backpack, giving it to him. What gifts? Lord Chu Chen almost killed me, is that a gift? Lu Yunxian gradually regained his strength, struggling to sit up, and said irritably, That's your own doing, how can you blame Lord Chu Chen? Hong Meigui, hearing Lu Yunchuan's sarcastic tone towards Lord Chu Chen, coldly snorted and said, the gifts we are talking about are the equipment left by Lord Chu Chen and the monsters he brought up from the deep sea. You should know, there are over 100 4-turn monsters in there. And at least a dozen 5-turn monsters. And all of them are severely injured and on the verge of death, so we can easily kill them and gain experience and loot. This wave of gifts is countless times better than any hidden dungeon. If it weren't for Lord Chu Chen explicitly stating that this is compensation for all of us, would we be chatting with you for so long? Yeah, those monsters Lord Chu Chen brought up from the deep sea are rare high-level wild monsters. Not to mention the rich experience, they can also drop excellent rewards. Lord Chu Chen is so generous. Hearing Hong Meigui's words, Lu Yunxian suddenly woke up, feeling deeply ashamed. However, the benefits that should be fought for still needed to be claimed. My Yunxian guild suffered the biggest loss, so we must get the largest piece of the cake. I want 50%, and the remaining 50% can be divided between your two guilds, how about that? Nonsense. Lord Chu Chen was invited by me, so 50% should belong to our Guangfeng guild. I personally serve Lord Chu Chen, isn't it fair for the Rose Guild to take 40%? The three guild leaders argued fiercely over the distribution of benefits. Meanwhile, Chu Chen had already hailed a taxi and quickly returned to his small house. Lying on the sofa, his mood immediately settled down. He opened his phone to find a flood of messages discussing the tsunami that had just occurred. Wow! 100-meter high tsunami, so shocking. My grandfather has never seen anything like it. What's going on in Dongqing City lately? First the golden dragon, then the evil god, and now a terrifying tsunami. Is the apocalypse really coming? Nonsense. A treasure must be about to appear. Our Dongqing City is going to prosper. Is it possible that this tsunami was stirred up by the golden dragon? Ao Guang, is that you? Due to the storm's fury being unleashed in the deep sea, there were few people by the seaside, so everyone's focus was on the tsunami. Some even connected the golden dragon with the tsunami, imagining a scene of water flooding Chentang Pass. Chu Chen enjoyed reading for a while, confirming that no one noticed him, then opened the game to start ranking up. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. It was time for the college entrance examination. In this world, the college entrance examination is also a crucial talent selection process. Both the country and individuals attach great importance to it. Moreover, the college entrance examination is live-streamed, akin to an exciting competition. Therefore, when Chu Chen arrived at the examination square in the city center, it was already packed with people. Almost half of the city's residents had come to the examination square, eager to witness the impressive performances of this year's candidates. Chu Chen presented his ID and passed through the candidate entrance. He also received a score wristband and a set of examination instructions. Examination instructions 1. The content of the examination involves killing monsters in dungeons. Points will be updated in real time on the wristband based on the level and number of monsters killed. 2. The examination can be done in teams, with a maximum of 4 people. Points will be evenly distributed among all team members. 3. During the college entrance examination, in addition to the skills and equipment of the transferee themselves, skill scrolls and other disposable items cannot be used. Once discovered, it will be considered cheating, and the exam results will be directly cancelled. Wow, how formal. What would the college entrance examination in another world be like? I feel like I'm starting to get nervous. Looking at the densely written A4 sheet of examination guidelines, Chu Chen reminisced about his high school life and his previous life, where there were small tests every 3 days and major tests every 5 days, his heart uncontrollably racing. Don't be nervous, this is not the same as before. There's nothing that a world-destroying move can't solve. If there is, then make it 2. Chu Chen patted his chest, comforting himself as he walked into the examination square. However, as soon as he entered the square, his expression suddenly changed to one of extreme discomfort. Because he suddenly realized a serious problem, he seemed unable to use the world-destroying move during the exam. If he unleashed a world-destroying move, the examination instance might be destroyed, and how would he complete his job transfer task then? What the hell? If I can't use the world-destroying move, how am I supposed to take first place? No skills, not even equipment. Is this really a bare exam? Chu Chen felt a wave of frustration. If he had known, he wouldn't have thrown all his equipment onto the beach. Even leaving 1 or 2 pieces would have been good. At this moment, hundreds of candidates had already gathered in the square, clustering together in small groups, discussing among themselves. They were all wearing high-quality equipment, exuding a confident aura of battle readiness. Upon seeing Chu Chen, who entered wearing a casual shirt, everyone was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Hey! Isn't that Chu Chen? Why isn't he even wearing any equipment? Ha ha! He probably can't afford equipment. I heard this guy is pretty poor. At the very least, he should be able to afford black iron equipment, right? Could it be that his level hasn't even reached 10? Those below level 10 have pathetic attributes. Wearing them is worse than not wearing anything. That's possible. An F-grade all-system mage can only use first-tier skills. How can he level up? The crowd looked down on Chu Chen, pointing and whispering. But soon, their gazes shifted from Chu Chen to another young man who had just entered. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an arrogant aura, dressed in shining silver battle armor, resembling a young general, giving off a noble and imposing feeling. My god! Lu Chen! Young Master Lu! That equipment is all silver grade. So damn rich. What's equipment compared to that? Young Master Lu is an S-grade profession holy knight, a contender for the top scorer. I'm in awe. If I could team up with such a big shot, I just coast into a prestigious school. Young Master Lu, do you need support? I'm an A-grade profession spirit healer. I can heal and assist. I guarantee your satisfaction. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the crowd immediately displayed flattering smiles. Some even took the initiative to approach him directly, inquiring about teaming up. Chu Chen also turned to take a look, recalling information about this person from his memory. Lu Chen, the young master of the Lu family, the largest family in Dongxing City, with a terrifying background and talent. He was far from the kind of nouveau riche family that Wang Chenghu belonged to. Lu Chen strode into the square, completely ignoring the transferees who surrounded him. He was an S-grade transferee. Even if he were to team up, he wouldn't team up with this group of flies. But as he passed by Chu Chen, he paused slightly, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chu Chen, the original top student of the second high school. During the previous school exchange, Lu Chen had interacted with Chu Chen a few times. He didn't expect this top student to have transferred to an F-grade all-system mage. It was truly a huge joke. Of course, Lu Chen only paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. Their statuses were worlds apart. After the job transfer, the gap between the two had widened infinitely. Not to mention interaction, even ridicule, he felt Chu Chen wasn't qualified for. Not long after Lu Chen entered the square, a striking figure appeared at the entrance, once again capturing everyone's attention. The girl was tall, with fair skin, dressed in a tight-fitting leather armor that accentuated her graceful figure. However, her hair was dyed a grayish-purple, adding a rebellious touch to her fresh appearance. Wow! It's Lu Yuer. So beautiful. So cool. Only paying attention to Lu Goddess's looks. You're so superficial. Lu Goddess is the little princess of the Yunxian Guild, and her profession is also S rank. If you could become Lu Goddess's boyfriend, you'd hit the jackpot in both career and love. Dream on. A beauty like Lu Goddess, how could we dare to covet her? Only someone like Lu Chen, who is a match for her, would have the qualifications. As soon as Lu Yuer appeared, it sparked even more intense discussions than Lu Chen. Not only the candidates in the venue but also the audience in the stands began to cheer wildly. It was clear that Lu Yuer had quite a reputation throughout Dongqing City. On the podium, the city lord Wan Changtian sat in the main seat. To his left were several high school principals, and to his right were the presidents of the three major guilds and some heads of prominent families. City lord, why do you look so haggard? Lu Yunxian noticed Wan Changtian's tired face, with dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Sigh, it's all because of the recent anomalies in Dongsheng City. First there was the golden dragon, then the evil eye, and just a few days ago, a terrifying tsunami inexplicably arose. The job changers in Dongqing City are all in a panic. They don't dare to enter dungeons without preparing a dozen healing potions. As the city lord, I'm almost at my wit's end. Wan Changtian explained with a bitter smile. He had been investigating the situation of that top-tier warrior and top-tier curse master. However, after half a month, he had found no clues, leaving him exhausted. Hearing Wan Changtian's words, Lu Yunxian felt a pang in his heart. My goodness! We are both lost souls in this world. He was now almost certain that whether it was the golden dragon or the evil god, they were definitely related to Chu Chen. Such a terrifying figure couldn't possibly appear twice at once, could they? City lord, be optimistic. Maybe the golden dragon and the evil god have already left. Lu Yunxian offered comfort. Knowing the true strength of the great Chu Chen, he was confident that such a figure wouldn't linger in Dongqing City for long. In fact, it was very likely that he had left on the day of the beach party. Ha ha, that's true. Let's not think too much today. Let's focus on the college entrance examination. I have a feeling that this year, a dark horse will emerge from Dongqing City. A rare smile appeared on Wan Changtian's weary face. Taking advantage of the college entrance examination today, he thought it would be a good change of pace to see the new generation of young people in Dongsheng City. Those two top figures causing a stir couldn't possibly disrupt the college entrance examination, right? As he spoke, Wan Changtian heard the surrounding audience discussing Lu Yuer and couldn't help but laugh. President Lu, your daughter is really popular. Ha ha. City lord, you're too kind. My child is in her rebellious teenage years, it's driving me crazy as a father. Hearing the city lord praise his daughter, Lu Yunxian felt both happy and helpless. He gazed at his daughter, hoping she would perform well in the college entrance examination and strive to become the top student in Dongqing City. However, as he slightly shifted his gaze, a familiar figure suddenly entered his sight. Lu Yunxuan's originally calm demeanor abruptly changed as he widened his eyes in shock and stood up from his chair. What the hell? Chu Chen? What is he doing here? What the hell? Chu Chen? How is he here? Is this even reasonable? Lu Yunxian looked in shock at the entrance of the square, staring at that figure he could never forget in his life. After the events of the beach party, all he felt towards the great Chu Chen was awe and fear. Just the aftershocks of his skills had stirred up 100-meter tsunami, leaving him in a state of utter chaos and financial ruin. In the face of such existence, he, the president of Dongqing City, was no different from a little ant. Just a moment ago, he thought that the great Chu Chen had already left, and he would probably never see him again in this lifetime. However, now, seeing the great Chu Chen suddenly intrude into the college entrance examination venue, he was almost scared to death. What's unreasonable about this? The great Chu Chen is currently refining his heart in the mortal world, playing the role of a newly transferred high school student. Doesn't President Lu know this? The Red Rose cast an unhappy glance at Lu Yunxian and reminded him through a telepathic skill, I advise you not to make a fuss. Although the Great One has a good temper, he clearly doesn't want his true identity to be known. If you expose the Great One's identity in front of others, you won't even know how you died. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxian broke out in a cold sweat and quickly sat back down. Although his subordinates had told him that Chu Chen was a student from the second high school, after witnessing the terrifying strength of the great Chu Chen, he thought it was just a false rumor. Who would have thought that the news was actually true? Such a terrifying figure was not only studying in high school, but also participating in the college entrance examination with his own daughter. Oh my! Wasn't his daughter in danger then? President Lu? What's wrong with this classmate named Chu Chen? Why are you so surprised? Lu Yunxuan's sudden exclamation startled Wan Changtian beside him. He asked somewhat unhappily. The city lord may not know, this Chu Chen is a bit special. As for how special, let the principal of the second high school tell you. I suddenly have something urgent to attend to. I'll take my leave for a moment. Lu Yunxian smiled awkwardly, not having time to explain. He quickly got up and went outside, anxiously dialing his daughter's phone. With the great Chu Chen involved, this was no ordinary college entrance examination. If he wasn't careful, it could really be deadly. He had to remind Yuer not to get close to Chu Chen. Wan Changtian, seeing Lu Yunxian suddenly leave, looked even more puzzled and inquired towards the principal of the second high school on his left. Principal of the second high school, what exactly is so special about this Chu Chen? Upon hearing this, the principal's old face twitched violently. Why would the dignified president of the Yunxian Guild know Chu Chen? If he knew, then fine, but why suddenly throw the question to him? Thinking of how he had privately taken away Chu Chen's guaranteed admission spot, the principal felt extremely uneasy. City Lord, this Chu Chen was originally an outstanding student. But during the job transfer ceremony he ended up becoming the most useless F-grade all-system mage. Such a student has no future at all, and I didn't expect him to have the courage to participate in the college entrance examination. Not to mention President Lu being surprised, I am also surprised. This is simply wasting our country's resources. The principal of the second high school explained. Obsequiously, believing that his words were flawless. He not only echoed Lu Yunxian but also belittled Chu Chen, reducing the city lord's interest in Chu Chen. Principal of the second high school, don't speak too confidently, be careful not to trip over your own words. That's right, the situation is still uncertain, anyone could be a dark horse, and educators should be more cautious with their words. Before Wan Changtian could respond, the Red Rose and Li Guangfeng beside him were the first to express their dissatisfaction and retaliate aggressively. A mere high school principal dared to belittle the great Chu Chen as if he were nothing. What the hell, had he been drinking fake wine? Upon hearing this, the principal's face turned red and white. He didn't understand why these two guild leaders were standing up for the F-grade Chu Chen. For the sake of face, he said even more rudely, a dark horse? An F-grade dark horse? What a hell of a joke. Just wait, when the college entrance examination starts, you'll see how useless this Chu Chen really is. Seeing this scene, a thoughtful glimmer flashed in Wan Changtian's eyes. All three guild leaders knew Chu Chen. This Chu Chen seemed to be more complicated than he appeared on the surface. In the square, as Lu Yuer just walked into the square, Lu Chen confidently approached her and invited, Yuer, let's team up together. We two S-class powerhouses joining forces can definitely achieve a record-breaking score. Lu Yuer, with her stunning looks and impressive background, seemed to Lu Chen like the perfect partner. Throughout their school life, Lu Chen had pursued Lu Yuer for a long time, but she had never agreed to him. However, in Lu Chen's heart, he had already regarded Lu Yuer as his forbidden fruit. Hearing Lu Chen's address, Lu Yuer couldn't help but frown. Others might not know, but she was very clear that Lu Chen was a person who appeared golden on the outside but was rotten within. Not only was he narrow-minded, but he also indulged in various bad habits. How could she possibly like someone like that? But this guy was like a sticky candy, impossible to shake off, truly annoying. Ding-dling. Just as Lu Yuer was contemplating how to refuse, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up to see it was her overbearing father, the president. Lu Yuer frowned slightly, but in the end, she still answered the call, though her tone was quite cold. What is it? It's the college entrance exam, and you're still calling me. Daughter, no matter what, you must promise me one thing today, absolutely. Absolutely do not get close to Chu Chen. On the other end of the line, Lu Yunxuan's voice was urgent and tense. Oh, got it. Lu Yuer replied flatly and hung up the phone. Then, with a blank expression, she said to Lu Chen, sorry, I want to team up with Chu Chen. Sorry, I want to team up with Chu Chen. Lu Yuer's voice was cold and flat, but her gaze revealed a rebellious fire. Her father usually meddled in her leveling up, but now he was even interfering with what friends she could associate with. Humph. Since her father didn't want her to get close to Chu Chen, she would deliberately team up with Chu Chen. It was also a good way to reject Lu Chen, this spoiled rich kid. Poof. Just back at the podium, Lu Yunxian heard his daughter's words and spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. My dear daughter. You're really going to drive your father to death. That Chu Chen is a terrifying existence that even your father wouldn't dare provoke. Oh no, am I going to have white-haired people sending off black-haired people? Ha ha. Why is President Lu so angry? Think positively, if Yuer gets along with Chu Chen, you, as the father-in-law, will be in for a treat. Hong Mei said with a look of enjoying the show, teasingly. Ha, makes sense. In that case, we won't dare to covet the throne of the first guild in Dongxing City anymore. Li Guangfeng laughed heartily at this. Li Yunxuan's mouth twitched fiercely. How many lives does he have to dare to be Chu Chen's father-in-law? Meanwhile, Wan Changtian and the Principal of the second high school saw this scene and their doubts were instantly resolved. No wonder Lu Yunxian knew Chu Chen and looked so terrified. It turned out his precious daughter had taken a liking to that yellow-haired Chu Chen. What? You want to team up with Chu Chen? You mean the Chu Chen who has become an all-system mage? At the second high school, right? Lu Chen was equally shocked by Lu Yuer's words, and it took him a while to come back to his senses, incredulously asking. The surrounding classmates looked at Lu Yuer in disbelief, almost unable to believe their ears. A dignified S-class transmuter wanting to team up with an F-class Chu Chen, how could that be possible? Even if Lu Yuer wanted to reject Lu Chen, she could at least find a reliable excuse. Lu Yuer said nothing and answered with her actions. She gracefully moved and approached the frowning and deep-in-thought Chu Chen, actively inviting, Chu Chen, let's team up for the college entrance exam. Chu Chen was racking his brain thinking about how to win the top score in the college entrance exam with a bare exam identity. Lu Yuer's sudden invitation broke his train of thought, and then a flash of inspiration struck him. What's going on? Someone wants to team up with me? Hey! Right. It's difficult for me to take first place by myself, but I can find someone to help me take first place. Chu Chen raised his head, looking at Lu Yuer's exquisite face, and asked expectantly, Lu Yuer, are you very strong? Lu Yuer confidently nodded, you could say that, I am an S-rank class changer. Chu Chen continued to ask, then do you know I am an F-rank all-system mage? Lu Yuer smiled reassuringly, I know, but it doesn't matter. Chu Chen's eyes lit up, then can you help me secure the top spot in the college entrance examination? Lu Yuer. Wait. The rhythm seems off. How did the topic shift to securing the top spot in the exam? Lu Yuer blinked her lively eyes, momentarily unable to respond. After a while, she looked at Chu Chen with a strange expression and replied, in the college entrance examination, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, even I can't guarantee the first place. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face fell in disappointment. If we can't get first place, then I'm sorry, I can't team up with you. Lu Yuer's pretty face twitched, and she was completely stunned. She never expected that as an S rank, she would be the one to invite Chu Chen to team up, only to be rejected. The reason for the rejection was so lofty, to get first place in the exam? Damn! Why don't you just fly to the sky? If she encountered someone with such delusions on a normal day, she would definitely turn and walk away. But she had just told everyone that she would team up with Chu Chen. What would it be like to turn back now, like a child running away from home, only to spend the afternoon at a convenience store? Lu Yuer leaned closer to Chu Chen and quietly pleaded, Big brother, give me some face, so many people are watching. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly, no way. Little sister, I have principles. Lu Yuer was exasperated, then at least lower your requirements a bit, like setting a small goal to get into the top 100 in Dongsheng City? Chu Chen sighed, I want to, but I have a task, and it's really strict. Lu Yuer. What kind of task requires getting first place in the exam? Lu Yuer completely didn't believe it, thinking Chu Chen was making excuses. But hearing the classmates behind them starting to whisper, she became even more anxious and racked her brain to persuade Chu Chen. I'll give you a silver grade staff, please team up with me, okay? Lu Yuer took out a shiny silver staff, her eyes filled with pleading. Meanwhile, she was speechless. Clearly, she was an S-rank class changer. Why was she the one begging Chu Chen? Seeing Lu Yuer so persistent, Chu Chen felt quite helpless. Little sister. Really can't do it. If I can't get first place, I'd rather go home and play games than participate in this pointless exam. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Yuer completely broke down. But besides me, the only one who has a chance to get first in Dongxing City is Lu Chen. If you don't team up with me, are you going to team up with Lu Chen? Chu Chen glanced at Lu Chen, who was glaring at them, and immediately made a face of disgust. Team up with him? Forget it. Then it seems I can only team up with you. Invite me. What a reluctant look. Teaming up with me really is a bit of a grievance for you. Lu Yuer thought through gritted teeth, but still sent a team invitation to Chu Chen. No matter what, her face was finally saved. After Chu Chen agreed, the team panel appeared before them. Lu Yuer, level 30, class Beast Spirit Warrior. Beast Spirit Warrior. Lu Yuer is actually this class. I remember this class can absorb beast spirits and transform into a half-beast for combat. Class changers can gain different abilities based on different beast spirits. This class is very strong in the early stages, and later on, it can absorb different types of beast spirits, becoming a versatile warrior. Chu Chen recalled the information about the Beast Spirit Warrior in his mind, and his heart was suddenly filled with confidence. Ha! Why is he still using concealment skills to hide the information? Just as Chu Chen was checking Lu Yuer's information, Lu Yuer was also browsing Chu Chen's information. Lu Yuer wanted to see What kind of capital Chu Chen had to be so confident? Asa result, Chu Chen's level and profession were all question marks, and even his name was in an invisible state. Goodness, everyone was eager to show off their levels, trying to find stronger teammates. Chu Chen, on the other hand, kept his information tightly hidden, not even revealing his name. Lu Yuer knew without thinking that Chu Chen's level was probably pitifully low. After all, with an F-level profession, how many levels could he possibly rise in? Just half a month? Yuer, are you crazy? Teaming up with trash like Chu Chen is just joking with your future. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yuer, shouting in disbelief. During team formation, there would be a radiant link, so Lu Chen could clearly see that Lu Yuer had indeed formed a team with Chu Chen. She would rather team up with the F-level Chu Chen than with the S-level herself. Lu Chen felt as if he had been publicly slapped twice, instantly making him furious. What I do is my own business, no need for you to point fingers. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes as she retorted without hesitation. Lu Chen was even angrier after being countered by Lu Yuer. But Lu Yuer was the daughter of the president of Dongxing City, and in public, he dared not say anything too harsh, so he turned his anger towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen, do you know that? Lu Yuer is my woman. I advise you to withdraw from the team immediately, or you'll regret it. Seeing Lu Chen target Chu Chen, Lu Yuer's expression turned icy. She invited Chu Chen to team up, not to use him as a shield. If Lu Chen dared to attack Chu Chen, she would definitely not spare him. Lu Yuer's red lips parted, just about to warn Lu Chen when Chu Chen spoke first. Oh? Your woman? Sorry, she's mine now. Her first time is also mine. I may not have experience for my first time, but I will take good care of her, of course. I'm talking about the college entrance examination. You wouldn't misunderstand anything, would you? Chu Chen said with a face that begged for a beating. Although he was talking about the college entrance examination, his words led to all sorts of implications, and he wore a smile that suggested, I will take care of your wife. This made Lu Chen and the surrounding classmates furious. Damn! This Chu Chen is too shameless. It's just teaming up. Does he really think he's a prince? Goddess Lu is just being charitable, and you, kid, are really getting too full of yourself. My goddess, when did your eyes go blind? Why choose a piece of trash to team up with? The surrounding classmates began to curse Chu Chen. Originally, Lu Yuer choosing Chu Chen as a teammate made them extremely jealous. Now that Chu Chen was proudly showing off, they simply couldn't stand it. Damn! Chu Chen, I'm going to kill you. After Chu Chen's words, Lu Chen felt a wave of greenwash over his head. He picked up his great sword and was about to chop at Chu Chen. Lu Ge, fighting before the exam will get you disqualified. Don't be impulsive. Absolutely don't be impulsive. His underlings quickly stopped him, reminding him. Lu Chen felt extremely frustrated but also understood the stakes, so he could only resentfully put the greatsword down. Chu Chen, wait for me. The college entrance examination allows candidates to fight each other. I will definitely not let you off. After leaving a harsh remark, Lu Chen angrily walked away. Just a few words and he's already broken? With this level, he still wants to compete with me? Chu Chen looked disdainfully at Lu Chen leaving and leisurely whistled. Turning back, he saw Lu Yuer looking at him with a strange expression, her cheeks slightly flushed. What? Little sister, why are you looking at me like that? This man, so shameless. But I kind of like it. Lu Yuer thought to herself. She had originally thought that someone from a common background, especially an F-level like Chu Chen, would never dare to confront Lu Chen. She never expected Chu Chen to be so tough. The things he said were both sharp and dirty, directly breaking Lu Chen's defenses. Although she had included herself in the conversation, she inexplicably felt quite good about it. Of course, she couldn't say these things to Chu Chen. Lu Yuer handed the staff in her hand to Chu Chen and changed the subject, saying, Here, this is the staff I promised you before. You should be able to use it, right? Chu Chen took the staff and glanced at it. Mithril staff, silver, level 10 effect, spirit plus 10A staff that is only level 10, pitifully low in level. For Chu Chen, it wasn't even worth considering. However, since it was Lu Yuer's goodwill, Chu Chen nodded and said, I can use it, thanks. That's good. Lu Yuer smiled, her lips curving into a happy smile. Although they had only just met, she already felt that Chu Chen was a unique person. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to help much during the college entrance examination, but who knows? Many interesting things might happen. Time quickly reached 8 o'clock, the start of the college entrance examination. City Lord Wan Changtian flew into the air and arrived. Above the square, speaking loudly, students, the college entrance examination is about to begin. This year's examination instance is Beast Mountain Range and the exam duration is 4 hours. Other details have been clearly stated in the examination guidelines, so I won't elaborate further. I wish all students can achieve satisfactory results. After speaking, Wan Shangtian waved his hand, and a huge instance portal suddenly appeared in the center of the square. The candidates saw the instance gate open and quickly rushed inside. Chu Chen and Lu Yur were no exception, rushing into the instance at the fastest speed. Once all the candidates had entered the instance, countless chains suddenly appeared on the gate, locking the portal. Once the college entrance examination began, no outsiders could enter the instance. However, the large screen above the square also displayed the examination footage in real time, allowing all spectators to see the situation inside the instance. On the screen, beams of white light flashed, and thousands of candidates randomly appeared on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Students who teamed up would appear in the same location. Lu Yur entered the instance, first confirming that Chu Chen was right beside her, then quickly recalling information about the Beast Mountain range. The Beast Mountain range is an artificial instance where the monsters are mostly wild beasts, with levels ranging from LV10 to LV30. Compared to the monsters outside, the monsters in the Beast Mountain range are larger and deal more damage. After recalling this, Lu Yur's beautiful eyes couldn't help but become serious. It was clear that this year's college entrance examination was not easy. Chu Chen, the monsters in the Beast Mountain range are very powerful, just stay behind me and don't wander off. Lu Yur reminded Chu Chen. Although she had teamed up with Chu Chen to rebel against her father's wishes, now that they were teammates, Lu Yur wouldn't abandon him. Don't worry, just focus on killing monsters. I won't cause you any trouble, Chu Chen said confidently. Although he wasn't equipped and couldn't use skills, his level was still there. At LV60, he should be able to protect himself. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lu Yur nodded in satisfaction. She had been worried that Chu Chen would act unpredictably in the instance, but it seemed she had overthought it. Alright, since that's the case, let's head deeper into the forest. The low-level monsters on the outskirts won't give us many points. To take first place, we must kill elite monsters and bosses as much as possible. As she spoke, a faint blue ghost suddenly appeared on her wrist, directly attaching itself to her body. 2. Fluffy white cat ears popped up on Lu Yur's head, and a layer of cute fluff appeared on her pretty face. A long cat tail grew from her backside, swaying in the air. Wow! Cat-eared girl. Oh my gosh! I've seen a real cat-eared girl. Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he circled Lu Yur, examining her. Fluffy, with ears that twitched, she was simply adorable. He really wanted to pet her. Under Chu Chen's unabashed gaze, Lu Yur felt her cheeks flush slightly, inexplicably sensing that she was being seen through. I have two forms, cat spirit form and bear spirit form. The bear spirit form is powerful, suitable for one-on-one combat. The cat spirit form is very agile, making it more convenient for traveling and quickly defeating monsters. Alright, let's hurry up. After a brief introduction, Lu Yur quickly ran deeper into the mountains, with Chu Chen closely following behind. He watched with great interest as her cat tail danced continuously in the air. Upon closer inspection, the tail did not grow from her backside, but was connected to a spot above it. What would it feel like for a person to have a tail? It should be fine to touch it, right? Chu Chen, curious, stealthily reached out his mischievous hand. It seemed Lu Yur sensed something, instinctively glancing back and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! Chu Chen, you can't touch that." But it was already too late. Chu Chen's large hand had already covered the fluffy tail. Oh, so soft, the texture was amazing. Lu Yur stiffened, feeling an electric current coursing through her body, making her feel tingly all over, and she fell backward. Oh my, is it that sensitive? Chu Chen quickly withdrew his hand and supported Lu Yur, who was about to fall. The cat tail is used to maintain balance. Once touched, my movements will be affected, Lu Yur explained, her face flushed with embarrassment. Of course, it was also very sensitive. I'm sorry, it's my first time encountering a cat-eared girl. I didn't know the tail was so important, Chu Chen repeatedly apologized. Although Lu Yur was embarrassed and annoyed, she couldn't say much and stood up to continue on their way. Along the way, they encountered quite a few level 10 to 20 small monsters, but Lu Yur ignored them and moved on. Half an hour later, they finally reached the central area of the giant Beast Mountain range and encountered their first elite monster. Hiss! A thick striped python coiled around a tall tree, its crimson eyes locking onto Chu Chen and Lu Yur. The python's body was as thick as a barrel, coiling around the tree, at least 20 meters long and weighing several tons. Its flicking tongue gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Shadow-striped python, elite, level, LV23. Constitution, 222 spirit, 213 strength, 245 speed, 221 such high attributes. Only level 23, and all 4 attributes are over 200. No wonder it's a monster in the giant beast mountain range, it's indeed strong. Lu Yur furrowed her brows, her cat tail standing alert, already in battle mode. Chu Chen, stay here, I'll deal with this shadow striped python. With that, Lu Yur charged towards the python, exuding a fierce killing intent. Wait? Is this the monster for the college entrance exam? This elite monster's attributes aren't even a fraction of mine. Chu Chen glanced at the shadow-striped python's attributes, then looked at his own, completely dumbfounded. Chu Chen. Profession, all-system mage level, LV 60, second transition, constitution, 1512 spirit, 1621 strength, 1488 speed, 1517. After a moment, Chu Chen could only laugh at himself. Coming back to his senses. I was too nervous for my first college entrance exam and forgot that I've already gone through a hell-level task. Let alone elite monsters even. The boss's attributes probably don't match even a fraction of mine. What skills do I need? A basic attack could wipe out a whole bunch. Realizing the gap in strength between them, Chu Chen's confidence swelled. So what if it was a bear exam? With these attributes, securing the top spot in the college entrance exam was a sure thing. Hey! Little sister, come here, let me show you something amazing. Chu Chen raised his arm, just about to showcase his explosive power to Lu Yue. However, when he looked up, the shadow-striped python was already covered in wounds, on the verge of collapse. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yue moved like a phantom, as agile as a spirit cat. As the sharp claws waved, the claw marks intertwined to form an impenetrable net, completely enveloping the massive body of the shadow-patterned python. Puff! Countless bloodlines exploded on the body of the shadow-patterned python. The enormous python crashed down from the tree, dead beyond recovery. Wow! That speed is just too fast. In the blink of an eye, an elite monster is taken down? No wonder it's an S-class profession, truly impressive. Chu Chen jogged over, continuously praising. This python's speed isn't as fast as mine, and its defense isn't too strong, so it's relatively easy to deal with. Lu Yue, though speaking modestly, had a proud curve at the corner of her mouth. Now that Chu Chen knew her strength, he had previously seemed reluctant to team up with her. However, what Chu Chen said next changed her expression drastically. Hey, sis, can I join the fight later? I think I can handle a monster of this level. Chu Chen proposed, looking eager to try. The previous battles had been about obliterating a map's monster with a single devastating move. It was exhilarating, but there was hardly any sense of participation in the fight. But now, with his super high attribute values, he could definitely act as a warrior and experience the thrill of close combat. Just thinking about it was exciting. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Yue immediately rejected Chu Chen's proposal. The reason she could quickly resolve the battle just now was due to the super strong skills of her S-class profession, combined with her full set of silver equipment. It looked easy, but the requirements were extremely strict. Chu Chen, an F-class all-system mage, could never replicate her results. If Chu Chen joined the fight, it wouldn't improve the battle efficiency at all. She would have to expend energy to protect Chu Chen, which would be counterproductive. Therefore, the moment Chu Chen spoke, Lu Yue directly refused his suggestion. Of course, considering Chu Chen's feelings, she still said it tactfully. Chu Chen, didn't we agree that I would take the first place? For you? I keep my word. If you even move a finger, that would be looking down on me. Goodness, is this girl really that proud? Chu Chen was taken aback by Lu Yue's words. Looking at her fiery gaze, he momentarily didn't know how to retort and could only nod in agreement. Alright, then you solo first, and if you get tired, I'll take over. Seeing that Chu Chen finally gave up on the idea, Lu Yue let out a long sigh of relief. The two continued to search for the traces of elite monsters around them. In the outside square, Lu Yue, as a popular candidate from Dongqing City, had her earlier battle clearly live-streamed. The audience marveled at Lu Yue's extraordinary strength, but more people expressed their dissatisfaction with Chu Chen frantically. Damn! Lu Goddess's teammate is too useless. Just a spectator the whole time? Come on. A man not working, letting a woman fight the whole time? Scumbag. My Lu Goddess is too pitiful. This guy named Chu Chen is really something. Which school is this Chu Chen from? I want to report him. I heard he's from the second high school, just an F-class all-system mage, really don't know why the goddess teamed up with him. Hong Rose and Li Guangfeng said Chu Chen was a dark horse, now they're slapping their own faces. Hearing the audience's condemnation of Chu Chen, the principal of the second high school secretly rejoiced. But on the surface, he pretended to be frustrated, scolding, this Chu Chen really has no masculinity at all. He has completely embarrassed me as the principal of the second high school. Li Guangfeng rolled his eyes hard and said bluntly, embarrass you? Who do you think you are? Even he, a fourth-turn expert, wouldn't dare to casually criticize the big shot Chu Chen. This principal of the second high school repeatedly picked on Chu Chen. If it weren't for Wan Changtian still being present, he would have slapped this old man in the face. Principal of the second high school, so you actually know what embarrassment is? If I remember correctly, it's been 5 years since the second high school had an S-level job changer, right? Hong Megue chuckled lightly, her words dripping with sarcasm. Although she didn't understand why. The big shot Chu Chen wanted to team up with Lu Yuer, and why he didn't make a move after forming the team. The big shot's actions must have some profound meaning. Upon hearing this, the principal of the second high school flushed with anger, feeling both embarrassed and furious. It's just a bit of misappropriated educational funds. How could it possibly affect the students' job changes? The reason there haven't been any S-level job changers is that those students lack talent. It has nothing to do with me as the principal. If that guy Chu Chen became an S-level job changer, how could President Lu possibly look down on him? Now he's just an F-level loser teaming up with a young lady Lu. It's simply wasting her potential. Realizing he couldn't win against Hong Megue and Li Guangfeng, the principal quickly tried to drag Lu Yunxian into the fray. He knew that Lu Yunxian had a significant grudge against the other two presidents. Just right, Lu Yunxian also had a distaste for Chu Chen. Perhaps he could use this to get closer to the Yunxian guild. The principal of the second high school had high hopes. However, when Lu Yunxian heard his words, his expression suddenly changed and he pointed at the principal's nose, shouting, "Hey! What the hell are you talking about, you old fool? I never looked down on Chu Chen, don't you dare say that." The principal was taken aback by the scolding, completely dumbfounded. What? Your daughter was taken away by Chu Chen, and I help you scold him, yet you turn around and scold me? If you really thought highly of Chu Chen, why did you look like the sky was falling when Lu Yuer teamed up with him? Wan Changtian was equally surprised to see Lu Yunxian not scolding Chu Chen but instead berating the principal of the second high school. He shifted his gaze, pondering, and asked, "Three presidents, it seems you know Chu Chen quite well. Could it be that this kid is hiding some trump card?" Upon hearing Wan Changtian's inquiry, the three presidents' hearts skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. "Lord City Master, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. How could we possibly know Chu Chen? We don't know anything about him at all." That's right. We just think he's handsome and want to have a monkey with him, isn't that reasonable?" The three presidents, who usually didn't get along, surprisingly displayed an unprecedented tacit understanding at this moment, all vehemently denying it. Moreover, not only in words, but even their inner thoughts were in perfect sync. Oh my! I almost accidentally leaked the big shot's secret. I'm going to die. If I leak the big shot's secret, I'm really going to die. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost. This principal of the second high school is looking for death, so he can't blame anyone else. To hell with him. Wan Changtian saw the three presidents denying so uniformly, and his suspicions not only didn't dissipate but instead became more certain that Chu Chen was hiding some secret. However, it was clear that the three presidents didn't want to tell him. Wan Changtian looked up at Chu Chen on the big screen, curiosity blooming in his eyes. In the Beast Mountain range, Lu Yuer was rapidly hunting elite-level monsters. In her beast transformation state, her sense of smell was greatly enhanced, allowing her to quickly locate the elite monsters. With powerful equipment and skills, the hunting process became swift and simple. One by one, massive elite beasts fell under her claws, and their points ranking visibly. Sword. 80, 50, 20, 10. Although they had delayed half an hour on the way, the points for elite monsters were 5 times that of regular monsters. In just 1 hour, their points reached 5,000, making them the top of the leaderboard. "Sis, are you tired? If you're tired, take a break, let me handle it." "Sis, aren't you a bit too persistent? Sis, let me take a turn, I'm so bored." Along the way, Chu Chen repeatedly volunteered, wanting to engage in a fierce battle with the elite monsters. However, each time he was decisively rejected by Lu Yuer. "Big brother, you absolutely must not move, just let me handle it." Before, Chu Chen thought that when Lu Yuer got tired, he would take over for her. He never expected that this girl not only fought fiercely but also had incredible stamina. After more than an hour of battle, she was only slightly out of breath and appeared a bit fatigued. Helpless, Chu Chen had to give up on the elite monsters and go after the surrounding level 10 small monsters. The mithril staff he wielded created a gust of wind, and one beast after another was swiftly killed before they could even let out a cry. Chu Chen fully enjoyed the joy of battle and soon became completely immersed in it. While the two were engrossed in farming points, a round-faced boy perched on a large tree 3,000 meters away was using the eagle eye skill to carefully scan the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Yuer and Chu Chen and quickly shouted down, "Lu Xiao, I found them." Lu Yuer and Chu Chen are to our north, about 3,000 meters away. Lu Chen pulled his great sword from a giant bear and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Finally found this pair of dog men and women carrying a deadweight, yet they still made it to the top of the leaderboard. Lu Yuer's strength is truly impressive. But all those points are mine. Now, boys, let's go. Follow me to take down this pair of dog men and women. Let's snatch all their points. Lu Chen raised his arm and called out, and 12 job changers sprang out from the woods. This guy named Chu Chen actually dared to provoke our Lu Xiao. His college entrance exam is over. That girl Lu Yuer is also blind, teaming up with a pretty boy. The college entrance exam is all about strength. Ha ha. Let's take him down. It would be best to kick this kid out of the college entrance exam dungeon. Although Lu Chen didn't team up with them, the little brothers still gathered around him. After all, Lu Chen was one of the top talents in Dongxing City. Being with him meant there was food to eat. The 13 of them laughed and headed towards Chu Chen and Lu Yuer, each wearing a smile of victory in advance. 13 against 2. How could they lose? On the podium, the sharp-eyed principal of the second high school also noticed Lu Chen's actions. Combining Lu Chen's direction of movement, he immediately guessed that Lu Chen was going to find trouble with Chu Chen. As Chu Chen's principal, he was not worried at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. Lu Chen is an S-rank himself. And he's being so cautious, bringing along 12 people. Now, even with Lu Yuer protecting him, Chu Chen is definitely finished. What trump card? Chu Chen, what trump card could you possibly have that I, as your principal, wouldn't know? F-rank waste, it's better to die out early. Ha ha. The more the three major presidents defended Chu Chen, the more the principal of the second high school despised him. Now, he just wanted Chu Chen to be eliminated quickly, using Chu Chen's incompetence to prove his own sharp vision. In the dungeon, Chu Chen and Lu Yuer were completely unaware of this. Chu Chen, stop playing with the small monsters, let's go find the next elite monster. Lu Yuer called out after glancing back at Chu Chen, who was bullying the small monsters. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from the side. Lu Yuer's hair stood on end as she jumped to the side. An arrow almost grazed her clothing and embedded itself deeply into a nearby tree trunk. Who dares to ambush me? Lu Yuer's gaze darkened as she coldly looked towards the direction the arrow had come from. With her strength, she wouldn't even bother to snatch others' points, yet someone had the audacity to target her. Just as she was about to root out the opponent and give them a beating, more arrows flew in from all directions of the forest. Among them were ice arrows, fireballs, and other magical attacks, weaving into a large net that enveloped Lu Yuer completely. No way? How can there be so many attacks? Lu Yuer's face turned pale with shock. Even with her exceptional personal strength, facing the concentrated fire of over a dozen people, she could only dodge and leap between the trees to avoid the onslaught. Boys, maintain fire output. Keep her suppressed. The more damage we cause, the more points we get later. Lu Chen laughed wildly as he saw Lu Yuer being forced to flee in a flurry of attacks. Ha ha! Lu Yuer, still daring to look for other men? This is your fate. A woman I, Lu Chen, can't have. No one else can. The 12 little brothers were extremely excited, unleashing their skills with even more ferocity. In an instant, the forest was filled with flashing lights more intense than a gunfight. Lu Chen, you despicable scoundrel. Bullying the few with the many. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Lu Yuer cursed angrily as she dodged the dense attacks. She knew Lu Chen would cause trouble, but she never expected him to gather so many people. A dozen people attacking her alone was too shameless. Ha ha. What are you saying, Lu Yuer? Isn't it reasonable to cooperate in the college entrance exam? Otherwise, who could defeat those level 30 bosses? If you know you're wrong, just apologize to me, and let Chu Chen come over and bow 3 times, and I'll forgive you. How about that? Lu Chen shouted triumphantly, feeling great. Inside. With so many little brothers, wasn't it foolish to insist on a one-on-one? Lu Chen, you're dreaming. Chu Chen is my invited teammate, even if I die, I won't let you insult him. Cat shadow step. Clear wind technique. Light body spell. Lu Yuer was instantly enraged upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Several skills were activated rapidly. Various buffs stacking on her, and her speed skyrocketed in a short time. The dense attacks seemed to enter slow motion, making it easy to dodge. Lu Yuer transformed into a phantom, charging towards the 13 people. What the hell? She can charge over like this? Isn't that too freakish? Lu Chen was taken aback. Faced with the buffed Lu Yuer, he didn't dare to say he could defeat her head-on. If Lu Yuer got through, wouldn't his show-off be a complete failure? In a moment of crisis, Lu Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted, "Stop attacking Lu Yuer, focus all fire on Chu Chen." The little brothers quickly understood Lu Chen's intention, laughing as they shifted their attack target, launching an assault on Chu Chen, who was watching from a distance. Ha ha! As expected of Brother Lu, this move is brilliant. I've been unhappy with that Chu Chen kid for a long time, let's take him out of the instance. Ha ha! Let's see what Lu Yuer will do now. Will she come to attack us or save her pretty boy? Seeing the overwhelming attacks flying towards him, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. I just came to watch, and now it's my turn to take the stage? In that case, I won't hold back. Watch me transform into the galactic baseball hero and turn all your attacks into home runs. Chu Chen gripped the mithril staff, ready to swing. However, the next moment, a soft, delicate body suddenly lunged at Chu Chen, knocking him directly behind a sturdy tree. Lu Yuer ultimately chose to give up a great offensive opportunity, retreating to protect Chu Chen. What? Little sister, I'm in the middle of something serious. What do you mean by knocking me down? You still have the mood to joke around, you really have a big heart. My buff won't last long, you need to run quickly, I'll cover you. Lu Yuer hurriedly said, not waiting for Chu Chen to respond before charging out again. This time, however, she didn't rush towards Lu Chen but stood in front of the tree, actively intercepting the incoming attacks to create an escape route for Chu Chen. Ha ha. Keep attacking, boys. Don't let that Chu Chen kid get away. Lu Yuer's buff won't last long, victory is just around the corner. Lu Chun, seeing Lu Yuer indeed choose to retreat, couldn't help but feel proud of his clever plan. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the great sword. Once Lu Yuer showed signs of fatigue, he would step forward and defeat her. Seeing Lu Yuer being besieged by more than a dozen people, the fans were completely furious. Ah! That bastard Lu Chen, how dare he attack my goddess, so shameless. Isn't it against the rules for more than a dozen people to gang up on one? Report! Report! And that useless Chu Chen, if it weren't for him being a burden, the goddess would have broken through long ago. Ah! Men are so unreliable. Goddess, you have to hold on. On the podium, the expressions of the high-ranking officials were equally complex. During the college entrance examination, many people cooperating was often about hunting a boss. This situation of more than a dozen people ganging up on one was happening for the first time. The most outrageous part was that the one being attacked was actually the daughter of the Yunxian Guild. The high-ranking officials instinctively looked towards Lu Yunchuan's direction, fearing that the president of Dongxing City would take drastic action. Lord City Master, Lu Chen's behavior of bullying the weak completely goes against the spirit of the college entrance examination. I suggest we give an immediate warning. Lu Yunchuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he spoke with great indignation. If one looked closely, they would find that deep within that angry gaze lay a profound fear. I, Li Guangfeng, can't stand people like this. Don't bother with warnings, just cancel his results. That's right. I, Red Rose, fully support this. Lu Chen must stop immediately. Red Rose and Li Guangfeng were equally outraged. Yet, they were already panicking to the extreme. Damn it! Even if Chu Chen is low-key, you bunch of little brats shouldn't act like this. If you anger the big boss, not only will the college entrance examination be ruined, but the entire Dongxing City will pay the price for you. A warning is a punishment for inappropriate behavior by candidates. It's not as severe as canceling results, but it will leave a mark on their records. Hearing Lu Yunxian demand a warning for Lu Chen, the head of the Lu family was the first to object, slamming the table and shouting, "Why should my son be warned? Which rule in the college entrance examination says you can't gang up on someone? This is clearly a strategy. If you can't beat them, go find someone who organized a trash F-level monster." If Lu Chen received a warning, his son's future would be ruined. The head of the Lu family absolutely would not allow this to happen. The requests from several presidents are excessive. Even if it's a warning, that would be for the next college entrance examination. A nonsensical warning now will affect the rhythm of all candidates. The principal of the second high school also spoke up, looking like a reasonable person. Once Lu Chen received a warning, he would have to stop his current actions immediately. The principal of the second high school was eager for Chu Chen to be eliminated right away. How could he allow such a thing to happen? Hearing the arguments around him, Wan Changtian felt overwhelmed. Both sides had their points, making it difficult for him to be caught in the middle. Just when he didn't know what to do, the arguing voices around him suddenly turned into exclamations of surprise. Wan Changtian looked up at the screen, his face filled with astonishment. What the hell? How did Chu Chen get over there? Chu Chen, who had been hiding behind a big tree, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. However, he did not appear behind Lu Yuer, but behind Lu Chen. The two groups were nearly 300 meters apart. When did Chu Chen run over? Everyone in the square was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. Even the audience was confused, and those in the instance were directly scared half to death upon seeing Chu Chen. What the hell? Chu Chen? How did you get here? Are you even human? Lu Chen jumped back several steps in fright, looking at Chu Chen with a face full of terror. The surrounding lackeys, seeing an extra person suddenly appear, thought they were hallucinating. However, no matter how much they rubbed their eyes, Chu Chen still stood there. The more than a dozen people were all dumbfounded, unsure whether to continue their attack. Ah! Chu Chen, I told you to run away, not to run into the enemy's base. Lu Yuer shouted in astonishment. Running away can also lead to the wrong direction. Truly, no one can compare. Once upon a time, how did Chu Chen manage to run through such a dense barrage of attacks? Even for someone with full buffs, it would be quite a difficult task. Lu Yuer's mind was filled with such doubts, but at this moment, she had no time to think carefully and hurriedly rushed towards the opposite side, wanting to save Chu Chen. Chu Chen ignored Lu Yuer's shouts and smiled as he spoke. Lu Chen, weren't you looking for me? So I just came over. 300 meters was nothing more than a few quick steps for Chu Chen. Given his extraordinary attributes. Ha! You're not a ghost, you really are Chu Chen? Ha ha! You actually dared to come out. Die. Holy light slash. After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Chu Chen, Lu Chen's face lit up with wild joy. The silver-grade greatsword erupted with dazzling white light and swung down towards Chu Chen. Ha ha! Here it comes. Here it comes. Finally, I can experience a thrilling battle. Chu Chen's eyes also burst with wild joy as he swung his mithril staff to meet the greatsword. Clang! The greatsword and the staff collided, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. Ha ha! You overestimate yourself. You trash who uses a staff as a melee weapon. Dares to clash with me? Today, I'll let you see just how terrifying the power of an S-rank paladin is. Lu Chen laughed maniacally. In the next moment, several bright red notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Moonlight Great. Sword, Silver Grade, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Silver Radiance Armor, Silver Grade, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Silver Radiance Leggings, Silver Grade, have reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Lu Chen's smile instantly froze. What the hell? Why did my equipment explode? Damn it! This is all silver equipment. Stop, stop, stop. Don't explode. Don't explode. My money. Oh my god. This is insane. My equipment self-destructed. Before Lu Chen could understand what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his waist as if he had been struck hard by some kind of stick-like object. Then, his whole body uncontrollably flew towards the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha! Did something just fly by? What are you talking about? You're hallucinating, right? Focus on watching Lu Xiao beat Chu Chen. Where's Lu Xiao? The little brothers looked towards the tree and suddenly realized that Lu Chen had vanished without a trace. Only Chu Chen remained in the arena, gazing up at the sky at a 45 degrees angle, his eyes filled with disappointment. No way? Why is it so lame? Wasn't the S-rank paladin supposed to be impressive? How could he not even take a single hit from me? What the hell? Where's Lu Xiao? Such a big Lu Xiao? What the hell? Lu Xiao clashed with Chu Chen and ended up losing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Xiao is an S-rank class, how could he lose to Chu Chen? Chu Chen, where did you take our Lu Xiao? Speak up, or else. The little brothers had no idea what had happened and shouted at Chu Chen in confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Yuer stopped in her tracks, her face filled with shock, looking at Chu Chen with an expression of undeniable astonishment. Lu Chen's little brothers didn't see clearly, but she saw everything. Just now, Chu Chen had hit Lu Chen away as if playing baseball. Wait. What the hell is going on? Wasn't he supposed to be F-rank? Wasn't he supposed to be an all-system mage? Lu Chen is a paladin who even I find tricky, how did you knock him out? With one hit? Lu Yuer felt her worldview had been shattered, standing there in a daze. Damn it! Chu Chen, you're not going to say anything, huh? Then let's see whose attack is harder. Or whose mouth is harder. Brothers, let's get him. Seeing that Chu Chen had not responded, Lu Chen's little brothers launched the most frenzied attack on him. Arrows rained down like a storm mixed with flames and thunder. Such a dense barrage of attacks, even an S-rank class would have to shed a layer of skin. However, facing such a fierce attack, a hint of a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth. Ha ha! With so many attacks, I should be able to have some fun, right? Chu Chen grinned, quickly waving his staff, creating trails of afterimages in the air. Crack! Crack! Boom! Boom! Countless arrows flew in, but all were blocked by the staff. Flames and thunder exploded right in front of Chu Chen. Although the attacks were fierce, not a single one landed on him. With just a level 10 silver staff, Chu Chen easily blocked the full force attacks of 20 people. What the hell? What's going on? Didn't hit? It's not that. We didn't hit, it's that Chu Chen blocked all our attacks. Blocked thousands of attacks? Is this something a human can do? Damn it! Chu Chen, are you cheating? You must be cheating. Seeing Chu Chen block all their attacks with just a staff, the younger brothers were almost stunned. They had seen ridiculous things, but nothing like this. To be clear, even an S-class job changer like Lu Yuer could only dodge when facing their concentrated fire. Wasn't it said that Chu Chen is an F-class all-system mage? Aside from the staff, what about him looks like a mage? Could it be that young Master Lu was really taken down by him? If young Master Lu has been taken down, what are we supposed to do? Oh my god. Why do I feel like we've provoked someone extraordinary? The younger brothers instinctively stopped attacking, fear rising in their hearts, unsure of what to do. Hey, why did you stop? Keep attacking. I haven't had enough fun yet, Chu Chen said unhappily. Hearing this, the 12 younger brothers were so angry they almost spat blood. They were desperately unleashing attacks, and Chu Chen was treating them like toys? You say attack, so we attack? Do we have no pride? Even if we don't care about pride, we still need to save our magic power to earn points. A round-faced boy shouted angrily at Chu Chen. After saying that, he jumped down from the tree and ran off into the distance. This Chu Chen was clearly pretending to be weak while hiding his strength. Even young Master Lu couldn't defeat Chu Chen. What could these younger brothers do? It was better to save some energy and earn more points. The round-faced boy thought he had a good plan, but the next moment, a cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Since that's the case, then you are of no use. The round-faced boy felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding forest suddenly transformed into a square. This is the college entrance examination square? Damn! Who pulled me out of the college entrance examination instance? The round-faced boy shouted hysterically, quickly looking up at the large screen above. Seeing the images on the screen, the round-faced boy's heart shook violently and he was instantly petrified. Chu Chen was moving through the woods at a terrifying speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. The staff in his hand waved, creating phantoms, but this time it was not to block attacks, it was directly smashing down towards Lu Chen's younger brothers. The younger brothers were not equipped with full silver gear for protection. If they were touched by Chu Chen's attack, they would be identified by the instance as having a death risk and would be directly teleported out of the instance. The younger brothers still in the instance turned pale with fear and scattered in all directions. However, under Chu Chen's terrifying speed, there was no escape. In just 2 minutes, all 12 younger brothers appeared neatly in the college entrance examination square. Their faces looked as if they had eaten something terrible. Being teleported out of the instance meant elimination, and their scores would be fixed at the moment they left the instance. With the points they had now, let alone university, even the most trashy diploma mill wouldn't want them. Damn! This Chu Chen is something else. Damn! One person took down 13, you call that something else? I said Lu Goddess wouldn't choose useless people as teammates. I knew from the start that this Chu Chen was no ordinary person. Wow! You were just cursing him. Now that you see Chu Chen is amazing, you know to be afraid? Oh my god. Even Lu Chen was knocked away by Chu Chen with one hit. Doesn't that mean Chu Chen has no opponents? Exactly. Fortunately, Goddess Lu teamed up with Chu Chen. Otherwise, Goddess Lu would be in danger too. I have to say, the scene where Chu Chen took down 13 people just now was so cool. I'm absolutely in love. What profession is Chu Chen anyway? He can be so fierce with just a staff. If he switched to a melee weapon, wouldn't he be invincible? Around the square, the audience witnessed Chu Chen's feat of taking on 13 opponents, and they were utterly amazed. In an instant, the comments about Chu Chen took a dramatic turn, with everyone marveling at his prowess. On the podium, wasn't it said that this Chu Chen was trash? 1 against 13, this is just ridiculous? The head of the Lu family stared at the big screen with a grim expression. Just a moment ago, he was making a fuss, and now he had nothing to say. 13. People surrounded Chu Chen, and the result was that Chu Chen turned the tables and killed them all. What can he even say? Call Lu Chen and the others useless? Fortunately, although Lu Chen was knocked away, he was not eliminated and still had a slim chance. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Chu Chen is clearly the worst all-around mage. I personally helped him change his class. How could he have such terrifying strength? The principal of the second high school looked even worse than the head of the Lu family. He had lost the recommendation spot and was insulted. Now he was being told that Chu Chen was a super genius who crushed S-class transmuters? Damn! This isn't how it works. The principal felt like his heart was bleeding. Just a moment ago he had scolded Chu Chen fiercely, and now he was being slapped in the face. The higher-ups around him were also watching the principal with glee, as if watching a clown. Just now, the 3 presidents were trying hard to defend Chu Chen, while the principal of the second high school was continuously belittling him. One could only say that everything happening now was of his own making. TSK, so this is Chu Chen's true strength. You 3 presidents must have known this long ago, right? You were hiding it just now, making it so hard for me to figure out. Wan Changtian's eyes also flashed with surprise. Being able to easily take down Lu Chen and the other 13 transmuters, could it be that Chu Chen was an SS-class transmuter? It should be noted that there hadn't been an SS-class transmuter in Dongqing City for 10 years. Thinking of this, Wan Changtian trembled with excitement. It's all thanks to the Lord of the City having such keen insight. We knew nothing. Right. Lord of the City, it was all your discovery, it has nothing to do with us. Exactly, apart from knowing that Chu Chen is a handsome guy, we know nothing else. The three presidents waved their hands repeatedly, not daring to take credit for this. But in their hearts, they breathed a long sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally calmed down. At that moment, Chu Chen had unleashed a world-destroying move to stir up the sea while surfing. They were truly afraid that if Chu Chen was unhappy, he would unleash a world-destroying move in the college entrance examination instance. Fortunately, those little brats were not even qualified for him to use his skills. Dongqing City was saved. Last one, here you go. With a swing of his staff, Chu Chen sent the last little brother out of the instance, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Although Lu Chen's little brothers were equally weak, their numbers were enough to let him enjoy himself. Turning around, he saw Lu Yuer standing not far away, staring at him in shock. Chu Chen laughed and said, "How about it, little sister? I told you I'm awesome, do you believe it now?" Lu Yuer nodded in a daze, her pair of fluffy cat ears twitching along with her. In less than 10 minutes, he had taken down 13 transmuters. This was no longer a matter of being awesome, it was simply mind-blowing. Chu Chen, what exactly is your profession? SS class? Lu Yuer asked curiously. Being able to easily take down S-class Lu Chen, the only thing Lu Yuer could think of was SS class, or even the legendary SSS class. Profession. What SS class? I'm an all-around mage, don't you know? Chu Chen casually replied. Ah, is it really a full system mage? Then how are you so powerful? Lu Yuer tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. After witnessing Chu Chen's strength, she thought the news that Chu Chen had changed to an F-level full system mage was false, but it turned out to be true. However, this only left her more puzzled. How could an F-level full system mage possibly crush an S-level holy knight? Because my level is relatively high, Chu Chen chuckled. What level are you? Lu Yuer instinctively asked. Previously, when looking at the team panel, all of Chu Chen's information was a question mark. She thought he was too low level to show it off. Now it seemed that the situation was not as she had imagined. However, it had only been a little over half a month since he changed jobs to the college entrance examination. Even if Chu Chen's level was high, how high could it be? Moreover, there was also the second job transfer task to contend with. In her view, level 40 was the limit. However, the level that Chu Chen revealed shocked Lu Yuer's previously calm heart once again. I'm level 60, Chu Chen said casually. What? Level 60? You changed jobs just half a month ago, how did you level up to 60? Could it be that you spent the entire half month without sleep, just grinding in dungeons? Lu Yuer's beautiful eyes widened, her heart churning with waves of shock. It was even more surprising than seeing Chu Chen turn the tables on Lu Chen and his 13 companions. She had barely managed to reach level 30 after half a month of almost non-stop training with experts from the Yunxian Guild. She simply couldn't imagine how Chu Chen had completed the second job transfer task in such a short time and reached the maximum level for the second job. Could it be that Chu Chen was a master of time management? Let's not talk about that, Chu Chen laughed awkwardly. He could count on one hand the number of times he had gone into dungeons in the past half month. Mainly, the world-destroying ultimate move was too powerful, one skill could take him straight to max level. He wanted to work hard, but the conditions didn't allow it. Of course, he wouldn't share this with Lu Yuer. Sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. Lu Yuer suddenly realized that she had just asked a very intrusive question and quickly apologized. A method to quickly level up to LV60 in half a month could easily become a family secret for a big clan. She had been too curious and had directly asked about it. It's fine, let's continue hunting monsters, Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. After defeating 13 candidates, he and Lu Yuer's score had reached 12,355. With this score, securing first place in the college entrance examination was basically a done deal. However, there were still 2.5 hours left in the exam, so it was always safer to grind for more points. Chu Chen, can I ask you one more question? Just as Chu Chen was about to turn around, Lu Yuer suddenly called out to him again, speaking softly. Chu Chen, What question? Lu Yuer, why did you team up with me? I wanted you to help me get first place. You believe me, I really have no other intentions. Chu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. It was his first time participating in the college entrance examination, and he truly didn't know that the monsters were so weak while he was so strong. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have teamed up with Lu Yuer, making it seem like he was riding on her coattails. Oh. Lu Yuer nodded, not pressing further, but in her heart, she thought, I believe you, sure. You clearly can get first place on your own, why team up with me? This must be your trick, just like the other guys, trying to hit on me. Ugh, how annoying. You're so scheming, who can stand it? The more Lu Yuer thought about it, the redder her face became, but this was the most reasonable explanation she could come up with. Strangely, in the past, when she encountered boys pursuing her, she found it boring and childish. But this time, her heart raced, leaving her flustered. Could it be, this is what it feels like to have a crush? Hey, sis, do you have any more questions? Seeing Lu Yuer still frozen in place, her face full of confusion, Shu Chen asked. I have no more questions. Shu Chen, do you have anything you want to say to me? Lu Yuer lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shu Chen is so handsome and strong. It seems not impossible to be with him for a while. I just want to say one thing, just leave the monsters after this to me, you can just enjoy my heroic figure. From the side, Shu Chen laughed heartily, speaking boldly. He had been holding back before, and in the remaining 2.5 hours, he wanted to fight fiercely and enjoy himself. Shu Chen, what did his words just mean? He wanted me to hide behind him, to shield me from the wind and rain. Is this a confession? Ah, he is really so manly. Lu Yuer's heart suddenly raced, then began to beat rapidly like a small motor. I will be a good woman behind you. Lu Yuer replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, then blushed and ran away. Ha? What did you just say, little sister? Shu Chen looked at Lu Yuer's back with a puzzled expression and hurried to catch up. However, after just a few steps, he couldn't help but freeze. What's up with Lu Yuer's tail? Why does it change from a peach to a little heart? Shu Chen walked while admiring Lu Yuer's tail's fancy transformations. Soon, the two encountered an elite-level giant wolf. It was a silver-white giant wolf, standing at least 2 meters tall. Its fur was as hard as iron, and its crimson eyes looked like 2 lanterns, greedily and crazily staring at Shu Chen and the others. Gale Wolf, Elite, Level, LV25 Constitution, 232 Spirit, 233 Strength, 235 Speed, 241 What a big wolf. Dog. I wonder if it can withstand a hit from me. Shu Chen laughed loudly and rushed towards the Gale Wolf. Roar. The Gale Wolf, seeing that Shu Chen had taken the initiative to attack, ignited with furious rage and charged at him as well. A little human dares to show off in front of me, let me show you my claw. The fierce claw, accompanied by a howling wind, struck fiercely. But what meant it was just a secret silver staff as thin as a wooden stick. Bang! The secret silver staff collided with the wolf's claw, producing a dull, thunderous sound. The Gale Wolf exploded into a mist of blood, not even having time to let out a howl. Kill Gale Wolf, obtain silver ring blade, bronze, as expected, it still can't take a hit from me? In that case, I can only invite the next victim to the stage. Kill Ice Silk Spider, obtain Ice Pattern Armor, bronze. Kill Glimmering Butterfly, obtain Floating Light Dagger, bronze. Kill Shadow Elk, obtain Shadow Gun, bronze. In the following time, Shu Chen directly activated his invincible mowing mode. No matter what type of elite monster, one hit and it was instantly killed. No skills involved, just pure strength. The numbers on the score bracelet kept jumping, never stopping. In just 20 minutes, his and Lu Yuer's scores skyrocketed to 20,000. Hiss. Shu Chen, you are really amazing. The points you earned in 20 minutes are more than what I earned in an hour. Lu Yuer watched from the side, her little cherry lips wide open in shock, never closing. Although she knew Shu Chen was strong, facing any monster and killing it in one hit was simply unreasonable. More importantly, Shu Chen hadn't used any skills from start to finish. This meant that Shu Chen, relying solely on basic attacks, was already stronger than her at full strength. Is this really F level? Ha ha. This is also thanks to you helping me find monsters. Otherwise, I would have to rely on luck to find them. Shu Chen laughed heartily, complimenting Lu Yuer in return, then said, we've almost cleared the elite monsters, let's go hunt a boss next. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Lu Yuer nodded obediently. The points for a boss are higher than for elite monsters, but their strength is also greater. The reason she hadn't gone to hunt a boss was that she couldn't solo it. However, with Shu Chen, this humanoid beast, around, she no longer needed to worry about anything. I remember the nearest boss should be the Cracking Earth Barbarian Bear. Lu Yuer glanced around and quickly pinpointed the boss's location. The two of them headed towards the Cracking Earth Barbarian Bear. Meanwhile, outside the bear's cave, a fierce battle was underway. 10 job changers were each playing their roles, launching a frenzied attack on a gigantic black bear according to their prior arrangements. This black bear was the boss, the Cracking Earth Barbarian Bear, standing 5 meters tall, with claws as hard as steel, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Its power was terrifying. 9 job changers were scattered in different positions, launching disruptive attacks on the Cracking Earth Barbarian Bear. Fireballs, lightning, and ice arrows exploded continuously on the bear's body. Although the bear was furious, it had no time to deal with these job changers. Because in front of it, a strong youth with a tiger's back and a bear's waist was engaging it in a hard-fought struggle. The youth was named Wei Shan and his profession was A-level Earth Warrior. As long as he stood on the ground, he could significantly enhance his strength. With various buffs, he could even arm wrestle with the cracking Earth Barbarian Bear. Ha ha. Brothers, put in more effort. The boss's strength is starting to decline. The first kill of the boss must be ours. Feeling the cracking Earth Barbarian Bear's power weaken, Wei Shan shouted excitedly. The first kill of the boss comes with extra points. Lu Yuer's points are only 5,000. As long as I get the first kill, I can surpass her and take the top spot. Ha ha. Thinking this, Wei Shan instinctively glanced at his points. Wristband. First place, Lu Yuer Chu Chen points, 20,110. What? 20,000? What's going on? Wasn't it just 5,000? How did it jump to 20,000 in the blink of an eye? Wei Shan was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Just then. Roar. The cracking Earth Barbarian Bear let out a furious roar, a surge of blood energy erupting from its body, unleashing the rage skill. Boom. The cracking Earth Barbarian Bear stomped the ground, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward from it. The ground around began to tremble violently, even cracking open into narrow ravines. Wei Shan lost his balance and fell to the ground, being kicked over 100 meters by the cracking Earth Barbarian Bear. With Wei Shan's balance lost, the other job changers could not withstand the bear's power and were swept away by its paw. One particularly unlucky individual was directly turned into white light and teleported out of the exam instance. Damn! This boss can go into a rage too? This boss was already strong, who can withstand it when it goes into a rage? Retreat! 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 Quick, retreat to 100 meters away, and the boss's aggro will disappear. Wei Shan struggled to stand up and shouted frantically at the other job changers. He planned to wait for the boss to exit its rage and enter a weakened state before launching another attack. Hearing this, the other job changers quickly maneuvered to regroup with Wei Shan. However, a handsome figure ran against the flow of people towards the cracking Earth Barbarian Bear. Hey! Who is that? I told you to retreat. Why is that kid still running towards the boss? Is he tired of living? The newcomer was none other than the recently arrived Chu Chen. Initially, seeing that someone was already hunting the boss, Chu Chen felt a bit disappointed, thinking he had come for nothing. Unexpectedly, the boss used a skill that scared them all away. Chu Chen naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity and rushed towards the boss. Wei Ge, that guy doesn't seem to be one of us. Indeed not, but why does he look so familiar? Damn! Is this kid here to steal the boss? A few job changers looked at Chu Chen as if he were a fool. The cracking Earth Barbarian Bear was still in a rage. If they couldn't handle it with 10 people, wasn't this guy going to his death alone? Hey! Isn't that Chu Chen? At that moment, Wei Shan finally recognized Chu Chen and couldn't help but exclaim. The others, upon hearing this, also snapped back to reality. Holy crap! It really is him. Didn't he team up with Goddess Lu? Ha ha! An F-rank trash, probably abandoned by Goddess Lu, now wants to die. Makes sense, this is the college entrance exam, it concerns one's future. Who would want to carry a dead weight? Ha ha! This kid actually wants to take on the boss, just right for me to observe the boss's attack patterns. I'm just afraid this kid is too weak and will be instantly killed by the boss, huh? After recognizing that the person was Chu Chen, Wei Shan and the others relaxed even more, even bursting into laughter. If an S-rank class changer had come, they might have worried about being robbed of the boss. But Chu Chen, an F-rank all-element mage, charging at the boss was just asking to be killed. Wei Shan and the others all looked like they were watching a show, waiting for the earth-shattering bear to swat Chu Chen out of the college entrance exam instance. Roar! The enraged earth-shattering bear's eyes turned blood red, and upon seeing Chu Chen charging at it, it let out an angry roar. Its massive paw, like a small car wielding terrifying strength, came crashing down on Chu Chen. Ha ha! That's the spirit. Now that's some weight. Chu Chen laughed heartily, clenched his fist, and struck back at the incoming paw. Boom! The tiny fist collided with the enormous paw, sending a terrifying shockwave spreading outwards. In the next moment, the earth-shattering bear's arm suddenly twisted and deformed. Its massive body flew back like a cannonball, crashing hard against the mountainside. Oh whoa! The earth-shattering bear lay among the rubble, its rage completely extinguished, howling in pain. The sound was filled with indescribable fear and shock. Ha ha! As expected of a boss, really tough. In that case, take another punch from me. Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he rushed A few steps to the front of the earth-shattering bear and punched its abdomen again. Boom! The terrifying force passed through, shaking the mountainside violently. The earth-shattering bear was as good as dead. Congratulations to Chu Chen and Lu Yuer for the first kill of the earth-shattering bear boss, earning 6,000 points. The content on the wristband changed again, but this time it wasn't just a numerical jump. An entire line of information appeared. Holy crap! What's going on? Wei Shan and the other 9 were stunned, their mouths agape. The earth-shattering bear is dead? Just like that? Damn! 2 moves. Just 2 moves, and the earth-shattering bear boss was killed. We spent half an hour on a boss that Chu Chen took down in 10 seconds? Is this called F rank? Can someone explain to me how this is F rank? The 9 of them swallowed hard. No one dared to joke about Chu Chen anymore. The looks they cast at him were filled with deep fear and apprehension. Just then, a beautiful figure bounced out from the forest, happily coming to Chu Chen's side. Chu Chen, you worked hard. I have milk, cola, and juice. Which one do you want? Lu Yuer handed 3 bottles of drinks to Chu Chen, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Killing an elite monster was one thing, but to think the boss could also be killed in an instant. Although it took 2 punches, they were just 2 ordinary basic attacks. Chu Chen was really too strong. Just finished exercising, let's drink some milk to replenish the nutrients. Chu Chen casually picked up the milk and took a couple of big gulps, surprised. Oh, this milk is actually warm, you really are thoughtful, little sister. Hee hee, you worked so hard to kill monsters, you deserve to have something warm to drink. Lu Yuer said with a slight blush and then quietly murmured, but that was someone using their body to help you warm up. Wei Shan and the others were taken aback by Lu Yuer's sudden appearance, especially as she graciously offered drinks to Chu Chen, their expressions instantly turning sour as if they had eaten something unpleasant. Earlier, they had speculated that Chu Chen had been abandoned by Lu Yuer. But this certainly didn't look like someone who had been abandoned. The 2 of them were so sweet together that it could kill a single dog. It was like a dying person suddenly sitting up, realizing that the clown was actually me. Watching Chu Chen and Lu Yuer gradually walk away, Wei Shan and the others almost simultaneously ran towards the earth-shaking barbarian bear. Although they had witnessed with their own eyes how Chu Chen had defeated the earth-shaking barbarian bear with just 2 punches, they still found it hard to believe and wanted to confirm the bear's condition again. As they approached, they finally saw the tragic state of the boss. The entire right arm of the earth-shaking barbarian bear was nearly destroyed, twisted at an odd angle. Its abdomen had a huge bloody hole, through which they could see a deep pit in the mountain wall. Hiss! The mountain has crumbled. What kind of hitting a cow across the mountain is this? Terrifying. 2 punches turned the boss into this state. Are Chu Chen's fists made of iron? What the hell? What level of job changer is Chu Chen? F level? No one would believe that. I used to think Chu Chen was reaching for the Lu goddess, but it turns out the reality is that Chu Chen is taking the Lu goddess to new heights. Oh my! What if he heard us mocking him before? He won't come after us after the college entrance exam, will he? It's over, it's over. If the boss can't withstand his 2 punches, if that hits us, we might just die on the spot. Seeing this shocking scene, Wei Shan and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking about their previous mockery of Chu Chen, they were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, crying around the black bear in the outside square. Wow! The boss is dead. Why are those 9 still crying? Is there blood relation? They must be scared. If someone took down the boss with 2 punches right in front of me, I would be scared too. Exactly. I knew Chu Chen was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Super Saiyan. Hey! With the Lu goddess following Chu Chen, I can finally relax. What good is your relaxation? Do you dare to compete with Chu Chen? That would be 1 punch for each little friend. The scariest part is that Chu Chen hasn't even released a skill from start to finish. The plain A battle god is too terrifying. I'm really curious. What would it be like if Chu Chen released a skill? Handsome Chu Chen, please fulfill my wish. The audience was buzzing with excitement, discussing everything about Chu Chen. His performance in these 20 minutes had truly amazed them. It was simply the most thrilling college entrance exam live broadcast they had ever seen. In short, it was worth every penny. Not only were the audience happy, but the city lord Wanchang Tian was also grinning from ear to ear. The emergence of this dark horse Chu Chen would not only boost the reputation of Dongqing City but also greatly benefit his political achievements as the city lord. Ha ha! I thought Chu Chen's counterattack against Lu Chen and the others was already the limit, but I didn't expect. I still underestimated him. 2 punches to kill the earth-shaking barbarian bear. It reminds me of my youth. Three presidents, you three have really discovered a good talent. Lu Yunxian and the others rolled their eyes secretly at this. What do you mean your youth? You're just flattering yourself. Stuck at the fourth transition at 50, and you think your strength can be compared to the great Chu Chen? The great Chu Chen killed the earth-shaking barbarian bear with 2 punches, and you probably got killed by the bear with 2 punches. Of course, while they were complaining in their hearts, the 3 presidents were still very happy. Because at this moment, only the 3 of them knew Chu Chen's true identity. This made them feel inexplicably closer to the great Chu Chen. Humph. You don't really think the great Chu Chen is just an ordinary student, do you? The big boss only showed a glimpse of his power and you all are this shocked. If he casually unleashed a skill, wouldn't you all be scared to death? In stark contrast was the principal of the second high school. Upon hearing the words of Lord Wan Shantian, the principal's already grim face darkened even further. Chu Chen was clearly his student. Yet Wan Changtian praised the president of the third association instead of complimenting the principal for nurturing such talent. This was clearly an attempt to distance himself from the principal, given that Chu Chen's relationship with him was not good. At the first hospital of Dongxing City, in a high-end ward, Wang Chenghu watched the college entrance examination broadcast, his face flushed with anger as he cursed loudly. It's fake. This is all fake. Chu Chen must have cheated. He's an F-level all-system mage, there's no way he could be this strong. Wang Chenghu had been beaten up by Lu Yunxian and was still receiving treatment in the hospital. Fortunately, he had bought Chu Chen's guaranteed admission spot from the principal of the second high school, allowing him to attend a prestigious university without taking the entrance exam. He had originally wanted to see Chu Chen's miserable state during the exam. He never expected that Chu Chen would be actively teaming up with the goddess Lu and easily defeat the earth-shaking bear with just 2 punches. He had become the most dazzling figure in Dongxing City. Wang Chenghu felt an intense rage coursing through every pore of his body, wishing he could rush into the dungeon and tear off Chu Chen's disguise. Wang Chenghu, how can you be sure that Chu Chen cheated? Is it possible that Chu Chen is actually very strong? At that moment, someone in the adjacent hospital bed spoke up, their voice tinged with an unmistakable fear. Wang Chenghu, caught up in his anger, didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, he seized the opportunity like a lifeline, excitedly looking at the patient beside him, and said, Brother Zhang Shi, trust me, Chu Chen definitely cheated. To be honest, I bought Chu Chen's guaranteed admission spot for 1 million. If he really is that amazing, how could I have done that? I see the president of the Gale Guild right next to the Lord, he should report Chu Chen. We can't let the Lord be deceived by a scoundrel like him. Lying next to Wang Chenghu was none other than Zhang Shi from the Gale Guild. He had offended Chu Chen with his careless words and was knocked into the ICU by Li Guangfeng, only recently waking up. He was unsure how to make amends for his previous mistakes, and unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes, he heard such explosive news. Brother Wang, tell me, how did you buy the guaranteed admission spot? Once I understand clearly, I can decide whether to report it to the president. Zhang Shi suppressed his excitement and asked patiently. Meanwhile, he secretly activated the recording function on his phone. Wang Chenghu was thinking about how to leverage his connection with the Gale Guild. Hearing Zhang Shi's curiosity about the admission spot, he didn't suspect anything and eagerly recounted the entire story. Zhang Shi recorded everything and gave Wang Chenghu an encouraging look. Brother Wang, what you said is very useful to me. I'll message the president right now. Wang Chenghu was overjoyed. Brother Zhang, thank you. Consider it a favor owed. Zhang Shi looked at Wang Chenghu meaningfully and smiled. Why thank me? I should be the one thanking you. College entrance examination dungeon. Red-eyed rabbit, take this. I'm attacking. Damn. This burrowing mouse is too slippery, how do I kill it? Ha ha. I just killed another giant armed monkey, my points have reached 500. The students were enthusiastically hunting monsters in the Beast Mountain range, striving to earn points. Suddenly, all the point wristbands on their wrists vibrated simultaneously and a message appeared. Congratulations to Chu Chen and Lu Yuer for the first kill of the earth-shaking bear boss, earning 6,000 points. Oh my. I'm still out here killing small monsters and someone already got the boss first. Kill? Who was that fast? Oh, it turns out to be Goddess Lu, so that's not surprising. 6,000 points. How awesome is this? Goddess Lu's points have already skyrocketed to 20,000. It's ridiculous. This Chu Chen is really lucky to be able to cling to Goddess Lu's thigh. I'm so jealous. The classmates grumbled, wishing that the person next to Lu Yuer was not someone else. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stumbled through the woods. His silver gear was all shattered, and he was now only wearing bronze equipment. Damn it! One hit and all my gear is gone. What kind of monster is this Chu Chen? If I had known Chu Chen was this strong, I wouldn't have dared to provoke them even if you killed me. Now look, I've lost all my points and my gear is gone too. What a huge loss. Lu Chen was sent flying over 1,000 meters by Chu Chen, and at the moment he landed, he finally understood what had happened. Chu Chen almost killed him with one blow. If it weren't for the protection of the silver gear, he would probably have been eliminated. After realizing this, his previous disdain for Chu Chen instantly turned into an unmistakable fear. Just then, his wristband vibrated, and the information about the first kill boss appeared. Congratulations to Chu Chen and Lu Yuer for the first kill of the earth-shattering barbarian bear boss, earning 6,000 points. Seeing Chu Chen's name, Lu Chen trembled uncontrollably again. Others might think that Chu Chen was just riding on Lu Yuer's coattails. But Lu Chen knew very well that the earlier the name appeared, the higher the damage contribution during the kill. This meant that the entire process of killing the boss was completely led by Chu Chen. In fact, it was very likely that Chu Chen had killed it all by himself. Oh my! Killing the earth-shattering barbarian bear boss alone, Chu Chen's strength is beyond my expectations. Could it be that brother Chu Chen is an SSS level profession? Compared to this kind of monster, my S-level Holy Knight is nothing. As Lu Chen searched for the elite monster's traces, he made a decision in his heart. After the college entrance examination, he would prepare a generous gift and go apologize to Chu Chen. Just as he was thinking about this, a tall boy suddenly appeared not far from Lu Chen. Without thinking much, Lu Chen changed direction and continued forward. He just wanted to quickly kill monsters and earn points, not wanting to get into conflict with anyone else. However, as he changed direction, the tall boy also changed direction, still walking towards him with a malicious smile on his face. Wow, is he trying to steal my points? What a bold move. A flash of anger crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Although he had lost to Chu Chen, he was still an S-level Holy Knight, not someone that just anyone could bully. Gripping his bronze greatsword, Lu Chen took the initiative to attack. Holy impact! A pure white light radiated from Lu Chen, charging towards the tall boy at incredible speed, like a human-shaped beast. However, the tall boy showed no sign of panic. Instead, he wore a mocking smile. Kid, what I want to steal is not just your points. Lu Chen was taken aback. The tall boy's voice was hoarse and heavy, completely unlike that of a typical youth. The next moment, something even more astonishing happened. The tall boy casually slapped out a blood-red palm print, shattering Lu Chen's incredibly sturdy holy light. Lu Chen was uncontrollably sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. What the hell? Another one pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? What the hell? Another one pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lu Chen lay on the ground, feeling so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. Chu Chen pretending to be a pig was one thing, at least he had been the top student in the second high school for 3 years. But this tall boy in front of him, Lu Chen hadn't even heard of him. And yet, with just a casual slap, he had shattered Lu Chen's strongest holy impact. Damn it! Is this still the college entrance examination? It should be renamed the Pretending to be a Pig to Eat a Tiger Conference. Not only was Lu Chen surprised, but the high-ranking officials on the podium also showed astonished expressions upon seeing the tall young man easily defeat Lu Chen. What's going on? Could it be that this year's dark horse in Dongxing City is not just Chu Chen? What's this young man's name? Which school is he from? Wan Changtian looked towards a few principals beside him, inquiring expectantly. Lord City Master, this person is my student Wang Dania from the 3rd high school, the principal of the 3rd high school said excitedly. Having just seen the genius Chu Chen emerge from the 2nd high school, he was indeed envious. He never expected that his own school would also have a dark horse. This Wang Danio, what is he doing? Wan Changtian was about to praise the principal of the 3rd high school. However, the scene on the screen made his voice suddenly stop, and his expression darkened. Wang Daniu, after defeating Lu Chen and taking his points, did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out a rope and tied Lu Chen up, carrying him deeper into the woods. Wang Daniu, are you crazy? You've already defeated Lu Chen, why? Do you need to tie him up? Doing this could get your college entrance exam results cancelled. The principal of the 3rd high school was instantly shocked. Although competition was allowed in the college entrance exam, restricting others' actions was absolutely forbidden. Wang Dania's actions were a serious violation. Everyone stared at the screen in astonishment, completely unable to understand why Wang Dania was doing this. But a sense of foreboding surged in everyone's hearts. Soon, this feeling was confirmed. The screen began to frequently show similar scenes. One by one, students pretending to be weak displayed extraordinary strength, defeating students ranked high in points, then binding them and taking them elsewhere. At this moment, even the dullest person could see it. This was not the emergence of dark horses, it was clearly a case of thugs infiltrating the college entrance exam. How did that kid Lu Chen lose again? Is he really an S-level class changer? The changes in the points leaderboard are too fast. I haven't heard of any of those new names. Wait. What happened in the instance? Why is there a collective kidnapping? Oh no. Could something be wrong? Is someone trying to stir up trouble? The audience in the square began to discuss anxiously upon seeing the scenes on the screen. At that moment, the voice of City Master Wan Changtian suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone need not worry, the college entrance exam instance has the highest level of protection mechanism. If a candidate is in danger, they will be teleported out immediately. We will address the issues arising in the instance right away. Upon hearing Wan Changtian's words, the crowd's mood eased slightly, and the discussions gradually quieted down. However, Wan Changtian's expression did not return to normal. Instead, it became even more serious. Because he knew that there were indeed ways to bypass the protection mechanism and harm the candidates. And at this moment, they didn't even know who the enemy was or what their intentions were. The crowd followed Wang Dania's perspective and soon arrived at a spacious cave. At this moment, 7 or 8 students had already been tied up inside the cave. The students were all tightly bound, fearfully scanning their surroundings. A pale-faced, sinister-looking young man was sitting on a large rock with a smile, looking at them with the gaze of a predator. Seeing this, Wan Changtian knew they had arrived at the enemy's stronghold. He immediately established contact with the people in the instance through his city master privileges. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping candidates? Upon hearing Wan Changtian's voice, the kidnapped candidates became agitated, shouting, City Master, save us! The sinister young man calmly jumped down from the rock, approached Lu Chen and removed the points bracelet from Lu Chen's wrist while he looked on in terror. Just now, Wan Changtian's voice had come through the points bracelet. Hello, City Master, let me introduce myself. I am the Holy Son of the Evil God Cult, Shen Hong. We, the Cult of the Evil God, have recently encountered financial issues in our development, so we have come to Dongxing City to borrow some money from the Lord of the City. Surely, the Lord of the City wouldn't refuse such a small favor, right? Shen Hong said with a gloomy smile, unabashedly revealing his identity and purpose. How much do you want? Wan Changtian had already anticipated the identity of Shen Hong and the others as cultists and was not overly surprised. However, Shen Hong's reckless attitude intensified his unease. Ha ha! The Lord of the City is truly a good person. We don't need much, just 100 billion. Shen Hong laughed heartily, throwing out an astronomical figure. What? 100 billion? That's too much, impossible. Wan Changtian's eyelid twitched and he refused without hesitation. If it were only 1 or 2 billion, he could use his authority as the Lord to take it out and stabilize these cultists. But 100 billion was nearly the GDP of Dongxing City for 2 years. As the Lord, he absolutely could not give such a large sum to cultists as ransom. Oh dear, Lord of the City, you can't just worry about money, you also have to consider these candidates. These children are the pride of Dongxing City. If they were to perish here, even I would feel heartbroken. Shen Hong was not surprised by Wan Changtian's refusal. With a pained expression, he directly grabbed Lu Chen, who was beside him. A dark aura surged from his palm, slithering into Lu Chen's body like a poisonous snake. Instantly, a layer of black mist enveloped Lu Chen's face and his body began to convulse uncontrollably, emitting cries of agony. This is a 4th-tier curse, Black Snake Curse. These cultists really know how to harm candidates in the artificial instance. A trace of anger appeared on Wan Changtian's face. Although the artificial instance could protect candidates from life-threatening dangers, methods like curse spells could bypass the mechanism. Even if they were teleported out of the instance immediately when the curse erupted, they would already be at death's door, almost impossible to save. Alright. I agree. Don't harm the candidates, I will find a way to raise the money for you. Faced with the cultists threatening the lives of the candidates, Wan Changtian had no choice but to temporarily compromise. The Lord of the City is truly kind, however, to prevent the Lord from using the excuse of raising money to deal with us. I can only give the Lord 1 hour. Upon hearing Wan Changtian's concession, a smug smile appeared on Shen Hong's face. But soon after, he reined in his smile and said with utmost sincerity, besides the money, I have another, more important request. I need all the information about the evil god. The cult of the evil god is a religion that worships the evil god. Shen Hong came to Dongxing City initially just to fulfill the task given to him by the cult leader's father to raise money. He never expected that the evil god would actually descend into the Thorn Desert instance. That giant eye overlooking everything, that evil aura cursing all. As the holy son of the cult of the evil god, Shen Hong was 100% certain that was the evil god. At that moment, Shen Hong was almost driven to madness. He was convinced that his arrival in Dongxing City was the guidance of the evil god. If he could obtain the evil god's legacy, he could definitely lead the cult of the evil god to glory. However, in the time that followed, no matter how hard he searched, he could no longer find any trace of the evil god. Shen Hong knew that Wan Changtian was also investigating the evil god. So, he directly asked Wan Changtian for information about the evil god. In fact, in his heart, the information about the evil god was even more important than that 100 billion. The evil god, could it be that this matter was plotted by that top curse master? Upon hearing Shen Hong's words, Wan Changtian's heart skipped a beat. But soon, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. If it were truly the top curse master at work, there would be no need for such a kidnapping scheme. With a single curse, not a single one of the thousands of candidates present would survive of this. Shen Hong is probably so impressed by the power of that curse master that he wants to become his disciple. After careful consideration, Wan Changtian had a plan in mind, regarding the evil god you mentioned. I do know some information, but I certainly won't tell you for free. I demand to extend the time for raising funds to 2 hours, otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Wan Changtian's tone was very firm. Although he knew nothing about that top curse master, he could pretend to know and act as if he had leverage. Oh? 2 hours? Planning to delay until the college entrance examination is over and then capture us? Shen Hong sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. He had hostages in hand and was completely unafraid. Fine, 2 hours it is. But the city lord must not play any tricks. Okay, if I find out you're up to something sneaky, those lovely geniuses in Dongxing City will suffer. After ending the call, Wan Changtian looked at the people on the podium and asked in a deep voice, what exactly is going on? You should have heard it too. Does anyone have any good suggestions? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. They had lived for more than half their lives and had never seen anyone dare to act against the college entrance examination. Aren't these madmen afraid of being crazily suppressed by Longwei afterward? City Lord, why don't we enter the dungeon together and give these cultists a deadly ambush? In the end, it was still the head of the Lu family who spoke up anxiously. His son, Lu Chen, had not only been captured by the cultists but was also the first to be cursed. He could not just sit by and do nothing. Of course, he also knew that the city lord would never be able to come up with a ransom of 100 billion, so he proposed the ambush strategy. I can indeed apply for permission to enter the college entrance examination dungeon, but that Shen Hong can use 4th-tier curse techniques, so he is probably also a 4th transformation expert. Seeing how confident he is, he has likely made sufficient preparations. If we rashly ambush, we might not only fail to rescue the children but could even hasten their demise. Wan Changtian sighed and shook his head, rejecting the head of the Lu family's proposal. The others' faces turned even uglier upon hearing this, completely at a loss for what to do. Except for the 3 presidents. Lu Yunxian, Red Rose, and Li Quanfeng looked at the smug Shen Hong on the screen with strange expressions. Evil god? Isn't that just the great Chu Chen? This Shen Hong actually dares to affect the college entrance examination of the great Chu Chen. Isn't that just asking for death? If you ask them, there's no need to do anything. The great Chu Chen will solve all problems himself. Seeing everyone silent, Wan Changtian sighed softly. Alas, it seems we can only use that method. I just don't know if there will be enough time. The college entrance examination dungeon, as an artificial dungeon, actually has offensive capabilities. Given the scale of the college entrance examination dungeon, exterminating a 4th transformation expert is naturally not difficult. However, to activate this function, a specialized formation master must personally control it. Wan Changtian quickly reported the situation in Dongxing City, and a reply came back immediately. A formation master has already set off from the provincial capital and is quickly heading to Dongxing City via the teleportation array. Seeing the message on his phone, Wan Changtian finally felt a bit more at ease. Coming from the provincial capital, if the teleportation array is used the whole way, 2 hours should be about right. This was also the reason he had just asked Shen Hong to extend the time. Next, what he needed to do was wait for the formation master to arrive and protect the other students. These cultists don't know what method they used to replace the original students, but their appearances are obviously still the same. Principals, please summarize the list, and I'll remind the other students. Wan Changtian gave orders to several principals. The principals did not dare to be negligent and quickly wrote down the names of the cultists and handed them to Wan Changtian. Wan Changtian took the list, glanced at it, and his gaze fell on one name, causing his brows to furrow. Principal of the 2nd high school, why did you also write down Chu Chen's name? Has Chu Chen also kidnapped classmates? How come I didn't see that? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the principal of the 2nd high school. Lord City Master, although Chu Chen hasn't kidnapped any other classmates, I believe he is very likely a cultist. I remember clearly that he was a level F all-system mage, and now he suddenly possesses such powerful strength. It just doesn't make sense. The principal of the 2nd high school, who had previously been dejected, now had a determined look in his aged eyes. He had not understood why Chu Chen could defeat Lu Chen, but now he finally realized that Chu Chen was definitely a cultist. Principal of the Second high school, you really hate Chu Chen to the bone, don't you? With no evidence, you label Chu Chen as a cultist based on your imagination. If Chu Chen is wrong because of this, can you bear the responsibility? The Red Rose spoke coldly. As the head of the meeting, she was very good at controlling her emotions. But at this moment, the principal's continuous slander against Chu Chen truly angered her. The situation is special now, it's better to mistakenly kill than to let go. I'm doing this for all the students. If Chu Chen really isn't a cultist, then we can just clear his name later. The principal of the second high school spoke arrogantly from a moral high ground. Nonsense. You're claiming to think of all the students, but I see it's for yourself. Li Guangfeng shouted angrily, playing a recording sent to him by Zhang Shi in front of everyone. Listening to the recording, Wang Chenghu proudly recounted the entire process of buying Chu Chen's guaranteed admission spot from the principal. The principal, who had just been so arrogant, suddenly turned pale. Wang Chenghu, you fool. You actually had the audacity to speak about the transaction of the admission spot and even let someone record it. Having a student like you, I've really run out of luck. The principal cursed Wang Chenghu 100 times in his heart, his mind racing to find an excuse. Lord City Master, I. Principal of the second high school, you really have a big hand in this. Wan Changtian glared coldly, and a single glance made the principal tremble all over. I appointed you as the principal to cultivate talent, and look at you. Buying and selling admission spots while suppressing students. I see you have already paved your way to death. The cultists interfering with the college entrance examination had already infuriated Wan Changtian. Now, learning of the principal's blatant corruption, he could no longer hold back. Without any courtesy, he slapped the principal directly across the face. Slap. The principal flew back and fell to the ground with a thud. Half of his old face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. The people around, seeing this, all trembled in fear. The city master was truly enraged. Lord City Master. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been corrupt. But Chu Chen is really suspicious. He must be a cultist. I formally report him. The principal knelt on the ground, begging for mercy frantically. Having been caught with evidence, he had no way out. He could only go down this path, insisting that Chu Chen was a cultist. As long as he confirmed that Chu Chen was a cultist, he could be considered as assisting in the capture of cultists. Balancing the merits and demerits, his outcome wouldn't be too tragic. The high-ranking officials around began to look hesitant. Although the principal's words were clearly a defense, it must be said that there was indeed some reason behind them. Seeing the reactions of those around him, the principal knew his argument was having an effect, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. However, before he could enjoy his happiness for long, Lu Yunxian suddenly spoke up, delivering a blow to him. Lord City Master, Chu Chen is not a cultist. Lu Yunxuan's voice was very calm, as if he were stating an obvious fact. But no one among the high-ranking officials dared to ignore his words. After all, the most outstanding genius of Dongqing City, Lu Yunxuan's daughter, was right beside Chu Chen. When it came to his daughter's life and death, Lu Yunxian, as a father, naturally wouldn't take it lightly. President Lu, you're confused, Chu Chen he. The principal of the second school was about to argue when suddenly his expression turned to one of wild joy. Because on the big screen, Wang Danio and Chu Chen had encountered each other. Look! Chu Chen has joined forces with the cultists. I said Chu Chen was a cultist. City Lord, quickly inform Miss Lu, it's dangerous. Hearing the principal's shout, Li Guangfeng could no longer hold back. A heavy punch came crashing down, hitting the principal of the second school hard. The terrifying force made the principal see stars and spit blood repeatedly. Old fool, shut up. You better see clearly, what kind of alliance is that tense atmosphere? On the big screen, Wang Danio attacked as soon as he saw Chu Chen. A bloody handprint shot out, whistling towards Lu Yuer. TSK. Lu Yuer, I didn't expect to run into you, the top student, first. If I can take you back to the Holy Sun, I'll definitely benefit. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich. Lu Yuer dodged nimbly, avoiding the attack. The bloody handprint grazed past her, hitting a tree and snapping it in half like a thick barrel. Are you here to steal points? Lu Yuer frowned at the boy opposite her, her expression strange. Anyone daring to target her Lu Yuer must have some strength. But she couldn't recall anyone like that among the talents of Dongqing City. Not only do I want to steal your points, I also want to take you. Just surrender, you can't defeat me. He. Although the attack failed, Wang Danio was not the least bit flustered. These candidates were just little guys who had just changed jobs. And he not only had reached level 60, but all his attributes had also surpassed 500. No matter how talented you are, in front of him you can only obediently listen. You want to take me? That's not good, right? I I already have someone I like. Lu. Yue secretly glanced at Chu Chen, her cheeks slightly red. Chu Chen also frowned. Hey. Dude, tone down your love-struck brain, don't affect my exam. Come on. The love-struck ones are you guys? I'm a loyal follower of the evil god cult. You two better be serious. This is a kidnapping. Wang Dania said with a displeased face. So what if he was handsome? So what if he had a beautiful teammate? Today he would break up this pair of lovebirds. You're a follower of the evil god? Then I'm the evil god himself. Get lost. Or I'll smash you. Chu Chen rolled his eyes, treating the boy in front of him as just a delusional teenager. Bastard. You dare to blaspheme the great evil god. Hearing Chu Chen's disrespectful words about the evil god, a fierce light flashed in Wang Dania's eyes. I didn't plan to catch you, this F-grade trash, but if you seek death, then don't blame me. Demon Blood Claw. Wang Dania's right hand suddenly erupted with bloodlight, forming a huge, menacing blood-red claw. The blood-red claw traced a scarlet arc through the air, reaching down to grab Chu Chen. Chu Chen, die. Wang Dania laughed savagely. This strike was carefully controlled, it could make Chu Chen spit blood without taking his life, allowing him to teleport out of the dungeon. He wanted to humiliate Chu Chen severely, making him lose face in front of Lu Yue. This, after all, was also a kind of NTR. Why are you laughing so lewdly? Looking for a fight? Facing the blood-red claw, Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he swung his mithril staff to meet it. Bang! The staff collided with the blood claw, producing a dull, thunderous sound. A wave of blood-red energy spread out, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Wang Dania's eyes, initially filled with disdain, gradually turned to confusion. And finally widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. This, how is this possible? The blood-red claw was covered in countless cracks, and in an instant, it exploded into a cloud of blood. Missed the mithril staff struck him fiercely, delivering a blow that sent waves of excruciating pain through his body. As the pain surged, blood-red notifications flashed wildly before his eyes. Bloody ring. Silver grade, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Soul armor, silver grade, has reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Skeleton boots, bronze grade, have reached wear limit, equipment damaged. Boom! Wang Dania was blasted away like a broken sack, crashing into over a dozen large trees before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, he no longer had the previous bravado. Lying on the ground with a pale face, his equipment was almost entirely shattered, and even his ordinary clothes were in tatters, resembling a beggar. However, despite the severe physical damage, the shock to his heart was even more overwhelming, like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. I'm a level 60 class changer. One basic attack destroyed all my equipment and nearly killed me. Damn it! Who said Chu Chen is F-grade? Ha? No flash? You've got some tough skin, ha? Chu Chen was also quite surprised that a single strike didn't send Wang Dania flying out of the dungeon. Previously, Lu Chen, fully equipped in silver gear and with an S-grade class, could barely withstand one of his basic attacks. He didn't expect this person to possess strength equivalent to Lu Chen's. Indeed, masters are among the common folk. I must be more cautious from now on. Chu Chen silently reminded himself as he patted the mithril staff and walked towards Wang Daniu again, intending to deliver another blow. Seeing Chu Chen approaching, Wang Daniu was terrified, trembling. As he shuffled backward, pleading, Chu Chen, no, brother Jia. I'm sorry, I'll give you all my points, just spare me. Ah. Brother Jia, don't come over. No. The reason Wang Dania dared to act recklessly was mainly because they were in the college entrance examination dungeon. In the dungeon, outsiders couldn't enter, and they were under the protection of the sun. If he were to be teleported out of the dungeon, the situation would completely change. Fool. Killing. You means points for me too. Chu Chen snorted coldly and struck Wang Daniu out of the dungeon. Points plus 4,500. On the outside podium, as everyone witnessed the clash between Chu Chen and Wang Daniu, all doubts about Chu Chen vanished, replaced by deep concern. After all, no matter how talented Chu Chen was, he was just a newly class-changed student. The cultist opposite him had likely been class-changed for years, and their strength was not something a student could match. Yet the outcome of their clash left everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? The cultist was sent flying? No way. Is the cultist that weak? Ha ha. Great. Chu Chen escaped a disaster. Lord City Master, if these cultists are this trash, maybe we can let the students fight back. The high-ranking officials were stunned, then erupted into cheers, as if they had seen new hope. The 3 guild leaders scoffed, wearing expressions of having anticipated this. Does Chu Chen's strength need any more words? Instead of being shocked by Chu Chen, we should be shocked that the cultist managed to withstand a blow from him. It must be that Chu Chen went easy, his moves are too precise. City Master Wan Changtian's pupils also jolted, surprised by Chu Chen's power and astonished by the cultists' weakness. But after a moment of thought, he understood. After all, the college entrance examination dungeon was filled with a bunch of newly class-changed kids, and their strength levels weren't high. The cultists' minions didn't need to be particularly strong as long as they could suppress the examinees. No one expected that this year in Dongxing City, a powerful dark horse like Chu Chen would completely disrupt the cultists' plans. Perhaps, the situation isn't as bad as I thought. Wan Changtian's anxiety eased slightly. Just then, Chu Chen struck again, sending Wang Daniu directly out of the dungeon. Almost simultaneously, Wan Changtian's figure flashed and rushed to the college entrance examination square at the fastest speed. Before Wang Daniu could regain his senses, his throat was seized. If you don't want to die, then spill all your plans, Wan Changtian said coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Wang Daniu like a knife. Let go of me, or else. Wang Daniu struggled violently, but as a mere second transition, he was like a chick in the hands of Wan Changtian, who was at the fourth transition, with no power to fight back. Having only listened to half, Wan Changtian lost all interest. It was obvious that this cultist intended to negotiate with him. But at this moment, thousands of students were still in danger. He had no time to waste with this guy. Taking out a skill scroll from his backpack space, Wan Changtian crushed it without hesitation. The scroll transformed into a ghostly blue light and directly entered Wang Daniu's body. This skill scroll was a 4th-tier skill soul search, which, when used, could not only ignore concealment skills to directly probe the enemy's panel information but also read parts of the enemy's memories. However, the cost was that the person being searched would suffer great pain and had a high chance of becoming a fool. The moment the ghostly blue light entered his body, Wang Daniu began to convulse. Wan Changtian also saw Wang Daniu's panel information appear before him. Ubaidong profession, blood fiend warrior level, LV 60, second transition, constitution, 512. Spirit, 521 strength, 588 speed, 511 weight. What's going on? Seeing the cultist's panel, Wan Changtian's pupils instinctively widened, fixating on the level column. Level 60? Peak of the second transition? How is this possible? With such a high level, how did Chu Chen defeat this cultist in 2 moves? Wan Changtian was shocked to the core. He had thought the cultist was only at the early stage of the second transition, easily defeated by Chu Chen due to some unknown hidden strength. But reality told him that this cultist was not a mere rookie just transitioning but a seasoned veteran at the peak of the second transition. TSK. I didn't expect to underestimate this kid Chu Chen. Strong. Truly too strong. With his appearance, perhaps it will be easier to delay the plan. Wan Changtian was overjoyed, quickly searching the cultist's mind for other information. It turned out that the cultist's disguise was achieved through a skill called Evil Face Curse, which consumed a year of life to replace one's appearance with another for a duration of 1 month. Only a mad cultist would be willing to spend a year of life to disguise themselves. Fortunately, those replaced students were not killed but were being guarded outside the city by the cultists' accomplices as another batch of hostages. Aside from that, Wan Changtian did not obtain any other significant information from this person's mind. After all, he was just a small fry with limited knowledge. However, the cultist that Chu Chen had sent was still of great help to the current situation. Wan Changtian summoned soldiers, had the unconscious cultist thrown into the dungeon, and then sent people to rescue the replaced students. After doing all this, he returned to the podium. Lord City Master, how is the situation? Did that cultist reveal anything? Seeing the City Master return, the high-ranking officials all rushed forward eagerly to ask. Wan Changtian ignored their inquiries and grabbed the retreating principal of the second high school, slamming him against the wall. Humph. Want to run? Where do you think you're going? The principal of the second high school is guilty of favoritism and corruption. Immediately imprison him. Letting this gem, Chu Chen, be tarnished and continuously slandering him. He even almost wronged this top genius. Principal of the second high school, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. With Wan Changtian's stern voice, several soldiers quickly rushed up, putting special shackles on the principal of the second high school and escorting him to prison. Lord City Master. No. Don't. I have contributed to Dongxing City. I have bled for Dongxing City. Lord City Master, you cannot treat me like this. The principal of the second high school wailed continuously, but Wan Changtian's gaze remained cold. Someone. Go and capture that Wang Qinghu as well. He robbed Chu Chen of his guaranteed admission spot and is still so arrogant. Let him reflect in prison for a few years first. The soldiers obeyed the order and quickly left to apprehend Wang Qinghu. The high-ranking officials present turned pale at this scene. After all, they had all done some dirty deeds to reach their positions. They truly could not understand why the city master, after questioning a cultist, returned and dealt with the principal of the second high school. Only the president of the 3 associations understood that the city master had learned about the cultist's hierarchy and deduced Chu Chen's formidable strength. If the principal had not oppressed Chu Chen, perhaps the outcome would not have been so dire. However, all of this was self-inflicted by that old fool. Wan Shangtian sat back down in the main seat, pondered for a moment, and once again established communication with the people in the instance through his city master privileges. Chu Chen, can you hear me? I am city master Wan Shangtian. Chu Chen had just defeated Wang Daniu and was about to continue hunting other bosses when the sudden voice from his wristband startled him. Ha! The city master is looking for me? What's going on? I didn't cheat. Wan Shangtian cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I didn't say you cheated, but there's something I need your help with. Chu Chen decisively refused. City master, I have my college entrance examination, let's talk after it's over. Right now, nothing was more important than completing his job transfer task. Wan Shangtian's mouth twitched slightly as he explained, it's precisely because of the college entrance examination that I need your help. To tell you the truth, the person you just defeated was not actually a candidate, but a cultist disguised as one. These cultists are kidnapping candidates and using curses to threaten their lives. I didn't expect you to defeat a peak second transformation powerhouse, so I want you to help eliminate the other cultists in the college entrance examination instance. Wan Shangtian, worried that Chu Chen might misunderstand, decided to lay everything out plainly. He had initially planned to notify all candidates to avoid the cultists. While this would have some effect, it would certainly cause panic among the candidates. Chu Chen's sudden emergence gave him new hope. As long as he informed Chu Chen of the truth, he could become a hunter to hunt the cultists. This way, not only could it disrupt the cultists' actions, but it wouldn't affect the other candidates' examination process, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. The only problem was whether Chu Chen would still have the courage to face them after learning the enemy's identity. After all, cultists were the epitome of ruthless evil. However, upon hearing the truth, Chu Chen not only felt no fear but instead began to curse loudly. What? Cultists interfering with the college entrance examination? How dare they? I finally participated in this 1,000-person competition and they plan to ruin it for me? City master, no need to say more, I'll take this job. Hearing Chu Chen's unwavering agreement, Wan Shangtian rarely showed a smile. Huh? Good. 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 As expected of a good son of Dongqing City. Chu Chen, I won't let you work for free. As long as you can take down a cultist, I'll reward you with 200,000. But you also need to be careful. As far as I know, the cultist's strength is around peak second transformation, but the mastermind, the cult's holy son, has 4th transformation strength, and that kind of enemy is not something you can handle. Chu Chen didn't expect there was money involved, and he was even happier, saying readily, alright, city master, just tell me the enemy's location and I'll get to work right now. After saying that, Chu Chen turned to Lu Yuer, little sister, what I'm about to do might be a bit dangerous, so you shouldn't come along. You go on and continue grinding monsters, and make sure we don't get surpassed by the second place. Lu Yuer nodded. She also knew that following Chu Chen with her own strength would only be a burden, so she decisively chose to obey the arrangement. Okay, I will continue to earn points, but you must pay attention to your safety. Cultists are extremists. If you can't fight them, don't force it. As for the points, it was almost impossible for others to surpass them. They currently had over 35,000 points, while the second place only had a little over 5,000, barely a fraction of theirs. Now that the college entrance examination time was already halfway through, they could be said to have firmly secured the first position. Ha ha. Don't worry, I'm fine. But you, the proud daughter of heaven, must be a key target for the cultists. Find a place with no one around to kill monsters, don't get caught. Chu Chen also reminded Lu Yuer, then followed Wan Shangtian's guidance and quickly slipped into the forest. Chu Chen, the nearest cultist to you is to the north, about 5 kilometers away. That person has kidnapped Wei Shan and is now heading back. His speed is very fast, I don't know if we can intercept him in time. Wan Shangtian used special video equipment to mark all the cultists in red and quickly found the one closest to Chu Chen. However, that person had already succeeded, and Wan Shangtian was very worried that Chu Chen wouldn't be able to rescue him in time. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. He saw Chu Chen leap onto a tree branch, then push off with his foot, propelling himself dozens of meters away. So fast that he could only see a blur. Repeating this, Chu Chen transformed into Tarzan, moving forward at an astonishing speed. What the? Is this really the speed that a first-tier job changer can unleash? This is even faster than an ordinary third-tier expert, right? The most ridiculous part is that Chu Chen isn't even using skills, he's purely relying on his attributes to run. God! This kid's attributes are terrifying. Wan Shangtian swallowed. hard, completely shocked. Beside him, the high-ranking officials from Dongqing City were even more astonished than Wan Shangtian. Wait. Did I hear that wrong? What did the city lord say? That cultist is actually at the peak of the second tier? So? Chu Chen took down a peak second tier expert with just 2 hits? Damn. Is it really that outrageous? This is a rookie who just changed jobs? Holy crap. That speed. He's taking off. At this speed, intercepting that cultist is a sure thing. Oh my. No wonder the city lord came back and punished that old principal of number 2 high school severely. With the strength Chu Chen has shown, he is definitely a monstrous genius. A small figure was carrying a burly man, quickly moving along the mountain path. The small figure had a somewhat baby-faced appearance, looking very youthful and fragile. However, just a short while ago, he had easily defeated Wei Shan, who was known for his strength, and had kidnapped him. Wei Shan initially tried to resist, but upon realizing that the person in front of him was a cultist, he instantly lost the courage to fight back. Kid, you know your place. If you cause any more trouble, I will definitely ask the Saint's son to place the most terrifying curse on you when I get back. The cultist threatened ominously, thoroughly enjoying the extreme fear on Wei Shan's face. However, at that moment, the cultist suddenly saw someone sitting on a tree not far away, resting with closed eyes. The cultist felt that the person looked familiar and thought it was one of the targets of the mission, so he began to scrutinize carefully. There were only a dozen members of the cult of the evil god who entered the college entrance examination instance, so it was impossible to kidnap all the candidates. The Saint's son specifically pointed out some geniuses from Dongqing City for them to abduct. However, after a closer look, the cultist felt utterly disappointed. The person in the tree was not any of the targets but rather the F grade waste Chu Chen who had caused a stir before the college entrance examination. Damn! So it's that waste Chu Chen, what a waste of my feelings. I thought I could catch 2 at once. The cultist pouted in dissatisfaction, planning to ignore Chu Chen directly. An F-level waste, capturing him would be useless, just a waste of time. However, the speaker was careless, but the listener was attentive. Wei Shan, like a drowning man suddenly grasping a lifeline, widened his eyes and shouted desperately, Chu Shan! Brother Jie! Help! Save me! Hearing the cries from behind, the cultist not only didn't get angry this time but instead wore a meaningful smile. Ha ha! Let an F-level waste save you? You really are throwing yourself at anything in desperation. Alright. Since your will to survive is so strong, I'll give you a chance. I'll slow down and walk over, you guess if he dares to make a move against me. Saying this, the cultist slowed down, leisurely walking towards Chu Chen as if taking a stroll. Hearing Wei Shan's plea for help, Chu Chen opened his eyes and lazily yawned. Yawn finally here, it really made me wait. With all his effort, Chu Chen reached the designated location in just 2 minutes. However, he arrived too quickly, the cultist hadn't reached yet. To avoid going off track, Chu Chen decided to wait here. The cultist had to pass through this place to return to his lair. But this wait lasted a full 5 minutes. Holding the silver ring knife, Chu Chen stomped on the tree trunk, shooting towards the cultist like an arrow released from a bow. Aiming for a quick resolution, Chu Chen swapped out his staff for a larger knife more suited for close combat. Oh, you waste really dare to make a move against me? Ha ha. Interesting. Very interesting. The cultist laughed heartily, looking at Chu Chen as if he were an ant. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, a flash of white blade light appeared, and he found himself on the college entrance examination square. The cultist has appeared. Capture him. Soldiers who had been stationed here surged forward, capturing the cultist without giving him a chance to resist. In fact, the cultist had no intention of resisting. He was completely dazed. What the hell? What's going on? How did I get out? Damn. Could it be that I was cleaved out by Chu Chen with one strike? No way. How could an F-level all-system mage possibly kill me, a peak second transformation? Could it be that Lu Yuer was lying in ambush nearby? But that Lu Yuer just changed jobs, how could she possibly kill me in one hit? The cultist was completely dumbfounded, racking his brain but unable to understand what was happening. However, the soldiers naturally wouldn't explain anything to him. As they escorted the cultist into prison, the most severe interrogation began immediately. Although these ordinary cult members knew limited information, having even a little more information at this moment would be more beneficial to the situation. Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Another cultist dealt with. Wan Shangtian couldn't help but laugh heartily upon seeing Chu Chen kill the cultist with one strike. Although the plan was crazy, sending a newly transitioned guy to deal with the cultist, Chu Chen's monstrous strength truly handled the task. Previously, the enemy was in the dark while they were in the light, now the situation had completely reversed. Although it couldn't be considered an advantage yet, things were developing in a good direction. Thud. Losing the support of the cultist, Wei Shan fell directly to the ground, grimacing in pain. After a brief recovery, he wore a dazed expression similar to that of the cultist. What happened? Where's the cultist? I killed him. Shu Chen explained casually. Ha? Killed him? Isn't that the cultist? Shu Chen, you actually. Wei Shan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had originally thought to join forces with Shu Chen to take on the cultist. Even if they couldn't defeat the cultist, escaping shouldn't be a problem. However, with just one simple strike, Shu Chen shattered his plan to pieces, thinking back to how he was easily defeated by the cultists before. Wei Shan couldn't help but gasp. Damn! Isn't this Shu Chen's strength a bit outrageous? There shouldn't be any cultists around now, so you can focus on killing monsters, Shu Chen said, not bothering to acknowledge Wei Shan's shock, as he quickly rushed towards the next location indicated by Wan Changtian, disappearing from Wei Shan's sight in just a few breaths. Under Wan Changtian's guidance, Shu Chen effectively activated a godlike perspective. He moved like the wind through the college entrance examination instance, swiftly dispatching cultists one by one, killing his way out of the instance. Most of these cultists were at the peak of the second transition, with a few at the early stage of the third transition. However, in front of Shu Chen's over 1,000 high attributes, even third-tier professionals were no match for him. In less than half an hour, 8 cultists had already been sent away by Shu Chen. Meanwhile, in the cultist hideout, Shen Hong gradually sensed something was off. What's going on? Has the speed of the cultists capturing candidates slowed down? It's been half an hour, and they've only brought back 5 people? I have a bad feeling about this. Could something have gone wrong? Shen Hong's first thought was that Wan Changtian was up to something. As the lord of a city, he couldn't be easily intimidated by a few threats. However, Shen Hong had already made plans for this. As soon as he sensed Wan Changtian's little moves, he would directly curse a student, making Wan Changtian think twice. However, when Shen Hong took out a compass treasure, he was stunned. This compass was a genuine diamond-level equipment named Waves Compass. The effect of the Waves Compass was simple: it could detect spatial fluctuations. This treasure was used to guard against ambushes from spatial-type professionals. But in the college entrance examination instance, it had another use, since the instance was completely sealed. Once someone entered, the pointer of the Waves Compass would swing rapidly. However, at this moment, the pointer of the Waves Compass remained pointed at the initial position. This meant that since the exam started, no one had entered the instance. The Waves Compass shows no anomalies. It's not Wan Changtian causing trouble? Shen Hong frowned, momentarily stunned. The murderous intent that had just surfaced gradually subsided. As a cultist, killing was just an ordinary matter in his eyes. But it had to be justified. If he killed without reason, it would definitely anger Wan Changtian. Not only would he not make any money, but he might even lose information from the great evil god. Therefore, unless it was a special situation, he didn't plan to use a ransom to make a statement. Crow, go investigate what's going on. If someone is causing trouble, directly plant a curse, and I'll remotely curse him. If the cultists are slacking off, bring them back, and I will deal with them according to the cult rules. After a moment of thought, Shen Hong ordered one of his personal guards to investigate and handed him a blood-red skill scroll. This guard was at level 80, fully equipped in silver gear, with all attributes exceeding 1,000. Even among third transition experts, he was a standout. Shen Hong believed that with him on the case, the situation could be clarified. Yes, Holy Sun. The cultist guard named Crow had a sinister appearance, with a faint layer of black mist surrounding him. After responding darkly, the black mist swirled and transformed into a pair of black wings, quickly flying out of the cave. Wan Changtian was constantly monitoring the situation in the cave, so he immediately noticed when Crow left. Shu Chen, the cult's holy son, seems to have sensed something unusual and sent out a personal guard. According to information obtained from interrogating other cultists, this person is named Crow, and his strength is at level 80. He is not someone you can handle. His position is moving quickly 10 kilometers southeast of you, so be careful not to run into him. Wan Changtian warned Shu Chen gravely. Level 80? So what are his attribute values? Shu Chen had little concept of levels. After all, completing the hell-level job transfer task had caused his attributes to soar far beyond those of other job changers at the same level. Whether it was the second or third transfer, as long as his attributes weren't suppressed, he would have the strength to fight. An ordinary level 80 job changer should have around 800 in there. 4-dimensional attributes. However, this person is a personal guard of the Saint's Son, so his strength should be a bit stronger. I estimate his 4-dimensional attributes should be around 1,000. But why are you asking this? You don't plan to fight him, do you? Wan Changtian didn't understand why Shu Chen was asking this, but he cautiously guessed the crow's combat power. With his knowledge, his guess was almost spot on. Oh, so it's only 1,000, looks like there's no problem. Shu Chen nodded thoughtfully. His Four-dimensional attributes all exceeded 1500 points, and a 500-point gap was enough to offset the disadvantage of not having skills. This plane as Superman could continue to reap. Wait. Chu Chen, what do you mean? Wan Changtian sensed something was off and quickly asked Chu Chen. Lord City Master, what I mean is, there's a fee. The 200,000 for the second transfer, the third transfer can't be the same price. Chu Chen chuckled, casually saying it as if it were a very ordinary matter. What? You actually plan to take action against that third-tier cultist? Chu Chen, are you crazy? If you get caught, you'll be cursed. The damage from the curse can bypass the protective mechanisms of artificial dungeons, and it could be life-threatening. Wan Changtian was horrified and hurried to dissuade Chu Chen. That was a third transfer master, and a top one at that. How could Chu Chen, who had just transferred, possibly be his opponent? Given the potential Chu Chen had just displayed, Wan Changtian would rather face danger himself than let Chu Chen fall into the hands of the cultist. Seeing Wan Changtian suddenly get agitated, Chu Chen felt quite helpless. If the city master didn't trust him and didn't give him the coordinates of the enemy's position, he wouldn't be able to continue hunting. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chen decided to reveal some unimportant secrets to Wan Changtian to give him a bit of confidence. Lord City Master, the reason I made this decision is not out of recklessness. In fact, I have already completed my second transfer and reached the peak of level 60 in the second transfer. Wan Changtian was not too surprised upon hearing this. Some job changers from prominent families grew at an astonishing rate under the guidance of high-level items and advanced job changers, so reaching the second transfer in just half a month was not unusual. Although Chu Chen was not from a prominent family, it was clear he had considerable fortune, so achieving this level was not surprising. However, the crow was not just a newly transferred individual, he was a mid-level expert among third transfers. Perhaps Chu Chen had some hidden cards, but Wan Changtian really didn't want him to take any more risks. However, just as he was about to continue refusing Chu Chen's proposal, what Chu Chen said next left him completely stunned. Lord City Master, my second transfer task was hell level, and I received a lot of attribute bonuses upon completion. My current attribute values are even higher than that third-tier cultist, so I believe I can fight. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the city master was dumbfounded. And the high-ranking officials around him were also stunned. The entire podium fell into a deathly silence for a moment. But the next moment, everyone went crazy. What? Hell-level job transfer task? My god. Even an SSS-level job changer might not be able to take on such a terrifying task. Of course. Who could take on a hell-level task if they weren't an extraordinary genius? I said Chu Chen could never be an F-level all-system mage. This is outrageous. Too outrageous. Wait. Isn't it even more outrageous that he completed the hell-level second transfer in just half a month? Hiss. Aren't hell-level tasks usually measured in years? Completing it in half a month, what kind of monster is this? It's no wonder everyone was so astonished. In this world, not to mention completing hell-level tasks, even those who receive hell-level tasks are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. No matter who it is, as long as they have completed a hell-level task once, they ultimately grow into world-class giants. And now, such a bright new star has appeared before them. How could they not be excited? How could they not go crazy? Gulp. Wan Changtian swallowed hard, but no matter what, he couldn't suppress the turbulent waves in his heart. Hell level. Second transition. Completed in half a month. Each of these points indicated that Chu Chen would definitely become a top figure in Long Country, or even the world, in the future. After pondering for a moment, Wan Changtian finally decided to respect Chu Chen's opinion. Alright. Chu Chen, I believe in you. The cultist's personal guard is heading northwest, likely to meet up with another cultist. You must pay attention to safety on this trip. Hearing Wan Changtian finally relent, Chu Chen grinned and quickly dashed towards the northwest, while his mind rapidly calculated the battle strategy for later. Meanwhile, the crow was also swiftly traversing the Beast Mountain range. However, unlike Chu Chen's relaxed demeanor, his expression grew increasingly serious. The Holy Sun had assigned a hunting range to each cultist. However, he had just passed through 3 areas without seeing a single cult member. This indicated that it wasn't the cult members slacking off, but rather that something had happened to them. Yet the fluctuation compass showed that no outsiders had entered the instance, which meant that it was those candidates causing trouble. No, the cultists executing this task were all at the peak of the second transition, and it was impossible for any candidates to handle them. This meant that it was very likely that Wan Changtian had sent in his subordinates in advance to protect the students' safety. That's right. Only this way could everything be perfectly explained. The crow's mind raced, quickly piecing together the truth of the situation. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The people sent in early Must not be strong, at most they are at the early stage of the third transition. Take him down, hand him over to the holy Sun, and then curse him to death in front of all the citizens of Dongqing City. That feeling must be quite nice. Just as the crow was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly caught sight of a handsome young man out of the corner of his eye. Chu Chen, an F level all-system mage, invited to team up by Lu Yuer before the college entrance examination. A lucky pretty boy. The crow quickly flashed through all the information about the young man in his mind. An F-level waste, not worth his effort. Moreover, he needed to find that hidden protector and had no time to deal with such ants. Just as the crow planned to bypass Chu Chen directly, a sudden alarm went off in his heart. He saw that the previously harmless Chu Chen suddenly erupted, gripping a silver-ringed large knife. A flash of bright blade light cut towards him. The crow's pupils constricted, and in a hurry, he could only condense black energy to form a pitch-black shield in front of him, while he quickly retreated. However, the blade light was too fast and too fierce. Crack! In an instant, the pitch-black shield shattered into pieces. The fierce blade light grazed the crow's right arm, tearing a gaping wound. Ugh! The crow grunted, quickly taking out a healing potion from his storage ring and gulping it down. The wound on his arm healed rapidly. After doing all this, the crow finally looked gloomily at Chu Chen. It seems you are the protector that Wan Changtian arranged. I never expected that this person would actually be you, Chu Chen. The crow sighed repeatedly. He had speculated that the identity of the protector might be an unknown candidate. But he never imagined it would be Chu Chen, who had deliberately caused a stir before the college entrance examination. One had to admit that Wan Changtian's arrangement was indeed clever. It had even fooled him. TSK, a third transition guy is still troublesome. A basic attack didn't even take him down. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. His attributes were indeed powerful. But when limited to just basic attacks, there were still significant limitations. Ha! Want to kill me in one hit? Are you still using the plain A situation? You really have a big mouth, don't you? If I hadn't been careless just now, your sneak attack wouldn't have even scratched me. The crow snorted coldly, completely disregarding Chu Chen. From the aura, it was clear that Chu Chen's level was definitely not higher than his. This made the crow even more confident in his previous assumptions. However, just to be safe, it was better to probe Chu Chen's strength. After all, this was a task personally assigned by the Holy Sun, and he had to complete it flawlessly. Probing technique, activate. The galaxy sparkled, surging forth. Puff! The crow suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into white light and vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where did he go? Could it be a spatial skill? Chu Chen was completely bewildered, just about to engage in an intense battle with the crow, only to find that the person had suddenly disappeared. He searched around but still found nothing. Now Chu Chen was utterly confused. Not only was Chu Chen confused, but the crow was also perplexed. What's going on? Did I die out of the instance? How is that possible? Damn! That kid actually poisoned me, on the panel. Damn it! So despicable. I was careless. The crow lay on the ground of the college entrance examination square, surrounded by soldiers who quickly aimed their weapons at him, ready to prevent him from going on a rampage. In fact, the crow didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone go on a rampage. Can someone tell me what just happened? Did that cultist commit suicide? Wan Changtian also looked bewildered. Seeing Chu Chen's failed sneak attack, he had been sweating for Chu Chen in his heart. He never expected that the cultist would suddenly die out of the instance. The high-ranking officials on the podium exchanged confused glances, all wearing bewildered expressions. Except for the three presidents, who had the same bitter look on their faces. But they naturally wouldn't share their embarrassing situation with Wan Changtian. Thus, Wan Changtian, who was desperate for answers, could only ask Chu Chen, what did you just do? How did that cultist suddenly die out of the instance? Hearing Wan Changtian's words, Chu Chen, who was on high alert against the cultist, was also taken aback. What? He died out? I didn't do anything. I thought he was hiding, preparing to sneak attack me. Wan Changtian. This is too bizarre. How could someone just suddenly leave the instance for no reason? It should be known that a man-made instance only activates the teleportation when it detects that someone inside is in life-threatening danger, unless there is some quality issue. But how could there be a quality issue with the college entrance examination instance? Having ruled out all impossibilities, even if it was absurd, it should still be the truth. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Wan Changtian's eyes as he said solemnly, I understand, this cultist is seriously ill. Although he felt this guess was ridiculous, Wan Changtian thought it was the only reasonable explanation. The cultist had a hidden illness that suddenly flared up during the battle, directly triggering the protective mechanism of the college entrance examination instance, teleporting him out. The fact that the cultist appeared out of the instance in a dying state also indirectly supported this guess. TSK. No wonder he is the chosen one who completed the second transfer in hell. Such luck, truly unmatched. Ha ha. Unlike Wan Changtian's good mood, Shen Hong's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The cultists had curses planted on them, allowing him to sense their condition to some extent. And just now, that invisible connection had suddenly vanished. This meant that the crow had already left the college entrance examination instance. Good. I didn't expect that, old man. Wan Changtian had made arrangements in advance. I really underestimated him as the city lord. Shen Hong gritted his teeth and growled. Combining the existing information, he almost reached the same conclusion as the crow. There was a protector in the college entrance examination instance. And this protector did not enter the instance after the incident occurred, but had been lurking in the college entrance examination instance from the very beginning. Moreover, this person's strength should be quite impressive, enough to prevent the crow from using skill scrolls. Good. Wan Changtian, you have completely angered me. Today, I will personally drag you, the protector, out and offer you as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Shen Hong quickly made a plan. He estimated that the protector's strength should be around the peak of the third transformation. After all, the city lord Wan Changtian was only at the fourth transformation. In the small Dongxing city, there were only a handful of fourth transformation experts, and it was impossible to use them for the matter of protection. You guys keep an eye on this group of candidates, I will go drag that ant out. Shen Hong instructed a few of his guards in the cave, and with a surge of bloodlight he rushed out of the cave. Although the crow had already left the college entrance examination instance, he could still track its location from the residual aura. With his fourth transformation strength, he believed that the protector could not escape his grasp. Chu Qin. Get out of here quickly. That evil cult's holy son is personally coming your way. Seeing this, Wan Changtian was alarmed and hurriedly reminded Chu Chen. What the hell? The fourth transformation evil cult boss is coming already? Is it really necessary to take down a few small minions? Chu Chen was equally shocked. Against a third transformation expert, he could still rely on his attribute advantage to fight. But facing a fourth transformation expert, without using the world-destroying ultimate move, he really had no chance at all. Damn it! I'll let you go this time. After the college entrance examination is over, once I complete my job change task, I'll blast you to pieces. Chu Chen cursed inwardly and took off running. In just a few breaths, he had left the original spot. It should be right here. Not long after Chu Chen left, the bloodlight transformed from Shen Hong quickly arrived at the location. It seems that there hasn't been much of a battle. However, there is a smell of blood in the air. Very good, that person's weapon is stained with the crow's blood. I can find him through this faint sensation. After sensing for a moment, Shen Hong's gaze suddenly turned towards a direction. That was exactly the direction Chu Chen had just left. Ha ha! Found you! You can't escape! Shen Hong sneered and transformed into a bloodlight, chasing after him again. Not good. The evil cult's holy son actually has tracking skills. Seeing that the holy son accurately found Chu Chen's direction, Wan Changtian was greatly alarmed. Chu Chen was a once-in-a-century genius, he absolutely could not be in danger. He could no longer sit idly by, he had to do something. Just a moment ago, when Wan Changtian reported the invasion of the cultists, the higher-ups had also granted him access to the college entrance examination instance. However, the evil cult's holy son clearly had reconnaissance means to determine if anyone had entered the college entrance examination instance. Once he entered the instance, it would be risking the lives of several other geniuses. What should he do? Should he take the risk to protect Chu Chen or wait for the formation master to arrive? In just an instant, Wan Changtian made a decision. He would enter the instance to help Chu Chen. Perhaps the cost would be high, but no matter what, Chu Chen could not be in danger. He was the future of Dongxing City and even the entire Dragon Country. Having made up his mind, Wan Changtian quickly contacted Chu Chen. Chu Chen, the evil cult's holy son is already heading in your direction. You need to immediately head to the top of the giant beast mountain. I will enter the college entrance examination instance to rescue you. Hearing Wan Changtian's words while sprinting through the forest, Chu Chen's face showed a look of astonishment. Previously, Wan Changtian had explained to him that the reason he couldn't personally enter the instance was due to concerns about the cultists doing something crazy. Now Wan Changtian suddenly changed his plan. Wasn't this throwing away all previous efforts and risking the safety of other candidates? Although Chu Chen understood Wan Changtian's intentions, he did not want to endanger others' lives for his own sake, especially since he possessed the world-destroying ultimate move. Forget it, if I can't get first place in the competition, I'll just find another competition to participate in. Chu Chen made up his mind and said to Wan Changtian, Lord City Master, you don't need to come to save me. I have a trump card that can ensure the evil cult's holy son can't do anything to me. If you tell me the locations of the other cultists now, I can lure the holy son away and deal with all his subordinates in front of him. Wan Changtian was stunned by Chu Chen's words. Trump card? A trump card against a fourth-turn master? Chu Chen, you can't be joking, right? You sent so many cultists out of the instance, the holy son must hate you to the bone. If you get caught, I might not have a chance to save you at all. Wan Changtian said seriously, clarifying the stakes to Chu Chen. However, upon hearing this, Chu Chen laughed heartily. Lord City Master, please don't worry. A mere fourth turn is nothing too difficult to handle. 1. Changtian. Are you even speaking human language? I'm also just a fourth turn, you know? Wan Changtian felt speechless in his heart. But seeing Chu Chen's relaxed tone, he inexplicably felt a bit more confident. Alright, I'll help you plan a route now. To avoid the evil cult's holy son as much as possible. There's a cave 500 meters to the southeast, the entrance is covered with weeds, so look carefully. You can bypass to the other side of the giant beast mountain range through the cave. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen rushed off following Wan Changtian's route. With all his effort, his speed increased dramatically, almost on par with an ordinary fourth-turn master. Chu Chen stepped on the grass and quickly found the cave Wan Changtian mentioned. After entering, he rearranged the weeds at the entrance and continued forward. The inside of the cave was very dry, and there were even torches burning on the walls, allowing him to see the surroundings clearly. There's actually a place like this in the college entrance exam instance? What is this for? Chu Chen wondered curiously and instinctively asked. Man-made instances need to design some safe houses, and this is actually the safe house of the college entrance exam instance. However, there's basically no danger in the college entrance exam, so it has never been used. Chu Chen, I'll guide you, just keep going and exit from another exit. There are many forks in the safe house, so even if the holy son comes in, he shouldn't be able to find his way out for a while, which can relieve a lot of pressure on you. Wan Changtian explained to Chu Chen and then guided him to navigate through the safe house. Chu Chen wandered around in the safe house for about 10 minutes before finally exiting the cave. Not long after leaving the cave, Chu Chen found a cultist who was about to kidnap a candidate. Without saying a word, Chu Chen struck down with a knife, directly eliminating him from the instance. Following Wan Changtian's guidance, Chu Chen continued to search for other cultists. Meanwhile, Shin Hong, after several searches, finally found the cave hidden in the weeds. Ha ha! So it was hidden in this cave. This is good, watch me catch the turtle in the jar. Shin Hong laughed loudly, thinking he had found the protector's stronghold, and rushed in without hesitation. 10 minutes later, looking at the maze of paths, Shin Hong's anger was about to explode. Damn it! They actually set a trap for me. This is too much, too much. Wandering around in the cave, Shin Hong was completely disoriented. Not knowing the route, he felt like he was walking in a maze. Since Chu Chen's knife had only a bit of crow's blood on it, Shin Hong's tracking of Chu Chen was based on a faint feeling. He could only discern Chu Chen's general direction, but he couldn't pinpoint his exact location, let alone trace the route Chu Chen had taken based on his aura. No, I can't waste any more time in this cave. Shin Hong took out a skill scroll from his backpack space and crushed it directly. This scroll was given to him by his cult leader father, containing the cult leader's skill blood refinement divination. It could sacrifice a certain amount of lifespan to perform divination. A red glow emerged from Shin Hong, a sign of life being consumed. At the same time, his consciousness seemed to plunge into a sea of blood. As his lifespan dwindled, the map of the cave clearly appeared in his mind. A minute later, as the blood energy dissipated, Shin Hong opened his eyes, filled with a sinister glare. Damn it! For such a trivial matter, I actually had to use the skill scroll my father gave me, and it even cost me a week of my life. If I catch you, kid, I will definitely strip your tendons and bones, making you feel the most painful torment of the cult of the evil god. Shin Hong cursed under his breath and quickly dashed through the cave. With the map in mind, he no longer flailed about like a headless fly. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he burst out of the cave. The external scene reappeared before him, lifting Shin Hong's spirits somewhat. Just as he sensed that faint connection, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. What's going on? Is this the aura of a cult member? Shin Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. The person who trapped him in the cave was attacking his cult members outside. Originally, he had brought only a dozen cult members with him, losing even one weakened his support. This made Shin Hong feel an even greater urgency. He had to find that guy quickly and deal with him. Blood energy surged, and Shin Hong's speed skyrocketed. He almost transformed into a blurred shadow of blood. In addition, he continuously unleashed curse skills, trying to curse the protector from a distance. However, the conditions for long-range cursing were extremely harsh. He needed enough information about the person. But now, Shin Hong wasn't even sure what the other person looked like, so the curses naturally had no effect. After repeated failures, Shin Hong couldn't help but curse at the crow. That useless crow. Even if he could crush my skill scroll, I wouldn't be so passive right now. Cursing aside, Shin Hong had no other choice but to chase frantically. However, the more he chased, the colder his heart became. He sensed more and more cult members' auras. However, there were only auras and no people, indicating that they had all been killed by the protector and forced out of the instance. Clearly, I had the advantage before. Why has the situation reversed so drastically in just an hour? No! I must quickly drag that person out. The aura is right ahead, bastard, you can't escape. Shin Hong's speed increased again, and he finally saw a figure ahead. That person was swinging a butcher's knife at a cult member. You bastard, stop right there. Shin Hong shouted, the blood light in his hand darting forward like a venomous snake towards Chu Chen. Damn! The speed of this cult saint is too fast. Chu Chen's pupils contracted, but it was impossible for him to abandon the cultist in front of him. He hurled his long knife with all his might, transforming it into a brilliant flash of blade light, shooting towards the cultist. Chu Chen then used this force to twist in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Swish! The cultist saw the saint and was about to greet him when he suddenly vanished into a flash of white light. Shin Hong watched helplessly as his cult member disappeared, instantly filled with rage. Ah! You killed my cult member, I will make you pay with your life. Cursed blade. Dozens of pitch-black flying knives coalesced in the air, shooting towards Chu Chen. The flying knives were incredibly fast, reaching Chu Chen in the blink of an eye. Chu Chen took out another long knife from his backpack. Space and began to swing it wildly like a gale sweeping fallen leaves. Swish, swish, swish. The long knife accurately struck the flying knives, shattering them into pieces of illusory black mist. But with each collision, Chu Chen's wrist trembled violently. After continuously fending off dozens of flying knives, Chu Chen had unknowingly retreated over 10 meters. Hiss! No wonder he's a fourth-turn master, even a casual move has such high damage. Chu Chen shook his numb hand and helplessly shook his head. He originally had a glimmer of hope in his heart, wanting to see the strength of a fourth-turn master. If they were still within his sniping range, perhaps he wouldn't have to unleash his ultimate move. However, it was clear that having crossed two major realms, the attribute bonuses from the second turn hell had already failed to give him an advantage. Damn heretic, you've ruined my mission. Today, you're dead. Damn heretic, you're dead today. Chu Chen gripped his long knife, the tip pointed directly at Shin Hong, his expression dark to the extreme. Ha! Kid, you really have a big mouth. You killed my disciple and ruined my grand plan, the one who should be dead is you. Shin Hong's eyes were filled with madness, his anger having reached its peak after an hour of pursuit. A great plan had been marred by this kid before him. Not killing Chu Chen would not quell the hatred in his heart. Cursed serpent! Shin Hong shouted angrily, his 10 fingers twisting and elongating in a bizarre manner, transforming into 10 slender, menacing poisonous snakes that rapidly spread towards Chu Chen. This was one of Shin Hong's strongest skills. Once it hit the enemy, it could plant the cursed serpent curse on them, making them feel as if they were being bitten by 1,000 snakes, suffering in despair, unable to live or die. Facing the surging poisonous snakes, Chu Chen's expression remained calm. The tip of his knife trembled slightly as a terrifying magical power surged into the seemingly ordinary long knife in his hand. Ninth tier secret technique, Dragon's Extreme Heaven Blade. Accompanied by a heavy low roar, Chu Chen swung his knife fiercely. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. A terrifying golden dragon, formed purely from knife energy, soared into the sky. The terrifying dragon's might shook the surroundings, and the sharp knife energy instantly obliterated all the cursed serpents into dust. The golden dragon let out a long roar, carrying with it the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth as it crushed forward. In an instant, mountains crumbled, and vegetation vanished. Countless monsters were reduced to ashes under the slicing of the knife energy. The entire giant beast mountain range collapsed and was destroyed at an astonishing speed under the impact of the golden dragon. Golden dragon? Is it the golden dragon that appeared in Dongxing City some time ago? How could the golden dragon appear here? Ah! Shin Hong's eyes widened, his entire being filled with horror. The next moment, countless dense knife energies instantly shredded him to pieces. Although the artificial instance could protect the lives of those who had changed jobs within it, its protection had its limits. Due to Shin Hong being too close to Chu Chen, even the protective mechanism of the artificial instance could not teleport Shin Hong away from the might of the dragon's extreme heaven blade. Thus, Shin Hong was left as nothing but a pile of bones. However, a dark gray light swiftly entered Chu Chen's body, disappearing in an instant. Ah! What is that sound? So terrifying. Dragon. Oh my god. There's a dragon. It's the golden dragon from half a month ago. What the hell? How did the golden dragon appear in the college entrance exam instance? Help. The candidates in the college entrance exam instance were terrified at the sight of the golden dragon's emergence, each one fleeing in panic. Not only the candidates, but the audience outside also widened their eyes, utterly shocked. The towering, terrifying golden dragon, even through the screen, made them feel the overwhelming dragon's might. Those who had not seen the golden dragon in the Goblin Mountain finally had their dreams come true, unable to contain their exclamations. Oh my god. A golden dragon. I finally saw a golden dragon. So cool. Am I seeing things? Did I just see the golden dragon come out from Chu Chen's knife? Are you stupid? That's a golden dragon, how could it come out from a knife? Clearly, the golden dragon appeared to protect this genius Chu Chen. Ah. This Chu Chen must be the chosen one. The golden dragon actively protecting him is so awesome. Ha ha. The golden dragon has emerged, sweeping away evil, may all those vile beings be destroyed. 2. See a golden dragon during the college entrance exam, I'm so lucky. I need to take a picture to commemorate this. Dongqing City First Hospital, in the VIP ward. Mad. How the hell did that golden dragon come out again? I was ambushed by Chu Chen before, and it was because of this golden dragon. Wang Qinghu looked at the suddenly appearing golden dragon, gritting his teeth and roaring in anger. But then he thought, I'm not in the instance anymore, instead, Chu Chen is right in front of me. And a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Right, I'm safe now, it's Chu Chen who's in danger. Ha ha. Golden dragon, give it your all, make that guy Chu Chen pay. If only we could seriously injure him, that would be perfect. Wang Qinghu happily waved his arms on the hospital bed. Zhang Shi beside him was sweating profusely, wishing he could run out immediately, as far away from this madman Wang Qinghu as possible. Injuring the great Chu Chen? That golden dragon was clearly released by the great Chu Chen. This Wang Qinghu is not just a madman, he's also a fool. Creak. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and more than a dozen soldiers rushed in, looking at Wang Qinghu seriously and saying, Wang Qinghu, you are suspected of bribing the principal of number 2 high school. The city lord has ordered your arrest. You can remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. As the words fell, the soldiers surged forward and directly took Wang Qinghu down. Ah. What are you doing? The city lord ordered my arrest? How is that possible? Let go of me. You all let go of me. Zhang Shi watched as Wang Qinghu was gradually taken away, knowing in his heart that this guy's fate was probably going to be miserable. On the podium, the high-ranking officials were also stunned by the sudden appearance of the golden dragon. What the hell? A golden dragon? How did that golden dragon end up in the college entrance examination instance? City Lord. Could this also be part of your plan? As expected of the City Lord. Amazing. To actually summon a golden dragon to protect the candidates. Ha ha. The City Lord is truly hidden and profound. Facing the flattery from the surrounding high-ranking officials, Wan Shangtian remained deaf to it, his eyes fixed on the screen where Chu Chen held the long knife that was shattering. Inch by inch. It's him. It's him. It's him. That top-tier warrior is actually Chu Chen. Unlike the surrounding high-ranking officials, Wan Shangtian was very clear that the so-called golden dragon was not a divine beast but a skill, a terrifying sword technique. And at this moment, the golden dragon had emerged, with only one person holding the long knife, Chu Chen. So, the top-tier warrior he had been desperately searching for had always been right in front of him. Realizing this, all the previous confusion suddenly made sense. No wonder Chu Chen could instantly kill second-tier cultists. No wonder Chu Chen could remain calm in the face of the cult's holy sun. Damn! In front of such a terrifying powerhouse, this so-called cult of the evil god is nothing at all. Suddenly, Wan Shangtian seemed to think of something and turned sharply to the 3 presidents beside him, aggressively asking, Did you 3 already know? Ah, so we really have come to this point? The 3 presidents looked at the terrifying golden dragon that could destroy everything, their faces filled with bitter smiles. They knew that the great Chu Chen had a good temper, but how could a powerhouse with such terrifying strength tolerate repeated provocations? The cultists were simply asking for their own demise. Did you 3 already know? At that moment, the city lord Wan Shangtian suddenly looked at them and issued a stern inquiry. The 3 exchanged glances and silently nodded. At this point, there was no point in hiding anymore. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known Chu Chen was this kind of powerhouse, would I have needed to look for any experts for rescue? Wan Shangtian grabbed Lu Yunchuan's collar, gritting his teeth and growling. More importantly, he had just been speaking to Chu Chen in a commanding tone. Damn! He was just a small city lord of Dongxing City. How dare he command such a powerhouse? Now that he thought about it, Wan Shangtian was drenched in cold sweat, feeling extremely anxious. Lord City Master, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just that the big boss has been living a low-key life. And is very wary of others knowing his true identity. We really dare not say, we truly dare not. Moreover, although Big Boss Chu Chen can deal with the cultists, but... Lu Yunxian sighed helplessly, his gaze turning to the large screen in the sky. But what? Wan Shangtian looked over with a strange expression. Just one glance, and he was dumbfounded. He saw the might of the Golden Dragon rampaging through the entire Beast Mountain range. The mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, turned into a plain in just a minute. However, the might of the Golden Dragon remained overwhelming, crashing into everything in the instance. The candidates transformed into white light, being teleported out of the college entrance examination instance. Meanwhile, the instance itself began to show dark cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapse at any moment. It was only then that Lu Yunchuan's voice came softly, but Big Boss Chu Chen's power is too terrifying, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Lord City Master, the college entrance examination instance is likely to be lost. Kill the Swift Wind Xian Snake, obtain Gale Armor, Silver, kill the Purple Lightning Mantis, obtain Thunderstrike, first stage, kill the Mountain Pattern Wild Boar. Obtain Thick Earth Leggings, Silver. The rapidly jumping prompts on the information panel were something Chu Chen had long since gotten used to. As expected, the endurance of a man-made instance is weak. A 9th-tier grade spell dropped down, and indeed it can't hold. Chu Chen looked at the college entrance examination instance filled with spatial cracks, knowing that it wouldn't last much longer. He simply sat down, his palm resting on his chest, carefully feeling. When that Shen Hong died just now, it seemed like something flew into my body. Oh no! Could it be some tracking mark? I've heard that cults have some special skills, as long as they kill a cultist, other cultists can identify them. Hiss. If I'd been marked with this kind of mark, wouldn't that mean someone could be against me at any time? No. I must find a way to get rid of this thing. Chu Chen guessed correctly, an important figure of the evil god cult, once dead, would plant an evil god mark on the enemy. The cult leader could use divination to determine the enemy's identity and take revenge for their followers. However, this was not all. What had just entered Chu Chen's body, besides a mark, was also a remnant soul. Shen Hong possessed an extremely special talent called Soul-Killing Curse. Once someone killed him, he could use a thread of his own soul to inflict spiritual damage on the enemy. Moreover, if he could directly curse the enemy's soul to death, Shen Hong could use this remnant soul to be reborn in another's body. In other words, the soul-killing curse was akin to a means of possession. Ha ha. Kid, didn't expect it, did you? With the soul-killing curse, I'm practically immortal. I don't know how you summoned that golden dragon, but now everything is mine. Shen Hong's remnant soul swam within Chu Chen's body, passing through a dark soul tunnel, and soon the surroundings brightened. Have I arrived at the depths of Chu Chen's soul so quickly? But, why does this place feel a bit off? Shen Hong's remnant soul stared at the scene before him, completely stunned. What appeared before him was a vast universe. In the universe, the stars shone brilliantly, boundless and expansive. Being in it, Shen Hong felt as small as an ant. Where is this? Is this really Chu Chen's soul world? Shen Hong blinked hard, shocked as he looked around. He knew that the depths of the soul were called the Sea of Souls. Although named Sea, it could actually transform into any space based on a person's imagination. However, the Sea of Souls of ordinary people was mostly only the size of a city. The stronger the soul power, the larger the Sea of Souls would be. The Sea of Souls that can be manifested in the form of the universe, Shen Hong had never seen before. This Chu Chen is indeed extraordinary. Great. If I can obtain this body, my strength will definitely increase significantly. After a brief shock, Shen Hong was overjoyed. Although the stronger the soul, the more difficult it is to seize it. However, he was confident. After all, most people do not know how to protect their souls and will instinctively retaliate when faced with a soul attack. But he was well versed in this path, and various curses would provide him with great assistance. What I need to do now is to find Chu Chen's soul core in the Sea of Souls and destroy it. Shen Hong thought to himself, driving the remnant soul to wander through the universe, searching for something different. The soul core is the most important part of a person, akin to a home, and it must be distinctly different from the surrounding environment. Soon, Shen Hong saw a red light glowing in the distance. That red light was so striking and so different in this universe. With just one glance, Shen Hong confirmed that it must be the location of the soul core. Shen Hong rushed towards the red light with all his might, not knowing how long it took. He finally arrived at the location of the red light. It was an oval-shaped celestial body, larger than the surrounding stars. The entire planet emitted an eerie red glow, instilling in Shen Hong an uncontrollable fear. What on earth is going on with this Chu Chen? Why is his soul core such a strange thing? Shen Hong was horrified to the extreme, but facing such a treasure. As Chu Chen, he had to seize it no matter what. It's fine, as long as I plant a curse on it, even if Chu Chen's soul is unique. It will still be destroyed by me. After comforting himself, Shen Hong activated his curse skill against the blood-red planet. The dark curse aura accurately hit the blood-red planet. The next moment, the planet trembled, and a giant blood-red eye suddenly opened. The blood-red giant eye opened abruptly, resembling a blazing sun in the dark universe. However, this sun emitted an evil and strange light. With just one glance, everything around seemed to be locked in by it, and a terrifying curse aura enveloped the endless space. This is the eye of the evil god. The evil god I have been searching for. Oh. My god. I never expected to encounter the evil god here. So the evil god has been residing in Chu Chen's soul, huh? Seeing that familiar blood-red giant eye, Shen Hong was ecstatic. He felt that surviving such a calamity must bring future blessings. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Wait. Why would the esteemed evil god reside in this kid Chu Chen? Thinking back to the terrifying scene of Chu Chen slicing through the golden dragon, an incredible guess suddenly surged in Shen Hong's mind. Could it be that Chu Chen is the evil god? The moment this thought arose, Shen Hong suddenly felt his soul power rapidly dissipating. No! How is this possible? Shen Hong could only leave behind a reluctant roar before his entire being was completely scattered. The eye of the evil god turned its massive eyeball to scan the surroundings, confirming that no more pesky flies were disturbing this space, before closing its eyes again. Outside, Chu Chen was completely unaware of what was happening within him. Under the protection of two 9th-tier secret techniques, even with Shen Hong's 4-turn strength, he did not stir up a single ripple. Crack, crack. Countless spatial cracks spread throughout the entire space like a spider web. The next moment, the college entrance examination instance was completely shattered, and Chu Chen was teleported out of the instance. Along with Chu Chen, over 1,000 candidates were also teleported out. What the hell? What's going on? Is the exam over? I've been repeating for 3 years, and this is the most thrilling college entrance exam I've participated in. Ridiculous. I only got 500 points, this can't be the final score, right? I don't understand, does seeing the golden dragon give extra points? The golden dragon has appeared, the instance has collapsed, leaving many candidates completely bewildered. In fact, most candidates are still unaware of the cultists' invasion, feeling that the whole situation is utterly absurd and incomprehensible. However, for the cultists, the collapse of the instance is like a bolt from the blue. With the holy sun missing, they are exposed to the outside world, causing widespread panic among the cultists. Some keep their heads low, doing their best to minimize their presence. Others, knowing their appearances have already been exposed, quietly approach the surrounding candidates, ready to kidnap them for a chance at survival. However, Wan Changtian was the first to prepare for a response as soon as he saw the instance begin to collapse. The moment the candidates were teleported out, the 4-turn masters of Dongxing City acted almost simultaneously, capturing all the cultists. Shen Hong was dead, and the strongest among the cultists was only at the 3-turn level. Faced with the siege of several 4-turn masters, they didn't even have the chance to kidnap a candidate before being completely subdued. As the city lord, Wan Changtian naturally did not join the capture team. He walked through the air and quickly arrived in front of the candidates. Upon seeing the city lord, the candidates became excited, continuously asking what had happened. However, the city lord completely ignored them, pushing through the crowd to stand before Chu Chen. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly froze, and a storm surged in his heart. This aura, so familiar. It's the aura of that top-tier curse master. Why does Chu Chen have the aura of that master? That master didn't appear in the college entrance examination instance. Moreover, this aura is quite strong, definitely not a result of accidental contamination. Could it be that top-tier curse master is also Chu Chen? Wan Changtian swallowed hard, feeling numb all over. Top-tier swordsmanship, top-tier curse techniques, what kind of terrifying existence is this Chu Chen? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wan Changtian forced out a smile and asked with concern, Chu Chen, are you alright? After realizing that Chu Chen was the master he had been desperately seeking, Wan Changtian directly pressed the 3 major presidents for all information about Chu Chen. However, the information held by the 3 major presidents was also limited, only revealing a portion of what Chu Chen had shown on the surface. But the most important point was absolutely do not disturb the master's cultivation. Concerned for his own life and even the safety of the entire Dongxing city, Wan Changtian dared not touch the master's reverse scale. Although he really wanted to establish a connection with the master, he still tried to act as if he knew nothing, engaging in normal communication between the city lord and the candidates. City lord, I'm fine, Chu Chen said with a forced smile, feeling anxious inside. To eliminate the cultists, he had used a world-destroying move. He hoped he hadn't exposed himself, otherwise, wouldn't that put him in great danger? Feeling uneasy, Chu Chen tentatively asked, City Lord, did you see anything unusual outside? Hearing Chu Chen's question, Wan Changtian's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat began to pour out. No. Absolutely not. Wan Changtian instinctively denied it, but after saying it, he realized he had misspoken and quickly tried to amend it. Ahem, I only saw the golden dragon suddenly appear, defeat the cultists, and then protect you and all the candidates. As for anything else, I didn't see anything. Ha ha. Oh? Is that so? Although Chu Chen felt that Wan Changtian's state was a bit strange, he thought the city lord had no reason to lie to him, and he relaxed in his heart, starting to engage in mutual flattery with Wan Changtian. It's mainly because the city lord governs well, Dongxing City is blessed with talented people, attracting the golden dragon to appear. If the cultists dared to cause trouble in Dongxing City, it would be like seeking their own death. Ha ha. I still think that classmate Chu Chen is exceptionally talented. The golden dragon couldn't bear to see such a genius harmed by cultists, which is why he appeared in the instance to clear out the evil. The surrounding classmates listened to Chu Chen and Wan Changtian flattering each other, all of them bewildered. What's going on? Why is the city lord chatting with Chu Chen? I know that Lu Yuer in Chu Chen's team is ranked first, leading by a wide margin, but shouldn't that be Lu Yuer's credit? Damn. I'm really envious of how warmly the city lord treats him. And what's this about the cult invasion they mentioned? Can someone explain? Hee, you guys don't know, do you? Actually, the reason Lu Yuer and Chu Chen were able to score so ridiculously high is that most of the contributions came from Chu Chen. That's right. Brother Jia has actually been hiding his true strength, his real power is terrifying. No way. Is that true? Are you kidding me? The classmates all turned to look at Chu Chen, and some who knew the inside story began to boast as if they were talking about themselves. However, most people still found it hard to accept that Chu Chen had suddenly transformed from a rooster into a golden phoenix, until the high-ranking officials of Dongxing City all rushed to Chu Chen's side. City Lord, you're being unfair. You let us go catch the cultists, but you're over here making connections with classmate Chu Chen. Condemnation. Strong condemnation. The three guild leaders hurriedly approached Chu Chen and expressed their strong dissatisfaction to Wan Changtian through voice transmission. Then, they turned to face Chu Chen and started chatting as if they were old friends. Classmate Chu Chen, hello, I am Li Guangfeng, the president of the Storm Guild. The beach party is hosted by our guild. Classmate Chu Chen, I am Hong Meigui, the president of the Rose Guild. I've laid on your lap before, and you even rubbed my chest. You haven't forgotten me, right? Classmate Chu Chen, I am Lu Yunxian, you've beaten me up before. The three guild leaders each showed their skills, trying hard to get close to Chu Chen. In the past, when Chu Chen acted low-key, approaching him recklessly would definitely arouse his suspicion. But now, Chu Chen took the initiative and became the most eye-catching one in the college entrance examination. They could easily use this reason to befriend him. The other high-ranking officials of Dongxing City, although unaware of the details, also knew through the live broadcast of the college entrance examination that Chu Chen was extraordinary. A genius who had passed the Hell Second transition, destined to become a great deity in the future. If they could establish a connection, they would surely soar to great heights. Thus, a group of high-ranking officials showed various concerns and care, treating Chu Chen as if he were a long-lost relative. Wan Changtian was shocked to see everyone so enthusiastic. He had just been discussing the construction of Dongxing City with Chu Chen and hadn't yet reached the personal relationship level. With these people jumping in, wouldn't that completely disrupt his plans? In a moment of desperation, Wan Changtian directly took out a bottle of crystal-clear potion from his backpack. The potion was entirely blue, contained in a gem-like bottle, and looked extraordinarily valuable. Classmate Chu Chen, this is the Purifying Heart Potion. After use, it permanently increases intelligence by 10 points, worth 500,000 a bottle, as an extra reward for you. Seeing this, Lu Yunxian and the others secretly cursed Wan Changtian for being shameless. A dignified city lord actually bribed a student first. Since that was the case, they wouldn't hold back. Classmate Chu Chen, this is the Mountain King Potion, which permanently increases strength by 20 points, worth 1 million a bottle. Take it to relieve fatigue. Classmate Chu Chen, this is the Rose Potion, our Rose Guild's exclusive potion, which increases all attributes by 15 points. Take it to quench your thirst. Classmate Chu Chen, this is the Bone Beast Pill, which can enhance physical strength and increase male charm. Take these 5 as snacks. If they're not enough, I have more. The three guild leaders each pulled out their treasures and directly handed them to Chu Chen. Without a second thought, although the three major guilds did not have the authority of the city lord, when it came to wealth, they were definitely not inferior to Wan Changtian. Everyone, isn't this reward a bit too much? Chu Chen was a bit dazed by the various treasures, looking strangely at the three guild leaders. Not too much at all. Chu Chen performed excellently in the college entrance examination, practically dazzling our eyes. Moreover, he has also dealt with several cultists, effectively saving the entire Dongxing city. As citizens of Dongxing City, even if we give you more rewards, it wouldn't be excessive. The three guild leaders said with beaming smiles, showing no remorse for the treasures they had just given away. They were only worried that Chu Chen might think their items were trash and refuse them. The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded at this scene. Oh my god. The three guild leaders are here too. This is too enthusiastic. Wow. Treasures that permanently increase attributes, just like that? What's going on? Why do these big shots look like they're actively giving gifts to Chu Chen? They seem afraid he won't accept. So envious. What on earth did Chu Chen do to deserve such treatment? Not only were the classmates around them drooling with envy, but even the high-ranking officials from Dongxing City behind them were stunned. Mountain King Potion, Rose Potion, Bone Beast Pill. These are all sky-high priced potions. Just given away for free? Is recruiting people this competitive now? This is a rhythm that could lead to bankruptcy. What a blunder. How can these three old geezers be so rich? They must have done a lot of shady business in private. Once this matter is settled, I must investigate them thoroughly. Wan Shangtian was even more anxious upon seeing this. He wasn't as wealthy as the three guild leaders, and he had indeed lost a round. But the opportunity to befriend the great Chu Chen was right in front of him. How could he be willing to let it go? After racking his brains for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said with righteous indignation, Chu Chen, I already know about the principal of number 2 high school in Wang Chenghu forcibly purchasing your recommendation qualification. Such a person is not worthy of being a principal at all. I have already dismissed him on the spot and thrown him into prison. You are a student of number 2 high school. Who do you think would be a suitable new principal? Hearing Wan Shangtian actually trying to take credit for the dismissal of the number 2 high school principal, Li Quanfeng cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the evidence he provided, how would Wan Shangtian know about this? When you were taking credit just now, you didn't even mention my contribution to Chu Chen. Alright, I will remember this grudge today. Oh? The principal of number 2 high school has been dismissed? In that case, I suggest letting teacher Lin Wanqing take on this position. Teacher Lin Wanqing is kind-hearted and patient, she should make a good principal. Chu Chen was a bit surprised to hear that the principal of number 2 high school had been dismissed. Although he couldn't be bothered with that old man, he was still quite happy to hear that he had received his due punishment. Then, without hesitation, he recommended Lin Wanqing as the principal of number 2 high school. Due to his own reasons, Lin Wanqing had not joined the Guangfeng Guild. Her departure from the school was also due to the suppression from the principal of number 2 high school, so having her take on the role of principal now was simply a perfect choice. However, he could only make a suggestion. How to arrange it specifically would still depend on the city lord's decision. However, upon hearing this, Wan Shangtian said without hesitation, alright. It's settled. From now on, the principal of number 2 high school will be Lin Wanqing. Chu Chen, is appointing a principal this casual? Just as Chu Chen was speechless, a line of prompts suddenly popped up on the information panel. Job transfer task 1 completed, please go to the job transfer crystal to submit the task completion for the 3rd transfer. The task is completed? Wow, there's such a good thing? Seeing the prompt on the information panel, Chu Chen was overjoyed. He had thought that with the dungeon breaking in the college entrance examination being interrupted, his task would end without any results. He didn't expect the job transfer task to be so humane, directly counting it as completed for him. Seniors, I have something to attend to, so I won't stay long. Goodbye. Chu Chen was eager to complete his 3rd transfer task. So he didn't continue with the pleasantries with Wan Shangtian and the others, leaving behind a sentence as he pushed through the crowd and quickly ran towards the square's exit. Wan Shangtian and the others watched, feeling reluctant but not daring to stop him. They could only smile and watch Chu Chen leave. Chu Chen, take care. Come back to chat sometime. The surrounding classmates, seeing the lord and the high-ranking officials looking so reluctant, felt as if they had eaten a lemon, sour and uncomfortable. Lord, what about our college entrance examination? Upon hearing this, Wan Shangtian suddenly came to his senses, a line of black sweat appearing on his forehead. Yes, although Chu Chen had solved the problem with the cultists, the college entrance examination instance had collapsed, and the exam was halted. What should they do? Although Wan Shangtian had been the lord for over a decade, it was the first time he encountered such a tricky problem. Fortunately, that formation master should be arriving soon. Even though he no longer needed to help deal with the cultists, as a high-ranking figure in the education sector, he should be able to help handle this issue. In a certain mountain forest in Longwei, hidden within the seemingly ordinary high mountains was actually an underground world. The underground was excavated into a network of tunnels and rooms, where hundreds of cultists dressed in black robes moved back and forth. The cultists had frenzied expressions, and the entire underground world was filled with a strong bloody aura. This was the headquarters of the cult of the evil god. Due to the secretive terrain, the cult had hidden here for several years without being discovered. At the moment Shin Hong died, in a luxurious room, a middle-aged man exuding evil energy suddenly sat up from the bed. The master's strength has improved again. I didn't even react before it was over. A naked woman slowly crawled up from the bed, her eyes filled with admiration, but her heart was constantly complaining. So short and quick, what a disappointment. The evil middle-aged man, however, had no time to pay attention to the woman's flattery. He carefully sensed the faint connection with Shin Hong, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't feel it. The only thing he could sense was the mark of revenge left by Shin Hong. It's broken. It's broken. Really broken. The woman was taken aback and quickly looked over. Ha? Broken? Can it really break? No wonder it was short and quick, it turns out it was also fragile. The evil middle-aged man could hardly contain his anger, roaring, "My son! You died so tragically. Whoever dares to kill my son, I will make sure you have no place to bury your body." The evil middle-aged man's name was Shin Mingyuan, the leader of the cult of the evil god, and his profession was blood diviner. He was once the president of a small guild, and through divination, he learned that an evil god would descend to the world in the future, unifying all countries. To get on this big ship as soon as possible, he changed the guild into the cult of the evil god and began to expand his power. With the divination skill, Shin Mingyuan's strength soared, quickly reaching the 5th transfer, and the cult's influence rapidly expanded. In just 2 years, he developed the cult from a small guild of a dozen people into a large organization of hundreds. After becoming the leader, Shin Mingyuan felt the noble sensation of being above others. More enamored with power and beauty, he unconsciously forgot his original intention. The cult of the evil god began to plunder, kill, and even sacrifice without restraint. Although it was dangerous, with the help of blood refinement divination, the cult, despite being besieged from all sides, ultimately remained unscathed. However, blood refinement divination consumed a person's lifespan. Even though it could be compensated with rare elixirs or blood sacrifices, the physical toll was unavoidable. The most obvious consequence was that his fertility had sharply declined, becoming a 5-second man. Not only was he quick, but he also couldn't reproduce. Therefore, he valued his only son, Shin Hong, immensely. Even when sending Shin Hong to participate in the Son of Heaven trial, he carefully selected a remote small city and even provided him with many elixirs and skill scrolls. Shin Mingyuan never expected that even with such thorough preparations, Shin Hong would still die. Moreover, it was a complete death, with his soul scattering. The thought of possibly being left without descendants made Shin Mingyuan's eyes uncontrollably turn crimson, filled with rage to the extreme. He immediately got up, dressed quickly, and rushed to the sacrificial hall of the evil god cult. Although it was underground, the sacrificial hall was decorated quite lavishly. The marble floor covered the entire hall in a light blue hue, and exquisite patterns were carved into the walls. At the very back of the hall stood a throne made of pure gold. "I want to divine the murderer of the Holy Sun. During this time, do not let anyone disturb me." Shin Mingyuan instructed the deputy leader beside him and walked straight to the throne to sit down. "My son, rest assured, no matter who killed you, your father will avenge you." Blood refinement divination. Activate. A surge of blood energy erupted from Shin Mingyuan's body, its color a vivid red. Suffocating. Immediately, Shin Mingyuan began to rapidly deduce. The dense blood energy, guided by his command, transformed into intricate patterns. Shin Mingyuan's pupils gradually disappeared, turning into blood-red eyes like a demon. He quietly gazed ahead, his sight piercing through the crimson bloodlight, looking towards a distant place. Blood refinement divination. "I am willing to sacrifice my lifespan. Tell me who killed my son Shin Hong." Accompanied by Shin Mingyuan's low roar, the dissipating blood light began to gather and take shape, forming a shadowy figure. However, the figure was very blurry, and he could only vaguely see that it was a young boy. The boy seemed anxious, running wildly down the road. "What's going on? Why can't I see clearly?" Shin Mingyuan thought it strange. He had used blood refinement divination countless times, but this was the first time he encountered such a vague omen. With this omen, he could not find the murderer of Shin Hong at all. Just as Shin Mingyuan was about to continue using the skill to get a clearer look at the boy's appearance, suddenly, the boy stopped and glanced back. Thud. Shin Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Although the boy was looking back, that gaze just happened to collide with his. How is this possible? This person can actually detect me? Could it be that this kid possesses a treasure that obscures the heavenly secrets? Shin Mingyuan was astonished. However, the next moment, his astonishment turned into endless terror. Using blood refinement divination, lifespan -10 years. Using blood refinement divination, lifespan -20. Years using blood refinement divination, lifespan minus 30 years, what the hell? What's going on? Why is my lifespan dropping so rapidly? What is happening? Seeing the prompts on the information panel, Shen Mingyuan's eyes widened in fear, completely bewildered, and he quickly cut off the blood refinement divination spell. Previously, when divining the location of his nemesis, a fifth-turn expert, even with that person possessing special equipment to obscure divination, he only consumed 5 years of lifespan to get a result. Today, he was merely trying to divine the murderer of his son. How could it consume so much lifespan? Moreover, it wasn't a one-time deduction of 10 years, but a continuous drop. Even though he had stopped the blood refinement divination as quickly as possible, he still lost a full 200 years of lifespan. Although he had already reached the fifth turn, Shen Mingyuan's lifespan was originally not much due to frequent use of blood refinement divination. This time, losing 200 years meant he was left with only a few years of lifespan. Heavens! Who is that boy? Why did divining him consume so much of my lifespan? Shen Mingyuan was horrified, his heart racing wildly. At the same time, a heavy pressure swept over his entire body. His hair began to dry and turn white, his skin became wrinkled and aged, and his once upright back could no longer maintain its posture, bending down uncontrollably. The price of consuming lifespan was the rapid deterioration of his body. Because Shen Mingyuan's lifespan was almost exhausted, his appearance instantly transformed into the most aged visage. However, at this moment, he had no time to contemplate the changes in his body. He was now very clear that the person who had killed his son was likely an extremely terrifying existence. Even he himself had no ability to provoke such a being. But the most terrifying part was that the young man had seen him. He saw me. He definitely saw me. What should I do? Shen Mingyuan was filled with extreme terror, his aged body trembling uncontrollably. Lifespan could be replenished through blood sacrifices, but if that big shot came looking for him, he would absolutely have no place to die. However, Shen Mingyuan was still a fifth-tier master, the leader of a cult. With his mind racing, he quickly made a decision. Deputy leader, come in, I have something to say to you. Hearing Shen Mingyuan's voice, the round-headed deputy leader pushed open the door and walked in. However, upon seeing the aged figure on the throne, he was instantly shocked. What's going on? Who is this old man? Old man! How did you get in here? Where is our leader? The deputy leader took a defensive stance, ready to fight at any moment. Fool! I am the leader! Shen Mingyuan scolded angrily. Huh, that voice. The deputy leader listened closely and stared at Shen Mingyuan. Indeed, he saw a hint of the leader's shadow on the old man's face. You really are the leader? Leader, how did you end up like this? Have you found the murderer of the Holy Sun? Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyuan scolded, What Holy Sun? Our evil god cult has no Holy Sun. If it weren't for that waste of a son, would he have fallen to this state? Now his lifespan was almost exhausted, and he might have even offended an extraordinary figure. This was truly a real-life version of a pitiful situation. Ah, the Holy Sun is your son. How could you forget him? The deputy leader looked puzzled, thinking the leader was just old and forgetful. Pa! I have no such son. Remember, the Holy Sun betrayed our evil god cult. His death has nothing to do with our evil god cult. We will not seek him out, nor will we take revenge for him. Shen Mingyuan said in exasperation, wishing he had never had such a son. The deputy leader stood by, stunned, completely not understanding what was happening. Shen Mingyuan naturally wouldn't explain anything to him and continued to issue new orders. Gather all the remaining cult members in Dongqing City back here, regardless of how the mission was completed. Abandon everything. By the way, have them catch a few young and strong blood offerings on their way back. I have consumed too much and need to replenish my energy. The other cult members should also keep a low profile recently, shrink their activity range, and try not to stir up trouble. Also, strengthen the patrols in the surrounding mountainous areas. Report any unusual situations to me. I mean any unusual situations, understand? A series of orders were quickly issued by Shen Mingyuan. The deputy leader, although not understanding what had happened, felt a sense of impending storm. After the deputy leader went to convey the orders, Shen Mingyuan sighed with a troubled expression. Sigh. My lifespan is depleted. I can't leave here at all. I just hope that big shot will let me off the hook. I didn't even get a clear look at that big shot. That big shot probably didn't see me clearly either. After all, it was I who performed the divination. If they could find me through that thread of heavenly secret, that would be two against the heavens. Just as Shen Mingyuan was secretly praying, Chu Chun frowned, looking strangely behind him. Strange, where did that uncle who was looking at me go? Illusion? No. That feeling was very real, and it felt familiar, very similar to that cult's holy son. Not only does it feel very similar, but even the appearance is about 70 to 80% the same. Damn. They really have their eyes on me, huh? Damn it. No way. Cultists are very crazy, and rather than sitting and waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. I must find a way to locate the lair of the evil god cult and then use my world-destroying move to wipe them all out. But how do I find their lair? As Chu Chen thought, he continued running towards the job transfer hall. Upon arriving at the job transfer hall, Confronting was already waiting there. Big shot. I went to see your college entrance exam. You are really, too handsome. Can you give me an autograph? Seeing Chu Chen, Confronting trembled with excitement, even stuttering. While speaking, he easily crushed a group of talented individuals, and even the legendary Golden Dragon appeared. No wonder he could take on hell-level job transfer tasks twice. No problem, where should I sign? Facing his little fan, Chu Chen was still very easy to talk to. Confronting really wanted Chu Chen to write his name on her body, so she could be considered his person. However, that felt a bit presumptuous. So, Confronting took out her favorite photo and had Chu Chen sign it. It's signed, now take me to the job transfer crystal, I need to submit the task. Confronting carefully put away the signed photo and led Chu Chen back to the room where the job transfer crystal was located. Chu Chen took out the deep-sea mystic crystal from his backpack and placed it in front of the job transfer crystal. A dazzling white light flashed, and the deep-sea mystic crystal disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the entire job transfer crystal began to tremble violently. A brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the entire room in an instant. The golden light, containing divine energy, gathered in the air to form a golden river, surging into Chu Chen's body like a torrential river. Accompanied by the influx of golden light, an indescribable wonderful experience burst forth within him, as if cleansing his marrow and improving his physique. Chu Chen closed his eyes to feel the comfort in his body. He could sense that his attribute values were rapidly increasing. They say that each job transfer task is more difficult than the last. And big shot Chu Chen completed the hell-level 3rd transfer in just a week, showing no signs of increased difficulty at all. This must be what genius is. Confronting gazed at the golden scene with enchanted eyes, her admiration for Chu Chen deepening. The golden light lasted for a full 2 minutes before slowly dissipating. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, knowing he had successfully completed the 3rd transfer. The surging power within him also told him that his 4-dimensional attributes had received a significant boost. During the hell-level 3rd transfer, Chu Chen opened his panel to check. Chu Chen's profession, all-system mage level, LV60, 3rd transfer, constitution, 3222 spirit, 3321 strength, 3198 speed, 3247 skills, storm's fury, 9th tier. Starry sky, 9th tier, dragon's extreme blade, 9th tier, evil sun's eye, 9th tier, hiss. The 4-dimensional attributes have almost all doubled. Total attributes increased by nearly 5,000. Wow. No wonder it's a hell-level job transfer task, it's just ridiculous. Even having experienced a significant enhancement once, Chu Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. With such a significant increase in attributes, my combat power has also risen to a new level. With my attributes, I shouldn't even need to use my world-destroying move when I encounter a 4th transfer expert in the future. Feeling so secure. Haha. But now the urgent task is to eliminate that evil god cult. Chu Chen bid farewell to Confronting, thinking as he walked home. He now possessed several world-destroying moves, so wiping out the evil god cult should not be a problem. As long as he found the enemy's lair, he could just casually cast a 9th tier spell. But the problem was, where was the lair of the evil god cult? The simplest method should be to ask Wanshang Tian. They have captured so many cultists, there should be information about the cult's lair. Without much thought, Chu Chen directly called the city lord, Wanshang Tian. Just earlier at the college entrance examination square, the city lord had proactively given him his phone number. As soon as the call connected, Wanshang Tian answered immediately. His excited voice came through the receiver. Hello, Chu Chen, what can I do for you? Chu Chen was slightly taken aback. How did Wanshang Tian know it was him before he even spoke? After a moment's thought, he realized that as the city lord, it would be simple for Wanshang Tian to find his phone number. Not wanting to dwell on this minor detail, Chu Chen directly expressed his request. City lord, I would like to ask where the cult's lair is. I just finished the college entrance exam and want to go out and have some fun, avoid the pitfalls. After saying this, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The excuse was a stretch, but it was the most reasonable inquiry he could think of. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Wanshang Tian immediately guessed that Chu Chen was planning to take action against the cult. Wanshang Tian felt a surge of joy. If the cult could be eliminated, it would be a great benefit to the country and the people. Unfortunately, he did not know the location of the cult. Chu Chen, I'm sorry, but I don't know where the cult's lair is. This kind of confidential information has been sealed by the cult. If a cultist tries to leak it, they will explode on the spot. With my current strength, I really have no way to crack it. Shu Chen felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but still politely replied, I see. Well then, I'll think of another way. Unable to get the desired result from Wan Tian, Shu Chen had to seek other methods. However, he didn't have any divination skills and couldn't directly divine the location of the cult. For a moment, he was truly at a loss. Sigh, if only I could catch a cultist and infiltrate their ranks. I could just follow the cultist back to the cult's lair, without anyone knowing. Just as Shu Chen was thinking this, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. Wait. This might actually work. Wan Tian had previously told him that the cultists in the college entrance examination instance were not all the participants in this operation. There was another group of cultists hiding in Dongxing City, kidnapping another batch of candidates. Wan Tian had used thunderous methods to ambush the cultists in the city, capturing most of them, but 5 cultists had still managed to escape. These 5 cultists, having barely escaped, would definitely return to the cult's headquarters. Shu Chen just needed to find them and infiltrate their ranks. He still had a way to locate the cultists hiding in Dongxing City. Shu Chen quickly calculated in his mind, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He stopped in his tracks, looked around, and walked directly into a secluded, deserted park. Once he confirmed that no one was around, the magic power within him surged wildly. 9th tier secret technique, Eye of the Evil Sun. As the words fell, a gigantic blood-red eye suddenly appeared in the sky above Dongxing City. The blood-red eye was enormous, almost covering the entire sky, casting Dongxing City into a shadow of blood. A terrifying and oppressive aura descended upon the world, and the massive eye began to scan the area like a meteor. After using the Eye of the Evil Sun last time, Shu Chen discovered that it could not only anchor a race for cursing but could also anchor a bloodline, a certain aura. By this method, he could quickly find creatures with specific characteristics within a range. Just now, Shu Chen had directed the Eye of the Evil Sun to anchor the aura of the cult's holy sun on himself. Then he let it search for individuals with a similar aura in Dongxing City. However, while Shu Chen was merely looking for someone, the citizens of Dongxing City had no idea about this. The sudden appearance of the terrifying giant eye in the sky instantly frightened all the citizens. Holy crap! What a huge eye! This is the evil god. The eye of the evil god. It's the same as the one from the Thorn Desert. Oh my god! How did this evil god come out of the Thorn Desert? It can't be planning to kill everyone in Dongxing City, right? Help! I don't want to die. The citizens of Dongxing City were terrified, their hearts racing as they fled in panic. Some of the more timid individuals even knelt down and began to kowtow, looking as if they were ready to repent for their sins. In the city lord's mansion, Wan Tian put down his phone, feeling guilty. What a great opportunity to build a good relationship with the big boss. But these cultists have set out their defenses so meticulously, the restrictions are clearly placed by a 5-turn master, and I can't handle it at all. Let's wait for that formation master from above to arrive and see if he has a way to pry open the cultists' mouths. Calculating the time, that formation master should be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. A giant crimson eye opened in the sky above Dongxing City, instantly draping the entire city in a blood-red shroud, resembling hell itself. What the hell? The evil eye. What's going on? Why did the big boss suddenly unleash such a terrifying curse? Oh my god. Could it be because I failed to meet the big boss's request earlier and now he's planning to wipe out Dongxing City? What should we do? Wan Tian's thoughts were in disarray, completely losing his composure. In the sky, a figure with white hair and a youthful face was flying at high speed, named Wu Xiaoji, a 5-turn master sent by the upper echelons to assist in resolving the evil god cult issue. After learning about the mission, he rushed through the teleportation arrays between cities to quickly head towards Dongxing City. However, since Dongxing City was a small city, there was no teleportation array available. Thus, he could only fly through the air for this last stretch. Almost there. The area ahead should be Dongxing City. I rushed over 1,000 miles in less than 2 hours. The college entrance examination in Dongxing City should still be ongoing, so I should make it in time. Just as Wu Xiaoji was contemplating this, the blood-red giant eye appeared, and a terrifying curse aura instantly enveloped the entire Dongxing City. Even Wu Xiaoji, 100 miles away, was shrouded by the blood-red giant eye. What the hell? What is this thing? Such a terrifying curse aura. Even I feel incredibly suffocated. Could this be the work of the evil god cult? But the cult leader, Shen Mingyuan, clearly only has 5-turn strength. He absolutely cannot unleash such a terrifying curse. Could it be that they released some sealed great demon? Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoji felt an even greater urgency. While sending a message to the higher-ups, he flew even faster towards Dongxing City. At that moment, the blood-red giant eye suddenly glanced in his direction. In an instant, an overwhelming, terrifying aura rushed towards him. The terrifying curse pressure felt as heavy as 1,000 tons, all bearing down on Wu Qiaoji. What's going on? That great demon noticed me? Damn! I underestimated this demon. Protective. Golden light formation. Swift wind shadow formation. Great sun mountain moving formation. Wu Qiaoji, being a 5-turn master, didn't need any formation tools. He effortlessly deployed various formations around himself at lightning speed. Colorful formations coalesced into barriers, protecting Wu Qiaoji securely. However, that terrifying pressure felt like a galaxy pouring down, overwhelming and impossible to resist. Under this force, even he, a 5-turn master, felt like a tiny ant in an instant, all resistance proving futile. Crack! Crack! The light of the formations quickly dimmed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the entire formation. The next moment, the formation shattered, and the heavy pressure came crashing down. Wu Qiaoji shot towards the ground like a cannonball at an incredible speed. Heavens! This power is already beyond comprehension. How could such a terrifying existence appear in this small city of Dongsheng? Sigh. It seems I'm going to die here today. On the ground, Wu Qiaoji's heart was filled with sorrow. He had thought that the attack on the college entrance examination was merely the work of a group of petty criminals, but he never expected such a great terror to exist. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, the heavy pressure on him suddenly dissipated. The blood-red giant eye turned and looked towards another direction in Dongsheng City. It felt as if everything that had just happened was merely a casual glance. Now, the demon behind it had finished looking and shifted its gaze away. At the north gate of Dongsheng City, a group of 5 cautiously left the city. The moment they stepped out of the city gate, the 5 were so excited they could almost cry. They were the last remaining members of the evil god sect's mission. The group that attacked the college entrance examination had been completely wiped out, and their followers outside had also been captured by the city lord, suffering heavy losses. Only these 5 had managed to escape. The leader has ordered us to return immediately and capture a few young men as blood sacrifices along the way. Since our mission has failed, we will probably face punishment upon our return. In that case, we can only capture more people to offer to the leader. Of course, we definitely can't commit any crimes in Dongsheng City. We will plan our actions on the way back. As several cultists were plotting, suddenly a blood-red giant eye opened in the sky above Dongsheng City. The blood-red giant eye scanned the area a few times before finally locking onto the 5. Thud! A terrifying pressure descended, and the 5 instantly knelt down. Oh my! This is the Lord of the Evil God. The Lord of the Evil God has manifested. The Lord of the Evil God that the Holy Sun has been searching for. I didn't expect him to appear at this moment. Lord of the Evil God. That old Manhwa Changtian has killed many of us. You must avenge us. Lord of the Evil God, please bring down divine punishment and destroy the entire Dongsheng City. The 5 cultists trembled with excitement, kneeling on the ground and banging their heads frantically. However, the blood-red giant eye gave them no response, merely looking at them deeply before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the park, Zhu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied arc. Haha. Great. I've found you. Just now, he had used the Eye of Evil Sun to scan Dongsheng City and the surrounding areas. He saw a strange 5-turn powerhouse and those 5 cultists. Just as he had guessed, after being beaten to a pulp, the cultists immediately fled Dongsheng City. Zhu Chen decisively placed a curse mark on this group of cultists with the Eye of Evil Sun, but he did not take their lives immediately. The goal was to follow this group of cultists back to the lair of the evil god sect. With this in mind, Zhu Chen quickly hailed a taxi and sped towards the outskirts of the city. What he needed to do next was to find a way to gain the trust of these cultists. Ha! What happened? The Lord of the Evil God has disappeared? Is it because we weren't devout enough? What should we do? Wait. I feel like the Lord of the Evil God left something on me when he disappeared. Now that you mention it, I think I have something too. We all do. Could this be the Lord of the Evil God's blessing? But what use is this thing? I can only feel that the Lord of the Evil God left something very powerful on me, but I have no idea how to use it. This might be a test from the Lord of the Evil God. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight, huh? The cultists gradually transformed from confusion to ecstasy. Receiving the blessing of the Lord of the Evil God was an opportunity that even the Holy Sun coveted but could not obtain. They had previously worried about being punished by the leader upon returning to the headquarters of the Evil God sect, but now they were completely at ease. With the blessing of the Lord of the Evil God, even the leader would not dare to easily move against them. Everyone! This place is not suitable for staying long, let's hurry. With the treasure in hand, the cultists felt elated, but they also acted with more caution. After all, if he were to die right after receiving the blessing of the evil god, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? However, just as the 5 were about to leave, a sudden voice from behind made their hair stand on end. Hey, brothers in front, wait a moment. The 5 were currently outside the city, with no one around, so the shout must have been directed at them. Could it be the pursuers from Wanchantian? The 5 tensed up, cautiously turning around. However, they did not see a group of soldiers. Instead, they saw a handsome young man. A few cultists recognized him after a moment and quickly identified him as Chu Chen, who had caused quite a stir with Lu Yuer before the college entrance examination. Although the 5 had not entered the instance, they had been keeping an eye on the college entrance examination. They had only watched half of it before being chased by the soldiers of Dongqing City and were unaware that the son had also died because of Chu Chen. But they knew that it was this Chu Chen who had repeatedly killed the cult members in the college entrance examination instance, affecting their grand plan. You are Chu Chen? What do you want? The 5 cultists looked at Chu Chen with gloomy expressions. Unlike the small fry in the instance, all 5 of them had the strength of the 3rd transformation. It was precisely because of this that they had managed to escape during the chase. Therefore, facing Chu Chen, they felt no fear, even having an impulse to eliminate him. However, worried about possible ambushes, they did not act immediately. Yet, what Chu Chen said next made their faces darken, instantly breaking their defenses. Brothers, don't make a move, we're on the same side. Chu Chen chuckled, standing not far from the 5 cultists, looking calm and composed. Now, with all attributes surpassing 3,000, even if the evil god's son appeared before him, he could deal with him with a simple attack. And in front of him were just a bunch of small fry, so Chu Chen was naturally not worried at all. What nonsense are you talking about? On the same side? Don't think we don't know, it was you who drove our people out of the instance. The reason we were hunted down is all because of you. You better honestly explain what your purpose is, or I'll make you taste the methods of our evil god cult. The leader, a bald young man with dark skin and fierce eyes, glared at Chu Chen, his eyes bulging with murderous intent. Facing the cultists' inquiries, Chu Chen remained unfazed. He knew that his performance in the college entrance examination would be broadcasted live, so he had already thought of his response. I was just testing them. Unfortunately, none of them, including your so-called son, passed the test. Chu Chen shrugged, wearing an expression of I'm helpless too. Who do you think you are to test our son? Speak. What's going on? What methods did you use to secretly harm our son? The bald young man pointed at Chu Chen and cursed. The blessing from the evil god had inexplicably inflated his ego. After observing just now, he was basically certain that there were no soldiers from Dongqing City around. So, he had made up his mind to take Chu Chen down directly. Who am I? I've been standing in front of you for so long, and you still don't know who I am? Hearing the bald young man's question, Chu Chen suddenly smiled coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I am the messenger of the evil god. I have come in accordance with the orders of the evil god to test the members of your cult. The evil god has high hopes for you 5, I thought you would be different, but it turns out you are just short-sighted fools. Chu Chen's voice was powerful and aggressive. The momentum he exuded at that moment completely overshadowed the 5 cultists. This was the method Chu Chen had devised along the way. Since these cultists were madmen, he would use magic to defeat magic. While releasing the Eye of Evil Sun to locate the cultists, he would also give them a mental shock. Chu Chen played the role of the messenger of the evil god, forcibly subduing these cultists. The 5 cultists were both shocked and angry. They were shocked that this kid, Chu Chen, knew about the blessings bestowed upon them by the evil god. They were angry that Chu Chen dared to impersonate the messenger of the evil god and even called them short-sighted. You brat have some nerve. How dare you impersonate the messenger of the evil god? Even if the evil god truly sent a messenger, it could never be a brat like you. The bald young man glared furiously, pointing at Chu Chen and cursing. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly began to convulse violently. A blood-red eye suddenly opened on his forehead, and then a continuous stream of blood energy flowed out from the bald young man's body, all rushing into Chu Chen's body. The entire process took only a few seconds, and the bald young man collapsed to the ground, a withered corpse. Daring to disrespect the messenger of the evil god, you deserve to die. Chu Chen had previously planted a curse on the cultists. Now he just needed to trigger it, without needing to activate the Eye of Evil again. Moreover, each of these cultists had blood on their hands, killing them was a service to the people, and he felt no psychological burden. After killing the bald cultist, Chu Chen looked at the remaining 4 cultists and coldly said, Now, is there anyone who still doubts my identity? Tiger Boss is dead? This. God. Tiger Boss was a level 75 class changer. How could he be killed instantly by this kid, Chu Chen? That feeling just now was exactly like the aura of the evil god. The other 4 cultists looked at the bald young man's corpse, their hair standing on end in fear. What terrified them even more was that the skill Chu Chen had just released was completely identical to the aura of the celestial eye. Could it be that Chu Chen really is the messenger of the evil god? If he Really is, then why did he take out the Holy Sun? Could it really be a test? The Holy Sun failed, and we passed? The four cultists exchanged glances, completely panicking. However, at this moment, facing Chu Chen, they no longer harbored the previous malice. All that remained was fear, desire, and hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Chen knew his plan was progressing smoothly. With his thunderous methods, he had already shaken the cultists' resolve. Now, he just needed to add a little more fuel to the fire. Still hesitating? It seems you are not the inheritors the evil god is looking for, then. Chu Chen's mind moved, and he activated the curse left on the cultists by the Eye of Evil once more. Buzz. The four cultists felt a heat on their foreheads, and a blood-red eye suddenly opened there. The four of them sensed the abnormality on their foreheads, recalling the gruesome death of the bald young man, and were instantly terrified. Thud. The four cultists knelt down in unison, frantically bowing their heads. Great Messenger, forgive us, we were blind to not recognize the Great Mountain. Great Messenger, have mercy, you are truly too young. We can hardly imagine that the Great Messenger would be so young. Great Messenger, spare us. We will obey all your commands, spare us. The fear of death enveloped their hearts, instantly destroying the psychological defenses of the cultists. Although they were unsure whether Chu Chen's identity as the messenger of the evil god was real, they confirmed that he could wield the power of the evil god and could kill them in an instant. After all, the strongest among them, the bald young man, was now dead. Seeing the cultists bowing and begging for mercy, Chu Chen silently thought, done. Yet he maintained a cold expression and said indifferently, get up, ignorance is no crime. I will spare you this time. Although you have received the favor of the evil god, whether you can obtain the inheritance of the evil god still requires my test of you. Do you understand? Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, the four cultists couldn't help but swallow hard. The inheritance of the evil god, could it be that what the evil god left inside them is something akin to a legacy? No wonder Chu Chen, at such a young age, could gallop freely in the college entrance examination dungeon. It turns out he had obtained the power of the evil god. If they passed the test, could they also gain similar powers, or even stronger ones? At this thought, the four cultists felt a surge of excitement in their hearts and eagerly said to Chu Chen, Messenger, you can rest assured, we will definitely follow your arrangements. If you say to go east, we will never go west. If you say to catch dogs, we absolutely won't chase chickens. By the way, could you clarify what the evil god's test actually is? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen smiled mysteriously and said leisurely, the evil god is a supreme being. How can we mere mortals presume to speculate on the thoughts of a deity? You just need to know that the evil god is always watching you, and every word and action of yours might be part of the test. The four cultists, hearing Chu Chen's words, still did not understand what the test was, but suddenly felt they had to work hard. Messenger, we understand, we will definitely put in the effort. What should we do next? Please give us your orders. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The reason the cultists could become cultists meant they were born to be cattle and horses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be easily incited to commit heinous acts. Then, Chu Chen finally revealed his true purpose. I come as the messenger of the evil god, not to command you, but to observe whether you are qualified to become the inheritors of the evil god. So, you just need to continue acting according to the previous trajectory. Now, tell me what you were originally going to do. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the four cultists, without suspicion, told him all the latest orders from the evil god cult. Messenger, the latest order from the leader is to rush back to headquarters. On the way, we are to capture some vigorous young people for blood sacrifices to restore the leader's lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen instinctively narrowed his eyes and decisively said, no need to capture people, we will go directly back to the headquarters of the evil god cult. Ah, but this is the leader's order. The four cultists immediately showed hesitation. This operation had already ended in failure, and they were to be punished. If they couldn't even complete the new task, the leader would surely punish them severely. Although they had received the blessings of the evil god, the deep impression the leader had left on them made them reluctant to easily defy his orders. After all, with one misstep, they could very well become the offerings for the blood sacrifice. Seeing the panic in the eyes of the four cultists, Chu Chen guessed that the cult leader was probably a ruthless character. These ordinary followers usually did not dare to go against the leader's orders. So, he casually reassured the four, it's fine, I will take responsibility for this matter. I have something better than a blood sacrifice. As long as you take me to the leader, I guarantee he will feel a heavenly sensation. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the four cultists finally felt at ease. Chu Chen could manipulate part of the evil god's power. If he said there was a better way to restore lifespan than a blood sacrifice, then there surely was. Moreover, bringing Chu Chen to the leader might also be a great achievement. The messengers sent by the evil god would surely make the leader very happy upon meeting him. With this thought, the mood of the four shifted from gloomy to bright, and they led Chu Chen towards the headquarters of the evil god cult. Messenger, the headquarters of the evil god cult is near Qingyun City. It's a bit far and may take a day, so please bear with us. Shu Chen waved his hand dismissively. These small matters are nothing, you just need to take me to the headquarters of the evil god cult, and that will be a great achievement. After saying this, Shu Chen no longer paid attention to the cultists. Hearing these people speak so lightly about the blood sacrifice, it's clear they are all bloodthirsty killers. If they weren't still useful, Shu Chen would have already acted to uphold justice. He took out the skill book. Falling Thunder, obtained from the college entrance examination dungeon from his storage ring. Another first-tier skill. I wonder what 9th-tier great spell I can crit out this time. With anticipation, Shu Chen crushed the skill book and then directly chose to enhance it. Consuming 10 skill points, starting enhancement of first-tier Falling Thunder. Triggered 10,000 times crit, first-tier Falling Thunder has been enhanced to 9th-tier ninefold. Heavenly Tribulation. Ninefold Heavenly Tribulation? This is a rhythm to send enemies to immortality. Seeing the name of the new skill, Shu Chen raised an eyebrow, curiously looking at the skill description. Ninefold Heavenly Tribulation, 9th tier descending from the heavens, 9 layers of tribulation thunder. Under the thunder, all evils are extinguished. Hiss. What a domineering skill. Just looking at the description, I can almost envision the terrifying thunder striking down from the sky. Moreover, it seems this thunder skill deals even higher damage to certain demonic entities. Then, when exterminating the evil god cult, I'll use this skill. Having made up his mind, Shu Chen continued to follow the cultists forward. Qingyun City is the capital of the eastern province of Manhwa, extremely far from Dongxing City. They now need to go to the neighboring city to take the teleportation array. If they don't take the teleportation array, it might take them a month to arrive. Meanwhile, outside the city, Wu Qiaoji lay on the ground, playing dead for a full 10 minutes before getting up. That terrifying giant eye has really disappeared, right? Wu Qiaoji swallowed hard, cautiously looking up at the sky. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, the sun shining brightly. It was hard to believe that just moments ago this place was a scene of hell. So, what was the purpose of that giant eye's appearance? What was it looking at me for? Wu Qiaoji was certain that the blood-red giant eye had indeed glanced at him. Just a single gaze, and he couldn't resist it with all his might. However, just when he thought he was going to die without understanding why, the blood-red giant eye shifted its gaze and suddenly disappeared. Everything was so incomprehensible. Wu Qiaoji stretched out his hands, constantly feeling over his body. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys are all here, and my second brother is also here, so what exactly did I lose? The inexplicable appearance of the blood-red giant eye, its inexplicable gaze, and its inexplicable departure made Wu Qiaoji's heart anxious to the extreme. Sigh, forget it, don't think about it. If such a terrifying existence really wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have any chance to resist. For now, I should quickly go to Dongxing City and see how the cultists there are doing. Wu Qiaoji stood up and flew back into the air, soon arriving at the central lord's mansion of Dongxing City. Lord Wan Changtian was already waiting there. May I ask if you are the formation master Wu Qiaoji? Seeing the powerful figure appearing in the sky, Wan Changtian asked loudly. Yes, I am Wu Qiaoji. You must be Wan Changtian, the lord of Dongxing City. Tell me, how is the situation in the college entrance examination dungeon now? I need to come up with targeted solutions. Wu Qiaoji landed in front of Wan Changtian and clearly inquired about the situation in the college entrance examination dungeon. Senior, the college entrance examination dungeon is gone. Wan Changtian awkwardly scratched his head and revealed the current situation. Gone? What do you mean? Wu Qiaoji frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Wan Changtian's words. How could the college entrance examination dungeon be gone? It means literally, the college entrance examination dungeon exploded. Wan Changtian smiled awkwardly and gestured an explosion with his hand. Wu Qiaoji pondered for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes, with a look of "Are you kidding me?" exclaiming, "What the hell? Are you saying the college entrance examination dungeon collapsed? How is that possible? The college entrance examination copy is used for talent selection in the Dragon Kingdom. And the quality of the copy is the highest, no one dares to tamper with it. Don't be fooled by the fact that the examination tests first and second tier job changers. The entire copy can withstand the fierce attacks of 8th tier skills. To destroy the college entrance examination copy, one would have to use the terrifying power of 9th tier secret arts. But how could such a big shot possibly have the time to destroy a mere college entrance examination copy? Lord Wan, I rushed over from Qingyun City in a hurry not to hear your jokes. Please take me to the college entrance examination copy. The cult of the evil god is a group of madmen. Letting the children stay in their hands for even a second could be life-threatening. Wu Qiaoji looked skeptical and urged Wan Changtian to take him to the college entrance examination copy quickly. The reason he was so certain was that he worked at the top university in the Eastern Province, Qinglong University, and dealt with the college entrance examination every year. Moreover, the cult's base was near Qingyun City. Although he had never directly encountered those cultists, he was well aware of their capabilities. Even if he sold out the entire cult of the evil god, they could not possibly destroy the college entrance examination copy. Seeing that Wu Qiaoji completely disbelieved him, Wan Changtian could only shake his head helplessly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Fortunately, although the college entrance examination copy had collapsed, the recordings were still preserved. Senior Wu, I'm not joking. Please follow me to the Lord's mansion. The entire process has been live-streamed and recorded for your review. Seeing that Wan Changtian still maintained his original statement and even wanted to present video evidence, Wu Qiaoji's heart began to waver. The college entrance examination copy was really destroyed? Could it have been caused by that terrifying giant eye? The power of that giant eye does seem capable of destroying the college entrance examination copy. The candidates inside couldn't possibly. With a heavy heart, Wu Qiaoji followed Wan Changtian into the Lord's mansion and entered the most confidential conference room. There were no soldiers present. Wan Changtian personally started playing the college entrance examination footage. The earlier content showed a normal college entrance examination, and Wan Changtian began playing from the point where the cultists started their attack. This is that cult's holy son, Shen Hong. I remember he killed over 100 people to study his own talent. I didn't expect him to attack the college entrance examination this time. Upon seeing Shen Hong, Wu Qiaoji's expression immediately turned grim, predicting that there must have been considerable casualties among the candidates. However, as he continued watching, his expression gradually shifted from heavy to joyful. What's this young man's name? He was able to defeat the cultists? Lord Wan, could this person be the protector you secretly arranged? Wan Changtian let out a bitter laugh. The big shot Chu Chen indeed played the role of a protector, but that was not arranged by him. Senior Wu, this person is called Chu Chen, and he is a new student this year. Wan Changtian briefly introduced Chu Chen, not daring to mention his identity at all. Now, he deeply understood the difficulties faced by Lu Yunxian and others. After witnessing Chu Chen's strength, he felt nothing but awe towards him. Moreover, for some reason, with the terrifying curse that Chu Chen suddenly unleashed, even if Wan Changtian were to be killed, he wouldn't leak a single piece of information about Chu Chen. Good. I didn't expect such a talent to emerge from Dongqing City. To defeat the cultists of the cult of the evil god just half a month after job changing is something even the geniuses from the provincial capital can't achieve. As the video continued to play, Wu Qiaoji saw Chu Chen continuously defeating the cultists. It could be said that the precarious situation of the college entrance examination was turned around by Chu Chen alone, giving the outside world a significant operational space. When he saw the holy son Shen Hong finally notice Chu Chen and begin to personally hunt him down, Wu Qiaoji's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew very well that Shen Hong was a fourth-turn powerhouse. Among the four-turn masters, he was a standout presence. Chu Chen had just changed jobs and was no match for Shen Hong, no matter what. However, what happened next nearly made Wu Qiao's eyes pop out. Holy crap! A dragon! A dragon! A dragon! God! How could a divine dragon appear in the college entrance examination instance? Wu Qiao suddenly stood up from his chair, staring intently at the screen. The towering divine dragon seemed to be made of pure gold, radiating a majestic golden light, destroying everything it touched. The entire college entrance examination instance collapsed under the dragon's pressure. In just a few minutes, countless spatial rifts appeared within the instance. The crumbling college entrance examination instance didn't last long before it shattered completely. The candidates were successively teleported out of the instance, and the screen finally stopped. Gulp! Wu Qiao swallowed hard, his heart surging with waves, unable to calm down. He had thought it was the giant eye in the sky wreaking havoc on the college entrance examination instance. He never expected it to be the legendary divine dragon. Even more absurdly, he had clearly seen that the golden dragon appeared suddenly after the cult's holy son attacked Chu Chen. Moreover, after the golden dragon appeared, it instantly tore Shen Hong to pieces, but Chu Chen behind it was unharmed. This made Wu Qiao speculate, could the appearance of the golden dragon be related to Chu Chen? With this thought, Wu Qiao directly asked Wan Changtian, Lord Wan, do you know what this golden dragon is about? Is there any connection between it and Chu Chen? Hearing Wu Qiao's question, Wan Changtian broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself how sharp Wu Qiao's observation was. He had previously discovered the connection between the golden dragon and Chu Chen, but it was only during the on-site investigation that he accidentally found the knife handle discarded by the great Chu Chen, which revealed part of the truth. He never expected Wu Qiao to notice the anomaly from just a video. Senior Wu, this golden dragon suddenly appeared in our Dongxing city half a month ago for some unknown reason. It first appeared in the Goblin Mountain instance. Under the divine might of the golden dragon, the Goblin Mountain instance underwent irreversible terrain changes, turning into a deep canyon. And today is the second appearance of the golden dragon. As for whether the golden dragon is related to Chu Chen, I dare not speculate. Wan Changtian explained to Wu Qiao cautiously. After hearing this, Wu Qiao fell silent for a long time before suddenly slapping his thigh. I got it. Wan Changtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Wu Qiao, thinking, you understood that from what I said so vaguely? Seeing Wan Changtian's surprise, Wu Qiao smiled proudly and expressed all his speculations. Lord Wan, wasn't half a month ago the time for nationwide job changes? Since that day, the golden dragon suddenly appeared in your Dongxing city. Doesn't that mean the golden dragon came for a certain job changer in Dongxing city? And from the video, it seems the golden dragon appeared again to protect Chu Chen, which further confirms my idea this Chu Chen is probably the existence of the destined child. The more Wu Qiao spoke, the more excited he became, and finally, he clenched his fist and shouted, such a talent must not be snatched away by other schools. He must join my Qinglong University, and I will personally teach him. This kid has the golden dragon protecting him, and I belong to Qinglong University. Surely there is a reason for this, as if heaven guided me to Dongxing city. Seeing Wu Qiao's speculation slowly turning into theology, Wan Changtian couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking, with Chu Chen's strength, he could easily be the president of Qinglong University. Wu Qiao still wants to be Chu Chen's teacher. He really is daydreaming. Well, however, since Chu Chen is currently wandering the world, refining his heart in the mortal realm, staying in high school for 3 years seems not impossible for him to go to university. I just don't know if Wu Qiaoji has this kind of fortune. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but Wan Changtian kept nodding in agreement. He was delighted to see Wu Qiaoji's imagination running wild, saving him the trouble of finding excuses. Lord Wan also thinks the same? Ha ha. It seems that heroes see alike. Lord Wan, bring Chu Chen to see me right now. No, that would be too much of a show. I'll go meet him personally. Once this kind of genius is exposed, the entire dragon country will probably fight over him. It's precisely because the college entrance examination has collapsed, and his results haven't been known to the higher-ups yet, that I have this opportunity. I must go in person to show my sincerity. Wu Qiaoji paced back and forth in the conference room, as nervous as if he were going to meet a blind date. Senior Wu, before recruiting Chu Chen, please resolve the issues with the other candidates and the college entrance examination instance. Seeing that Wu Qiaoji was entirely focused on Chu Chen, Wan Changtian quickly pulled his attention back, explaining his current difficulties. Then, he suddenly thought that Wu Qiaoji must have also seen the blood-red giant eye in the sky, worried he might ask about it, so he took the initiative to mention it. And that terrifying giant eye that suddenly appeared in the sky, please also help us relieve the worries of Dongxing city. Upon hearing Wan Changtian's words, Wu Qiaoji suddenly realized that he had come to Dongxing city not to recruit people but to solve problems. Although the issue with the cultists had been resolved, new problems had arisen. The collapse of the college entrance examination instance and the impact on the candidates were significant issues. And that suddenly appearing blood-red giant eye could pose a threat to the safety of the entire Dongxing city. After pondering for a moment, Wu Qiaoji finally spoke. You don't need to worry too much about the collapse of the college entrance examination instance. After all, this was caused by the golden dragon. And there is a reason behind it, which has also sounded the alarm for the entire dragon country. Before the next year's college entrance examination, we will definitely be able to rebuild a new examination instance for you. As for the students' results, I will report to the Provincial Education Bureau for a retest and apply for some extra points for those who fought against the cultists. Lastly, regarding that blood-red giant eye, to be honest, it's the first time I've seen such a terrifying thing. Its power might rival that of the golden dragon in the instance. Lord Wan, do you have any other information about this blood-red giant eye? Hearing Wu Qiaoji's inquiry, Wan Changtian recounted the relevant information about the blood-red giant eye. You said this blood-red giant eye also appeared half a month ago? During that appearance, all the monsters in the Thorn Desert died, but the job changers were unharmed? Today is also the second appearance of this blood-red giant eye? Wu Qiaoji looked at Wan Changtian with a strange expression. The timing and pattern of the blood-red giant eye's appearances were so similar to the golden dragon. Could it be that besides Chu Chen, there is another prodigy in Dongxing city? A small Dongxing city could actually have both a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick? With this curiosity, Wu Qiaoji watched the college entrance examination video back and forth 3 times. However, aside from Chu Chen, no one else caught his eye. Even Lu Yuer, the talented girl, was praised by thousands in Dongxing city, but in Wu Qiaoji's eyes, she could only be considered excellent. After racking his brain, he still found no results and had to give up. Lord Wan, although the blood-red giant eye looks very evil, it has not caused any casualties among the citizens during its 2 appearances, which shows that the blood-red giant eye has no malice towards Dongxing City. With the information I currently have, I cannot deduce the true intentions of the blood-red giant eye, but I will report this matter. You don't need to worry too much. Wan Shangtian had long anticipated this outcome and was pleased, nodding. Alright, Senior Wu, shall we go to Chu Chen's house now? As the saying goes, having someone above makes things easier. What was a very tricky matter for Wan Shangtian was resolved by Wu Qiuji in just a few sentences. After the matter was resolved, Wan Shangtian felt relaxed and took the initiative to suggest finding Chu Chen. Previously, he had been interrupted by the 3 presidents at the college entrance exam square and hadn't had much chance to build a relationship with the big shot Chu Chen. It was a good opportunity to deepen their connection. As for Wu Qiuji wanting to recruit Chu Chen to Qinglong University, that would depend on his own luck. Yes. Let's go, we'll head over right now. It's almost noon, so we can just invite Chu Chen out for a meal. Speaking of Chu Chen, Wu Qiuji's face lit up with a smile again. Regarding that blood-red giant eye, his view was similar to Jin Long's, likely related to a certain new job changer. However, that new person was clearly not as obvious as Chu Chen. Moreover, the aura of the blood-red giant eye was too evil. Even knowing it was strong, Wu Qiuji had no intention of recruiting it. He could only say that he would pay some attention to Dongxing City in the future. And if that genius really appeared, he would try to win him over. The most important thing right now was to recruit Chu Chen, the destined child, to Qinglong University. With different purposes, the 2 fourth-turn powerhouses flew through the air and soon arrived in front of the rental house where Chu Chen lived. Ha! Chu Chen actually lives in such a shabby place? Seeing the environment around the rental house, Wu Qiuji was quite surprised. He had thought that a genius like Chu Chen would have a family background from one of the prominent families in Dongxing City. He never expected that a child from a humble background would emerge as a talent. Senior Wu, Chu Chen is an orphan. He worked part-time while studying in high school, Wan Shangtian explained from the side. After learning about Chu Chen's true identity, Wan Shangtian specifically investigated Chu Chen's information. The results shocked him greatly. It wasn't that the content was particularly glamorous, but rather it was ordinary to the extreme. If Wan Shangtian hadn't known about Chu Chen's big shot status, he would have thought he was just an ordinary boy. One could only say that the big shot's acting was too good. After lurking in Dongxing City for 18 years, this city lord hadn't noticed a thing. Ah, an orphan can achieve such extraordinary results. Chu Chen must have suffered quite a bit, Wu Qiuji sighed, feeling a bit pleased in his heart. After all, recruiting a child from a humble background would definitely be much easier than recruiting a rich young master. With his first mover advantage, if he maximized the conditions, the chances of recruiting Chu Chen were very high. Such a strong person, Wu Qiuji lightly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, is anyone there? After his words fell, the room was silent. Wu Qiuji frowned and knocked again, but there was still no response from inside. City Lord Wan, are you sure this is Chu Chen's home? Of course. I wouldn't mistake my own home for Chu Chen's. Wan Shangtian nodded vigorously, his face slightly embarrassed. He hadn't expected that at this moment, the big shot Chu Chen would not be home. Seems Chu Chen is not at home, but Senior Wu, don't worry, I have Chu Chen's phone number. I'll call him now. Saying this, Wan Shangtian took out his phone and carefully dialed Chu Chen's number. After a few busy signals, the call was quickly connected. Hello, who is this? Chu Chen's cautious voice came from the phone, sounding as if he was on guard against a scam call. Wan Shangtian's mouth twitched. He had just called him and now he was asking who he was. How could this man be like this? Complaining aside, Wan Shangtian didn't dare to act rashly in front of the big shot Chu Chen and hurriedly explained, Chu Chen. It's me, Wan Shangtian. Oh, City Lord, what can I do for you? Chu Chen, a teacher from Qinglong University is here, wanting to specially recruit you to Qinglong University. We're right at your doorstep. Where are you? Is it convenient for you to come out and have a meal with us? Outside the city, Chu Chen sat in a car, watching the streets recede behind him and helplessly replied, Sorry, City Lord, I've already set off for a trip and I probably won't be back in Dongxing City for quite a while. Ah? A trip? So soon? Wan Shangtian never expected that Chu Chen would leave Dongxing City in the blink of an eye, and he suddenly felt empty inside. It seemed he had no chance to cling to the great Chu Chen. Wu Qiuji was not surprised by this. As a university teacher, he knew that many students were heavily suppressed in high school. After the college entrance examination, going on a trip was the choice of many. So he quietly reminded Wan Shangtian, ask him where he's going. Since he had encountered a genius like Chu Chen, Wu Qiaoji would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. Even if Chu Chen had already gone on a trip, he would follow him to recruit him to Qinglong University. Wan Changtian nodded and quickly asked, Chu Chen, where are you going to travel? It's related to your future. The teachers from Qinglong University plan to fly over to discuss it with you in detail. Chu Chen actually hadn't decided yet whether he wanted to go to university. With his strength, there was limited knowledge he could gain from university. However, since a university teacher was willing to talk to him, Chu Chen was happy about it. After all, he was still somewhat curious about university life in this world. Thinking this, Chu Chen patted the cultist beside him and directly asked, where is our destination? The cultist's forehead broke out in black lines upon hearing this. Chu Chen had just spoken to Wan Changtian without any reservations, so several cultists had heard everything. It was one thing to talk to the city lord, but to directly inquire about the headquarters of the evil god cult? What was the messenger trying to do? Confused as he was, the cultist didn't dare to defy Chu Chen's terrifying methods. He opened his phone and found a location to show Chu Chen. Because they had been placed under restrictions by the cult leader, they could never directly reveal the location of the cult's headquarters. So, they could only use other methods to bypass the restrictions. Chu Chen took a careful look at the location on the screen and said to Wan Changtian, City Lord, the place I want to go is Ching Jang Mountain. Ching Jang Mountain? Where is that? This was the first time Wan Changtian had heard of the name Ching Jang Mountain. Just as he was about to ask Chu Chen where it was specifically, Wu Qiaoji, who was beside him, suddenly interjected with a shocked expression, Ching Jang Mountain. Could it be the Ching Jang Mountain north of Qingyun City? Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar voice, but quickly realized that this person must be the university teacher Wan Changtian had mentioned. So he didn't hide it and straightforwardly replied, it should be, the direction I'm heading is indeed Qingyun City. The cultist beside him looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant. However, he dared not say anything and could only force a smile and nod. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiaoji's heart sank. Chu Chen, come back quickly. That Qingjang Mountain is not a good place. Wu Qiaoji snatched the phone from Wan Changtian's hand and shouted anxiously. Others might not know, but he was aware that Qingjang Mountain was the headquarters of the evil god cult. The mountain was shrouded in miasma year-round, and various poisonous beasts lurked there, making it a wasteland for the people of Qingyun City. Before heading to Dongsheng City, someone had invited him to join in the crusade against the evil god cult. However, due to the sudden events in Dongsheng City, he had not agreed. 4. Someone like Chu Chen, who had just changed jobs, to rashly enter Qingjang Mountain would be a certain death. Don't worry, teacher, I know it's not simple. There, but I have a guide, so it will be fine. We're almost at the teleportation array, so let's not chat for now, bye. Chu Chen simply replied and hung up the phone. At this moment, the cultists had already driven Chu Chen to the teleportation array in the neighboring city. The swirling teleportation array was located in a huge square, and as long as a certain fee was paid, one could quickly transfer between the two cities. However, Qingyun City was too far away to reach in one go, requiring multiple transfers. The cultists voluntarily paid the fee for Chu Chen, and then the 5 of them entered the teleportation array together. On the other side, Wu Qiaoji saw the phone suddenly hang up, her expression more serious than ever. In a godforsaken place like Qingjang Mountain, how could there be a tour guide? It can't be wrong. There must be members of the evil god cult beside Chu Chen. He must have been misled by the cultists, that's why he wants to go to Qingjang Mountain. Oh, Chu Chen, those villains are going to harm you. If Shin Mingyuan finds out that you are the culprit behind Shin Hong's death, he will probably torture you to death. No. Shen Mingyuan has extremely powerful divination skills. Perhaps this abduction was orchestrated by him. Wu Qiaoji's mind was in chaos like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth while talking to herself. Senior Wu, please calm down, maybe the situation isn't as bad as you think. Hearing Wu Qiaoji's mutterings, Wan Changtian finally understood. It turned out that the Qingjang Mountain mentioned by the great Chu Chen was the headquarters of the evil god cult. As expected of the great Chu Chen, the information that had eluded him was resolved in the blink of an eye. However, worrying about the safety of the great Chu Chen was less important than worrying about the cultists. The evil god cult would probably soon be eliminated from this world. Lord Wan, you have no idea how dangerous Qingjang Mountain is. No. There's no time to explain. I can't just watch a genius fall into the abyss, I must save him. Wu Qiaoji shoved her phone back into Wan Changtian's hand while taking out a business card to give to him. Lord Wan, since this matter is settled, I will take my leave first. As for what you mentioned, I will explain everything to the Provincial Education Bureau. If there are any issues, you can call me. By the way, if any more prodigies appear in Dongxing City, you must inform me immediately. I suspect that the blood-red giant eye is a being like the golden dragon. After quickly wrapping up everything in a few sentences, Wu Qiaoji flew into the air, racing off into the distance, leaving Wan Changtian alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. Is she leaving just like that? Wan Changtian looked at the business card in his hand, a bitter smile on his face. This Wu Qiaoji seemed like a decent person, but unfortunately she was a bit of a daydreamer. Wan Changtian couldn't possibly tell her about the great Chu Chen's situation. He could only wish in his heart that Wu Qiaoji wouldn't catch up to the great Chu Chen. After all, if she got caught up in the great Chu Chen's skills, she would probably end up in pieces. Wu Qiaoji left Dongxing City, racing back along the route. The teleportation arrays in Longhua were countless, and the connections between different arrays varied. Wu Qiaoji couldn't guess which route Chu Chen would take. So, she decided not to speculate. She planned to reach Ching Jang Mountain first and wait for Chu Chen. At the destination, Chu Chen and his group could only use civilian teleportation arrays to get to Ching Jang Mountain, which was slow and would take about a day. Meanwhile, she had a special pass that allowed her to use the military's dedicated teleportation arrays, which were much faster and would only take 2 hours. As long as she could rescue him before Chu Chen entered Ching Jang Mountain, everything could be turned from danger to safety. You cultists of the evil god, if you dare to harm my good student, I will definitely eradicate the evil god cult. With this thought, Wu Qiaoji passed through one teleportation array after another at an even faster speed than before. 2 hours later, she finally arrived at Ching Jang Mountain. What greeted her was a dark green primitive forest, with tall trees blocking out the sun, like a canopy that completely shrouded the entire Ching Jang Mountain. And beneath that area where sunlight couldn't reach, gray miasma flowed like a stream, giving off a chilling feeling. In the forest, there were occasional ghostly howls, the cries of monsters hidden in the miasma. Although this place had many wild monsters, there were basically no job changers coming here. After all, coming to the Green Miasma Mountain to hunt monsters not only requires dealing with the harsh environment but also preparing enough antidotes. It's tough, exhausting, and costly, so naturally, no one is willing to come. Wu Qiaoji had been on the road for almost 4 continuous hours, and even he, a fifth-turn powerhouse, was feeling a bit overwhelmed. Just as he was about to take a short break, he suddenly spotted a few familiar figures. What are they doing here? Wu Qiaoji saw a burly man, accompanied by 5 or 6 subordinates setting something up around the Green Miasma Mountain. The man was tall and strong, with an eye patch over one eye, and even from a distance, he exuded an intimidating presence. This man was Huo Jun, the vice president of the Black Wolf Guild, the top guild in Qingyun City, with strength at the mid-level of the 5th turn, level 140. It was he who had informed Wu Qiaoji of the location of the evil god cult's headquarters, and invited him to join in eradicating the cultists. Unlike the 3 major guilds in Dongxing City that maintained a balance of power, the Black Wolf Guild was dominant in Qingyun City. Originally, the Black Wolf Guild was just an ordinary small guild in Qingyun City. The previous city lord intended to create a private army and chose the Black Wolf Guild because its president was seen as honest and reliable. With the support of the city lord, more high-level job changers joined the Black Wolf Guild, and this inconspicuous small guild developed rapidly. Soon, the Black Wolf Guild ranked among the top guilds in Qingyun City. In fact, because the city lord often tasked the Black Wolf Guild with handling various affairs inside and outside the city, the guild gained many rights that should not have belonged to it. The Black Wolf Guild gradually evolved into a local power alongside the city lord. By the time the previous city lord realized something was wrong, the influence of the Black Wolf Guild had already spread throughout Qingyun City. The city lord began to take measures to curb the power of the Black Wolf Guild. He thought that as a city lord with deep political acumen and sophisticated methods, dealing with a simple guild president would be easy. However, at that moment, the president of the Black Wolf Guild finally revealed his true nature. He was not the honest old ox he appeared to be. As the guild's name suggested, he was a cunning black wolf. On the surface, the president of the Black Wolf Guild obeyed the city lord's orders, but secretly, he incited his subordinates to create chaos, leaving the previous city lord in a state of distress. After several setbacks, the previous city lord finally realized he had created a very dangerous entity, but he had no power to deal with it. Ultimately, the previous city lord fled, using his connections to transfer out of Qingyun City. Without the oversight of the city lord, the Black Wolf Guild became even more unrestrained. Many high-level job changers were monopolized by the Black Wolf Guild. The equipment market and the leveling market in Qingyun City were dominated by the Black Wolf Guild. Even the entry quotas for high-level dungeons, which should have belonged to the city lord's office, were in the hands of the Black Wolf Guild. The new city lord also attempted to reduce the power of the Black Wolf Guild, but unfortunately, her foundation was too shallow to shake this behemoth. The various forces in the city had intricate ties of interest with the Black Wolf Guild. Any attempt to move against the Black Wolf Guild would have far-reaching consequences. As a local of Qingyun City and a teacher at Qinglong University, Wu Qiaoji was generally aware of these matters. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of the Black Wolf Guild. However, a few days ago, Wu Wanjun suddenly approached him, saying that the Black Wolf Guild intended to eradicate the evil god cult. This made Wu Qiaoji slightly change his view of the Black Wolf Guild. The reason they sought him out was that Wu Wanjun planned to use the power of formations against the evil god cult. After all, the terrain of the Green Miasma Mountain was treacherous, with miasma and toxins providing natural protection, making it a formidable fortress. Using formations to directly attack the Green Miasma Mountain, while crude, was indeed the simplest method. With the financial power of the Black Wolf Guild, if they were determined to eradicate the evil god cult, this amount of money was nothing. How did an outsider get in here? Just as Wu Qiaoji noticed Wu Wanjun also noticed Wu Qiaoji. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Wu Qiaoji. Upon realizing that the newcomer was indeed Wu Qiaoji, the ruthlessness in his eyes instantly turned to surprise. Oh, Master Wu, what brings you here? Has the situation in Dongxing City been resolved so quickly? Wu Wanjun swiftly approached Wu Qiaoji with a few quick movements. Although he appeared somewhat bulky, his speed was remarkably fast. There are experts assisting in Dongxing City, so it's basically resolved. But how come you all acted so quickly? Is the plan ready? Wu Qiaoji briefly explained the situation in Dongxing City and then voiced his doubts. When Wu Wanjun sought him out, he had his sights set on Wu Qiaoji's profession as a formation master, hoping to have him design a combination formation that could comprehensively strike at Ching Jang Mountain. This was a massive project, and Wu Qiaoji was still in the stage of gathering terrain data, not yet having officially started the design. Then he encountered the incident of the cultists attacking in Dongxing City, so he hurried over. He never expected that. In just 4 hours, the people from the Black Wolf Guild had already begun to act. Master Wu, to be honest, we currently don't have any plans, we just intend to set up as many formations as possible around Ching Jang Mountain. Because, not long ago, a spy I planted in the Black Wolf Guild sent back news. The cult leader Shin Mingyuan suffered a great backlash while attempting to divine the secrets of heaven, and his lifespan is running short. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Shin Mingyuan manages to restore his lifespan, it will be difficult to capture him again. Wu Wanjun spoke candidly about the situation, treating Wu Qiaoji with great respect. After all, Wu Qiaoji was the most outstanding formation master in Qingyun City. With his involvement, both the speed of setting up formations and the design of combination formations would be elevated to a new level. Oh? Is that so? Wu Qiaoji was also somewhat surprised. The previous city lord had attempted to eradicate the evil god cult, but Shin Mingyuan, being proficient in divination, always managed to turn danger into safety. If Shin Mingyuan truly suffered a backlash from divining the secrets of heaven and could not avoid misfortune in the short term, then this was indeed the best opportunity to eradicate the evil god cult. However, Wu Qiaoji still felt a bit curious. President Hua, what was Shin Mingyuan trying to divine that caused him such serious injuries? Cultists are treacherous and cunning, be careful not to fall into their traps. Wu Wanjun smiled confidently, patting his chest and assuring Master Wu, rest assured, the information is absolutely true. Even ordinary cultists have begun to retract their activities, clearly indicating that Shin Mingyuan is in big trouble. As for what that old fellow was trying to divine, I wouldn't know. It might be an opportunity for him to advance to the sixth transition. Wu Wanjun's laughter was hearty, but a barely perceptible glint of danger flashed in his single eye. Seeing Wu Qiaoji in deep thought, he returned to normal and continued, since Master Wu has come, you must be looking to lend us a hand. Next, I hope to trouble Master Wu, our Black Wolf Guild will surely reward you handsomely. The method for divining the opportunity for the sixth transition? Wu Qiaoji nodded thoughtfully. Above the fifth transition, each stage was incredibly difficult. Even the simplest job transition tasks were not something an ordinary person could easily complete. If Shin Mingyuan wanted to divine the path to advancement, suffering a backlash would indeed be normal. As for the reward, it doesn't matter. Eradicating the cult and restoring clarity to Qingyun City is what I value most. However, I would like to ask President Hua for a small favor. I have a student who happened to be captured by the cultists and should return to Ching Jang Mountain within a day. I hope the brothers of the Black Wolf Guild can keep an eye on it. Ha, such a small matter, Master Wu can rest assured. Since he is Master Wu's esteemed disciple, I will definitely have my brothers pay more attention and ensure we rescue him from the hands of the cultists. Hearing Wu Qiao's request, Wu Wanjun laughed heartily and agreed without hesitation. He then eagerly urged, Master Wu, since that's the case, please start taking charge of the formation arrangement quickly. Our Black Wolf Guild has mobilized over 500 people today, most of whom are formation masters. 54th turn, 103rd turn, 152nd turn, and 201st turn. They are all listening to your orders, Master Wu. Seeing Huo Wanjuan's urgency, Wu Qiao was not impatient. After all, opportunities are fleeting. However, he did not expect that the Black Wolf Guild had sent a full 500 formation masters. 500 formation masters might be all the formation masters in Qingyun City. But first and second turn formation masters, in a dangerous place like Ching Jang Mountain, are practically useless except as cannon fodder. Second turn formation masters are already in life-threatening danger in the face of miasma, and first turn formation masters would be doomed if they encountered it. The Black Wolf Guild seemed to plan to use the lives of the formation masters to crush the evil god cult. Although the evil god cult is despicable, is this approach too extreme? Wu Qiao intended to tell Huo Wanjun to let the first and second turn formation masters leave. However, when he met Huo Wanjuan's single eye, he suddenly froze. There was a strange fervor in Huo Wanjuan's eyes. That was definitely not the emotion one should have when exterminating cultists. Even if someone truly hated evil, it wouldn't be this vice president of the Black Wolf Guild. After all, the evil god cult had been committing evil for some time. If the Black Wolf Guild really intended to exterminate the cultists, they could have done so long ago. Wu Qiao sighed inwardly. He had thought the Black Wolf Guild intended to do something just for Qingyun City. It seemed their actions were for another purpose. Does Master Wu have any other matters? Huo Wanjun asked in confusion. Wu Qiao smiled slightly and said discreetly, President Hua, withdraw the first and second turn formation masters to the periphery. Dealing with the evil god cult requires meticulous connections in the formation. Their involvement won't help at all, and if they make a mistake and damage the formation, it will affect the progress. Hearing that it might affect the progress, Hua Wanjun nodded repeatedly. Alright, I will immediately send someone to call those useless ones back. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Wu Qiao did not linger and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Ching Jang Mountain. Watching Wu Qiao's departing figure, Huo Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. With Wu Qiao joining, the speed of the formation arrangement can be greatly accelerated. With these 500 formation masters, we should be able to cover Ching Jang Mountain with the Four Directions Thunder Light formation within a day. The Black Wolf Guild wanted to arrange a formation called the Four Directions Thunder Light formation on Ching Jang Mountain. Although this was only a second-tier formation, it had the highest damage among Thunder attribute formations. Thunder has a special enhancement against evil entities. With hundreds of Four Directions Thunder Light formations combined, even a mountain could be flattened. Boss, do we need to send someone to look for that student Wu Qiao mentioned? At that moment, a subordinate beside him asked. Huo Wanjun glanced at his subordinate and said with a half-smile, the urgent matter is to eliminate the evil god cult and retrieve what belongs to our Black Wolf Guild from that guy Shin Mingyuan. Whether Wu Qiao's student lives or dies has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Huo Wanjuan's gaze turned towards the mountain shrouded in miasma, and he snorted coldly, humph. That old thing Shin Mingyuan is truly ungrateful. If his evil god cult hadn't had our support, who knows how many times it would have been exterminated already. Now that he has grown wings, he dares to snatch the master's things? Since that's the case, this old dog is of no use anymore. As Wu Qiao had guessed, the Black Wolf Guild did not come to eradicate the evil god cult with the intention of protecting the people. The root of everything lies in an object in Shin Mingyuan's hands. Far away, Xu Chen naturally did not know that the Qing Jang Mountain was already in turmoil. With absolute strength, Xu Chen suppressed the four cultists firmly. Although he was exhausted from the journey, he felt quite comfortable under the careful attention of the four cultists. Whatever he wanted to eat or drink, he simply ordered the cultists to buy it. The reason was Lord Evil God's test. Gradually, the four cultists began to sense something was off. Why does Lord Evil God want to test us? With cola and fatty beef? Our budget was already tight, and now it's all being spent on Xu Chen. What do we do? I said there was something wrong with this. Xu Chen, what a load of nonsense about being an evil god's messenger, a total fraud. Absolutely a fraud. Damn. If you had said that earlier, why didn't you say it to Xu Chen's face? What good does it do to say it to us? Sweat. It's not like we can beat him. Old brother has already turned into a mummy. I don't want to die. Let's just keep playing along. If we can trick him to the headquarters, if he really is a messenger, then we will have done a great deed. If not, we can offer him as a blood sacrifice to the Lord. Good idea. Let's do it. The four cultists carrying Xu Chen quickly reached an agreement in private. Although Chu Chen did not know what the four cultists were discussing, he could tell from their demeanor that it was not a good thing. However, he didn't care anymore. His original intention was to find the headquarters of the evil god cult and destroy it. Naturally, he would not let these minions of the evil god cult go. Time flew by, and soon a day had passed. Chu Chen and the four cultists finally arrived at the largest city in the eastern province, Qingyun City. Lord Messenger, this is Qingyun City. As the capital of the eastern province, the prosperity of Qingyun City is incomparable to Dongsheng City. Skyscrapers towered into the clouds, and the streets were bustling with activity. Passers-by exuded an impressive aura, and second and third tier job changers were everywhere. Lord Messenger, this is Qingyun City. Next, we will return to the headquarters through a secret teleportation array. Our Lord has established many secret teleportation arrays for the safety of the headquarters. Different people carry out different tasks and must use certain special teleportation arrays to return. Listening to the cultist's explanation, Chu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He mused that the leader of the evil god cult was indeed a cautious person. Under the guidance of the cultists, Chu Chen walked through the streets and alleys and soon arrived at an apparently ordinary restaurant. The four cultists made a secret gesture to the boss behind the counter. The boss quietly stood up and led Chu Chen and the others to the basement. In the dimly lit basement, there was a small teleportation array emitting a blue light. The four cultists naturally stepped into the array, and Chu Chen followed behind. Buzz! The teleportation array burst into light, and the group instantly disappeared. Unlike previous teleportations, this one was brief because the distance was short. The five of them were teleported to a hidden valley. Chu Chen looked around and found himself in a large mountain surrounded by a gray mist that resembled haze. For some unknown reason, the mist did not spread into the valley. One cultist took out a token and embedded it into a groove. The shimmering light in front gradually faded, revealing a cave. Oh, so there's an illusion array here. But why are there two statues? As Chu Chen entered the cave, the first thing that caught his eye was two tall stone statues resembling crows. Two pitch-black crows stood high on stone pedestals, their blood-red eyes seeming to watch Chu Chen and the others as if they were alive. Lord Messenger, this is the black crow statue, which will detect the aura of those who come. If the newcomer does not belong to the cult of the evil god, then it will not reveal the passage to the cult of the evil god. One of the cultists explained, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. As an outsider, Chu Chen would certainly not be able to pass the inspection of the black crow statue. This was just the reason they needed to enter the cult of the evil god first and report this matter to the leader. As long as the leader arrived, it wouldn't matter whether Chu Chen's identity was real or fake. However, before the cultist could finish speaking, the eyes of the two black crows flashed red. Simultaneously, and another teleportation array appeared before the five of them. TSK, another teleportation array. Your leader really has everything. Interconnected, Chu Chen said, glancing at the teleportation array with disdain. He then reluctantly patted the black crow statue and walked straight towards the teleportation array. Just a moment ago, he had tried to put the two black crow statues into his backpack space, but it had failed. This left him somewhat regretful, but he suddenly realized an opportunity. The cult of the evil god must have many treasures, right? It would be too wasteful to just destroy the cult of the evil god so brutally. He should first loot the place after entering the cult of the evil god, and then destroy it. The four cultists naturally had no idea about the dangerous thoughts in Chu Chen's mind. They stared at the suddenly appearing teleportation array, all dumbfounded. What? How could this black crow statue be broken? Chu Chen clearly wasn't a member of the cult of the evil god. Could these two crows be traitors? The four cultists had no idea that the soul of the holy son of the cult, Shenhong, had died within Chu Chen. Thus, Chu Chen naturally possessed the aura of the cult of the evil god. Why aren't you coming in? Is there some other condition to enter the cult of the evil god? Seeing the four cultists frozen in place, not stepping into the teleportation array for a long time, Chu Chen's eyes narrowed. And no. Feeling the chill in Chu Chen's gaze, the four cultists shivered in fear and hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array. Although they had a vague feeling that bringing Chu Chen back to the headquarters of the cult of the evil god was not a wise decision, their lives were now in Chu Chen's hands, and they dared not defy him. Once the five of them stood on the teleportation array, the array lit up, and the four were quickly teleported away. The scene in the valley slowly returned to its original state. However, at that moment, Wu Xiaoji's figure suddenly appeared in the valley. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Chen was among those who were just teleported away. I didn't expect they came directly through the teleportation array. Now they've captured Chu Chen and taken him to the headquarters of the cult of the evil god. This could be troublesome. Wu Xiao. She looked at the heavy mountain wall, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. After learning that the Black Wolf Guild had ulterior motives, he no longer expected Huan Jun to help him find Chu Chen. So, while setting up the 4 directions thunder light array, he also laid out a circle of reconnaissance arrays on the edges. Perhaps by good luck, he managed to discover the cultists. However, by the time he rushed over, Chu Chen and the cultists had already been teleported away. He only caught a glimpse of a few shadows. Because Wu Qiaoji had a deep impression of Chu Chen, even a hurried glance was enough for him to confirm that it was indeed Chu Chen. But now, Chu Chen had been captured by the cultists and taken to their lair. The lair of the cult of the evil god was filled with cultists. Even he, a 5th-tier array master, would likely face a perilous situation if he entered. What to do? Should he leave and give up on Chu Chen? Or should he take the risk to save this genius? After thinking for just a few seconds, Wu Qiaoji made his decision. He would go save Chu Chen, a student who dared to fight against the cultists. A genius with extraordinary talent. As a teacher, he could not stand by and watch such a young life wither away. Moreover, Chu Chen had just been captured. He wouldn't be blood sacrificed immediately, so he still had some time to act. Having made up his mind, Wu Qiaoji quickly flew towards Huan Jun. He now needed Huan Jun to support him from the outside. Throughout this day, he had basically filled the entire Ching Jang Mountain with the 4 directions thunder light formation. The Black Wolf Guild could be considered to owe him a favor this time. Now that Wu Qiaoji had asked Huan Jun to help him, he wouldn't have to take risks himself, and it seemed Huan Jun would not refuse. Sure enough, when Wu Qiaoji informed Huan Jun that Chu Chen had been captured by the cultists and taken to the headquarters of the evil god cult, Huan Jun, with great loyalty, told Wu Qiaoji that he would arrange enough personnel outside, and once Wu Qiaoji rescued Chu Chen, he would provide cover while activating all the 4 directions thunder light formations. Hearing this, Wu Qiaoji felt relieved and returned to that mountain hollow. Whether it was an illusion formation or a teleportation formation, they essentially belonged to the category of formations. As the strongest formation master in Qingyun City, breaking these formations was still quite easy, though it would take a little time. However, not long after Wu Qiaoji had just left, Huan Jun issued an order to his subordinates. Send my orders for everyone to return. Soon, I will detonate all the 4 directions thunder light formations. If anyone gets killed in the explosion, I won't take responsibility. Ha? Boss, what did you just say? A nearby lackey looked a bit dazed, doubting his own ears. Damn it! I said to get everyone ready. In a bit, I'm going to activate the big formation and blow up Ching Jang Mountain. Huan Jun glared at the lackey and repeated it irritably. But didn't Master Wu just? The lackey finally understood, but his expression turned even more shocked. Just a moment ago, Huan Jun had promised to support Wu Qiaoji in rescuing his student. How could he suddenly want to blow up the big formation? With hundreds of formations unleashing their power, even if Wu Qiaoji was a 5th-turn expert, the chances of survival would probably be pitifully low. Hearing the lackey's words, a gleam of self-satisfaction flashed in Huan Jun's single eye as he laughed. Kid, this is why I'm the boss and you're just a lackey. Although we have set up many formations, the evil god cult also has defensive measures. Under mutual checks and balances, how much damage can truly fall on that old thing Shen Mingyuan? And now, with Wu Qiaoji, this 5th-turn expert, entering the headquarters of the evil god cult, isn't he just holding Shen Mingyuan in check for us? Ha ha. I can only say I'm very grateful to Wu Qiaoji's student. He's simply my lucky star. Of course, if Wu Qiaoji dies, I will definitely report to the president and have him posthumously awarded the title of martyr. After the 5 of them teleported, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the evil god cult. The first thing that caught Chu Chen's eye was a spacious hall. The hall was decorated quite simply, with ordinary marble covering the walls and ceiling. But Chu Chen knew this was the interior of Ching Jang Mountain. To build such a structure inside Ching Jang Mountain showed that the evil god cult had amassed quite a bit of money. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Why are you all so late returning? Quickly go to the worship hall and report to the deputy leader. At that moment, an old man in a black robe at the entrance of the hall spoke up with dissatisfaction. The leader had issued a command to return to the headquarters a day ago, and these people had delayed their return for a whole day, which was quite excessive. Guardian, we were out on a mission. We will go find the deputy leader right away. The 4 cultists respectfully bowed to the old man and then hurriedly left the teleportation hall, filled with fear. In the evil god cult, the hierarchy was quite strict. High-ranking cultists could kill ordinary cultists with just a grand reason. Therefore, when cultists encountered guardians, elders, and other high-ups, they were all trembling with fear and showed utmost respect. Chu Chen also left with the cultists. Glancing curiously at the guardian old man while on the road, Chuchen also learned a bit about the evil god cult. The cult has ordinary, intermediate, and advanced followers, above whom are the guardians, elders, and deputy leaders. At the top of the evil god cult stands the leader, Shin Ming Yuan. The strength of the guardians is generally at the initial stage of the fourth transformation. Knowing that the old man's strength might not even be as good as the cult's holy son, Shin Hon, Chuchen quickly lost interest. Walking through a fairly wide tunnel, Chuchen surveyed his surroundings. The ground was spacious, and there were individual rooms around. Aside from the lack of windows, it was not much different from an ordinary building. Wait a minute. Tell me where your evil god cult keeps its skill books? Chuchen called out to the 4 cultists ahead and asked. He had no interest in meeting the deputy leader. He was now focused on realizing his grand plan to pocket all the secrets of the evil god cult. The 4 cultists were momentarily stunned, unsure of what Chuchen intended to do, but they still told him the location of the library. Sir, the library is just where we just passed. That guardian just now is the manager of the library. Are you looking for any specific skills? Why not meet the leader first, and then? Chuchen casually interrupted the cultist, stating firmly, as a dignified messenger of the evil god, it should be your deputy leader who comes to see me. Oh no, it should be the leader who personally comes to see me. So, you all go about your business, I'll just take a look around. After saying that, Chuchen turned back. The cultists exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. In the end, one of them gritted his teeth and hurried towards the worship hall. Chuchen was not someone they could provoke, and this person was quite strange. In any case, they had to report this matter to the leader. Looking back at the few cultists who hurriedly ran away, a meaningful smile appeared on Chuchen's face. Chaos is more fun. As Chuchen walked back, he looked at the surrounding rooms. Sure enough, right in front of the teleportation hall, he saw a semi-transparent door. Through the door, Chuchen could vaguely see various dazzling lights flashing within. Wow! So bright? What level of skill book is this? At least starting from level 5, right? Damn! Is the evil god cult this rich? Chuchen's heart raced, feeling as if he had found a treasure. What are you doing back here? At that moment, the guardian at the door also spotted Chuchen, his gaze unfriendly, like a python ready to strike. Chuchen felt no anger at the guardian's question. He smiled slightly at the old man and said, "Old man, open the door to the library for me. I want to take a look." Chuchen could sense that there was a formation set on the library's door. He had never learned any skills related to formations and had no idea how to break it. However, the old guardian surely had a way. Yet, upon hearing Chuchen's words, the old guardian suddenly froze for a moment, almost unable to believe that someone dared to be so disrespectful to him, a guardian of the evil god cult. After a brief moment of shock, endless rage followed. "Kid, what did you just call me? I am a guardian, do you dare to disrespect me? Are you looking for death?" The old guardian roared, his withered hand suddenly transforming into a sharp eagle claw, directly reaching for Chuchen's shoulder. The powerful force displaced the air, creating a whistling sound, indicating that this strike was fierce and unmatched. If caught, Chuchen's shoulder would likely be crushed in an instant. And this was exactly what the old guardian wanted to see. A mere ordinary follower dared to disrespect him, the guardian, and he naturally had to be severely punished. However, the next moment, Chuchen casually swatted, as if swatting a fly, striking the guardian's eagle claw. Crack! The old guardian's arm uncontrollably twisted, bending at a 90 degrees angle, dislocating completely. He himself crashed against the wall with a loud bang. What is happening? Ah, it hurts. My arm is broken. The old guardian's head buzzed, and for a moment, he didn't know what had happened. The intense pain radiating from his arm finally brought him back to his senses. I was knocked down by an ordinary believer? No way. How could an ordinary believer have such terrifying strength? Forget ordinary believers, even an elder at the peak of the fourth transition couldn't easily knock me away. Who is this person? Just as the old guardian's mind was racing, Chuchen grabbed him by the back of the neck and said calmly, "Old man, can you be a little more honest? Now, can you help me unlock the formation in the library?" Hearing Chuchen's emotionless voice and feeling the force on his neck, the old guardian's hair stood on end, but he finally understood what was happening. He struggled to suppress the fear in his heart and coldly said to Chuchen, "You are an outsider? You really have some guts to enter the headquarters of our evil god sect alone." The headquarters is guarded by the sect leader, with over 24th transition experts, no matter how strong you can't leave unscathed. If you let me go now, I can pretend I didn't see anything and let you leave. The old guardian tried to use the evil god sect to threaten Chuchen, but upon hearing this, Chuchen frowned impatiently. "Old man, you're quite verbose. It seems you still haven't realized the current situation. Saying this, Shuchen lifted the old guardian's head and slammed it against the library door. Bang! The library door erupted with a brilliant light, forming a yellowish protective shield. The old guardian's head collided with the shield, instantly causing blood to flow. If you don't help me open the formation, I'll break it open with your head. I just don't know which is harder, your head or this formation. Shuchen lifted the old guardian's head again and slammed it against the door. Bang bang bang. At first, the old guardian thought he could withstand it with his fourth transition attributes. However, he quickly realized how naive that thought was. Shuchen looked young, but the strength in his hands was terrifying. With each slam, the old guardian felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, making him dizzy. In just a few breaths, the old guardian was already covered in blood. No, don't hit me anymore, I'll open it, I'll open the door for you. Don't hit me. The old guardian's heart sank like a stone. He finally realized that this intruder into the evil god sect headquarters was probably a madman. If he didn't do as he said, even if the sect leader could eventually kill him, he would definitely have no place to be buried. Hearing the old guardian's pleas for mercy, Shuchen finally stopped his actions. However, he still held the old guardian by the neck, silently watching him. The old guardian dared not say much and quickly took out a jade token, gently waving it over the door. The yellowish light shield dissipated like mist. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Shuchen's eyes as he quickly pushed the door open. The door opened, and Shuchen finally saw the scene inside. It was a small room with several rows of bookshelves, resembling a small library. On the shelves, skill books were neatly arranged, with an estimated few hundred in total. However, upon seeing so many skill books, Shuchen's expression suddenly turned grim. Because the strange phenomenon he had seen outside had disappeared. Looking around, he did not see any skill books radiating with precious light. Confused, Shuchen walked among the shelves and found that most of the skill books were second and third tier, with only 1 or 2 fourth tier skills. As for the skill books above the fifth level that Shuchen was looking forward to, there wasn't even a single one. Old man, where did you hide the high-level skill books? I saw quite a few good things inside just now, how come there's nothing as soon as I come in? Is there a basement in this library? Shuchen looked at the guardian old man with displeasure and questioned him. Upon hearing this, the guardian old man instinctively shrank his neck, hesitating whether to reveal the truth. However, seeing Shuchen mention him again, seemingly about to slam him against the wall, his hesitation instantly vanished. Big shot. Don't hit. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. This library actually doesn't have any high-level skill books. What you saw outside was actually an illusion created by a magic array. The purpose was to deceive the followers. The guardian old man gritted his teeth and finally revealed the truth. This was also why he, as a library administrator, didn't stay in the library but instead spent every day outside it. Shuchen's mouth twitched. So it was fake, what a waste of feelings. Shuchen unhappily stored all the skill books into his backpack space. Although they were all second and third level skill books, there were quite a few, and they could sell for a lot of money. But why are there no first level skill books here? Shuchen asked in confusion. He could understand the absence of high level skill books, but it was a bit strange that there were no first level skill books either. Because this is the headquarters of the evil god cult, and first level followers don't have the qualifications to enter the headquarters, so the guardian old man explained cautiously. Upon hearing this, Shuchen suddenly realized first-level followers were not worthy of coming to the headquarters of the evil god cult, so there wouldn't be any first-level skill books here. Well, no matter what, I've still managed to scavenge quite a few good things. The drop rate for skill books was very low, and getting hundreds of them at once made Shuchen feel quite good overall. After leaving the library, Shuchen glanced around the corridor a few times, and finally looked at the guardian old man. In his hand, smilingly asking, Old man, where is the equipment area of your evil god cult? The worship hall. This is the largest place in the headquarters of the evil god cult. The entire space is the size of a football field, with thick stone pillars coated in a layer of gold powder, shining under the white lights of the ceiling. At the very back of the hall stands a tall statue. The statue depicts a demon with 2 horns on its head and wings on its back, with a fierce appearance. In the understanding of the followers of the evil god cult, this is the image of the evil god. In the evil god cult, all followers must spend an hour every day in the worship hall worshipping the evil god, listening to the teachings of the leader, and feeling the grace of the evil god. In other words, it is a scheduled brainwashing session to prevent followers from developing dissenting thoughts. At this moment, the deputy leader had just finished a brainwashing speech, and over 100 followers were sitting in the hall, shouting the slogan, Heaven does not save, the evil god is eternal. Just then, The 4 cultists who had led Chu Chen hurriedly entered the hall. Why are you all so late to participate in the worship? The deputy leader's gaze sharpened, a fierce light bursting forth in his eyes. Deputy leader, we are followers who went to Dongqing City to carry out a mission. We have important matters to report. The 4 cultists said to the deputy leader, extremely anxious. Oh, so it's you guys. The deputy leader looked at them meaningfully. The leader suffered a backlash from divination, seemingly because of the mission in Dongqing City. He was also very curious about what had happened in Dongqing City that could cause such a significant impact from so far away. The leader ordered you to go to the blood pool to find him as soon as you return. By the way, the leader should have instructed you to bring back a sacrifice, right? How many did you catch? Upon hearing the deputy leader's inquiry, the faces of the 4 cultists turned pale. They dared not say that not only did they not bring back a sacrifice, but they had instead brought back a calamity. In order to save their own lives, the 4 did not hesitate to lie, saying, My lord, we were in a hurry on the road and only caught 1 sacrifice. However, this sacrifice is young but has extremely vigorous energy. 1 person is equivalent to 3 or 4. It's just that this person is a bit strange. As soon as he entered the headquarters, he just disappeared. The 4 had already discussed this before coming. They could not say that Chu Chen had considerable strength, nor could they say that they had brought him back to the evil god sect knowing he was strong. So, they directly labeled Chu Chen as a sacrifice and fled into the evil god sect. This way, they had extricated themselves from the matter. Even if the leader later learned of Chu Chen's strength, the conclusion would be that Chu Chen had deceived them, which allowed him to enter the evil god sect. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the deputy leader was somewhat dissatisfied but did not have too many doubts. This is a sacrifice to be offered to the leader. We cannot be negligent. I will now order a few people to search with you. You must find him quickly. The 4 cultists twitched their mouths fiercely. They were now 100 times unwilling to have any further contact with Chu Chen. Just as they were racking their brains to refuse this task, a panicked shout suddenly came from outside the hall. Deputy leader, it's bad. It's bad. A cultist stumbled into the worship hall looking extremely terrified. What's going on? Making such a fuss? The deputy leader scolded. In dissatisfaction upon seeing this. Deputy leader, someone has invaded our headquarters and robbed the library and the treasure vault. The cultist took a deep breath, his face pale, and the words he spoke left the deputy leader dumbfounded. What's going on? Someone invaded the evil god sect? What's their configuration? How many people? How did they get in? The deputy leader swallowed hard, nervously inquiring. Just 1 person. I don't know how they got in. Our defensive array didn't trigger any alarms. The cultist stammered. What? Just 1 person? And no alarms were triggered? Could it be that the 5th-tier array master from Qingyun City came? No. Even that 5th-tier array master wouldn't dare to enter the evil god sect alone. The deputy leader pondered for a moment and suddenly turned to look at the 4 cultists. These 4 cultists had just said they had escaped with a sacrifice, and now an attack had occurred at the headquarters. The deputy leader instinctively linked these 2 events together. He had both groups describe the appearance of the sacrifice and the attacker. Upon comparison, it turned out to be the same person. You 4 bastards. The leader ordered you to catch a sacrifice and what did you bring back? The deputy leader cursed angrily and immediately led a group of people to capture that arrogant guy. With just 1 person, he was not afraid at all. The dignified evil god sect had hundreds of followers. Could they not handle a mere little thief? A group of cultists quickly rushed out of the worship hall and headed towards the treasure vault. Along the way, they saw that almost all the adjacent rooms had been opened. The cultists guarding the rooms had all been knocked unconscious or even killed. The entire headquarters of the evil god sect was in disarray. This is too much. If I catch this person, I will definitely strip him of his tendons and bones, make him endure the most terrifying roar of our evil god sect, and finally leave not a drop of blood for the blood sacrifice. The deputy leader roared and was the first to rush into the treasure vault. However, the treasure vault was empty. Not only was there no sign of Chu Chen, but all the various equipment in the vault had also vanished without a trace. Damn it! They actually robbed our evil god sect. That's all money. Money! The deputy leader's eyes blazed with fury as he screamed in anger. Although the vault contained mostly silver equipment, there were occasional pieces of gold equipment. But the quantity was indeed considerable, with over 1,000 pieces. The total value was probably over 100 million. And now, it was all gone. The leader temporarily stepped back, and on his first day in charge as the deputy leader, such a huge blunder occurred that it nearly drove him mad. He quickly rushed out of the treasure vault and grabbed a panting guy on the way, fiercely asking, "Where did that guy who attacked our evil god sect go?" The intense pain made the cultist grimace, but he still struggled to point in a direction for the deputy leader. "Blood pool. What? That kid actually went to the blood pool? Ha ha. The leader is resting in the blood pool. That kid is simply seeking his own death." Hearing that Chu Chen had run to the blood pool, the deputy leader was so furious he laughed. Although Shen Mingyuan had suffered a backlash from divination and had a greatly reduced lifespan, he was still a 5th-tier master. A starving camel is bigger than a horse. Even if that intruder had some skills, he was definitely not a match for the leader. "All disciples, follow me to the blood pool and witness the leader personally slay the intruder." "Old man, are you sure your leader is in that blood pool?" Chu Chen asked as he walked deeper underground. Although he had looted the 2 major treasure vaults of the evil god sect and obtained quite a few equipment and skill books, the haul was still far from his expectations. What he had scavenged were all very ordinary items. He came to the evil god sect to steal treasures, not to pick up trash. After some thought, Chu Chen decided to find the leader of the evil god sect. The treasure vault was filled with junk, which was obvious. The good stuff had been embezzled by the higher-ups of the evil god sect. And the leader of the evil god sect was naturally at the forefront of that. Another reason was that Chu Chen wanted to confirm whether the person who had investigated him that day was indeed Shen Mingyuan. If the evil god sect was destroyed but the hidden danger remained, it would be a huge blunder. "Big boss, I'm sure. Usually, the leader handles the sect's affairs, especially the worship ceremonies. But today the leader has not appeared at all, so he must be in the blood pool absorbing energy," the old guardian said tremulously. He was also a veteran of the evil god sect, so he was quite clear about the matters concerning the leader, Shen Mingyuan. The reason he spoke so honestly was simple. Chu Chen had directly killed another guardian in front of him. Although the old man was advanced in age, he didn't want to depart this world just yet. "As long as you're sure." Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The leader of the evil god sect was at the 5th tier, and encountering him would definitely require a lot of effort. However, for a little money, it was worth the trouble. When he was at the 2nd tier, he could spar with the 4th-tier holy son, Shin Hong. Now that he had reached the 3rd tier, it should be no problem to exchange a few moves with the 5th-tier Shin Mingyuan, right? Even if he couldn't win, he could just unleash his ultimate move. Under the guidance of the old guardian, Chu Chen followed the tunnel built by the evil god sect all the way down. The surrounding rooms gradually decreased, but a bloody aura became increasingly intense. Feeling this aura, the old guardian couldn't help but swallow hard. The evil god sect would periodically send a batch of people to the blood pool as sacrifices to the evil god. Among them were those captured from outside and those who violated the sect's rules. Although it was said to be a sacrifice to the evil god, the old guardian knew that those people ultimately merged into the blood pool through mysterious means, becoming nourishment for the evil god sect. That's right, they were nourishment for the entire evil god sect. Because the leader, Shen Mingyuan, possessed a special skill. This skill was called Blood Shadow Claw, which seemed like an ordinary 1st-tier skill. But those who knew the truth would be deeply shocked by the power of this skill. Because it was a universal skill that anyone could learn. And the most outrageous part was that it could actually grow. That's right, this skill could continuously grow by absorbing energy from the blood pool. Therefore, usually, apart from the cult leader, only those who perform well in the evil god cult are qualified to approach the blood pool and utilize the energy within to enhance the Blood Shadow Claw skill. After walking for about 5 minutes, Chu Chen finally saw a tall blood-red door appear in his line of sight. In front of the door, 2 guardians were meditating with their eyes closed, resembling 2 statues. Upon hearing someone approach, both guardians opened their eyes simultaneously, and a wave of bloodthirsty aura rushed towards them. "Who dares to intrude into the sacred ground of the blood pool? I am your father." Chu Chen smiled slightly, and without saying another word, he charged directly. He hurled the old guardian towards the 2 guardians, and his whole body surged forward at an incredible speed towards them. "What the hell? You can't do this, big shot." Throwing it away after using it is too ungrateful, the old guardian wailed. He was now covered in injuries and had no strength left to resist. "Eagle old man, you actually teamed up with an outsider to force your way into the blood pool?" One guardian shouted angrily upon seeing the flying old guardian. A blood-red giant claw, the size of a city gate, suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed down towards the old guardian. I didn't, don't say that," the old guardian cried out in despair, quickly raising his hands to block. However, the guardians stationed before the blood pool were already stronger than him. And now, he was severely injured, making it impossible for him to be a match for them. Bang! With a heavy sound, the old guardian was directly slammed to the ground, spitting out blood. The other guardian, equally fierce-looking, charged towards Chu Chen, a blood-red giant claw rapidly materializing in front of him, filled with a frenzied and violent aura. The two guardians had been guarding outside the blood pool for years. Although they were outside, the aura of the blood pool would still disperse, allowing them to enhance their blood shadow claw skill. Now, their blood shadow claw had already advanced to the 4th level and was about to break through to the 5th level, making it their strongest skill. Kid, daring to intrude into the evil god cult's blood pool, you're the first I've ever seen in my life. Remember, don't be so foolish in your next life. The guardian smiled ominously, and the blood-red giant claw came crashing down towards Chu Chen without mercy. However, just as the claw was about to hit Chu Chen, he suddenly dodged and appeared behind the guardian. His size 42 foot spun 180 degrees in the air and kicked the guardian without hesitation. Bang! The guardian cried out in pain, his body crashing into the wall like a cannonball, instantly knocking him unconscious. What the hell? How is this possible? Who are you? How can you have such terrifying strength? The other guardian was still feeling proud of having defeated the old guardian with one blow. Although he was also a guardian, his strength had already reached a different level compared to those guarding the library, thanks to the constant enhancement of the blood shadow claw around the blood pool. But in the blink of an eye, he saw his companion being kicked away, and he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Didn't I just say? I am your father. I am here to send you to reincarnation. A dark smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. He exerted force with his thighs, pushing his speed to the limit, transforming into a shadow as he rushed towards the other guardian. Seeing the terrifying speed that erupted from Chu Chen in an instant, the guardian felt a chill in his heart as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What incredible speed! What terrifying energy! This person's attributes are definitely a level above mine. A 5th turn master? How can there be such a young 5th turn master? The guardian's mind raced in an instant. Finally, he made the only decision that could possibly save him. Leader, save me! The guardian rushed madly towards the blood pool. However, just as he was about to reach the door, Chu Chen's attack had already arrived. A punch, carrying a terrifying wave of energy, slammed directly into the guardian's back. Bang! The guardian felt as if he had been hit by a large truck, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground, easily dealing with the two gatekeepers. Chu Chen was about to push the door open. However, just as his palm rested on the large door, he suddenly heard a dense sound of footsteps behind him. Has the main force finally arrived? Just in time, we'll take care of it together. With that, Chu Chen exerted force with his palm and directly pushed open the door to the blood pool. Boom! The door to the blood pool slowly opened. The scene that appeared before Chu Chen made his brows instinctively furrow. It was a wide cave. Unlike the well-maintained underground rooms outside, this cave had not been altered in any way. The surroundings were rough, hard rock walls, and the ground was uneven. In the low-lying areas on both sides, two blood pools gathered. The thick blood emitted a suffocating metallic smell, dyeing the surrounding stone walls a dark red. Red is a festive color, but the pool of bright red was chilling. This eerie scene gave the first impression of stepping into hell. In the very center of the cave, on a large stone, sat an old man with graying hair. The old man was the cult leader, Shen Mingyuan. After a day of absorbing the energy from the blood pool, his lifespan had somewhat recovered. The body that had once resembled withered branches and leaves had regained a hint of vitality. Although he still looked old, he at least had some spirit. Upon hearing Chu Chen enter, Shen Mingyuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "You're here? I've been waiting for you for a while." As the leader of the evil god cult, Shen Mingyuan had a comprehensive grasp of the cult. From the very beginning of the chaos, he had learned the outline of the situation through his trusted aides. It turned out that someone had pretended to be weak, was captured by the cult members, and then began to plunder the evil god cult. If it had been before, when Shen Mingyuan had sufficient lifespan, he would never have allowed such a disgraceful incident to happen. However, this little thief had chosen to break in at his weakest moment, catching him off guard. Fortunately, there was only one intruder, and he looked quite young, so it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Leader, it's the leader. Ha ha. This kid actually broke into the blood pool, not knowing our leader is right here. Leader, kill this kid and sacrifice him to the evil god. Long live the leader. Long live the evil god. The group of cultists who had just arrived at the blood pool became excited upon hearing Shen Mingyuan's calm and disdainful tone. Along the way, they had seen Chu Chen take down dozens of their brothers and sisters, and their hatred for him had reached an uncontrollable level. Now, with the leader's tone so composed and confident, it was clear that in the leader's eyes, this troublemaker was nothing at all. Everyone stood quietly outside the blood pool, not taking the initiative to attack, worshipfully and crazily gazing at Shin Mingyuan. They anticipated Shin Mingyuan to display his terrifying power and deliver a heavy blow to Chu Chen. However, upon hearing Shin Mingyuan's words, Chu Chen's expression became somewhat strange. "Ha? You knew I was coming? Could it be that you are?" Chu Chen squinted his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Shin Mingyuan on the stone. The person he had seen on the street yesterday was clearly a middle-aged man, but the person before him was an old man. Chu Chen matched the images in his memory with this old man and was amazed to find they bore an uncanny resemblance. Remembering the information he had previously learned from the cultists that the leader of the evil god cult could use lifespan to perform divination, Chu Chen immediately confirmed, "Old man, it really is you. You used divination to secretly probe me yesterday, didn't you?" Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Shin Mingyuan, who had just been sitting on the stone like an old tree with deep roots, suddenly trembled and looked at Chu Chen in horror. "What's going on? How does this kid know about my secret divination to probe that big shot yesterday? Wait. What did this kid just say, investigate him? What I'm investigating is clearly a terrifying big shot." Shin Mingyuan stared intently at Chu Chen, unable to suppress a gulp. Ever since he nearly died from the backlash of a divination, Shin Mingyuan had been on edge, fearing that the big shot would suddenly come knocking and wipe out the entire evil god sect. He was certain that if that big shot wanted to, with just a flick of a finger, the evil god sect would cease to exist. But Shin Mingyuan never imagined that the big shot would use such a low-level method of intrusion. Intruding into their evil god sect, and even going to the library and treasure vault to take those worthless things. However, even if he didn't want to believe it, the vague figure in his mind slowly overlapped with Chu Chen. It couldn't be wrong. That big shot, who was thousands of miles away and had directly caused him to suffer an unprecedented backlash from divination, was this person before him. Thud. Shin Mingyuan was so scared that he fell directly from the boulder, losing all his previous pride and arrogance. "Big shot, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that this ungrateful son would provoke someone like you. I have failed in teaching my disciple, I apologize to you. As long as you need, I can offer you everything of mine, everything of the evil god sect." Shin Mingyuan trembled as he knelt before Chu Chen, repeatedly bowing his head. If it were someone else, he might still dare to resist a little. But the big shot before him could even conceal the secrets of heaven and could influence his divination from thousands of miles away. Such a terrifying existence. Resist? That would only lead to a quicker death. What is happening? What just happened? Why is the sect master kneeling? You bastard, what did you do to the sect master? Charge. Everyone, attack, kill this kid, and offer him as a sacrifice to the great evil god. The members of the evil god sect had originally been looking forward to seeing Chu Chen being crushed to pieces. They never expected that their own sect master would kneel before Chu Chen. That domineering sect master who held the power of life and death in the evil god sect was now so humbly kneeling at Chu Chen's feet, like an old dog. Everyone was dumbfounded, and everyone was furious. They roared, ready to rush into the cave and tear Chu Chen apart. However, just as they stepped through the entrance, Shin Mingyuan suddenly emitted a terrifying wave of red energy, sending everyone flying out. The leading members were directly crushed by the energy wave, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unaware of their fate. "Bastards, all of you kneel before me. A bunch of useless things. In front of the big shot, do you think you can act recklessly?"